Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
It's another beautiful day here in Katowice, Poland, and it's even more beautiful inside of the Spodek Arena where these teams are finishing up their group stage matches in the Legends phase of the Major, of this Counter-Strike Major. I'm joined by Vince, I'm Moses, obviously, and we're going to be hanging out all day. We've got a couple matches to start off, and then we're getting into the BO3s. This is where teams are going to be decided who's eliminated, who's going to move on to the next stage. We have 2 of those matches each way, and this is going to be a fun day. This is where we start getting into it, Vince.
Absolutely. This is sort of the meat and potatoes now of the Legends stage.
It's very British of you.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, this is where everything's on the line, right? You've got a couple of 0-2 teams that you didn't expect to be there. And on the other side, you've got Renegades, 2-0 currently. Who would have seen that coming? Yeah,
we talked about them yesterday. We can actually bring up the full Swiss system for you so you can see exactly how this tournament has worked out and where all these teams are as we kind of discuss some of the impact these teams have had. Obviously, Renegades, we watched them, we casted them take out FaZe last night, and we said if Renegades was to cause another upset there, you can't mess with those results. Renegades is legit. They go up against Astralis later on today. The winner of that is secured a spot in the champion stage in the playoffs in the main stage of the Spodek Arena. And you wouldn't, even that one, you'd just be like, holy hell, what is happening? But obviously, Liquid and Na'Vi also going to be playing for a spot in the champion stage. You see at the bottom, Ents and Big, 2 teams a lot of people had moving on to the next phase. One of those guys are going home. Big, obviously, with a lot to play for. Remember, securing 1 win ensures you don't have to go through the minor system in the play-in matches. So that's a pretty huge match for both of those teams, especially with Berlin being the location of the next major, the home city of the big organization. NRG Esports, another team that people had going through, they've looked solid leading into this major, and they've really struggled in this Legend stage. They're going to face off against their North American brethren in Complexity. One of those 2 teams is going home, and right in the middle, it's a sandwich. Some really cool matches of the 1-1 teams as well.
Yeah, with some of these surprise results, you know, you've got MIBR 1-1. I think the biggest surprise for me, though, honestly, is NRG at 0-2. Like, you touched on that. I had them going through my pick'ems. I think they were just after FaZe. I was very confident in these guys, and so far, they just haven't delivered. They're
one of those teams where as we watch their rise over the past year and a half or so, they have, every time they get to a new level, they really struggle to accomplish that goal. They kind of fail the first time and learn from it. And unfortunately here, it seems like that's repeating itself again in the Legend stage, although the BO3s, you have to imagine it's going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable. They are a pretty experienced team, all things considered.
Yeah, exactly. With that change to the format, it's no longer just best of ones all the way through. So the better team should, in theory, rise to the top. In the Challenger stage, we saw this really nip Tyloo in the backside. They were 2-0, ended up losing all of their best of 3. So it goes either way, of course. But yeah, I'm still quietly confident NRG are going to bounce back, but it's going to be one hell of a climb if they're going to pull it off.
Right. And we have 2 streams going on today. There's the main stream, ESL_CSGO, and we're here on the B stream, ESL_CSGO-B. We can bring up the schedule that we have. You can see it there on the bottom right of your screen. FaZe versus Avantgarde, we're going to be covering that one first. Then we move on to NIP and Hellraisers. Ents Big is going to be later on in NRG Complexity. So both of those elimination matches. If you want to see some tears, you want to see teams get sent home, this is the stream to do it later on today in those best of 3s. But regardless, those 2 1-1 teams, that's going to be pretty intense, all things considered.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, they've already locked in, so they don't have to go through the minors and all that sort of mess about next time. And that's going to be stacked, by the way. The minors are going to be absolutely stacked to the brim.
We kind of have that conversation every major, and because you start to see how competitive it is. You know, just a couple of years back, you know, the group stage, or you know, I guess it would be the challenger stage nowadays with the new wording for it. Wasn't as competitive, and now that is a very competitive. We see a lot of teams. Fnatic didn't even make it through, which is heartbreaking for those guys. A lot of big names on that team. So yeah, back to the minors we go, and everyone pretty much wants to avoid those.
Yeah, when you consider that Mouse Sports North didn't make it this far.
Yeah, they didn't even make it to the challenger stage, did they?
Exactly. So that goes to show how rough it is. But they've already secured that. They've already made sure that that's not going to be the case. They've got that 1 win. But as you say, I mean, you've got a few teams here like Ents and Big. A lot of people had them going through their pick'ems. I didn't pick either of them because I wasn't entirely sure on whether they would be able to deliver. But I still expected them to get some maps, right? Like I still expected them to get some wins. So well, I'm surprised, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think we're all a little bit shocked. Either way, a chance for NRG to continue on in these BO3s. They'll be playing later on today. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to sink our teeth into FaZe versus Avantgarde.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
He reads it! He reads it! Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
The synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters and the Vodafone pre-match. And as we said, we're going to be sinking our teeth into FaZe Clan taking on Avangard. And I guess the best place to start, because we know a decent amount about FaZe, obviously, most of those players have been together for some time. I was struck by the Avangard interview where Fitch had said that he hates the fact that his team was ranked 15th by all of his peers and all of his colleagues, and that really seemed to kind of get under his skin. So it seems like Avangard coming into this, not only this match, but this entire, section of the tournament with a chip on their shoulder, something to prove.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that can spur players on, that can spur teams on to prove everyone wrong. You know, it's the same thing we talked about yesterday with Simple. Some players, some teams really take that to heart and they use it as fuel.
Yeah.
Some crumble. I think of Vanguard, yeah, they are criminally underrated. I think a lot of the community, myself included, I'll even hold my own hands up and say that I underrated them coming into this tournament. I didn't even think they'd get out of the Challenger stage. So I was completely wrong on Vanguard.
Yeah, that one stings a little bit. That hurt your pick'ems, didn't it?
It did.
I had them get them out of the Challenger stage, but here, of course, it's a different level of competition. And, you know, even though they've had a couple players who have come out and said, I know Dupree most notably kind of tweeted out before the Challenger stage is like, if you don't have Avangard going through, you're doing something wrong and everything like that. So there's certain teams that know him, but obviously from a smaller region, a region that gets a lot less attention. So it's kind of hard to place them for people who don't kind of tune into that region. Either way, we can bring the rosters up if you don't, for whatever reason, know this Avangard lineup quite yet. Phases will have a lot of familiar names. You can see Rain Adren as the stand-in, Nico Guardian, Olaf Meister. Over on the Avangard side, Buster, Krizen, Kykert, Jame, and Fitch. Or Kickert. How are we going to say that one?
It's a weird one, isn't it? I've even heard people say Quickert.
Yeah, I've seen Quickert, I've heard Kykert, I've heard Kickert.
All over the place.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit of everything, I guess, and just see what sticks. Either way, that is they do have a pretty dangerous team. We've seen them these last kind of two majors, in this like recent, you know, this major especially, look pretty good, pretty solid at times.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they've got wins over the likes of NRG. If I just double check here, they did lose against Liquid. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, they even addressed that. They were content with a 16-12. Obviously, they would have liked to have won it. Said a couple crucial rounds didn't go their way, but you know, even acknowledging a top 2 team is always going to be tough to beat.
Exactly, and that was a 16-12 where their CT side actually looked really solid. It was on Overpass. So even then, against Liquid, the second best team in the world, some people may even have them beating Astralis to take this major after the iBuyPowers result. I still think maybe don't go off one result, but still, the second team to most people's reckoning, losing against them is no big deal.
Everyone likes predicting an upset early on, and
Yeah.
Everyone's just kind of waiting for that moment where Liquid finally does it, myself included, quite obviously. Yeah, smart ban there for Overpass. Very comfortable map for Avangard. They've had some good results on it, so you can see it makes sense that they take that away. We're going to be playing this one on Mirage, which is pretty interesting. There's a lot of firepower on these two teams for this map. But focusing over towards FaZe as well, a little bit of a shocker against Renegades. That's quite an upset. Although if Renegades results continue, maybe it's just, you know, underestimating them coming into this tournament for, you know, maybe it's not as much of an upset as we thought.
Yeah, and that was a game where Renegades actually had a really solid lead and nearly allowed FaZe to come back into it. FaZe were looking completely lost at sea for that first half. But that was on Inferno, of course. Now we're heading to Mirage. But yeah, I mean, that's a huge result. That being said, though, I mean, FaZe, I feel like they're the kind of team, especially with Yanko as their coach, that are going to bounce back from a loss pretty well. I think, as he said, these guys are quite receptive to feedback, criticism, and I think FaZe will be looking to really make a statement, because their first game, they swept aside Hellraisers easily, comfortably. Yeah. It wasn't even close. It was 16-4. I think this match is going to be more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, this FaZe team just has so much skill on it still, and obviously, I mean, you know, the rumors that we're hearing around the event is just that, you know, Nico playing at a great level, Rain playing at a great level as well. We haven't even gotten to Olaf and Guardian, who are just kind of crazy players. Adren still, we noticed yesterday, or I noticed at least on the match yesterday against Renegades, a couple slips in communication and coordination and timings of flashbangs and everything like that. You know, Adren coming in, he's played his entire career, you know, deep in the CIS region and the Kazakh teams. This is going to be an adjustment, and obviously it kind of introduces that element of the language barrier, which we've always had discussions about other teams, most notably recently MIBR when they had Tarek and Stewie. That language barrier thing is always hit or miss.
Then again, you could say from the CIS region, he's going to know a lot more about Vanguard.
Yeah,
he's going to have played with and against these guys a bunch in the past.
It's a very good point.
Some information, some potential tactics. But yeah, in particular, one that stands out to mind is when they were about to push out of apps. Adren ran out first, the rest of the team stayed in, and it seemed like he jumped the gun.
Yes, and that's another thing that Fitch said in the interview, is teams who don't really know them, who haven't played against them or with them a whole lot, won't really know where to place them, where to rank them. That is a mistake that Adren, I'm sure, has passed along to his teammates. Not to make that one, not to underestimate this Avangard team, and we are going to be live into the pistol round. These teams, both 1-1, will not be eliminated or move on based on this match. And look at the aggression from FaZe. Two players pushing into the underpass. They're going to meet up with Fitch, Kykert, and Jame. Here's the battle. Olaf goes down. Rain's in a tough spot. We know he's going with the pistol, but that's asking too much. A very tough angle to face so many bodies, and a huge advantage for Avangard early on.
Yeah, I mean, that is the perfect start, really. Olaf Meister and Rain. Olaf Meister did have a bit of a rough game yesterday that we were casting. I think at one point he was 8-20, but obviously on Mirage, A brand new game, fresh all game to deliver. A Vanguard going to take this two-player advantage though and make a move over on the A side. Nico was there, but he's starting to move away.
They've gamble stacked towards the B bomb site. Obviously, so many players in underpass, they think perhaps the next likeliest hit is going to be at that B bomb site. They're guessing and reading wrong, but you can't really blame them. A two-man deficit, you're kind of hoping that you get a little bit of luck to go your way. It's not going to happen this round. And then you have to question, do they even go for this? They have a smoke, flash, and 2 kits. Guardian has armor, which he could upgrade for free. Do you just stay in this B bomb site and use what you have for the next round? As we've seen these second round investments from teams be very effective. FaZe knows that. Remember, they won both pistol rounds yesterday against Renegades, lost both second rounds. That was something they said they were going to work on overnight. And they're going to exactly do that. Play for the second round.
Yeah, it makes a bunch of sense. They've got a bunch of equipment value here with the utility, as you say, the couple of kits that they have too. May as well take that through, get some force buys behind it, some upgraded pistols, and they can make a real go of this second round. A Vanguard, though, are going to take 0 casualties coming out of this round, purely off the basis of that opening pick from both Quicker and Fitch down in Underpass. And they're off to a great start. I mean, they're looking to push FaZe into those best of 3s a little bit earlier than FaZe would like.
Yeah, certainly that would be uncomfortable for FaZe. Well, the losing best of 3s. I think what happens later today, I think it's going to be all best of 3s essentially from there on out.
James, here's the battle. Rain's in a tough spot. We know he's going with the pistol, but that's asking too much.
It's that early morning voice. Still hasn't loosened up. Haven't done all my vocal cord stretches.
Well, we had a late one last night, didn't we? Not quite as late as Chad. Oh, sorry, it was Pimp and Machine casting the crazy overtime games.
There was that, and yeah, and then they had the Liquid NIP game. And I'm not going to lie to you, I fell asleep during that match. So fair play to those guys with the late night. Kurt, great entry. Dink from Rain. Not able to complete the kill, but that's going to force the AK back. Those scouts can be dangerous. Guardian's got one. We know how impressive he is with the sniper rifles, and you've got Olaf with the other one. Perching up towards those B halls, it allows 4 players to stack over towards A, or 3 as the one has been eliminated.
Going to be 3 players strong from FaZe, though. It's only Olaf that's still over on the B side of the map. So if a Vanguard go for A again, things could get a bit sketchy. CZ in the hand of Nico, could be taking first contact just outside the ramp. Guardian towards the CT boxes. He is just shoulder peeking, see if he can get some information. I believe he just saw the ankle of Chris in there in ramp, so that's going to be a call across the rest of the team. Going to put down the smoke just to stall a little bit longer. This is now allowing Olafmeister to rotate from B. A Vanguard need to be careful here. This could quickly get out of control.
This boost is huge, though. Adren, he's moved over to get eyes on it as Olaf rotates over. It's going to be tough to get those scouts involved. Adren now outside. He's pushing through to jungle. He's completely blind as he looked away. And I think that might actually push back the damage. These scouts are going to be so tough to utilize. The smokes are coming up, and they never got a chance to get into the action. You're really hoping for the scouts to deal some damage to soften up your opponents, for the pistols to clean them up. But Avantgarde eliminates everyone before Olaf can find that kill.
That's just a solid take. I thought things were going to get real sketchy real fast. But Vanguard, Mac-10s go in first, claim the kills, and the rest is history. It's really now if FaZe can save. 2 scouts into the next round would be nice. Neither of them have a sidearm, unfortunately, to drop to one of their teammates if they can hold on to these guns. But at least it does give them a little bit of a power play into round 3 for FaZe Clan. You don't expect them to invest behind it.
No, they won't buy behind these scouts, but certainly you never know what kind of a headshot is going to turn the tides. Olaf will be able to get a chance to pick off one, but Kaikart's jumped over too swiftly. So 2-0 without too much fuss. Without a whole lot of resistance from FaZe so far. Feels like the match really has yet to get started.
I think that's fair. And, you know, again, we're kind of talking about this, that some teams notoriously can start quite slow in the morning, the earlier games. So once FaZe wake up, maybe things are going to get interesting. And remember, they started very slow against Renegades in the first half. It was really the last 5 or 6 rounds when we started to see Nico and Guardian deliver the performances that we know that they're capable of. Only 1 kill in 2 rounds could be a bit of an issue for FaZe, though. They're not really able to get things rolling as of yet, and that was in the hands of Olafmeister, who is one of the scout-wielding players.
Gonna have another chance here. Guardian. I don't believe he spotted that player jump over towards top mid. Either way, taking a big risk. He's going to get an opportunity. Finds the tag. He does have armor, so he can tank a little bit of damage. This time, FaZe choosing to stack over towards the B bomb site. Olaf back towards ticket booth with his scout. But a very passive setup that allows Avangard anything they want in this round.
Sure, passive the key word. Vanguard, though, going to be taking the initiative, starting to push in, smoking out window. They know there's at least one scout in play, probably know there's two. Good way of neutralizing the potential threats from FaZe, but we do have a CZ additionally in the hands of Rain, who's peering across from short, so still some danger in play. Doing a good job so far, Vanguard, of not leaking any casualties. Fitch, of course, was tagged early on, down to 29.
They're just making sure there's not going to be any pushes, any fast flanks from someone getting aggressive in those B halls, and now they're going to readjust towards A. There is a little bit of an element of danger. There's two nades on Nico and Adren. Unfortunately, those are both over towards the B bomb site, which is not where this final hit is going to come to place. But you never know. A couple tags with those scouts. Olaf's going to get a chance here. Oof, and he's dropped. That flashbang just gave Kuykert the half second he needed to get at the angle.
Yeah, now it's going to be FaZe trying to retake. They're going to have a buy in the next round regardless of what happens here. This is where the two nades could really come into play, though. There they go, out towards the site. Neither of them land. And that was one of their keys to retaking this site. Won't be happening. Jame with two. Adren and Guardian both very low. Are doing a bit of damage on their way out, though. Adren could feasibly land something else. Wasn't far off landing the jumping no-scope, but a Vanguard will pick up a 3-0. Moses, the pressure's on FaZe now. This is the first rifle round. This is the first chance to really start to bounce back on this CT side.
They have a good chance, though. Guardian has the AWP. Olaf picking up the AUG, what seems to be the sole AUG player on the FaZe side. It's a nice find from Grizz, and I believe Adren actually did tag him with that jump no-scope. But you're right. Here we go. We'll see if FaZe can get into it earlier, if they're going to be having to mount a comeback throughout this first half. Pretty fast utility usage over towards this A bomb site. Guardian's already been brought down to 29 HP. That's towards top connector. Buster starting to peek, starting to get curious. He's going to eliminate Guardian. No chance for a trade from Nico on top of the stairs. He's going to trade out for that AWP. Jame, here's the scope. Some early pressure for Avangard, nets them a kill. They've backed away.
Horrendous start again for FaZe, though, at the cost of only 2 health. Fitch has found another one. This time it's Nico. Picked up the AWP from the dead Guardian. Seemed like a cursed AWP at that now. And Kuykert going to try and make the most of it. Getting tagged in the backside. Olafmeister is going to at least try and even the odds, but still a Vanguard have the player advantage. They have connector control. And Krisnis making a move on the B side. This is so much information for the rest of his team. They've got plenty of time to pivot off this info as well.
Yeah, but now Olafmeister knows Krisen actually missed his opportunity. He heard the footsteps of Olaf running away, calls his team out. You can see them readjusting, and Olaf's actually gotten out. This is a sneaky little bit of mobility that might catch them off guard. Certainly now he's going to hear the footsteps, but he's overexposed. I think Kuykert might have seen him. Tough situation to be in. Krisen's got the kill. Olaf trying to make some kind of magic happen, and the rest of FaZe has yet to respond, and Avangard's going to get this plant.
Yeah, Dren really just waiting for Rain to make a move in. I don't even know if they'll actually attempt this retake. They've got no kit and only a flashbang. And now that Rain's been smacked down to 13, no hope of a retake. So FaZe will be conceding a 4th round in a row on their CT side. A disastrous start. Can Adren hold on to the M4? They're all playing around the idea of saving. Could be caught in the backside if he's not careful by Jame. Quickert's also having a peek across. Gotta say, Vanguard have looked exceptionally impressive right now.
Yeah, not bad at all. This is a good find from Adren, though. Being able to get the AWP, clearing all the corners. You could see 2 players from Avangard, one on catwalk as well. That was Kuykert. Seemed to be guarding that weapon, hoping someone from FaZe would come take it, but Adren finds his way out. And yeah, this is most definitely not ideal for FaZe, sitting at 1-1. These are just straight heads-up duels from Avangard. First from Palace onto Guardian at top connector, and then onto Nico as well, getting aggressive, trying to find the equalizing frag. Early timeout. YNK talking him through exactly what he's seen and exactly what he wants to see moving forward. From our perspective, though, maybe just FaZe needing to wake up.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Just all the duels going against him. It's not necessarily been the most flair style of CS that we've seen from a Vanguard or anything particularly amazing tactically or set play wise. Just when it comes to the entries, it's been going their way. I mean, Guardian getting tagged down and fragged right off the bat's definitely not going to help matters.
Yeah, we didn't see how he got brought down to 30 before we even really got to his POV or anything like that, but certainly that early aggression from Avangard, they took advantage in a nice way, the lack of utility for the FaZe side, and it's still the same thing. This is what we saw previously. Kaikert using the same utility. Guardian in a very similar position. 3 players towards the B bomb site, but Guardian at stairs is pretty isolated. He can get picked off by James here. There's 1 player in Palace, so he can get pinned down pretty quickly, but he's moved over towards A ramp. Rain and Guardian, 1 information.
I feel like a lot of this is going to have to pivot off Guardian, but he may not be called into action because some of the terrorists now are making a move towards the B side of the map, or at least looking to wrap around in underpass. Mid-control established. When FaZe don't have a great deal of firepower on nades, you can understand that. Going to be double molotoving out. His forces are Dren off the balcony. More one-dimensional defense for the time being. Does come out with a dink, though. And I think he's trying to bait in the rest of the teammates right now into this stack. They're not going to check up on the boost. Krizen could be living on borrowed time. Still, the player is up there. It's going to be Olofmeister is going to try and deny the bomb. Comes through the second, but not able to get it done.
There's actually, why are there 2 players at the A bomb site from Avangard? This is so weird. The bomb's down at B. What a weird round. Guardian, though, he's not going to expect Jamie. This flank is going to be so devastating. It's Rain. 1 on 2. They're both going to be from Market. He needs this kill, and he's got it. Last bullet, but he's not going to expect the follow-up either. This is so tough. FaZe going to be just as confused as I was with Avangard's ability to have 2 players in the A bomb site while they're attacking B with the bomb.
I can see the importance of Olofmeister's boost there. If he picks up the second kill outright, things could have got so bad, but instead FaZe not going to be bouncing back with a buy. Remember, of course, that was more of a half buy with 2 saved weapons, so now they can come straight back in with a really healthy one, with a double AWP set up in play. Olof with the second of the AWPs, Guardian, of course, with the main.
Tough part is, there's not a whole lot of time left for FaZe to get going. Again, a lean towards this B bomb site. Mid-control for Nico and Guardian. Nico, by the way, stuck on 0 kills. Not what you want to see from one of the best players in the world in this match. Here comes the execute towards A, and it's going to have to be a retake. Guardian Nico going to be stuck behind the smoke. Rain as well, can't really do anything. They can hope for some damage through the smoke, and they've at least gotten some on a Kaikert.
Yeah, this is such a great counter to a double AWP setup as well. Vanguard just smoking everything off. A retake with 2 AWPs is going to be very difficult, plus a lack of grenades as a result. They haven't quite got onto the site just yet, though, with the bomb. Now they're going to start to make moves, but Krizen's been tagged down to just 17. He has to be very careful that some bullets don't come through the smokes. And with the Vanguard being so slow, now the smokes are starting to fade. They haven't got this bomb planted. It has to go down right now. Krizen's going to get it done by the skin of their teeth and does go down instantly afterwards.
Surprised we didn't see a peek from CT spawn, but FaZe obviously believing that angle was going to be held. Tough retake scenario with plenty of utility. They have 2 kits. Guardian's going to start things off as Fitch swings into his crosshair. No time for a player to go back to mid from the Avangard side. That's a good kill for James.
Buster's position is so vitally important. They're going to flush him out straight away. James, though, playing in second, is the last player to fall, and FaZe Clan will get their first round on the board just about with a defuse.
Yeah, grinding retake as well. Those ops doing work, though. 2 kills, the opening for Guardian, and the final one for Olof. Olof just holding for that peak on A ramp. Timeout from Avangard. They want to respond immediately. They want to break this economy of FaZe, and that would be a disaster. That would be Avangard really being able to build up this score that they have, this lead that they have. It's 5-1, and FaZe must hold on.
Yeah, it was such an odd, interesting round, wasn't it, from a Vanguard? They were so slow to get the bomb finally planted that by the time they did, the smokes had cleared and they couldn't relocate into better positions. Yeah. They're all kind of clumped up at the back on Tetris.
We see that a number of time in those hits is you know, the terror side throws those smokes and then it takes them so long to get the bomb planted that they faded, and actually they're fortunate to even get that plant down. Yeah. If any peek comes, there was no one actually guarding for that CT spawn peek, so it could have been a nightmare if someone peeked connector or from CT spawn on the FaZe side of things. Obviously played it conservative and let that plant go down, but not too shabby, all things considered, from FaZe in that round. They have a small amount of money built up behind this, so it wouldn't be the harshest of resets if Avangard were to take this, but still, 5 rounds already has got to be worrying. Guardian using the Molotov to give himself a gap in this smoke. Would love to find James.
The same idea, of course, what we were seeing yesterday on Nuke outside. Want to stop the wall of smokes from coming into play, but James is going to make the most of this already. Into connector, very forward position, information gathered. Can see that no one is behind default at this time. And out come the terrorists again. It's a lot of damage inflicted to Fitch and Quicker, but they're going to claim first blood in round 7. Now FaZe, pretty thinly spread. They're having to send over Olofmeister to try and fill in the gaps from jungle. And there's still a lot of time, and the bomb isn't fully committed. It's still a ramp.
Tough part is Olaf has to stay in this position. He can't even rotate over to properly help his teammates. Nico's taken some big risks to get underneath the balcony in shadow. And Avangard is so happy with the position of James. They can slow play this now. Still 45 seconds left on the clock. And FaZe doesn't have the control, but Guardian's got the op, and there's the first kill. Now he's got to peer towards Palace. Nico can stop them from getting into the bomb site. That's going to be the freest kill. That's going to be the bomb down. Still James to deal with, who hasn't moved. Still waiting for someone to come through, and he's going to look away. Now Olaf calls out his position, and James and Buster don't have a whole lot that they can do to win this round.
Yeah, Dren should really have this locked down. Has the nade out, though, and that's going to cost him his life. Now there's a lifeline tossed across to a Vanguard, but they've only got 13 seconds to make the most of it. And Nico is going to silence James. Guardian extinguishes Buster on the push out of Palace, and FaZe have strung 2 together.
That's a tense round, though. FaZe isn't going to win a whole lot of those rounds if James can get in that position as quickly as he did. They need to really at least have eyes on that so you can call it out. James also almost wreaking havoc on the defense. 2-5 is FaZe starting to build into this, and this can be an easier round for them. They have an AK Avangard on James. Everyone else kind of slowing their investment, though. P250 is a little bit of light utility, just that real one powerful weapon, and James already been hit by a nade. Now going to jump in towards mid, and it looks like he wants to say, all right, well, if you're not going to cover this, I'll just go right back to it and see what I can do this time.
It's almost every round that James is getting into connector. This time he takes a bit of a tag, but again, look at his position, and he's moving out into jungle. This is so much information for the rest of a Vanguard, but finally, Rain's gonna find him. Olofmeister with the secondary AWP strikes with Crizzen. And normal service has resumed, but I was scared for FaZe for a few moments there.
Yeah, another very passive setup, but I mean, they weren't gonna get fooled by that. They had 2 players in CT spawn. You can see Nico on the minimap just watching for someone to come towards window room, so James wasn't gonna be able to flank towards the B bomb site or behind ticket booth. And Rain obviously just checking it frequently enough to stop any damage. That's a great shot from the connector. Guardian goes down hard.
And again, keep in mind that there's really only James that fully invested into this round. Quicket's down at $1,000, but if they can do more damage with these Deagles, the round could still be somewhat of a success for a Vanguard.
Well, actually, Adren's the only one at this B bomb site at the moment. Olaf's rotated over to watch for any kind of window room play. So if Adren goes down here, they're going to get a plant, and they'd be able to salvage that weapon, and then things could get spicy on the retake. But Adren's going to fall away. He needs to stay alive as long as possible. He's got 1. Fitch, the only remaining player, is dropped by Olaf, who gets back just in time to provide some assistance.
Yeah, I love that off the back of the respect that FaZe have shown to a Vanguard on A. They've hit A most rounds. I think that's only the 2nd time they've tried B. Last time was in a pistol. And with the rest of the players having enough funds, we are going to have another full purchase by a Vanguard. Of course, James is the player that has to dip down to a CZ, but they do have 3 AK-47s, and Crizzen also on the pistol. So FaZe still have some threats to contend with, but if they can repel this round, they should be able to string more together. There's now 3 in a row. Quicker with the same flashbang we've seen before. And a Vanguard, again, looking to try and take some into control. This time Nico is in connector, though.
Avangard going for a little bit of a weaker buy as well, not saving another round to get all rifles across the board. Nico's got to cover connector and window room. He's got a chance. James not looking. James has had some success getting in good positions, and he keeps going back to it, but it seems like FaZe not going to let that happen anymore.
Yeah, I think the strat book now is a little bit obvious on the side of FaZe, or at least this mid-interconnector presence that James has shown. It is one of the CZs. They still have all 3 AKs intact and maybe looking for a bit of a boost, but you see Quicket there was a bit premature, made some noise. Nico, in the meanwhile, is going to find the headshot with the M4. Takes minimal damage, actually nothing at all. Buster's the only player that's counteracted, but he's down to 12. This is starting to look a bit rough for Vanguard, Moses. They are being somewhat red now at this stage.
Oh, they're giving Nico in this round 3 individual one-on-ones, and he's going to love that. He's going to take that all day long. 3 frags for Nico in this round. Buster waiting at an awkward angle. Adren's going to adjust, cleans up the damage that Rain inflicted earlier. 4-5, so FaZe have recovered quite nicely. After a 5-round losing streak, they've now won 4 in a row, and we're going to get the second timeout out of Avangard. Only 2 remaining for them for the rest of this game.
Yeah, really trying to make the most of this great start that they had to the half. Remember, it was 5-0 to one stage to Vanguard. In terms of this round, there's not much they can realistically do, but they're actually forcing it up here. Or at least Quicker is. So that, I think they're going for a similar tactic to what we saw a couple rounds ago where James had the AK.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's kind of a cool idea. It's a nice way to apply a decent amount of pressure. I don't think the FaZe economy is exactly where they'd like it to be for this kind of a pressure-inducing play. And on top of that, even that round we saw with James having the only AK-47, you could see what it caused their next buy, where they only had 3 AKs and 2 CZs. So, got to be a little bit careful with the economy, but Avangard at least wanting to find some frags, even if they can't win the round. This looks like they want to be a little bit faster than they have previously.
I can respect the idea, though, and the aggression of having constant AKs with armor behind. I mean, I suppose they are coming up to max round loss bonus as well, so there's going to be plenty of money coming in.
They just threw all the utility that they invested in towards mid to get control. It's all going to fade. So again, that utility that Avangard uses, they haven't really kind of gained anything from it. They do lose Fitch. He brings Adren down to 12. And unfortunately, it seems all designed to get this boost into place to duel against Nico, but this time he's playing really passive in CT spawn, just watching the murder hole, making sure nobody can cross. So if that's your goal, if this is where Avangard is going to try and find that opening kill to get this round in their favor, question is if they have a plan B.
Good news for Vanguard. They did so much damage to Adren that they can't feasibly take one of these B players and put them over an A, in case the remaining 4 players push, but Nico's passive angle is not going to yield anything. But Quicker with a second is cracking open this round. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Guardian with his AWP. He has to hold the line by himself. Could be getting tested from multiple angles. He'll pass the first test. Prison goes down. Dink, oh, what a flick to Buster. Did land the dink onto Guardian, but he bounces back with the AWP frag. And I said he had a couple of tests coming up. Well, he's passed them with flying colors. What a hold by Guardian.
That's what makes him such a special player. What a difficult shot to hit when he's getting dinked and he actually has no idea. He hadn't even considered Palace, really. That adjustment under fire is very nice, and even Nico's smiling with that one. Great round from Kikert, though. Almost opens up this entire bomb site for him. The great shot onto Nico. The follow-up onto Rain was huge. Guardian just does him one better. Right there, that one on a Buster. Good shots. And we're all tied up now, Vince. 5-5. FaZe have made this comeback happen. Pretty efficiently as well. They have a good amount of money. They have another buy, maybe 2, behind any loss they take.
Sure, it has been a rough road for a Vanguard in recent memory. I think Buster's about to find himself. Oh my goodness, there's going to be some questions from Nico. Guardian's made a move through the smoke and he's been picked off as well. I'm so confused. Rain has been found behind the site. He will meet the same demise. All off the back of a smoke push. Nico must be livid that he got killed from behind.
It's obviously super awkward timing, and that's a play that's probably not made by a whole lot of European teams with consistency. That feels very much like a wrinkle from this Avangard team. Just walking through it, no flashbang, no utility. And it's tough too because it's one of those rounds, we know Nico can get frustrated, but it's one of those rounds if you're Nico that it is really unfortunate timing and you are going to be pissed off and you are going to be frustrated, but you almost have to bite your tongue. Can't let that frustration show at this stage in the game. Still plenty of Mirage left to go.
They're really got to keep focused, especially as the IGL, with the players looking at you to make decisions, to guide them to a victory. But Vanguard will retake the lead, so we've had 5 rounds going either way. in succession.
Still, though, I mean, FaZe having a really tough time controlling this connector in middle of the map. They haven't really fought for any kind of mid control. And we've seen multiple times Avangard able to get a player up that connector and just wreak havoc on him, and it happens again there through the smoke. They've got to be more careful. It might be something where don't put Guardian in that position. Let him play towards Ticket Booth where he's had a couple very successful rounds. Get one of the M4s, one of the AUGs watching that. Get someone on Catwalk to help out. At least slow down and able to gather information, and we could see Rain doing just that. It looks like Adren is going to meet up with him as well. Nico dodges the AWP bullet and finds the kill onto Fitch, and there's Guardian chiming in as well.
And a whiffed smoke, just to rub salt in the wounds on mid.
No, but even this play towards A ramp, look at Buster taking liberties with the T side, walking in quietly, and because FaZe is playing so passively, nobody has any idea. Nico could get blindsided again.
It's either respect he's showing to connector, because again, they don't have mid control, and there is Buster. And again, it's going to be Nico that is the first player to be surprised. Will Vanguard be able to get the bomb planted? They will. The smoke on connector will afford them that luxury. Molotov also into jungle, stops Rain from dealing with the plant. And a second one. So Vanguard are wasting valuable time, but there's still plenty of utility for FaZe. I mean, they are stacked to the brim, 3 Molotovs, couple of HEs. It's hard to see how Vanguard survived this retake.
No, but it's funneled FaZe all towards CT spawn. There's going to be no one covering mid. So yeah, those smokes are going to come into play right here at the end. Buster, got to hold on. There's a good shot from James far back. FaZe is being whittled down. There goes the mid player. Kuiper peeks too early, but FaZe cannot get to the bomb. Buster with a double kill, and Avangard pulled it out of nowhere. A great round all started by that aggressive play up ramp from Buster. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Nico has gotten blindsided in an area that Guardian with the AWP has just lost track of for half a second.
That is unbelievable with all those grenades. They can't even get close to the site. What a hold by Vanguard. But as you mentioned earlier, FaZe Clan, their economy was in such good shape they could continually buy. However,
not anymore.
Their savings are gone after this round. If they lose it, Vanguard could even get to a 10-5 half.
That'd be nasty. This would be a very painful reset for FaZe. A lot on the line here for the star-studded mixed team. 5-7 in the favor of Avangard. And FaZe have to fight this one. Only the one kid on Guardian who has an AWP, UMP on Adren with no utility. It's still a very passive defense.
That's a good point. Again, we haven't really seen FaZe take the fight to Vanguard. In this round, I suppose with a lack of utility, you could understand it a little bit more. The Guardian, who had some phenomenal shots earlier on in this half, could be called upon again. A Vanguard, though, seemingly like faking it. They're actually pulling away, and this has got a third player over to the A side, and mid control again is lacking for FaZe Clan.
Not even necessarily mid control, just eyes on it. This is what's scary. Nico not being too aggressive at his peaks. Olaf on Catwalk and Adren in those B halls. That's a good pick from Guardian. That's towards Catwalk. Now Olaf gonna go for the follow-up peek. The AUG is gonna ring out. 2 headshots for Olaf. And Kuiper's gotta be aggressive, but Adren peeks out of nowhere, and that's gonna be the round. Nico falls, and James gonna back away. Another, interestingly enough, we've seen the Avangard do this a couple times. A lot of utility use of that A bomb site. I don't know what they saw that made them say, we don't like this. Maybe they're just assuming they've pulled rotations and B would be a little bit weaker, but they just back away slowly without any kind of an appearance and then don't use utility to try and get up Catwalk.
Yeah, that's typically why you'll see teams, if they do fake a site, they'll still have 1 or 2 players poised, ready to just push B very quickly. They'll be in apps, they'll be underpass, something like that. So you can quickly hit B while that rotation comes in and catch them maybe in the back. But if Vanguard were all stacked outside A, so they fake it, it takes them 20, 30 seconds to get round to mid. In that time phase, like, cool. Like, yeah, we don't have to do anything right now.
And certainly, I mean, that's the point where you imagine FaZe is going to start peeking for information, which is what results Guardian getting that opening pick on towards Catwalk. Good round from Olaf, though. The double kill really ensures that nothing crazy happens. No shenanigans. Ooh, Guardian just finds him right before that smoke plumes. We're going to get I believe this is a technical timeout.
Yeah, I think Nico just had a game crash or something. It looks like he is back on the server again, though.
Nico calling a tech timeout in order to look at Guardian, give him the death stare. Be like, if you miss one more player coming up a choke point, I will freak out.
Guardian's had a pretty good game, though, overall. So Nico maybe needs to dial it in if that were the case. Everyone's very close on FaZe though. From top to bottom, there's only 3 kill difference. Adren on 10, Rain down at 7. Whereas on a Vanguard, you've got Buster and Jane both on 10 frags and Crizant on 3. It's been a very close back and forth game. Well, it's been very spree heavy. I mean, we have 5-0 to Vanguard, 5-5 to FaZe Clan, then a Vanguard win too. Now FaZe are coming back again.
I'm just pretty surprised at how passive FaZe has been this entire half.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'd have expected at least some aggression at some stage through mid.
Well, yeah, it's not even necessarily the aggression, but it's the fact that they've lost track of so many players. They just don't have the information. Like the number of times James and Kaikert have been able to be aggressive in window or connector and not get spotted until they're already peeking into a bomb site is just pretty crazy to me. Guardian this time keeping eyes on it with the AWP, peeking towards Catwalk. He's going to duel against James if James swings out too far. And this time Avantgarde, they go for this investment. They have very limited utility and nades to use. 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, 1 flash, and 1 nade.
It's going to have to be entries by the looks of things. And James again. Coming up, connector could be reaction-based. Guardian wasn't far off that shot. Nico going to take the initiative and peek out of window, finds himself Fitch. Vanguard have been somewhat repelled at this stage. It's becoming stagnant in round 14. Only 1 smoke remains between the 3 of them. I think Guardian just saw the elbow.
This is the peak, though. Crizant could actually drop Guardian. Rain's going to walk right into it. He's low HP, does get away somehow. Lucky to be alive. But FaZe is going to sit on their haunches the entire time. Now they're going to go hunt them down. Crizant and Jane, the last 2 left. 20 seconds. They might just choose to save this. And Rain wants nothing to do with that battle. It's like, hell no.
At the same time, though, there's a few players on FaZe that are quite low on funds, so they can't afford to lose too many weapons. You can see their Guardian 85 ADR, James 101.
Look at Nico, though. He's in T-spawn. He's coming for this. I think he's going to go for it for sure. And if he gets any of these kills down the stretch, remember, they wouldn't get the bonus money, but he's shut down with the quickness. Not a big loss. Nico, plenty of teammates that can drop him over a gun. Olaf and Rain, and... Or excuse me, Olaf, Rain, and Adren, all with enough cash flow to drop him a weapon.
Yeah, sacrificing 1 or 2 players would have been fine, but it would have got a bit sketchy if Vanguard found 3 or 4. That being said, last round of the half to determine who goes through to the next half in the lead. Either way, Vanguard will be happy with 7 rounds minimum.
Oh, yeah. And that also might be why they've kept up this kind of habit of force buying so many rounds where there's been at least 1 or 2 elements of danger for Avantgarde. Them saying, you know, we got to 4 and 5 pretty quickly in this game. Let's just keep grinding this and see if we can ever break that economy and skyrocket it, or maybe just steal 1 or 2 here and there. This has been a very nice half from them. A couple head scratchers, but you can't argue with the results.
In terms of their arsenal of weaponry, is running pretty low, pretty dry. Bottom of the barrel purchase. Vanguard only with 2 smokes and a few flashbangs remaining. Very much split up across the board as well. James currently positioned in Palace. Could be the linchpin that they pivot off if they decide to go on A, which is Quickert's current trajectory. FaZe still have quite a few nades, though. They're looking pretty healthy themselves, and again, they've given up mid. But this is the correct call. Rain, a smoke down, still a bit more time.
Oh, dear.
How can you counteract that? That is just pure timing. Guardian must be so angry right now. Just peek straight out of Palace, no flashes, no smokes, no problems.
Well, Guardian's been covering connector from spawn and from the bomb site a number of times, so I think James just takes, you know, an educated guess, a little bit of a risk, obviously. 1 player over towards B, and I don't think that's going to be much of a fake, but it's pulled Nico back with that AWP, so Rain's going to have a lot of pressure. He does get the first, and now Nico realizes it. Alfango with the AWP. No smoke in his face, and there goes the plant. Oh, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't be in cover. James going to pick him off, and he's going to swing around and get another one. The aggressiveness of James is just dirty.
He was just slightly too late there, Moses. Tried to spray through the smoke to get the kill, but gave his position away.
This is a really odd style from Avantgarde, though, that I think is just super difficult to read. Adren still has a chance, though. A 1-on-2. Buster is low, and he's going to be in mid.
Adren does have a kit as well. If we can get this next kill quickly, things could get quite interesting. He's checking every angle apart from Tetris, and Krizin is going to put him down. And Vanguard will lead 8-7 at half-time.
Yeah, this is a good half from them. They've given themselves an advantage. We'll see if FaZe can overcome it in the second half. Stay with us.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out.
Welcome back to IEM Katowice, a 1-1 match between FaZe and Avangard. And the Avangard team, a surprising squad that a lot of people have underestimated. They're up 8-7 at half. And that's from the hard side. Things, in theory, should get easier, especially when you consider we've seen FaZe get bogged down with their T-sides in the past. Most recently, yesterday, against Renegades on Inferno.
Bit of a pattern emerging as well. FaZe very slow to start on against Renegades. They went in a huge deficit here at Vanguard, 5-0 in the lead. So FaZe going to have to tell themselves, look, yeah, it was a horrible start. We're somewhat still in this game. Win the second pistol, game well and truly on. This is a spicy prospect right now, really on a razor's edge. Fitch going to see the smoke just deploying ahead of him, plus a couple players pushing up connector. He's just going to back the hell out of there. But they're not actually setting up for a retake. They have no kits or nades here, so if they do give up too much ground, this is going to play into the hands of FaZe Clan.
There's 5 players for Avangard defending this A bomb site. Fitch is now slowly starting to rotate from top connector over towards market. If FaZe pick up this pace, Rain's in a good position, but he's got to be careful behind him. They're watching this murder hole. They know that FaZe has control of the window room. This is actually a pretty tough spot for Rain to be in. But again, it's going to be Fitch who takes the brunt of the attack. The sole defender over at B, and Rain just waiting for his timing, waiting for his moment.
And you can see that he's very cautious and worried about a potential player pulling behind him, but there's Fitch. Going to find himself on the receiving end of a dink, down to just 3 health. Last line of defense, this is where Rain's position becomes so tenable. He has spotted one player going into kitchen, which is going to be James. Has been the shining star of a Vanguard, with 112 ADR to his name.
Rain is eating so much time off the clock. Kykert and Krizin both spending time to clear out this spot. If Rain gets one of these kills, it's a disaster.
Guardian spinning around, lands 2 headshots and a third! Oh my my goodness, what a play by Guardian. That is the pistol round secured, surely, off the back of 3 pixel-perfect headshots. He's not going to get a 4th, but the damage has been done. I say that, but Krisen's going to find 2 of his own. This is where the lack of kit and time is going to be an issue, though. So FaZe will still win the round. What a performance by Guardian.
That's so dirty. He had to spin around to that player jumping out of market through the window. A beautiful sequence from Guardian to secure that pistol. They're not out of it just yet, though. Recall yesterday, winning both pistols, losing both second rounds. We know FaZe is susceptible to this kind of a situation. You do have to give a shout out to Rain, though. So much time that he's able to delay those rotations. Krisen never even got into these fights. These kills have 0 impact because the round's already over. Look at, FaZe isn't messing around at all in this round. They have 3 MAC-10s and a UMP and the 1 AK and Guardian, but everyone has full utility. They're just saying, you know what? We've struggled so much against stacks. Let's make sure we use all the Molotovs, all the nades. We'll treat this like a gun round. And it's a good thing they are, because they're going at the stack. There's no upgraded pistols bought up for Avangard. They do have 2 Zeuses. That could get weird.
And I think they're both in Palace. Quickert and Jane both have Zeuses. And Nico not having any of it. With his
play.
SMG, they were ready for this push. Molotovs and smokes have been pretty much spot on as well, and FaZe not going to slip on that same banana peel of the second round. They're going to deal with it no problem.
That moment when you know you're too far away to connect with the Zeus, but you still just shoot it anyways.
But you're fully committed at that stage.
You're just like, whatever. Plenty of bonus money for FaZe coming in with those SMG kills. You imagine Avangard's going to buy in this next round. FaZe have 4 SMGs. Do they just rinse and repeat? Full execute at the A bomb site, use those SMGs to get close up? How many are they going to upgrade?
I feel like this is the kind of round that Henry refers to as the bonus round, right? Where if you keep onto these SMGs, you can just rush straight out, see if you can get some headshots. If the Vanguard go for a force buy and they go for the superior firepower, they are going to be lacking some head armor. So that's where the SMGs can become absolutely devastating. So let's see. Quicker's just gone for a straight-up organ head armor, so that means he's got no nades left. There's going to be very few nades coming into this round.
Well, and he knew what was coming as well. He knows they're going to have a couple SMGs, right? At least 2 or 3 from the amount they had in the previous. So, I mean, he goes for that head armor full well knowing that if you don't have head armor, you're in some trouble of just one of those stray MAC-10 bullets really ruining your afternoon. Krisen has no armor whatsoever, so that's an interesting choice.
Maybe a miss buy? I'm not too sure about that. I mean, especially against SMGs.
No, he had
no armor.
He had plenty of money. I think he dropped the AWP over to Jame. I think that's why he doesn't have it. Here's Krisen. Without that armor, we'll see if it comes into effect. There goes his teammate Fitch here, though, as well. But the MAC-10 from Olaf Meister, it's doing work, and Krisen is found. They could delay no longer. Jame is going to even things up in a 2-on-2. With no kit, though, this is still going to be a tough retake.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. Olaf still has a Molotov. Just to make matters worse, we can slap that onto the site. Decides to push it into kitchen. This forces the CTs out into the open, but be careful what you wish for, Olaf Meister. It's down to Quickert. He's the player with the head armor, and the AUG is able to hold on. The damage has been done, though, for FaZe. 4 players go down. Plus a bomb plant. FaZe will come straight back into this with a solid buy. A Vanguard still on the ropes.
Yes. FaZe is going to have AKs, AWP on Guardian. You'd imagine they're going to have everything they could possibly want, and Avangard on the verge of a reset. Even in a losing effort, this is a nice round from FaZe, but Avangard, that's a pretty solid defensive setup. They got a 3rd player over there very fast. That could have been just a straight knockout punch from FaZe if Avangard didn't have so many bodies leaning on that side of the map. A timeout called. I believe this is a tech as well. I think I saw one of the Avangard players drop out right at the end of that round. It is indeed confirmed.
And what a time to have it at 9-9 with so much on the line. One of these teams will be heading 2-1, the other 1-2. And we've already discussed the kind of teams that are down there in the 0-2 spots. You got ENCE, Big, NRG. You don't want to face any of those in your potential elimination best-of-3 match.
Yeah, there's some really tough opponents down there, aren't there?
We've reached that part of the major where there are no easy games.
That's a fair point to make. Yeah, everything from here on out is a battle. Battles with a lot on the line. Pretty solid buy from Avangard, all things considered. Only 1 player surviving. AWP on James. Still, they salvage that from the last round. Oh, here we go. B-rush it is. Leading the way is Olaf again with the MAC-10. Flashes, utility are out. He's clearing corners. They're stuck behind the wall. Smoke on Catwalk. They've got to realize it now. When the B bomb site is so clean, they just say, oh, rain. Oh, rain. That is a big risk to take. And now there's time for those smokes to fade. This can be so dangerous.
That plant is such a head scratcher. They may still get away with it though. Fitch, the Mimon, they are going to make the most of that smoke clearing, but there's Guardian standing tall, delivering more up shots. Vanguard do have the player advantage, but the way Guardian's been playing, you would not write him off. May come down to timing. Bomb still not planted. Once the Dren goes for this, it means Guardian's effectively going to be a 1-on-3 for a few moments. So he's going to take the initiative and push into kitchen. Molotov tossed down, not going to deny the bomb plant. But James has found Guardian. It's all on a Dren. Can he feasibly pull this off with the AK? No grenades at his disposal. And once he gives this position away in kitchen, even if he gets the kill, there's 2 more CTs to contend with him elsewhere. On short, there's the first, but he's been tagged down to just 40 health and finished off. Vanguard will hold on and get to 10 rounds.
James read that play so well. I have no idea. He bailed out of market very, very quick, perhaps realizing that he was the most susceptible to the aggression from FaZe. But yeah, the real mistake there from FaZe is that plant by Rain. Just put it safe. You haven't found anyone in that B bomb site, just make sure you get the bomb plant, force him into a retake. But the fact that took so long to recover the bomb and get it down allowed for the flank to come in as well. Massive elements of danger when that bomb doesn't get planted on the initial take.
Sure, I mean, the smoke wall was great. It was a slick take. It's not a brick wall, though. You can spam through there. And, of course, everyone's going to know roughly where to spam for the short plant. And as soon as that bomb goes down, the dynamic of the rounds significantly changes.
It's just weird. It had to have just been a brain fart, but I mean, FaZe didn't even have anyone on Catwalk, and no one even posturing to go Catwalk late, so there's no reason to plant it there except maybe for the B tunnels. Great flashbang, he goes blind. Fitch is gonna get 2. FaZe must have read something towards this B bomb site, but it's getting shut down. Buster here with the AWP is up next. Guardian's gonna come in late, but again, so much time for the rotations to come in. Both AWPs at this B bomb site.
It's worth every penny of that $200, that flashbang, destroying the initial push. Guardian, again, trying to clutch this with Olofmeister. It's a similar kind of situation to the round prior. Players stacked against them, no plant forthcoming. The bomb's also out in the open, and Guardian has been found and fragged. Olofmeister, the good news for him is he gets the kill cleanly. And the bad news, still no control of the bomb, and 3 more CTs to find. And Quickert will not let him pass. This B site now looking a lot more powerful for a Vanguard.
It's closed. They have successfully held that now, and all that money that FaZe had from the bonus money from the SMG kills in the second round, from the follow-up round where they got 4 kills and a loss, all that just disappears now for FaZe. No advantages. They're actually forced back onto pistols, so Vanguard take a solid hold of this match.
Got a question where FaZe go from here is they've really tried this B side. They've been repelled a couple of rounds. Sure, they got close.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, first, the great read from Vanguard in that third round to have, you know, a player ready to get there very, very quick. The real tough one is that not getting that plant down. That small mistake, as you mentioned, there's no easy matches now, and every small mistake you make is going to be punished in a big way.
Bit of flirtation over on the A side, but it's James that claims the first kill of round 21.
And James has been the better opper in this game. He's been outplaying FaZe essentially on both sides of the map now. He's been very effective. Guardian had some great rounds on the CT side, but James on the T side with that AWP, remember, he won them a couple with just his aggressive and assertiveness. Guardian's got great position, boosted up into window room, but they're so far back that I don't know what he can really punish. The best bet for Guardian, obviously, as we can see, would be to go through the murder hole and flank towards that B bomb site. No one has eyes on CT spawn. The opportunity to do that would dwindle, but with the rest of FaZe Clan lined up in the B halls, you'd expect, oh, it's not broken. That'll do it.
Yeah, it's like a safety net. It's similar to Vent on Cash. As soon as you hear it pop, you know what's happening. It's a sound cue. 25 seconds left. And FaZe Clan gonna have to make a move. Fitch has spotted multiple oncoming terrorists. Buster gonna hold the line. I say that, he's actually gone down to the hands of a Dread. Fitch with some labored spray finally gets it done. That's also the bomb. A call will come through, and although FaZe are doing damage, the time is just so low. This round is going to go the way of a Vanguard.
No, they're going to get the plant. They're going to get the plant here. And the kill just the last second. Adren, what a hero. He got on his horse, picked it up, and now all up Meister. They don't check the right corner. I don't know how FaZe have done this, but they've turned this round on its head. James is going to have to back away. This is not a retake you can go for. And look at the money of Avangard. FaZe have had so many close calls. They've taken the economy away as well. Adren, the stand-in, with a crucial play to pick the bomb up off the floor.
Oh my goodness, I assumed it was done. FaZe with, what, a second left?
Yes, he put the plant down just at the right time. Guardian was instrumental as well, cutting off the rotations. A chance here to get the op. James sees him, runs towards the bomb. He's gonna take Guardian out right here at the end. Great shot from him, double kill in the round, but what kind of money do you have to play with if you're Avangard? You might have to sit this round out. You have this AWP, James can actually drop a rifle, but the rest of them would be in a tough spot. We saw them do these buys on the T side, but it's much, much easier to make those buys work on the T side. On the CT side, you risk too much, especially when you have an 11-10, a very narrow lead.
How important, significant, influential could that round have been? 21 could have been the moment where this shifted. Because Vanguard were looking good, and now, as you say, economically, they are in a real rough spot. Will FaZe go back to their tried B hit? No, this is way more passive. Bomb dropped at spawn, feeling out for a potential aggressive counter from a Vanguard through mid, but there's nothing forthcoming. It's going to be an A stack. All 5 players strong. And remember, they do have an AWP in James' hands. They've got a few 5.7s and Deagles. If FaZe walk into this trap, it could be a bloodbath.
Well, James has been great in these kinds of scenarios, and this is exactly where you want an AWPer of his style. He's going to go for fights. He wants to find them. Can he flick down fast enough if rain peaks? He's got plenty of pistols behind him to control the bomb site. Here we go. James, he doesn't want to wait. There's the leg shot. He actually doubles up on Rain and Nico. No kill, but massive damage done. They need to take this off out of his hands. They're moving into the bomb site, but now the USPs, the Deagles come into play. Crizzen goes down a 5-7 in dark. So many Avangard players here. FaZe is in a lot of trouble, and there's the peek from James. They still have Kaikert to deal with. He's cleaning him off, and Nico, with the low health, isn't able to get to the action. A great kill from Guardian. Stepping up when he's needed most. Nico gonna run the gauntlet, get that bomb planted, and Guardian with the cover. This is so sketchy for FaZe. Still a chance to win for this Deagle.
His position is so tenuous, though. He has to come out into the open in doing so. Guardian with the AWP, but a collective sigh of relief from FaZe. A very low investment from a Vanguard. Stack on A nearly reaps the rewards.
That peak from James, even in not doing the kills, he almost does the work needed. Doubles up on body, or on leg shots, excuse me. Bless it all. FaZe having to really fight for everything that they can get.
I think a lot of people coming into this would have thought, oh, FaZe, you know, again, write a Vanguard off. Well, maybe this is going to change some minds. Because this game has really been back and forth. There's been nothing to determine between the two teams. The Vanguard have given as good as they've got. Flashback out. There is a slight gap on the smoke, but I don't think James wants to risk the chance with so much on the line. Total lack of utility, though, here, Moses. Just a nade and a flash with 1:28 left. That could be a real issue for the CTs.
They've been very good throughout this map, though, even in the first half of creating opportunities even without the utility. This boost is one of those things they can use. Buster and Fitch, a tower of death, neither of them with nades, so fair play. That leaves 3 people at the B bomb site. James is getting aggressive with the op at A ramp. A deep peek for information. Over to the B bomb site we go. This could be so tough. As we said, no utility to hold it off. There's Kaikert with the first. Oh, and he's holding the angle. The AUG's so good in this situation. The AWP's going to finish him off. Still 2 players. Olaf has no idea where he's getting hit from, but that should give away the boost.
Yeah, it should give away. There's at least 2 players on B at this stage now. FaZe going to try and rummage around the backside. Such an important kill from Guardian onto Crizzen. They could have been constricted, and there's their second flank has been found by Olaf Meister. So a very shaky start, but FaZe can now get a free plant onto A.
I said in just the previous round that James has been the better upper in this matchup. I might have to eat my words because Guardian has had 2 extremely impactful rounds in a row that have turned the tides for FaZe. That one picking off the flanker. You can see a Dren here just trying to take these guns away. He's got teammates coming in, but he can't really delay and slow down the fight. They're going to press the issue. Buster coming in with just the USP. The Dren can't handle it. But Nico's in market. Low HP. He just wants to keep information as the rest of his teammates come in. They're trying to take everything away from Avantgarde. Oh! Hello.
Low HP for FaZe though, all off on 5, Guardian 48. And I think they're realizing, okay, our economy's not fantastic. Nico's down at 4.2k, all off on 4.6. Let's just make sure that we don't completely break ourselves. But they regain the lead. And yeah, those 2 kills on, I think it was Chrisen and Jame, that were flanking around the backside. If one of those goes the way of Avantgarde, that round could have completely collapsed for FaZe Clan.
And that might be small miscommunication from Avantgarde. Maybe those 2 flankers didn't hear the word that, I mean, FaZe stopped pressuring the bomb site, right? They lost the initial battle to try and take B, so they all backed away with low health. And once those flankers are coming in, if you get that communication and you just play containment, then it's much more difficult for FaZe, because with that low health, with the bruised players, they have to fight their way to open up the avenue to the A bomb site. But if you're walking right into their crosshairs, all of a sudden you go down, and there's a whole other side of the map available for FaZe. They grab a lead, 12-11, their first in a long time.
Yeah, it does seem like they've been fighting from behind most of the time, yeah.
I think it's their first of the game. They only ever got tied in the first half. They tied it up 5-5, and then Avantgarde won 2, and then FaZe won 2, and Avantgarde took the lead. So this is the first lead of the game for FaZe.
There you have it, and the chance to extend that lead. Avantgarde only have the saved AK from Buster. Again, we're going to see a Zeus and a couple of upgraded pistols, but FaZe with a real chance to strike. And potentially strike Avantgarde down for good. Going to be pretty much a B stack for this time being. There are 4 players over on the side of the map, but now Buster's going to make a move with his AK-47. It seems like he's going to be the lone defender of A. Thinks better of it, though. Going to join the rest of his team.
Tell you what, FaZe have had to fight so hard for this lead. They've had to face so many weird engagements and different strategies that have caught them completely unawares. This game has likely been absolutely no fun for anyone on FaZe. If they win this, it's going to be such a sigh of relief, and they're just going to be so happy to be done with it.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. I mean, Avantgarde have pushed through smokes, pushed through without any utility preceding it through the likes of Palace, and here goes the execute onto A. FaZe going to have a clean road ahead.
Finally, because like last round they walked into that stack at the B bomb site with 3 players in the boost. Just a couple rounds before that, they had walked into the stack at the A bomb site that had Jame with the AWP and the 4 USPs. They haven't had any easy rounds. Finally, this one is gifted to them.
And of course, the stacks are very much a dual purpose. On the one hand, if FaZe walk in, there's a chance with 5 players there with the crossfire. Avantgarde just outright win the round. But if not, we'll just play bodyguard and save the AK for Buster. We've got a bit of utility. We've got a bit invested into this round, which we'd like to take through into the next one. So Avantgarde will be happy to just save their guns. In terms of the ADR, 2 from FaZe at 100, Nico and Guardian. Jame has consistently been a strong part of Avantgarde. And Chrisen is starting to catch him up.
It's been a great game from Guardian and Jame, and then quietly almost, Adren and Olaf nearing on 20 kills as well. They really snuck up there. 13-11. It's been a 6-3 run. Not the most dominant of T-halves, but Avantgarde has really had a tough time regaining control of their economy. Ever since FaZe took everything away from them, they've had a really, really rough time. Even the previous buy they had, even though it was strong in terms of the guns, they didn't have any nades to go along with it. Here, finally, the best buy in quite some time. A chance for Avantgarde to get back on the board, to keep this game close down the stretch.
They lose this, the map may go with it. Enough guns to really make a go of it, though. No aggression. Chrisen again just feeling his way out in connector. Quite a passive defense from Avantgarde on A. No one up close on ramp or Palace. And again, you can really feel the tension on both teams not wanting to give anything away. FaZe, of course, will be able to sense the weakness. They know that Vanguard aren't far off from conceding this map. So running in, making a mistake, no one wants to be that player, right? No one wants to be the guy that cost them potentially the entire match. Coming back onto A here, though, Moses, and FaZe. Plenty of Molotovs. The set play is imminent.
This has been tentative from both teams. No one has really postured for any kind of information, and somehow Avangard is getting the right read. Fitch rotating over, so they'll have 3 players at A. Buster is going to be nearby. He's watching for a window room boost. It's only Jame over at the B bomb site with that AWP. Here comes the set piece. Krizen's going to be blocked off by smoke. So is Fitch and Buster in CT spawn. It's only Kaikert in front, but there's a smoke on A ramp that just got put down at the right moment. Oh, FaZe is going to have to force their way through this. It's going to be brute force. Kaikert's spotted. Nico dispatches him quickly. He's traded, and Fitch is going to go down as well. Bomb site not secured. Krizen still alive. Olaf did not expect that. And towards CT spawn, the fight is heating up.
It's going to have to come down to Krizen, you have to feel, because he needs to pull out something special for Jame. Time is running scarce, going to start to get this bomb planted. There goes Jame with the first. It forces Adren off the site. 5 seconds as Jame strikes again for his 3rd. Vanguard live through 25 and do pick it up. FaZe Clan will be gutted, and you said it. The stalled smokes were everything for Vanguard, really nullifying the timer.
The smoke, I mean, it didn't hold them back for too long, but it gave Fitch that time to push through the smoke in CT spawn and get towards triple boxes. And I think simply, FaZe was not expecting that many people there. You could see Olaf coming up connector, not clearing that stairs corner to his left. Krizen is able to get that frag, and there's just so many bodies all of a sudden. When those smokes clear, the whole rotation is in. Avangard made an adjustment just at the right moment, getting 4 people leaning towards A. Timeout for FaZe. They're second with 2 left. They are mostly out of money after this buy, but equally Avangard is sitting right on the edge as well. I think if you this is now we're at the stage of the game where if a strategy doesn't work and you're forced back, I think, you know, if you can survive and save with 2 players, it might just be worth not taking a risk of going for a retake, of trying to win the round. You keep as many AKs in your hand as possible if the opportunity is really lost.
Slick movement for Jame as he gets outside. It does give him a very quick angle of peak from short, but now Rain's going to start to push. Are they going to return the favor? Very aggressive, getting up in the face of a Vanguard. So far, so good, though, for the CIS region team. They're coming out swinging with kills, eviscerating this push. There's a Molotov down into Shadow, but it's going to get instantly dealt with from the smoke. And this push has been completely swatted aside.
Again, 3 players at the A bomb site ready to go for any kind of play that's thrown at them. Avangard puts both of the ops, 1 at the B bomb site, 1 on catwalk. FaZe is forced away. You're still going to probe, you're still going to try and find something, anything that can give you an opportunity at this level. Jame, the next piece of danger on catwalk. Guardian's going to walk right into it, maybe not even aware that he was that exposed. And this is what I was talking about. This might be a scenario. Olaf can drop a Galil in the next round, but it looks like they want to keep moving forward. At least for the moment. 45 seconds left. See what you can find. Maybe grab that AK-47 and save it. Not even going to get that opportunity. The AUGs ring out for Avangard. 2 kills. 1 on the AWPs.
And Olaf never stood a chance. They invested so much of their grenades too on the A side, so as soon as those first couple kills come down and no avenge frags come into play, FaZe were always in terrible trouble.
Every time that FaZe has hit that A bomb site in this half, it's been the full set piece. It's been the smokes everywhere. It's been the smoke wall on top of stairs, over towards connector, towards CT spawn, Molotovs everywhere, flames. This time they just try and go for the contact play, hope that Avangard has been kind of lured into a sense of security, and it doesn't happen. So FaZe going to choose to save, give up the lead. They are tied right now at 13-13 between these 2 teams. And FaZe down the stretch is going to have to fight from behind one more time. We saw them almost do it versus Renegades. Guardian trying to catch Fitch in the retreat. Stands his ground for a moment, but does give it away. So Deagle on Nico, and that's really the only thing that they can use to open this up. You'd hope for just an incredible shot. He's back towards T-spawn, so no one from Avangard in danger. He does have a smoke as well. But mid-control for Avangard's Krizin is pushed up towards the top. They've got plenty of information of where FaZe can be. Very centralized, far away from the bomb site, so they can't be overrun as well. No weapons could be salvaged. It's just Fitch inside of B.
Krizin in underpass, able to get 2. Also, gonna call out the bomb was dropped down. Quickert's gonna go ahead and rinse and repeat with 2 of his own. And this would have to be one of the best plays of NiKo's career if he pulled this off. Desert Eagle, 1-on-4. No chance. James gonna shut it down. Vanguard regain the lead. Just 2 shy of winning the map now.
Well, here we go. Guardian gonna have that AWP in his hand. Still a double op setup for the defense. AKs on the other FaZe players. They found the winning recipe at the end of the game yesterday against Renegades. It just came a little bit too late in the match. You'd hope they found the recipe here. They've had plenty more success, but recently been shut down.
That's a really good point, actually. The similarities between this match and against Renegades are startling. It's almost the same game, to a degree. FaZe struggling to get any kind of stranglehold, then right at the end, that's where they started to find their form.
Well, they're going to hope it plays out differently. They did come back in that match and end up losing at 16-14 in the final round. That was heartbreak. This time Avangard, I mean, their defense, they are not scared to give up an entire bomb site, which is crazy to me. 2 players at B, James is on catwalk, Krizin is dropped down in mid watching underpass. Kaiker was actually at CT spawn for some time, and he's doing it again. So pressure on the B bomb site, they're running a fake. This is gonna work perfectly. Olaf is gonna commit. He needs to find a kill, but look at all this pressure. All 5 players are here, the A bomb site completely open. So FaZe just tells Olaf, don't die, don't lose your life. But look at underpass. Krizin's gonna find him. That's gonna be frustrating for Olaf. Either way, the plant is gonna go down. It's gotta happen quickly. And who better for FaZe than Guardian protecting middle?
Gonna need to live up to his name if they want to hold on to this round. Does just see a glimmer of a player on short, but Rain again. Becoming full circle in the pistol round. It was this position that was so useful for FaZe. And Rain has a lot more going for him. Flashbang down, not going to deter his position. But now here comes the peak. He's heard some movement. Rain, oh, Buster somehow gets the upper hand with the AWP, and that could be the moment that this round goes away. Adren's going to go down the same way. AK-47 picked up, but it's all on Guardian, and he's so out of position. There's no chance of him getting this done. The diffuser's come into play, and Guardian is going to get 1, but it's not enough. A Vanguard with 2 match points.
That's an unreal retake from Avangard. Tough spot for Rain managing those 2 choke points. Great shot from Buster. The follow-up smoke, I think Adren thought he was going to be covered by that smoke, and it was not to be. What a great flick. And then he just follows up and barely spots Adren around the edge. NiKo has to get aggressive, and Guardian just maybe a half second too late to stop that. Another timeout for FaZe. They must win 2 in a row.
It's do or die.
That fake worked so well.
Yeah. And it still didn't pay off for them. And a lot of that's Buster. I mean, Rain, you could see from his perspective in Murder Hall, he could hear movement down from ladder room, and he kind of shifted his crosshair across just as Buster pushes in.
I think a lot of it is just FaZe feeling really uncomfortable and not knowing, you know, against the European teams that they've played against in tournaments so frequently and practiced against so frequently. I think they're kind of going to have a great idea of where the rotations are coming from just due to experience. Against Avangard, you could see Guardian not holding any angle in mid, peeking on either side, trying to figure out what's going to come next. You could see Olaf not expecting Krizin to push towards underpass because he was there the entire round. Once it comes out as a fake, he just goes to clear out that player. I think FaZe on an individual level is just being confused by some of these rotations, and, well, back to the early game plan, back to this B bomb site we go. Only Rain being the aggressor for the moment. This is that Astralis play. Usually Magisk for them is in this position. They want to use the late utility to allow Rain to get a jump. Here he comes with a UMP wrapping through the flames. Not expecting the second player. He got baited in. He got lured, and it might be all over for FaZe. It's just Guardian and now NiKo. 1 on 4. And Avangard going to go to 2-1. This is a great victory for them off the back of a brilliant first half. They've closed things out on the defense, unless NiKo has a little bit more magic left in the tank.
He has time. That's the only thing going from in a flashbang. Gonna get some information. Meanwhile, Krisen is making a move around the backside of him. 55 seconds. Even if he does take down Fitch on truck, his position will be compromised. It's been compromised anyway. Goes in for the first, at least gonna get it freely. Nico is a player with so much ability. This is in the realms of possibility for a player of his caliber. But he's been naded and he's been fragged by Krisen, and the Vanguard have done it. They move 2-1 and put FaZe Clan on the brink of elimination.
Krisen right at the end as well. I mean, that nade throwing it in, he knows it's going to obscure Nico's vision. He can just spam the corner even if he can't see either. But fair play to James, 23 and 14, a phenomenal game. We saw how much impact he had on the T side. He was so good with that ult at providing his team openings. Guardian as well. So many heroic stands for him to give FaZe a lifeline to get back into that match. But Avangard outlasts him. That's a very impressive performance, and I think people are going to start, as Fitch said, respect is going to be building for this team.
Well, I've certainly got a huge amount of respect for that result. They just beat NRG before this game as well. This has been a legit progression.
Yeah, they're taking out some heavy hitters, aren't they? And both teams are going to move on to the best of threes next. Obviously, Avangard playing for qualifying for the champion stage. FaZe is going to be fighting in BO3s to avoid elimination, which would just be insanity. Either way, that's it for us for now on the B stream. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We're going to get that next match underway. It's NIP versus Hellraisers. We'll see you then.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2019, the Counter-Strike Major, and today has started off with a bang. We just saw Avangard upset FaZe. Upset in a way. They don't think so. They obviously believe they should have been higher up, but regardless, that was an impressive win. Now we move on to NIP versus Hellraisers, Vince.
Yeah, this is a match that I think on paper could actually be a really cool affair. The downside for Hellraisers, one of their best maps does too, is a map that NIP don't play.
Yeah.
So they're coming into this already, I think, map pool-wise, maybe a little bit behind, but I still believe in Hellraisers to cause a shock.
We saw Hellraisers yesterday on Dust 2,
yep.
Looking good. That was against ENCE, I believe, and they
Correct,
pretty much trucked them out in that first half especially. Yeah, a lot of danger on this Hellraisers team. We know Hobbit, obviously, what he can do. He's got a major trophy behind him. Woxic has been unreal. And then you look at the other young talent, Issa, also a very strong player as well. So NIP's going to have their work cut out for him. And I guess the question is, can all that Hellraisers potential, all those young ability, can it overcome Forest, who has just been an absolute revelation? You can check out the rosters here of these two teams. Forest and Get Right, no introduction needed. Same with Dennis, Rez, and Lekro, more of the newcomers, but I don't think anyone's going to call them rookies at this point. They're pretty damn experienced. Angel, Dead Fox, Woxic, Issa, and Hobbit to round out that Hellraisers roster.
Yeah, and I think another player that goes under the radar a little bit for Hellraisers is Angel. I've been a fan of this guy for quite some time. He is Mr. Hellraisers. He's been with this roster, this lineup for quite some time now. And he's the leader from the example. I think he's a guy that is definitely somebody that can be hugely influential, hugely impactful for Hellraisers, and somebody to definitely watch out for.
I think he's one of the better fragging game leaders we have in the scene. I think the funny thing about him as well is I think he's been a part of pretty much every single roster rumor that involves Na'Vi for like the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Everyone has been saying if there's going to be roster changes, just bring it Angel, just try it out. And he's another in-game leader, much like the Avangard side of things. He's a guy very hungry to prove his worth. I mean, he had that interview as well where he just said he hasn't left his mark on Counter-Strike history the way he's wanted to, and he hopes he has the time left to do it. And obviously this major, perhaps the best opportunity for that if Hellraisers can make a deep run and cause some more upsets.
I completely agree, and I think with Hobbit coming into the fray as well, it actually adds a lot more power to this team. Dead Fox is another player that I think a lot of people, obviously there's memes around him and stuff, but I think he is a guy that is somewhat like the glue of Hellraisers. He does play the sort of positions that you typically wouldn't want to use, and he does a pretty damn good job in doing so. He's a guy also that's kind of flirted with different weapons. At one stage, he was the primary AWPer for Hellraisers before Woxic came along, so it's a team that I think is actually a lot stronger than people are giving credit for. I have them to go through to the top 8. Not many people did. Now,
I didn't.
They nearly whiffed it against ENCE. You said the first half was phenomenal for them, but then they moved to the CT side. They never got a hold of their economy. They were constantly in these forced by kind of awful situations, and don't take any away from ENCE. They played really well, but I think Hellraisers are going to have to be fully focused, fully concentrated against NIP, or they will get punished. NIP will beat them.
I mean, I did an interview with Hellraisers, with Angel and Hobbit, and obviously we'll see that later on in the event, so I'm not going to give up too much, but a lot of the main talking points that those guys had about this team is that they're still, you know, inexperienced together, and there's still some mistakes being made on an individual level in terms of decision making. So they know they have some things to work on. but they also have supreme confidence in the amount of talent and the amount of danger that they have as players and as a team in this tournament run that they're having right now. So this is going to be another test for them. We saw NIP on this. I believe it was this map they played Liquid on last night. As I said, I was kind of falling asleep through it. But a very close affair where NIP actually had some advantages down the stretch and kind of let that one slip away, but obviously proficient on overpass.
Yeah, they are proficient on overpass. Their percentages aren't great, but then again, coming into the major, they hadn't played a great deal on the lead up to this. I think maybe it was Lisbon the last time we saw them together at Alan. But either way, yeah, it was 16-13 that they lost to Liquid. Very late on in the evening. You've got to question if maybe some players were having mental fatigue. Those sorts of things come into play. But Hellraisers themselves are not bad on this map. I mentioned Angel earlier. He's very good when it comes to the T side on this. He's the kind of player that's going to be playing more of the lurk sort of role, but he can also come in with entries. So someone to watch out for. But in terms of how I feel this map is coming down, for me, it's almost a coin flip. This to me is so close. I
think one of my cool takeaways I had from Hellraisers, specifically from that Dust 2 game, is they have they seem to have a little bit of a mindset of some trickery that they threw into the mix. A lot of times when they were attacking that B bomb site on Dust 2, there'd be a Molotov in that hallway thrown by Ents and thrown by their opponents, and they seemed to want to take advantage of that. They were willing to run through the Molotov in like the last second that it was still up, just tank the damage and try and use that extra second from that early push to catch their opponents off guard. So they're willing to take some crazy risks, and obviously something like that is a pretty wild thing to do. You're really riding a fine line, but it worked out for them on Dust 2. I'm really interested to see if they bring any kind of trickery into this game.
It's kind of the same thing that cost FaZe the map at the end of the day. Vanguard were very unpredictable, and they pulled off some crazy plays.
Such a weird style, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to counteract. It's hard to predict. And the Ninjas in Pajamas coming through into this matchup, you know, yes, they've got Forest. Is he going to be able to tee off? Rez has also been a player that's definitely stepped things up. Early stage of the challenge, he was actually the weakest player statistically, but then turned it all around, and now coming through into the Legends stage, he's one of their best players.
Which is good. I mean, if you're NIP, if you're any team in this Legend stage, you have to have pretty much. If it's not going to be like a well-rounded effort each and every game, you need every player to step up at some point. I think they've had that. Even Get Right's had some resurgent performances on some individual maps in there. Lekro's had some good games. Dennis has had some good performances. So I mean, this here at this point in the tournament, I think you have to lean on Forrest. He's been so consistent these past 2 weeks. It's been craziness.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a cliche, but it really is true. I mean, whenever NIP have won games, whenever they've played confidently and well, it's really been Forrest at the helm. He's the player that's been making the plays, the player that's been there holding the sights and just doing everything for NIP. Then you've kind of had the support cast, some cameos from Get Right in particular has had a couple of huge maps. Rez, Lekro's even had moments, but again, we go back to that same issue we discussed the last time we casted the Swedes. Dennis has had a bit of an off time. He had an okay performance against Liquid yesterday, but apart from that, we haven't really seen what this guy's capable of.
Yeah, he still hasn't felt comfortable. I don't know if you got to look at it in the break between these maps as we have some time. I think some players are finishing up some last second setup. MIBR able to, actually I'm wrong. I'm entirely wrong. Looks like we're getting into the map. I was going to say MIBR was able to take down G2 16-12.
Yep.
So they've won that game. And there are 2 streams going still in the tournament. So if you're tuning in here, we love you. We love to have you. Stay tuned in. Also bring up on that second monitor the other stream, the main stream, ESL_CSGO, where Vitality is teeing off against Cloud9. But either way, here we're going to get into it. NIP taking on Hellraisers. These teams as well, 1-1, playing to move on and kind of tee off for some kind of a BO3 attempt at either avoiding elimination or moving on to the champion stage. So no one's going home in this matchup just yet. Those games come later.
They sure do, but now something else at the back of their minds, or the loser of this could potentially play FaZe, which, yeah, no thanks. Either way, Hellraisers on the T side have started things off with a bit of damage chipped across to Dennis. Get Right's going to find himself a couple of players on long, pull himself back. And Dennis, in the meanwhile, has to be very careful. A stray bullet will claim his life. Rez up close, long. Has to really come out swinging here because he knows his position is compromised at any second. He does come out with the insta-headshot, spins around to Voxic, claims that too, is somehow still alive, and could even get a third. He does actually pick it up there onto Angel. What the hell is going on here? Rez is stepping up with 4 kills now. He's on for the ace, but Is is on the other side of the map. What a performance by Rez once again.
That's so sick. That play that he has set up with Get Right out towards long, it's so predicated on timing, and I thought they were going to miss it. I don't know if Hobbit actually saw that flashbang flying out, but he did turn away. Rez gets him anyways and just cleans up everyone else. A Herculean individual effort out of Rez. That's one way to start the game.
It sure is.
You got to be happy about that one.
In such a rough position as well, because of his teammates pulling back. I think it was Get Right that was on long. He pulls back, so he is stuck in bathroom all alone. The only way to survive is coming out and culling everybody. And he does just that with 3. And then a 4th to boot. Forrest gets the last one. And the Ninjas of Pajamas do move to a 1-0 lead. I believe we have a bit of a tech issue. Hopefully it's going to get cleaned up soon.
Dennis's mic stopped working. Or Get Right's mic, as it would appear. Dennis said it in chat, though, so I stand vindicated. What do you think while we have this timeout, while we're waiting to get this game back underway? We only have the 1 round, so not too much to talk about. What do you think of that Vitality Cloud9 matchup?
Oh, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because Cloud9 have been... You know what Cloud9 reminds me of a little bit is Virtus Pro. I know there's going to be strange comparisons, but with VP, you never really knew what to expect until the end when they were just disappointment after disappointment. But Cloud9 have that same feeling to me that we've seen the complete opposite sides of the spectrum with them. And if they can perform to even a modicum of the degree that we know they're capable of, they could win that game. But then again, we could also have a stinker of a performance that we got the chance to cast yesterday, where they got banged out 16-0 against Astralis.
I had wiped that from my memory. I had chosen to delete the last hour of my memory
Jason,
when we finished that game.
You are welcome.
They actually, I mean, you got to take it with a little bit of humor, I guess. 16-0s, I mean, they rarely happen, and obviously you never want that to happen to you, but I think they're pretty easy to brush off.
Yeah.
And they had some fun with it. The Cloud9 Twitter account tweeting out that, you know, the speedrun challenge thing. That wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, we appreciated it too, because we actually finished the night at a reasonable time, and then we get off and it's like, oh, the other map is still in overtimes. Oh dear. oh dear, Alex and Jacob.
Yes.
You've been rinsed.
Enjoy that. And then Alex had to cast the ensuing game as well. So, he wanted the cast. He got his careful what you wish for, I think is the lesson there.
Plus, to be fair, they were against Astralis, the best team in the world, and...
It was a train. They started T-side.
Yeah.
Bit of a rough time.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, you've got to start the question, with the Org meta becoming more and more prevalent, does that just make Astralis even more OP now?
I know, it's going to be... I don't even want to know the answer to that question because I'm afraid of the answer. Either way, issues are fixed. We're back into the action here. 1-0 for NIP, a stellar 4-kill pistol round from Rez, all on his lonesome. NIP's going to get aggressive down the stairs behind this spam. A little bit of a boost up. Rez again in pretty solid position to have impact here. Well, the spam actually forces Hellraisers away from the underpass. 3-man aggression essentially with 2 players in that staircase. Get Right as well is at the early choke point to bathroom, so a pretty deadly crossfire. Rez with that boost can actually peek this way. Get Right will peek on contact. I think he's also heard a footstep. There's the first kill. There's the follow-up from Get Right. Rez able to get 2 and an assist. Dennis hasn't even been unleashed yet.
Yeah, he's biding his time, going to flash out for a peek with the MP9. Does have some backup in connector with Rez, who got the first 2 kills. Hellraiser's not really in a position to do much from this. The bomb is in a really horrible spot out in the open. No grenades other than a smoke in the hands of Issa. And I can only really lock off one angle. They still have bathroom to try and contend with. Their Forest is laid in wait. Finds himself a stray Voxic, and Issa is going to follow suit. Ninjas continue their winning ways. I don't believe they've lost a single player in these opening 2 rounds either.
No, they haven't. No kills going the way of Hellraisers. Nicely done from NIP, limiting that damage to their economy. And that was a pretty solid investment. A lot of cash put into that round for Hellraisers, so they're going to be forced back on a Glocks. They can't really buy anything. Next round coming will be the AKs. But as you said, with no kills, no production, no cash, no assists even for Hellraisers. It's rough out here, Vince.
It is. There's no investment, no injection of cash for Hellraisers, so they're going to have to come out with Desert Eagles. Next round's not going to be great for them, unless they can pull off some headshots here. And then again, the Swede's going to take control over Connector. This time, Get Right joins Dennis, but Dennis is going to start to make a move away. Gets tagged in the backside. Dead Fox wishing he had anything but a Glock at that stage, and Dennis probably would have been a dead man. Dennis is going to come back in with a kill of his own, though, onto Get Right. They're at least making this a little bit more costly. And a second frag from Hobbit. Okay, now things are going to start to get a bit more interesting. Can he get a third? It's not looking good, just down to 16 health, but does land it onto Dennis, who peeks one too many times. This round is now starting to get into dangerous territory for the Ninjas. But Forest holds on. I thought for a second Hobbit had that.
Yeah, that Shadow giving away the game a little bit. Hobbit would have seen that, could have pre-fired a little bit. But it's not to be. That's great damage, though. 3 kills on the board with those Deagles that they invested, and that's not bad to bring out. So there's what you needed to get started for Hellraisers. AWP is going to come out in the hands of Dennis. AUG on Rez. The M4 is around it, but plenty of utility for NIP. But you can see just, I mean, when this comes back into it, the money that NIP has left to play with after this buy, these kills were costly in that third round. 3-0 for the Swedes. Here's Dennis with some aggression. Not going to get up fast enough to take care of Hobbit, but ooh, a little bit of an off angle. There's a timing on how long he can stay up there, obviously, because he's not peering towards top step, so he's going to be exposed to danger when that smoke starts to fade. Good opening kill from Get Right. That's in towards the short sewers. He's brought down to 19, but mission accomplished.
Yeah, down to 19, but has a bunch of other players to watch his back over on B. There's 3 players over there at the moment. Gonna start to trace one over, maybe back onto the A side. No, actually gonna be looking for a boost. Some silence on the battlefield. Hellraisers isolated. Angel up on short. Now going back to connector. Meanwhile, the rest of HR gonna make a move up long. They have found Rez. And now it all falls to Dennis. He is the last line of defense on the A side of the map. They're going to have to get someone over on A very quickly, and it seems like it's going to be Forest to pick that up. But now that the Ninjas in Pajamas are somewhat split between the sites, Hellraisers have a decision to make. Do they want to go back down connector?
Seems like they might. The bomb is starting to rotate back towards the B bomb site, and Lekro has control right outside the door. All they have to do to defend A is just not die. And actually, they're coming back. I think because the time is so low. 22 seconds left on the clock. Force, he might get baited into an information peak. That's brutal. He goes for it. He wanted to get a jump on a rotation back, but Dennis is still here. So is Get Right, who is extremely injured. And here we go. Nade going to come in, not going to eliminate him, but there's the shot from Woxic. A great round from him with 3 kills. He's moving in. The bomb is going to get planted inside the smoke. There's a flank as well. So much attention on Dennis. He must survive for this flank to work.
Woxic and Dead Fox, though, both very healthy. A smoke and a flash between them. Smoke gets deployed. Dead Fox going to be watching from the backside, but Woxic's been found by Dennis. Can Dead Fox pull this off? Hasn't done much in the game so far, and that's going to continue to be the case. Lekro, final nail in the coffin, and the Ninjas in Pajamas claim a 4th round.
What an awkward place to find yourself in a 2-on-2. I'm not sure what they could have done to win that. I mean, you had to get aggressive somewhere, right? But Dennis with the AWP just holding an angle. A really well put together round from him. Important AWP kills. And you can see Woxic, patient with the AWP, is able to pick off Forrest and Rez, both peeking for information. Get Right was an entry, but that flank ended up sealing the deal, and a little bit of a one-way smoke for Lekro right at the end. Really nice work from NIP, but still a costly victory. And a plant is going to help Hellraisers buy.
Yeah, with round loss bonus on top of it, Hobbit's going to have his feet burnt. Able to get up to the playground side. Be a bit of a gutting round for Woxic, though. He did so much work by himself with 3 picks. Dennis, oh, they nearly lined up for a 2-on-1. Would have been a rough state of affairs. Rand's going to get 1, able to pull back. Very similar start to how the last round started, with Get Right getting the first pick and very low. Able to dip away.
I think Hellraisers is yet to have an opening kill into this game. NIP's been able to find it. Last round it was Get Right in short sewers. Control of the stairwell goes to Hellraisers, but I think that's exactly what Dennis wants. Doors open. AWP trained on it, sees the feet of the jump across from Woxic, and yeah, he just says, you know what, there's just too much danger possible to come from this direction, I'm just going to back away. Little bit of information, and Hellraisers, even though they have this control, which is important to have on overpass, they don't have a whole lot else. 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs, and 3 Molotovs. Plenty of nades to make a hit on this B bomb site deadly.
Only 1 smoke remaining for the Ninjas, and that's in the hands of Forrest, but he's going to get a clean peek here, Dennis. Molotovs Flashes behind it. Can Dennis get any kills? No. Caught between two players. And now it's down to Lekro, but then Fox comes through with two despicable entry frags. Forrest, Rez, and Get Right remain, but Voxic finds him. Much better from Hellraisers. They're going to have enough time to get the plant down, and it's going to be a save from both Forrest and Rez. So Hellraisers, welcome to the scoreboard.
That was a super disjointed defense from NIP. Hellraisers able to have pretty much 3 individual fights. Dennis had no support when he goes for that peek with the op close up after he gives the angle. I believe Get Right, or Lekro was next on the ramp, and Get Right wasn't able to help him out in any way. Immediate headshot, and just an easy walk-in for Hellraisers.
Well then, Rez. I mean, 4 of those 10 kills were from the pistol, but 187 ADR. Not a bad start at all.
No, you've got to love that, especially a player like Rez who's so important to NIP's success to have a hot start. This time, Hellraisers go away from him and he can't get involved. B-bomb site isn't held long enough for the rotation to have any impact. He's also very low from his opening kill. But nicely done from Hellraisers. I think Dennis could feel that hit coming, and he was just so worried that a player might be on the left side of the sewers. He didn't want to hold that angle for too long.
You could see him like almost having an argument with himself. Do I peek? Do I not peek? And he kind of got stuck in the middle of both. And the indecision got him killed at the end of the day. But Hellraisers, I mean, they had so many players pushing him anyway. It may not have been enough, regardless.
No, I think the real problem was they just got too close. Once they get through that sewer tunnel, it turns into a really tough battle. There's Forrest spamming away. Nice kill. Again, another opening frag goes the way of the Swedes.
Double stacking connector as well. This is going to be difficult for Issa to really pivot off anything. Not many grenades left for Help Ninja's Pajamas, though, so early on in the round. They got a couple smokes and a Molotov and a few flashbangs here and there.
Lekro's got the op this time. We've talked a number of times about how the op kind of gets passed around on NIP. Good kill from Get Right, immediate dink, and the cleanup. No ability for a trade, but taking control of Party, Hellraisers can at least control and peer deep down into it. Although for the moment, with this rotation, Rez is alone over at A. He's aggressive in bathrooms, as he's been for the majority of this half. It's where he had his success on the pistol round. Get Right and Dennis retreat through the B bomb site and rotate back around towards A. Rez still alone and now hearing information, hearing footsteps. This is a big fight. Gets Hobbit, can't convert onto Issa, but he knows where the bomb is. 40 seconds on the clock.
Could be enough time to get onto the site with a couple of Molotovs, but it's more the 4-on-2 that's stacking against Hellraiser that's going to be the issue. Additionally, Get Right did previously get a kill in connector, and you can see that Voxic still isn't sure as to whether someone's pushing around the back of him, so this is eating even more valuable time. They have no idea what to expect from the ninjas. 18 seconds left. Now we're going to start to see some grenades implemented. They haven't used either of their Molotovs, though. This could be an issue. Starting to throw them now. Bank and Truck are the two areas of choice, but the crossfire chops across. And Hellraisers will be dealt with. And so their 1-round winning streak comes to an end.
Yeah, great round from NIP. Voxic and Issa actually could have chosen to save there. They both could have dropped an AK-47 and have another strong buy as the clock was winding down. It was a desperate situation. Now they're forced back to the pistols. Forced with that opening kill spam, and still, I think that NIP has 6 opening frags in this game.
I think you're spot on. I don't remember seeing Hellraisers get an opening pick a single time here.
So that's something they got to talk about in this timeout, is guys, we have to, and part of it comes, I mean, that one, the spam from Forrest is like unavoidable, right? That's going to happen once in a while. But some of those other opening kills, and even maybe the second death that Hellraisers is taking in those rounds, no ability to be traded. They're not putting 2 people at that contact point. So NIP is able to get kills and get away with the big advantage.
Yeah, the last 3 entries from memory, Forrest, before that was Rez with an AUG on short, and Get Right got the one before that, because 2 rounds in a row, they got an entry of like 19 health remaining. So Hellraisers in these rifle rounds really need to step things up, as you say, and then Get Right got a free frag in connector. There was no second player for the terrorists even close.
Well, here's a buy. Scout on Dead Fox, AK on Hobbit and Issa, and Hobbit, I believe, took some nade damage. This is more aggressive, though. You can see they don't want to wait around. Now they kind of want to get into their faces early on. They didn't like maybe the pressure of the clock in the previous round, so trying to find some information. Forrest just misses the opportunity to spam. They're going to hit this B-bomb site. They're going to try and find a timing here, and you can see NIP can sense that coming, can sense that pressure, and using their Molotovs to slow it down. There's going to be 3 defenders. Rez is on his way as well.
They did wait too long on that Molotov, though. There could be a player behind barrels as far as they're concerned. Instead, it's Get Right, the back of the site, that's trying to open up with his AK-47. Can the King of Spray strike again? Yes, he can, through the wall. Double spray down onto Angel and Issa, and the round is done in a heartbeat. Hobbit with a 1-on-4 to contend with, and he's perched up in a precarious position on sandbags. Bomb is in a horrible spot as well. Oh dear, Hellraisers.
That's a really cool fight from Get Right. He sees them crossing, he's taking damage, he doesn't want to commit to anything, and then he just spams through, able to find a double kill doing it. Also stays alive in water, a critical position. You can almost see him giggling about it, high-fiving his teammates. But yeah, so many bodies there for NIP. Get Right doesn't have to take a heads-up fight like that. So smart decision to just spam through, and 6-1, no plant. Hellraisers, that one hurts. Still stumped on their T side.
Yeah, credit to them. They tried to mix things up with a fast B execute, but even that was stalled. They threw a Molotov to the back of the site on barrels, didn't push straight after it. They were a bit labored in their approach through Monster. And then, yeah, Get Right comes in with a double spray. As we've seen so many times in the past, Hellraiser's in trouble. Issa, the fact that he hasn't really done much in this game really does worry me, but Dennis with a triple, not able to get the quad spray. It is against the full-on eco, of course, so can't get too carried away, but NIP doing a solid job of holding on to what should be their 7th round, and indeed will be. I mean, Issa really needs to step it up here, Mose. He's got 1 kill, and he's one of their star players.
Yeah, I mean, they've just had a really tough time all across the board. I mean, we want to go down that road. Everyone needs to step up. Woxic has 6, and then the next closest is Dead Fox and Hobbit with 2. So just not a whole lot of production coming out from Hellraisers in this game so far. Part of that stems from the fact that they're just really struggling at opening kills in this first half. You're not creating any opportunities or openings for your teammates to find a gap in the defense to exploit any kind of rotation. NIP haven't really had to feel too uncomfortable. Even in the round they lost, they had 3 players on defense at the B bomb site, and Hellraisers just hit some great headshots, but other than that, nothing to write home about for Hellraisers.
It's really the manner in which they've been bested that's going to be the biggest concern. Barely any of these rounds has been close. Forrest and Get Right now going to start to make a move through short side just in the time to see Angel open the door. Smoke going to counteract the push. Allows Forrest the opportunity to glance down Monster and finds Issa again. Another opening pick, and of course it goes the way the Swedes make it 2. This is looking so flat from Hellraisers.
That fight that Angel takes, I know what goes through your head when you do that, because you always feel like that's going to be a play where like you do something crazy, where you catch him unawares, like spamming through the smoke, and then you always end up dying doing it, and then you just feel like an idiot. Oh, Forrest and Get Right, a mid-round boost, now coming out of Monster. Lekro spots both of them, utility being drained. You can see they can't make any progress. Flames at their feet as well. They do find a kill and a follow-up, actually. Now this gets interesting. Get Right is the only man here for quite some time. 20 seconds left on the clock. I don't believe they have time to go back towards A. It would take too long to clear out position, so Get Right gonna hear so much information behind this smoke. Hasn't turned yet. Now he's exposed. He's got no idea, but he turns just at the right moment, continues the spray. 3 kills for Get Right, but that was the best chance that Hellraisers has. I don't know how Get Right made that work. That's like the game saying, you've been amazing for so long, you've given the game so much, we're gonna give you a freebie here.
I mean, Dead Fox, how are you not getting that kill, man? He had his back to you, bro.
He probably doesn't even expect it. He's like, what the hell?
Straight up spray, well done by Get Right. But yeah, I mean, the last 10-15 seconds of that round pretty much summarize how this match has gone for Hellraisers so far. Yeah,
I don't know how Get Right didn't hear him necessarily running through the water, and then he also didn't have the timing of the smoke, so he gets away with one there, doesn't he? 10-3 for Get Right, 14-3 for Rez.
Can't argue with those stats. Rez has been quite the beast. Forrest has also chipped in with some highly impactful kills. He's on 9. And Hellraisers back into pistols.
Rez has won 4 opening duels. Get Right and Forrest have each won 2, and Dennis has won 1. No one from Hellraisers has that. Make that 2 for Dennis.
Get Right is going to be able to pad those stats nicely with another triple bomb. Gets dropped down Issa on a Tech 9 range. Good luck. The Swedes claim a 9th round. This is looking like one of their most convincing, comfortable performances of the major thus far.
They have grown into this event in a big way. Remember, this is a team that was fighting to avoid elimination in the previous stage as well. They had a tough battle to even get here to Legends, and they've looked much better. I mean, Forrest has carried them through stretches and really bought some of the other younger players time to kind of step up in their own way. But if they're all gonna deliver like this, if you're gonna have Get Right having this kind of a performance, Rez having this kind of a performance, they haven't even needed Force yet in this game. All of a sudden, this NIP team could be a pretty tough opponent in series play.
You know, I didn't back the Ninjas at all.
Oh dear.
I'm beginning to believe now. I didn't put them on my pick'ems.
The favorites are having a really tough time at this event so far. There's the All-Gone Lekro, gets great massive damage onto Hobbit. Forrest is lying in wait. We said they hadn't needed him yet. Now they do. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get that performance. So finally a little bit of life out of Hellraisers. Dennis still alive, and actually Rez on the flank. If he's able to get a freebie, there's smoke and Monster. Now it clears. Low HP on these Hellraisers players. There's an opportunity for NIP, and it starts with that one.
Oh, and a second. Hellraisers had this round in the palm of their hands, and now Hobbit with 4 health. And has got to try and clutch this single-handedly. Grenade shoots over it. Does get the first headshot. Is this doable? Perhaps it is. Able to dart away. Rez isn't exactly healthy. If he's going to be on the bomb, Hobbit, no, you need to peek. And Rez is going to get it once again. REZ for Nip. Oh dear.
Well, you can't even fault Hobbit for that one, right? That's the fault of 2 players dying at Monster with that long-range duel before the retake comes in. Hobbit with 4 HP. I mean, you're always going to assume with 4 health that he's going to fake the defuse, right? And you just have to kind of see if he has the balls to stick it. Fair play.
Well, Hellraisers, one of the perks, I guess, of being battered is you have high round loss bonus. They're going to have another buy coming in. I'm really trying to look at the positives here, Moses.
You're really reaching for it.
I got to 1.
Give me a second one.
And
what have you got?
No, I don't have anything.
Clean out. I'll say the second one is when they're able to kind of position themselves and take Monster. They've had some success. They've been forced back a couple times, but otherwise, you know, that's the first round they won was through Monster. That second time, that probably should have been a round win. They hit some great shots. They seem to be very comfortable taking those fights when they swing out along that back wall through Monster, but that flank from Rez really destroyed them. Flashbang comes out, Dennis has been spotted, and Rez has been eliminated, and so is Dennis.
Much better teamwork. Pop flash into peak. Hellraisers now can make a move on to A. But here is Forrest. The form this man is on right now, you would not put this against him. They're going to peek him one by one, and that will be to their demise. Now the other veteran is here in the form of Get Right. Forrest still standing. His teammate dies alongside him. Forrest with a re-peek, going to go down, but Lekro has now made a move through Bank. Hellraisers in a 3-on-5 could let another round slip. Voxic needs to try and clutch with the AK-47, and Lekro will not allow them to add to their tally. Nip moved to a convincing 11-1 lead.
Jesus, Forrest is such a monster. He's not even having the highest score on his team. He's 3rd on the ranking, but him coming over, finding 1 kill and delaying the smoke and flashbang combo that allows Get Right to get there, that allows Lekro to get in position. What a job he's done. NIP firing on all cylinders. The communication seems there. Players delivering on an individual level as well. And really nice aggression. That's the first round that Hellraisers had the opening pick, and they still can't convert it.
So 2 rounds in a row that Hellraisers had, and it has slipped away. Could have changed the dynamic of this half considerably. Instead, it's looking like this could even be a 14-1 half. There is an AWP and an AK at their disposal. A few smokes sprinkled in for good measure, but long presence established. Dennis is there alongside Rez. And if Hobbit walks out, it could be into a massacre.
Oh dear.
Dennis playing anti-flash, but doesn't actually get pushed from Hobbit.
I don't think Hobbit saw him either. So Dennis is going to love this flank. Going to start wrapping around another opening fight. Forrest is going to be under pressure again, this time with an AK-47, but Angel over towards Sandbags. Can't win that. Forrest needs one more. Not going to happen. Dennis has cleared out towards the A bomb site. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Again, this favors Hellraisers with the bomb now planted. And Op as well, and Woxic over towards Sandbags. He can use the distance. Now he knows one is coming in this direction. A tough retake for Nip.
Could this be the third round in a row that the Ninjas bounce back? Dennis, headshot delivered to Woxic. Rez has been caught in the cross. It all comes down to Dennis. Another one-on-one. He gets tagged early on, but Deadfox only has a deagle, and he is going to connect with the second shot. Hellraisers double up. It's about time.
Yeah, tough to deal with that shoulder peek from the deagle. You can be so mobile with and get a shot off before even a response comes in. 11-2, but even that was close. 2 kills on Angel, 3 kills on Issa, 4 on Hobbit. Go to the other side, it's 17 on Rez, 15 on Get Right, and 12 on Forrest. I don't know if Hellraisers has done enough, Vince. Even if they get these last 2, even if they get to 4-11 for the second half, it's still going to be very, very difficult comeback.
Yeah, I suppose one thing that you could maybe highlight statistically is that Nip have got a lot of the opening picks. It's going to be harder to make that a reality on their T side. But yeah, I think there's too far a task of Hellraisers. It's a bridge too far. Angel, though, going to try and close the gap. He's had a rough day. 35 ADR, 2 for 12, or 13, I believe his score was. Boost up. Going to hear those boots landing on the ground. Lecro makes a move. Forrest does get tagged as he pulls back, but not going to yield a kill. Oh, that grenade, though.
The NFP is fortunate to get out of that without taking a death, with that little of damage onto Forrest. Oh, Get Right, you dirty, dirty man.
Oh, and it's the bomb as well.
Just spanking Woxic.
Well, the round is going to be a whole bunch harder off that basis, because they're going to have to go back and retrieve the bomb. This is so much time that gets cut.
The real hard part is you can't really clear that out if you're Hellraisers, because you don't know if Get Right's sticking around. Now Rez, great angle with the AWP that can convert onto a low HP Angel, but the AWP has the angle. There's the peek, there's the frag from Lecro, and Hellraisers getting stopped cold all the way back at the playground. Dennis now with the other AUG is going to chime in, and Hellraisers, I mean, there's one of your silver linings, Vince. He at least throws the AWP away, so NIP would have to spend some of their plentiful cash
in the last round, where it doesn't matter anymore. And Hellraisers have, oh, $1,500 an Angel. Brilliant. Woxic with 2K.
This is a battering.
Yeah, there's not much you can say about this, really, is there? Nip have just been in fine form.
We used all of our fill topics during the 16-0 last night.
Yeah.
It's really unfair to give us this one as well. We did not prepare for this.
Guess you could say, though, that the Ninjas have arrived at this stage. Sure, Hellraisers haven't looked particularly good, but take nothing away from this performance from...
Oh, Dennis is getting some bad information. I don't know if they heard him. I think they did. They now definitely know Hobbit can turn around. Dennis is in so much trouble from so many different angles. We can see it on the X-ray. He can't find Dead Fox. Tough situation. I have to imagine someone told him to come to the B bomb site or something like that. Even Rez has no idea he's up long, so Hellraisers might have just taken the shackles off. You know, everyone do whatever you want, and they have no idea that this is clear. They think someone is still in playground. Oh dear.
55 seconds left. I'm just going to move past that one, get right in the meanwhile with 2, and Dead Fox will silence him.
They're seeing ninjas everywhere.
They are. Hallucinating. A loss-fueled hallucination. Rez in the meanwhile onto Hobbit.
Not the good kind.
Dead Fox will be hoping he can hallucinate a few more players on his team, because right now he's all alone. Or a few more rounds for Hellraisers, that would be nice too. 25 seconds, at least has the bomb. No control over connector though, of course, and Lecro has taken this opportunity to stamp some of his own authority on there. Time is low anyway, so he has to go for the A site, and that's going to be into the arms of Rez alongside Forrest. And the chance of pulling this off, absolute zero as Forest smashes down the half, 13-2 to the Swedes. That's an unreal performance.
That's a statement from the Ninjas. Nicely done. Rez leading the way. Get Right not far behind, but it's a team effort out of NIP, and they got a massive lead going into the second half. We'll see how fast they can close it out when we return.
Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
And we're back at IEM Katowice. Halftime is over for NIP versus Hellraisers, and Hellraisers have quite the hell that they're living in at the moment. 2-13. That could have been a little bit smoother on my part, but yeah, this is some kind of a situation for Hellraisers. Down 11 rounds on their going into their CT side. Should be the easier side, but I mean, as you mentioned, you tried to list positives for Hellraisers in that first half. You got to one. There's not a whole lot of things they can hang their hat on to make a comeback happen. It's got to obviously start here in the pistol.
Yeah, that is pretty much it. This is the last lifeline they're going to have. Maybe they can build something back up again. Again, a lot of the rounds did come off the back of NIP entry frags on the CT side, which is a weird thing to say, but they were playing so aggressively. Maybe if Hellraisers can return the favor, things get interesting, but it's going to be an uphill climb. It has to start right here, right now. 4-player stack on B, with Hobbit making a move back on the A side, and Ninjas pretty much just setting up into an anti-eco almost, just waiting to see if the Hellraisers make any moves at them.
Yeah, I'm actually, the first thought I had when I saw this really passive, really defensive setup from NIP to open the pistol is, I'm wondering if this half was like maybe like 10-5 or like 9-6, if they would have run the same pistol run. I think because they're in such a big lead that they're thinking Hellraisers might start getting a little bit crazy and trying to do some unexpected stuff, so they're just trying to see if there's going to be any kind of wild aggression from the defensive side. Hasn't come, so they've let a lot of time get eaten off the clock. 48 seconds. 3 players working up long. Gonna take a detour in towards bathrooms just to clear things out at the front. Get Right and Lekro. There's the spot from Woxic. No adjustment towards the B-bomb site. 30 seconds left on the clock now. Here comes the utility. Here comes the fast push.
Flash is going to keep Hobbit at bay, but yeah, I mean, there's only 25 seconds left. Voxic's able to get the first, and a second with the P2000. Is he going to be able to connect the dots for a third? Yes, he is, and a fourth. Foxic on for the ace. Can't get it done, but the damage is there. Excellent round by Hellraisers in the end. Well, I say Hellraisers, Foxic, take a bow.
He deserved the ace on that one. Holy hell. Great performance, and to make a comeback like this happen, the only thing you can think about is one round at a time, and at least the first round has gone in their favor.
Some sublime P2000 work will get the second pistol round going the way of the CTs. 4 MP9s. Interesting pickup. So no UMPs. Really playing to get as much money built on this half as possible. And getting some connector control in amongst it. But Nip looking for a similar setup to how the last 30 seconds went on the A side. Grenade going to be tossed in, could do a bit of damage, but not really anything significant. Just 5 in total to Rez.
Rez has the bomb, but I don't, which is kind of curious that he's all alone in the entrance of bathrooms. So no matter how impactful, no matter how much of an advantage NIP get with this kind of a play, they have no chance.
It's kind of awkward now. They're all starting the bomb. Like
now they have to fight all the way back.
It's like, wait a second. Why is the bomb in the bathroom?
Maybe a small miscue from the ninjas, but I don't think they expected to be able to get into this bomb site so free. Dead Fox jumping around. He's now got 13 kills, 13 deaths. Angel still keeping up the attitude. A powerful high five. Issa, no stranger to solid high fives himself. One of the better high fivers we have in the professional Counter-Strike scene.
We're really digging in for positives at the moment for Hellraisers. They're gonna
listen, I'm just saying, this is the kind of next level information that I bring to the table.
Well, it was a good round. Rez just clearly kill hungry. He's like, if I can't get any, none of you can, so I'll drop the bomb in this horrible spot, double agent mode. 22 kills, and we're only in round 18. In terms of firepower, you'd have to say it actually favors Nip. They've got full AKs. There's still 2, in fact 3 MP9s in play for Hellraisers.
Yeah, a bit risky. Well, here come the flashes. Dead Fox looks into the wall. Forrest can't convert. There's one. Oh my god, a team kill comes out. Dead Fox adds on top of it. And fair play. Now Hellraisers can really close the gap in this score because the extra bonus money from the SMGs, on top of if they can upgrade Hobbit and Angel onto AK-47s, that would be so massive.
Yeah, if they can close this kill out pretty comfortably in the end, this would be almost a perfect start to the second half, but Get Right is going to make it a little bit more costly. At this stage, Hellraisers need to respect him.
I like this play from Get Right as well. He's got low HP. It's still, you know, still a massive advantage in this round in the 2-on-1 for Hellraisers, but the fact that he's going to the other side of the map, he's got plenty of time, that's going to cause Hellraisers to make a decision. So he can either get a plant here, or if they split up, just by some fortunate timing. In this kind of a scenario, a lot of it comes down to luck of where you're looking, depending on how you're positioned. So Woxic either has to play it very, very passively and safe and maybe allow a plant, or if Get Right gets into this site, you never know who's looking which way at which time.
"15 seconds coming up. Get Right's going to have to just go for the full-on plant. It's going to be safe to get the plant going, so Nip will have some funds into the next round, but you can understand why he's ran off. He knows that he's in a really horrible spot in terms of his health, can't really engage.
Yeah, he took the risk and just said, you know, maybe they're both stacked at the B bomb site. I'll be able to get into a better position, maybe find one more kill. Not to be, but the plant's going to help out in a big way. That extra kill that he gets limits the amount of money that can grow. 3 players having to rebuy. They don't get to upgrade a lot of those SMGs, so the bonus money's nice, but you don't get that massive leap ahead.
May have also thought someone was coming up connector, try and rotate round long through bathrooms, and the bomb was planted for bathrooms, of course, so kind of see the cogs turning in the head, but Hellraisers stalling the diffusers for a couple of seconds, do pick up a second AK-47. Those are in the hands of Angel and Issa. And the ninjas into pistols. That Molotov's not quite deep enough to actually bother Get Right, so that's a bit of damage that they are going to be neutralized on. Still Deagles in play here, Moses. It's actually still a dangerous round for Hellraisers.
Yeah, very dangerous, especially Get Right with the scout. If he can just tag one, maybe get a fortunate headshot. He's having a great game. 20 and 10, 108 ADR. Forrest buys a Deagle with no armor. I'm wondering if that as kind of foreshadowing that the AWP will come out in the next round. Lekro looking for a desperate headshot, a jump for information from Hellraisers to punish. Get Right still has a minute to be patient. There's the peek, and I think he was spotted. Angel is going to call it out. Goes for a double peek, no tag on the side of Get Right. And actually, that's actually pretty cool. Angel got very close, very aggressive, and a flashbang comes out, almost catches Get Right, and now he knows how close he is exactly and wants to fall back. That might actually call NIP back out towards long. They say, there's an AK up close. We have a chance to actually get a kill. They're offering us up one, but now he's backed away. So smart decision-making from Angel.
Plus, Voxic was watching Angel's back, so it would have been quite the trap being sprung. Voxic now, in the meanwhile, going to toss down the Molotov towards Banana. Going to keep the tease in. Bathroom does miss out on that shot, though. Pressure being applied, the flashbang spot on. Angel, too many players to watch out for. Isn't it plucked out from Get Right? This round is still up for debate. There's only 10 seconds left, though. They're going to have to get a move on onto the bomb site, and it is getting planted. Rez is going to have this down. And now Issa in a 1-on-3. A round that should never have been this close could be going the way of the Ninjas. And the heartbreak continues for Hellraisers. 12 bullets left. Dennis doesn't even need to move. All of the initiative is now on the hands of Issa. He has to be the one to make it.
I almost feel like he has to go for this as well. You have to know that there's some battered players, and Dennis, you essentially might as well take your hands off the keyboard at this point. He's delayed long enough. No more utility. One flashbang, and Issa's going to give it up. He wants to back away. He knows they need it. He knows they're hurting on cash flow. What a round from NIP. 4 kills on Rez, Dennis, Lekro, and Get Right. They each get 1. That final flashbang that comes through the smoke at long was so effective. Angel with the AK-47, it took him so long to get that first kill. And obviously Woxic with the smoke as well. Took a long time to find Get Right. Great work from NIP. And remember, we talked about this yesterday. We talked about it in a previous NIP match we've casted. I believe it was yesterday. They've been so good at this event of winning those like half buys, those force buys, those weird scenarios. They've won a couple with all Glocks. It's so strange, it's so uncanny how they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think that was the match we were casting. They were playing NRG on Nuke. They just kept winning these weird rounds of like CZs and a couple 5-7s on CT side, a couple Desert Eagles. Hellraisers calling another timeout. They do have enough funds to afford a full buy, but this is it. This is sink or swim. If they lose this round, there's such a huge chasm of match points for NIP that they're going to have to make this count.
Yeah, they have to keep themselves, they have to keep NIP off 15 for a long, long time. They need to close the gap a little bit more before NIP starts getting to playing match points. Woxic had a rough start to this game, as did the majority of Hellraisers. For the longest time, I think it was really just, it was just Woxic in the beginning, and then it was Dead Fox who's actually come alive. 15 and 15 now for him, but just not enough. Not enough and not deep enough down the roster. Get Right leading the way towards Sandbags, going to clear things out quickly, so good map control for NIP. There's not really a whole lot that Hellraisers can fight with. 2 SMGs. They do have that AWP on Woxic. Back towards the A-bomb site, and Angel again pushed up towards long.
Not far off landing the up shot there, Forrest, and Dead Fox gets chunked by a grenade just beforehand. Using the MP9 up close on Monster. Look at all the map control that the Ninjas are getting. Banana is theirs, and Voxic's been found by Rez. That's the AWP down.
They're not in any kind of position to really press the issue, though, towards A. Bomb is still at B, and there's still 2 defenders here. Dead Fox close up. There's the pre-fire, not going to work out. Issa doubles him up. Bomb is down in Monster. He can stay alive, but his teammate, his support structure has collapsed. 1 more kill, but he's spammed. And it's again all down to Angel. 1-on-2 for him, and he's coming from the flank.
Oh, just narrowly away. Sees the play, gives his position away. The grenade could do a bit of damage, actually doesn't, and wouldn't really have mattered anyway. Both players on 100% of their HP. Smoke onto sight. This could be it. This could be the beginning of the end for Hellraisers, and Lekro pops up, lands his 3rd kill of the round. 10 match points to the Ninjas, and it's looking very good for them moving on to the 2-1 matchup. Best of 3.
This has been a great performance from NIP. Start to finish, they've been phenomenal. Looking to close this out as well off the back of a half-buy win. not wanting to mess around with this game, not wanting to mess around with Hellraisers coming back into this. 10 opportunities for NIP to close this out, and this might be the best one they get. There's not going to be a great buy for Hellraisers. Famas on Isa at the moment, some upgraded pistols coming out. Going to be light on utility, light on firepower, and we'll see what they can do. I imagine we'll see another similar to what we saw in the pistol round from NIP, where they play it pretty passive to start with, just making sure there's no craziness, they don't get caught off guard by some weird nade stack and push behind it.
In doing so, Hellraisers may be able to get some connector control though, as Nip completely gave that up. When you have pistols, not really that many other options available to you, but they are going to have a quick look up on the balloon side before they dart back. Long control, bathrooms seem to be where Hellraisers want to reside. What a shot by Dennis, carving off the head of Angel. It gets a whole lot harder at this stage. Issa may get the drop on him, but there's a pop flash in, and Dennis finds a second. A much better performance from the man in this game. And that could be it. Hellraisers only have 3 players left, and it was all built around this idea of aggression through bathroom. That's going to be completely nullified.
So much confidence from Dennis in that round, taking those fights aggressively. That flashbang was perfect. Obviously, you have some false confidence built up. Maybe not false confidence, but you have some confidence build up when you're up 15-5. Play a lot looser. Woxic looking for anything. But NIP, they know they just have so many advantages. Hit the pause button, just don't get punished by anything. Now they can slowly work their way up towards that A-bomb site as a unit.
It's hard to see the win conditions right now for Hellraisers here in round 21. Should be the last round of the map. Maybe Voxic and his scout can be the determining factor.
I guess they're hoping he can get some early information with the scope and peering down long ranges, because they rotated 2 towards the B-bomb site, but... Well, what can you say? NIP gonna be winning this one 16-5, as Hobbit is dropped as well. Impressed with Nip, Vince?
Very much so, yeah. I don't think Hellraisers really showed up to this game, but I don't want to take anything away from Ninja Pajamas. This has been a phenomenal performance. And they're really making a statement. The overpass is a solid one for them as well. They've narrowly lost to Liquid yesterday, and they've just blitzed past Hellraisers.
That's great performances from Rez and Get Right, topping this charts. Rez 23-8, Get Right 22-12. That's great to see, where it's been forced for a lot of this tournament, leading the way. Some other people stepping up in a dominant win over Hellraisers that people have some pretty good expectations of, and have shown some pretty good elements of danger on that team, but today looked a little flat. NIP putting them in the ground, 16-5. NIP moves on to 2-1. They'll be playing a series to qualify for the champion stage.
Yep.
And then Hellraisers has got to fight to avoid elimination in the future.
Against some very, very big names. You've got Ents, Big. Well, we're going to cast the best of 3, I believe, to see which of these 2 teams will survive later today.
Cool.
So either way, you got FaZe down there. Oh, God. Oh, wow.
It's not a fun pool to be in. NRG as well might join that one. So tough times for Hellraisers are ahead. That was a rough performance. Either way, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we are going to get the BO3s going. We'll start figuring out who's eliminated, who's moving on, all the fun stuff. Stay with us.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Here we are at the fun times. It is the series play beginning here at IEM Katowice. Best of 3 between ENCE and Big Clan, and the loser of that is eliminated. They go 0-3, and they'll have to go through the entire major qualifying system the next time around. They will not have a free ride into the challenger stage. So everything on the line here, especially there's that added little bit of Big, where they're based out of Berlin. The next major is going to be in Berlin. They would love to have that free ride there.
Absolutely. Probably the only German-based team that would even be taking part. I can't imagine another one stepping up. So it would be a pretty nasty turn of events. But as you say, I mean, it's almost a double whammy here. Not only do you get knocked out of this major, you have to go through the whole process all over again from the minors. And these are two teams that I think a lot of people expected to make it out towards the last 8.
Certainly, I think the ENCE part, I think they've had the benefit of having a little bit of like the easy for ENCE meme. I think that's kind of leading a lot of people in that direction just to have a little bit more fun with it. Big, certainly, especially with the pickup of Zantares, we're expecting some amazing things. It's still pretty early on in his life in that team. I know they have a lot of confidence in him. Either way, this is going to be a very, very difficult time. We can bring those rosters up probably when we get a second and kind of show you who's playing for each team if you're unfamiliar with the squads. But, I mean, what a tough spot to be in, you know, for both of these teams. You can see here being brought up ENCE, Alu, Alexi B, Sergey, who is a revelation. A lot of people expect him to be one of the good breakout stars of 2019 if he hasn't already broken out into the scene. Ariel, X7, and then over on Big, Gob B, Tapson, Zantares, Tizian, and it's not Smuya, it is Nex who will be playing here. I'm sure Smuya is happy to see his name up on screen. He's probably watching this. He was tweeting, like live tweeting for the game the other day with Big.
No, he was saying God B should use the AWP more, which was interesting.
Yeah.
See if that turns out to be...
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Yeah,
but
to be fair.
I think God B is kind of an underrated player on this team. I think he's incredibly skilled, and he's another one of those in-game leaders who's quietly picked up in the fragging department and can be pretty dangerous. But Tapson is always the big name on this Big team.
Yeah, I remember watching him years and years ago. I think it was in the CEVO online league, and he used to play for Penta, and he was just the stand-up player. I mean, ever since then, he's been someone I've watched very closely. I still don't think we've seen the top of what he's capable of doing. I don't think we've consistently seen what Tapson can do.
I feel like Tapson's a player who could have probably left and joined a different team at some point, like a team that was like having that success instead of playing within this project. But you do have to admire the fact that he's stuck with his teammates and he's stuck in that kind of hometown organization. Yep. And he's really trying to make it work, and obviously an incredible player in his own right. But you go over to ENCE side of things. I know there's been plenty of tweets. Natsu's over here, and he's been talking about it. You know, Lurpus has been tweeting about it. Obviously, some in-depth knowledge of the Finnish scene. Both saying that ENCE has started out this Legend stage looking tentative and scared a little bit.
Yeah, I think it would be safe to say, especially the first half of Dust 2 yesterday against Hellraisers. They did step it up on the second half, but it seems like we're actually going to see Dust 2 again. This is the pick of Big. You have
to feel like that's going to be a very strong win for Big as well. This is a map that they've been one of the best in the world on, and then you see that kind of performance out of ENCE yesterday, and you got to be a little bit worried. Hopefully, it is just that tentative and timidness out of the players, and it's not some kind of deficiency on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it was their CT side that was really rough, but their T side yesterday was very good against Hellraisers. So I'll be curious to see what they can do here. In terms of Big, obviously, we mentioned this, touched on it before. Nex is in for Smuya. Smuya was the primary AWPer. Now it's interesting to see where that's going to go off to. Who's going to be picking up the slack?
I just muted myself. I imagine it would be Tapson. Either way, I think while you were talking, I had the producer in my ear, and I think I heard him correctly. We have a video for Dust 2 that we can check it out. There is a small delay in some of the player setups and everything like that, but we'll toss it over to that and get things figured out for you.
Spawn-based play is the name of the game for teams who want to bombard their opponents with violence, speed, and momentum. Dust 2 presents an abundance of options for this style of Counter-Strike compared to the other maps in the competitive circuit. Economy, utility, and spawns all become huge factors in the brawl for long control. The never back down approach can see both teams go for all-in plays where the round is won or lost in an instant. Perfectly practiced and placed utility is the difference maker. Will it be this well-drilled smoke flash combo? Will it be this stifling incendiary? Or will it be the unsung hero, the supportive flashes?
Just a quick rundown if you are unfamiliar with Dust 2. I don't know who in the world would be unfamiliar with Dust 2. This has been a map since the beginning of time, it feels like. Yeah, so like I said, I think Big is going to have a pretty huge advantage in this game. And I'm going to fall into the trap of saying Big a lot.
Yeah, it is certainly a word that we use quite a bit. I think I'm going to go on the side of Ents here. I think that Ents can pull this one off. Even on Dust 2, yes, Big are very good on it, but I think that Ents can have enough to potentially take this one down to the wire. So yeah, I'm actually going to slightly edge with Ents.
Okay, you're going to go that direction, eh? I mean, we saw yesterday their T-side looked fine yesterday, right? Like, the problem was they only won, what, 2-3 rounds in the first half? So it's like that's a massive deficit. No matter how good your second half is, you're on such a back foot the whole way in that second half. It's so difficult to contend and deal with. So as long as they don't get out to like that abysmal start and just hit that pit of such a disparity in the scoreline in the first half, I think they can definitely make it competitive. They have the players for it. They have the skills for it. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that there's a whole lot of skill on the server here on both teams. But again, I think it's something Ents can go back to on the drawing board and say, okay, yeah, our second half was pretty decent, but let's really focus on what went wrong in that first half. And let's try and fill in those gaps and really iron over the kinks that we can possibly, lose against Big on. Because Big coming through into this, God B, look, the guy has been around the block for so long. He's a phenomenal in-game leader. He's a student of Counter-Strike, I think it's safe to say. And he will definitely have been watching that match and having a lot of keen interest in what he was coming up with on Dust 2.
And he's getting a shoulder massage.
There you go. See if he can be the carry again.
Yeah, that would be spectacular. I think one of the things that's been so interesting seeing Big struggle in this phase of the tournament, just because people have those high hopes. I mean, this is a team with Smooya in it that was considered pretty dangerous and pretty deadly to the top 10 teams. And then you added, I mean, yeah, you plugged in Xantares for Smooya, but I think there was a little bit more of an expectation of Xantares being like a little bit more plug and play, like you wouldn't have to do too much work. There is with this team, as we should probably mention, a bit of a language barrier in terms of that communication. Spoke with God B about that as well, an interview that'll come out later in the event. So that's something that they're going to have to contend with, but still, he's such an incredibly gifted and talented and skilled player that you'd imagine that he'd be able to overcome that.
Oh, certainly. And with God B being such a good in-game leader, you'd imagine that he's trying to keep it quite basic for Xantares to start things off, just to kind of ease him into the team and ease him into the positions that he's going to feel most confidence that he can frag out. He is an absolute monster when he's feeling it. Typically, a lot of people have said that he only shows up when it's online. Now, we've seen some performances online as well, where this guy's shown exactly what he's capable of doing on the big stages.
Yeah, and I've seen it firsthand. A lot of us have seen it firsthand at this point, so that's going to be interesting. Just if you're tuning into this B stream, obviously getting waited for this series to get started, you won't want to miss it. I mean, I think these two teams, such a surprise for these teams to be at 0-2 that I think this is sneakily going to be a very, very good game. Normally, if you're looking at an 0-2 elimination game, you're looking at teams that you kind of expect there. But in this case, we're going to get away with one. We're going to get a little bit of a gift early on in this event. On the other stream, the main stream, it's Vitality versus Cloud9 is still going on. So once again, we on the B stream are a little bit ahead, which is awesome. I'm a big fan of that. It's Cloud9 and Vitality, and Vitality is currently up 15-14 going into the last round. So if for whatever reason you don't have a second monitor playing that game, definitely tune in for that last round. It's going to be intense as all hell.
And that's a 1-for-1 game, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. So again, they will be joining Hellraisers and a bunch of other very dangerous, deadly teams in that 1-2 mark. And one of these teams will be 2. The winner of this, the loser, is going home. They are done. They are out of the major. They will play no further part.
That'll be sad, in a way.
It will, because whoever loses this game, I mean, there's just so much talent on this server. It's kind of a head-scratcher that we're even in this position where Big and Ents are 0-2.
There's so many players that are fun to watch as well. I mean, we talked about Xantares and Tabson obviously being big players on that team, but Sergey, Alu, Ariel has shown some very, very cool things as well. So, yeah, I mean, these are teams that we're going to be seeing, I think, at a lot of tournaments in 2019, making some pretty deep and pretty solid runs. So this isn't the last we'll see of them, but certainly a lot of teams and definitely these players having higher expectations than where they are at the moment. But this is the cool part about this format now, these changes. Every elimination and qualifying game turns into a BO3. So this is where these teams, in theory, should thrive a little bit more than those best of ones. Is you can make a mistake on the first map and still show your quality moving forward.
Absolutely, and this will always, of course, reward the better team. You can't fluke 3 best of ones. You're now having to go into the longer game, the long haul, the best of 3s. And to give you an idea of how these two teams have got to this point, Ents lost against Renegades 16-13 and Hellraisers 16-12. Again, the Hellraisers loss was on this very map of Dust 2. And Big lost against Vitality 16-11 and G2 16-13. So, I mean, both teams have lost against some pretty legit opposition.
Yeah, they really have. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been an easy road. You just said it in the last series, that at this stage in the tournament, there's not really going to be an easy game. Everyone you're going to face is going to have, pretty good element of danger to them. They're going to have their own win conditions that are very, very strong and very scary. Follow-up map, the second map in the series is going to be Train. Ence's pick.
That's an interesting one. I think Train is one of those maps where you're looking at Alu in particular to really have a big performance.
Yeah.
I feel like Dust 2 is going to be a good sort of barometer as to how Alu's playing. If he's not feeling it, then Train could be a landslide as well.
Well, I mean, I'm really interested because I know, remember, if you look back to the Hellraisers, and you mentioned God B probably going to do a decent amount of research into that match that they played, knowing he would like to play Dust 2. The B bomb site just couldn't be defended. Ents had a really, really tough time holding that. So I'm wondering a little bit what is going to be the plan for God B if they want to prioritize that B bomb site, if that's where they want to attack. That'll be really, really interesting to kind of keep our eyes on. And that's also where I mentioned this in the last map where Hellraisers played. That's where they had that little bit of a trick of running through the Molotov for an extra second and a half, like tanking the damage a little bit, and just being able to find a kill on an unsuspecting players because they still assume they're safe for another second or two.
I mean, Ents did play against Windstrike earlier in the Challenger stage. I think it was their progression game, their 3-1 game, and they beat them 16-13. It was a close one, though. But, I mean, Windstrike and Train is a pretty deadly duo. It's one of their best maps, and quite a few teams actually fell into that trap.
Yeah, there was a big conversation on teams allowing Windstrike to be able to play Train and allowing them to have one of their stronger maps. So that was pretty interesting to follow. I told you guys to tune into that other game for the last round. If you didn't do that, should have listened to me. But Vitality did win that 16-14. So that one hurts. Ooh. You're loving it.
Yeah, I did predict Vitality, but I don't have either of them to get out of my pick'ems.
Who do you have for this one?
This one I have Ents.
Okay.
I went with Ents. Again, I don't have either of these in my pick'ems either. I thought they'd both struggle. But yeah, I went with Ents only just. Obviously, we didn't know the best of 3 at the time. I think the best of 3 may actually favor Big.
Okay.
But I am a little bit cautious now with that.
I predicted Ents to win this, but I'm very worried as well with this Dust 2. I think Dust 2 has an opening map for Big. I almost feel like they're going to be able to just storm this map, take it pretty quickly, and then have 2 chances to close things out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to be very interesting to see if Ents can plug the gaps that we saw from yesterday on Dust 2. If they are able to do so, then this could be a real interesting game. I also completely agree with what you said earlier when you said these two teams are pretty evenly matched. There isn't a big discrepancy here in terms of skill and talent, tactics. These teams are very evenly matched. I think this is like a 50-50 game.
Flip a coin, perhaps?
Yeah, a lot of these matches today have felt that way. I actually had FaZe to win against the Vanguard pretty convincingly, and well, we know how that one turned out.
Yeah, that was an impressive performance from the Vanguard guys, certainly. There are just a couple tech issues why we're having this small delay. I'm told it should be a pretty quick fix, just waiting on all the players to join up in the server. We're just missing one guy on the Ents side of things, and then we'll be able to get this one going.
So the other matches taking place today, obviously you just touched on there that Vitality and Cloud9 have only just finished, but next up is Astralis Renegades in a best of 3. Renegades able to get a 2-0, a legit run to this stage, beating FaZe. Now, would you go down with Astralis there? I have them as my 3-0 pick'ems.
There's not a whole lot of teams that I'm going to pick over Astralis. It's not that I don't think they're beatable, or I don't think there's teams out there that can beat Astralis in a series. It's just like, why would you ever go against Astralis at this point? Haven't had to see a whole lot of them in this event. We know they normally like to start slow and finish really, really strong. Well, they've had the benefit of, getting to play Complexity and being able to beat up on that, and obviously Cloud9 and really being able to beat up on that as well. So they haven't even really been tested, it feels, yet in this event.
Well, they've lost, 6 rounds in their first 2 games? They didn't lose a single one against Cloud9. I think their first Complexity got 6 rounds off them.
Yep.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the org meta is also going to play into their hands even more. And then later on, NRG Complexity, that's a little elimination match similar to the one that we're about to cast.
I have NRG taking that.
Same. I think most people probably do.
I think NRG looked like they weren't ready to play at this level to a certain degree, and I think that's going to be so lessened by the fact that they've practiced and played against complexity so many times in the region that their confidence is just going to come storming back. I think that could be a very, very strong beatdown for NRG.
And I think one of the reasons why many people, myself included, have had complexity kind of getting banged out 0-3 is because obviously Nothing, I mean, he's a storied, a veteran player, got a great deal of respect for Nothing, but he is a stand-in. Additionally, Ye and Android, two of their main hitters, getting through to the obviously latter stages of the last major, have been replaced. So it's a team in transition.
Yeah, they did lose a lot of firepower between those two players, which was... unfortunate, certainly, but obviously they made an internal decision and reason why that kind of happened. And we'll have to figure that one out. Or, I'm not really sure figured out. Maybe I can just ask him or something. Interviews.
The last game to talk about is probably the spiciest. It's Liquid against Narveen, a best of 3.
Ooh, that's going to be good.
I'm going to enjoy watching that. We actually have that game off, so I'm going to watch that one, get the popcorn out.
Get some food.
Going to be an awesome one.
Some pierogies.
Yeah, why not?
Well, here we go. Small delay, just to make you feel the anticipation a little bit more. Big taking on ENCE. Loser goes home from IEM Katowice.
That's a hell of a lot of utility for Big. 3 players dipping in. Means a distinct lack of Kevlar.
Well, the B-bomb site we go. We mentioned Big might put an emphasis on that early on with some of the struggles yesterday from ENCE, but likewise, ENCE realizes the possibility, has placed 3 players at this site. This is going to be tough. Here's that utility back platform. Taps in, wants that kill. He's going to get it, traded immediately. Will they expect a third? No, but Nex handles it perfectly. And even players coming out mid, so no chance for the retake.
And this round could have been done in the blink of an eye. Plenty of grenades tossed out towards B. Now we're going to see if maybe he can pierce into the head of God B and make this a bit more tenable. Aerial, meanwhile, is making a move into the tunnel, so if maybe Alu can get some kills, then things could get interesting, but I mean, Xantares is going to get the better of him very aggressively, shows the confidence that he is currently feeling. Round's done. It's over. It's been over for a little while now. And Big going to claim the first round in this best of 3. Aerial unable to capitalize on Xantares pushing him.
Pretty interesting story around Nex as well. Remember, he was kind of relegated to that 6-man status. They had that whole conversation, had to step away. I believe it was for a surgery. Coming back a little bit earlier than he expected. And what a stage to have to come back on. You spent some time away from that competitive scene, but he delivered here early on in this pistol round. 2 kills for him. The entries into that B-bomb site, well done. 1-0. Plenty of rifles. 1 player out at long. It's Alu with the scout. He's going to take 1 shot and back away.
Better to keep the gun at maximum range here on Dust 2. Many teams will dip in for scouts in their second round if they do concede the first. Could be such a punishing gun. You're expecting to see a lot of Augs in play. Nex has picked up the SG. Definitely seen much less than the AUG counterpart. And Big poised, positioned, ready to throw in some smokes. There's the first one. Going to lock off the side with a Molotov onto Car. Just making sure all these angles are covered. Alu's going to take some damage. Going to have to dip back towards the backside of the site. Can't really afford to peek too many more times. And these flashes constantly staggering, forcing him back. No one on the A site anymore. That's beautiful utility.
Actually, surprisingly that ENCE is able to get away without taking too much damage. They can back off and save these scouts. This round is lost. No reason to fight for it, even with that kill. I know it seems promising, but so difficult to get into this site. No kits, it would just take way too long.
Yeah, and they know it. They're already positioned to just save these guns. If they can take some shots with the scouts at range and thin out Big and force them to buy back up more weapons, then all the better for it. But this round is going to be going the way of the terrorists. I think he'd hold on to 2 scouts and a deagle with some armor. That's not bad at all. What a flick by Sergey.
That's spicy.
It's going to hurt Big a little bit, but I think it was just the SMGs they lost anyway. So they've kept the 2 AKs and SG in play. But again, ENCE will be able to counteract with a pretty decent third round. I don't want to say buy, just save.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have a lot invested that they just didn't want to lose. I really like that call from ENCE to just save those weapons, and you have an equally dangerous round now with the 2 scouts and all those pistols still up. And if you happen to save into the next round, you already have armor as well. So it's a pretty solid position to be in for ENCE. Probably the best they could have hoped for in this scenario. Sergey gets tagged. That was something against Woxic yesterday they had to deal with in quite a big way. He had so many on the cross. Those B defenders were playing with half health frequently.
In my mind, Voxic is the best AWP in the world on Dust 2.
Ooh.
I've seen him play it so many times at like DreamHack Opens, etc. He's an absolute monster. But X7,
the best deagler in the world on Dust 2.
He's definitely trying to make a case for himself. Also, in the previous rounds, ENCE didn't allow Big to get any SMG kills. So you can see Nex is down to $100. If they do concede more kills, this could start to get a bit worrying. And the bomb's been dropped out. God be caught on Catwalk. Smoke gonna stop the terrorists from pushing on there. Smoke definitely favors the CTs. There's a slight gap in there as well if Centaurus wants to push it.
No, you won't push that. He needs his teammates with him, and as well, Alu looked like he wanted to get boosted on the box. Might have called it off, because when that smoke clears, he's so exposed. Molotov deep, it's not going to stop anyone, just might stop Alu from falling away. Now it isolates Alexi B, who can do nothing. That one Molotov really prevented ENCE from getting into the action. There is a third player, Sergey, still in CT spawn, but 2 scouts makes this a really awkward retake. Damage can be dealt, though, and obviously this boost, if they get one more, Alu's tracking him just barely over the top of the smoke.
Far off and pulling the trigger, but Tizian is taking down the booster of Aerial, leaving the boostee to try and back away. Again, 2 scouts in play, but going into the next round, you better believe that ENCE want more, and Alu's going to go down alongside Sergey. So a clean sweep start for Big, 3-0.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I mean, you put Big in a really precarious position, dropping Godby with a bomb when you're flanking up Catwalk, and equally, Big have a perfect response to it. They're able to get out of that scenario without too many losses, not too many issues. Early timeout called, and you can see Godby looking over at Xanteres as he makes this discussion happen, probably making sure that he understands exactly what to do. They've taken a little bit of economic damage in these last 2 rounds, so probably making sure that they just sustain, that everyone is comfortable with this 4th round call. Looks like he's got like a little cheat sheet as well. A booklet, a journal, a diary. Puts his thoughts and his feelings.
The Bible of Tactics, maybe? The rest of his team? But in the meanwhile, ENCE have gone for 2 AWPs. This puts Alu on a glass cannon. Heavy investment for the CTs. What does Alexi B have? Okay, it's got an AWP.
Shit, yeah, this double AWP setup. We'll see how it goes. You're right, this is a pretty heavy investment for this 4th round, and it's already going to be put on the back foot. Sergey goes for the aggressive peek and taps and punishes him. X7, the sole defender of the B bomb site now, as Alu is in CT spawn. No defense at long A. Aerial and Alexi B are going to be playing Catwalk.
It doesn't get much more brutal than that. You finally have yourself some weapons and AWPs in play. Instantly picked off. Tabson gets a second. He's nullified both AWPs by himself. Won 2 separate exchanges. And with the heavy investment, it does put them down into just a few grenades left. There is so much for Big and so little for ENCE.
Yeah, ENCE needs to find a way, a place on the map they can successfully get aggressive, and it looks like Alexi, once you get close to those mid doors, he can join up with Aerial if they do attack Catwalk. He can provide some kind of a distraction, but Big is moving up long, and there's no one with eyes on this. There goes Aerial. Great shot from Nex. The counterpart to the AUG has rung out on the map, and I think X7 and Alexi, they might just want to try and save this. They're going to see if they can get a kill pretty quickly in here. Maybe the nade is going to finish off Nex if they can find him, but he's actually outside B. And there's really nothing ENCE can do in this round. That's a couple rounds now they've just been kind of nullified from even making an attempt at the win. Shout out to Tapson.
He's having a hell of a performance so far with the AWP. 1 pick through the double doors. I didn't quite see where he picked off Alu.
It was the same place. Alu was trying to do a mid-round peek towards top mid. Yep.
Let's see if they can hunt down these AWPs. Now XCB looking for information. There is a smoke that he can put out there. Meanwhile, Nex is making a move through tunnels. Could he maybe be the player to pick off one of the AWPs? No, not quite. They're going to hold on to both of them. This could afford them a buy. Alexi B and X7 could both drop something like a FAMAS, maybe.
You could drop M4s or an AUG and just say, we already have armor, we just don't need the nades on the AWPers. That's exactly what's going to happen. It is a full investment from ENCE. So those two AWPs being saved has bought them another buy round without having to save. Here we go again. Tapson not going to get challenged this time. Sergey and X7 to defend the B site. Both teams being pretty cautious across the map.
And tentative from Big. Know that ENCE may be forced into a desperation play. Smoke's being deployed from both teams. Locking down mid. One on top of the Xbox now, going to start to fade away as Antares will peek through that, see if either of the AWPers will be facing off against them. They must know that both AWPs were saved. This time ENCE have far more grenades at their disposal. Obviously helps when you haven't had two players picked off in the first 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that does make you feel a little bit more comfortable as a defender when you're actually in a 5-on-5. It's quite nice. A little bit of nades thrown at the B bomb site is going to keep two defenders here. Alexi is in CT spawn. This round, a lot of it is going to hinge. If Big keeps progressing up catwalk, a lot of it will depend on Alu. His performance, his decision-making. Tizian looks like he's going to remain a lurker, throw some nades out, cause a distraction, try and pull Alu over. 34 seconds on the clock. Nex now joins up for this long hit. It's going to get delayed. But meanwhile, ENCE is starting to get the read. Alexi is rotating back up the ramp. Alu over towards Car. All of a sudden, they're in pretty decent position to stop this attack.
Again, the noise he touched on before, it is going to be down to Alu. Can he have the first strike? Two flashbangs keep him in position, and he misses the flick. Doesn't even land some damage. ENCE have got a player behind Antares from the backside. Sergey is the only player in this confrontation to strike. But is it too little too late? It's looking likely. Sergey cannot stop anything in terms of firepower from Big. He's just going to have to pull away. It's going to be a 5-0 start.
You really like, I mean, that pinch on Alu out towards long is brutal, and you really like the fact that, you know, the communication came through and Xantar's obviously not afraid to just swing out wide and take that fight. He could have just stayed hidden in the bomb site and let the long player deal with it, but that secures the frag on Alu and pretty much secures the round. No more retake, no more leg on the retake to stand on. And Sergey with one trying to fall away. Tapson's opening this up very nicely. 6-2 for him. Big looking solid early on.
Well, if you're ENCE right now, Moses, what the hell do you do? Nothing has worked out. You're just not getting kills. Alu has been entirely ineffective with the AWP. No one's really striking. Sergey's got the most kills with 3, but that's it.
I don't think it's time to panic quite yet. Obviously, there's still 10 rounds in the half, so I mean that's pretty obvious. But I think you still stick with your game plan. Let your players kind of work themselves out of it individually, although did ENCE just call 2 timeouts in a row?
Yeah, they just called 2 timeouts in a row.
Stacking them on top of each other, so you don't like to see that.
Also, that tells, from Big's perspective, that the ENCE are feeling the pressure really, really hard right now.
I remember when I was talking to the Valve devs at one of the majors, and they mentioned that they were completely fine with teams just using all 4 timeouts just right in a row, and I was just kind of laughing. I mean, I don't disagree. I just think it would be funny to watch a team use 4 timeouts in one go.
Does leave them pretty vulnerable later on in the map if things aren't working out. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't get too much more vulnerable than a 5-0 start for Big on the T side, and you're into a half buy. So ENCE will be feeling pretty worried right about now, but they're going to be sticking with the pistols and try and send 2 players over. It's pretty much standard. They're going to push the second player, though, into mid. That's going to be Alexi B. And they're going to try and wrap around onto Nexus and Antares, but they are a step ahead. It's completely backfired. It's been neutralized.
That mid player as well, Alexi, was spotted by the AWP way back. And yeah, this investment all going to waste for ENCE. They do have the full losing bonus, so they're going to be having a strong buy in the next round no matter what. But no frags, nothing they can really take away from this round. Big looking prepared for everything, and They're going to have a 6-0 lead. And just look at them on the mini-map. Just nobody's moving. They're just like, listen, this is an elimination match. Let's just make sure that we don't get caught off guard by anything.
I think I heard another
timeout, yeah. There is, I have no idea who called for it, but it did pass, so there will be a timeout after this. You have to imagine, Ents just used 2 in one timeout, essentially. They just used 2 timeouts in that previous round, so it's got to be a big timeout.
And hopefully not a technical issue. But Big will steamroll, romp forward to a 6-0 lead. And here we go. Another match pause. Looks like it has been remedied almost instantly.
Yeah, I think it was actually maybe just a mistake, because as soon as the round restarted, ESL referee called for the vote to resume the game. So no harm done. 6-0. Ents back on the bye. They have the AWP on Alu, but as you mentioned, tabseN has been out-dueling them, and those ops on the CT side, they have not been effective yet.
And we said that EU was going to be a condition of victory, not just on Dust 2, but Train. And so far, not really impressive. Molotov going to greet next. He can't afford to push through. Mid control completely given up from Ents. They're not playing anybody even close. Long seems to be where they're most comfortable with 3 players. If they peek, tabseN's going to have them. There's the first. They're going to peek again. tabseN gets Alexi B. It just seems disjointed. Ents going out 1 by 1 into the embracing arms of Big, and it's the same result all over. This is just brutal to watch.
Yeah, I mentioned this might happen. This, you know, this is a very, very, very strong map for Big. And it was very quickly after its reintroduction into the pool. X7, not ready for Next, but that shoulder peek is tough for Next to handle. And now just 1 player, Sergey, remains with an AUG. Gonna have to fight his way out of this, and it looks like they know exactly where he is. Xantair is starting to toy with him a little bit. tabseN gonna start rotating towards T-spawn with the op as well to prevent any kind of a fallback. Tizian is gonna be on the hunt. They do not want Sergey to get away with this weapon. That long take from Ents is just so confusing because you're going for a delayed peek in towards the long cave. You know there could be an opper posted up there. You know there could even be an AK-47 posted up there. No utility used, and Xantair's is going to burn Sergey alive. Yeah, not a flashbang. 3 players there, not a single player threw a flash, a smoke, a nade, a Molotov, nothing to distract the big players in that cave.
Yep, absolutely. Spot on. That's why I was confused, so disjointed, so messy. Nowhere near as clinical as you'd expect from Ents. And now they're back into more pistols. It was the CT side that let them down yesterday against Hellraisers. So maybe the best is yet to come, but again, they're going to have to get some rounds at least to build off.
I mean, outside of, different from that game is the fact that the only time that Big has attacked the B-bomb site has been on the pistol rounds. And this one, I guess. Xantair's and Tizian combined for the first. There's the follow-up, and the B-bomb site is theirs. tabseN's still doing work. He's back in T-spawn, catches Aerial trying to push out long very quick. You have to imagine, you know when you play those games on Dust 2 and your B defenders just can't hold it, and you're just like, Jesus, I wish they could just hold the damn bomb site. Like, what even is this? I'm always rotating. Well, that's probably what Ents was saying yesterday. And now it's the A-bomb site that can't be held, so all the B defenders are like, yeah, how's it feel now?
It's going to be easy for Centaurus at the end. Maybe not quite as easy as I was expecting. He is going to go down. tabseN misses his chance, and maybe everyone can skedaddle out there with the AK-47. Looks likely, actually. Someone may drop down from catwalk, which would be God B.
Surely not. Surely God B does not make a SWAT team play. I think he imagines, I don't think he would even consider the fact that he just stopped in CT spawn. I think he probably thought he ran all the way towards long or something along those lines. Either way, not a big deal. You can have the AK-47. We'll take an 8-0 lead. tabseN at 16,000, essentially.
Yeah, 121 ADR. Has been AWPing magnificently. Can we just get a quick look at Alu and see what his ADR is? Because he's got no kills. Has he done anything? 27 ADR.
He's done...
RIP.
It's a valuable 27.
What can you say about that, really? The AWPer on an AWP-centric map is just not having an impact whatsoever.
It is tough. I will say, I think, sneakily, The CT side of this map is one of the tougher maps to have a really, really good defense. I think teams really kind of struggle with it.
Well, Dust 2 is one of those maps that's kind of gone back and forth in terms of CT and T bias.
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. It's a very even map, so it's like no surprise, and you do sometimes see like pretty disparity in that pretty big disparity in the halves, in the score lines. I don't know. The conversation around this map is so weird to me because historically it's always favored. You know, if you go back to the early stages of CS:GO, and certainly if you go back towards 1.6, it's always been a big upset map because everyone knows how to play it, and it was always very skill-based. I feel like Dust 2, in the current time of Counter-Strike, is actually way more strategic than people probably expect. I don't think it gets enough strategic credit, essentially. And if you go into this thinking you can just kind of outduel people and you can go for those aim battles and you can win off your individual skill, I think teams more often than not in that way of thinking will have a bad time.
Well, at the moment, Big are having a bad time in round 9. Maybe this is where Ent's gonna find some fortune, find some success. Antares is stood on a Molotov. I have no idea how he survived that. Just 9 health separates him and death, and he's been pushed off. Why Ents win their first round, better late than never. Yeah, I feel like this map got a reputation for sort of a very pug-centric sort of map, you know, a lack of tactics, you just go out and frag and that's pretty much it, but it's a lot more depth to Dust 2.
Yes. Well, that's a pretty cool tactic for Big, and with that amount of money that they have behind them, you can start digging deep into your clever plays. A couple players attacking up Catwalk, making it look like it's a hit of the A bomb site, and then executing a mid to B split. The fact that Aerial gets those 2 kills, no one is drawn out of the B bomb site for a rotation. That's what's meant to happen. If that kill gets traded, maybe that second rotator in the B bomb site goes out those double doors to try and get a jump towards the A bomb site, and he gets picked off and the site is lost. Does not pan out that way that round for Big. 8-1. Still, Ents feeling absolutely no comfort.
Yeah, they've now just scratched away the round loss bonus, so they know that the pressure is even more on at this stage. Need to surge forward, that flashbang. Destroy Sergey, couldn't see a single thing. Next with the free entry. And I can see the disparity between the two sides. X7 is on an island all alone. The rest of his team are going to try and swim towards him, but Big could be there to capsize. God, B can hear footsteps of Aerial. He's just going to sit here for the time being. There's still 50 seconds left. There's no rush for the T's at this stage.
Aerial's all alone. This is going to be really tough, but he makes it work. Another double kill on Catwalk. Tizian, oh, he steps into the fire, and then he thinks better of it. That is a smarter decision to get out of the flames. What a great hold from Aerial. Oh, and next, an awkward jump. It has to be a mouse wheel. He's down low. Here's a window of opportunity to get back into this game. 22 seconds on the clock, and next. This is not a fight he wants to take. 15 HP, 1 bullet's gonna do it, and it's a bullet to the face. Bomb is dropped back in mid, so Tizian's gotta go back even if he finds that kill, but Aerial now, 2 rounds in a row, has delivered and allowed Ents to string some rounds together.
Tizian's gonna be happy enough to just save. Ents won't dare chase him down because their economy still isn't completely salvaged yet. Losing another player could cost them quite a bit of money. So 8-2. Aerial also showing us that the M4A1S still does exist. I think he's one of the few players in this entire tournament that actually uses it. I can't think of anybody else that uses it.
I forget who the other one is. There was one other person in Challenger stage that I noticed.
Does Shox use the A1S?
Probably. Sounds like a Shox thing to do. Alu still 0 kills. But, I mean, the only one, you know, no one's kind of sticking out on the scoreboard. But in terms of impact for Ents, you don't get those 2 wins without Aerial. He's been holding Catwalk like a boss.
Yeah.
Probably the only location on the map they've found any success in this half so far. Got B as 5 ADR.
He has literally not played any part in this game other than calling tactics. He's been the puppeteer. It's like, go on Tizian, you get all the kills. Tabson, help him out.
Yeah.
I'll just chill at the back. He's only died, to be fair, got B, he's died 3 times when we're moving into round 11, so he hasn't really seen much action. I
mean, the 8 rounds in a row that Big won was pretty much no resistance from Ents. They just steamrolled him in every way. He hasn't had to be involved in the action, but a chance for Ents to make this competitive. Now that they've won 2 in a row, you could see a little bit of money behind Alu, behind X7. A little bit behind Ariel as well. They've given him that AK-47. If they somehow regain control in this match and string this up and make this a close half, I would be extremely impressed from Ents.
That's a big +1 for me as well. I just can't really see Ents being able to string it along, but I'd love to be proven incorrect. Big already making inroads up on Catwalk. It's going to be Xantares making the move, a more passive display. Alu again from Car, but I feel for his confidence he needs to start landing some shots.
Well, this is interesting for Ents as well because this is a blind call to stack that B bomb site. Look at Alexi up on the rafters right outside the B window. Sergey can jump up in the boxes and help out because they have that third player X7 to guard B halls, and this stack might pan out. On the other hand, if it's spotted, where's the peak? Oh, Sergey, that's a nasty little off angle that he has. Alexi, the next one up, and yeah, they're committing to this B split, it feels. Tapson's going to lead the way with the ult, but he's never going to check this. Never when Sergey was there, and it's a freest kill. X7 chimes in as well, and there goes Got B. Still don't think he's done any damage. And Tizian, that could have been a cool play off Catwalk. Oh, dear. Yeah, Alu's having a rough game as well. You got to feel for him. It seems everything's going wrong for him. It's a third round for Ents, and now they're coming alive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if God B's not performing, you don't necessarily expect him to have a bunch of the kills. He's not really going to have an integral part more often than not. If Alu's not performing, well, that's your AWPer that's just completely absent, invisible, not going to offer you anything at all. Ents have really won these 3 rounds off the back of some pretty slick teamwork there on B's side, and beforehand, Ariel, just individual brilliance. So let's see if they can continue to apply the pressure.
I think it's pretty cool. You have to imagine that Ents kind of got together and said, listen, we're probably going to be playing Dust 2. We know Big likes it. We know we just got battered on it yesterday. They're going to want to exploit that. And we lost the B bomb site so much. Let's have like 1 or 2 tricks up our sleeve for that bomb site that we can just throw in when we think it's going to be a hit there. That's a nice timing flashbang. Ariel has been a hero for 2 rounds that got them started, but can't do anything when his eyes don't work. Alu's still at car, hasn't peeked yet. There they are. Delayed peek. Got B, just wants the bomb. Looks a little bit silly going for it, and Alu's going to finish him off as well. I think this has to be a save now for Big. Whatever Ents talked about in the double timeout has worked phenomenally.
Yeah, I wish I actually could have heard that. Well, it had to be translated in English, of course, but I wish
Finnish is a fun language to listen to, because it makes no sense.
I used to live there, I tried to learn it, and my brain melted. It just doesn't make sense. Literally, my brain started melting. It was unreal.
Yeah. It's what I imagine the language, it's the language fairies would speak. Here's X7 in the back of the bomb site. So much damage, but no kills. This round can still be turned in the favor of Big. They're going to start circling onto the bomb site, but now the nade comes in from Alu. X7 lands his shots. He's got 3 kills with that AUG. Sergey does fall, but Ents is fine. They're climbing into this game. 5 in a row now for Ents. What a weird half it's been. 8 in a row for Big, and 5-0 for Ents in a response. And so I feel like these rounds haven't even been close. Like, it's either Ents dominating or Big dominating.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a fair statement. Obviously, that last one was more of a save round, and now we're going to have the main course with Big picking up the AWP in the hands of Tapson. He's getting a lot of tags on the cross. The last few rounds has been a bit barren, though. Bit of a drought of picks. There's the entry they were looking for. Xantares, 50% of his health disintegrates, but it's completely worthwhile. He's going to look to keep pressing forward, but Ariel, different angle, same result.
Look how far ahead of his team Xantares was. No chance of a trade. He's passed along the information, but Ariel has gotten way more aggressive. There's the pick. Tapson turning the corner. The AWP rings out again. Alexi must stand his ground, and he can get nothing. Alu out of position. He's got to flank up Catwalk. And actually, Tapson has the bomb. He just dropped it now. Alu's going to get in front of that. But a follow-up flashbang ruins him, but he still finds the kill. X7, the next one up. Gonna eat a nade, but he wants to go for that peek, and now they have the information. Big knows the last 2 players from Ents are here on Catwalk.
Yeah, they're being constricted. They're being choked out of the round with Molotovs. There's another one in the hands of God B. And you better believe once that first Molotov fades, the second one will be deployed. And a smoke. Stalling for days. There is a little gap in that smoke, though. Another one's going to be tossed out for Ent, so they are hungry to go for this. I thought they may pull back. Now, the shoe on the other foot. It's Nex that's burning to a crisp. He has to move out. God, B lands the frag onto X7. Extinguishes his life, and Alu can do nothing. Big pick up a 9-5 lead. Their first round in 5. Unfortunately for Nex, he can't save. He gets blown up.
I think it's that, what, the extra second or two on the round end time that's here at the Major. I've seen some players kind of get caught off guard by it, and obviously Nex, you know, hasn't even been playing as much as the others leading into this event, so it's probably additionally annoying for him. 9-5 in the favor of Big. That was a much-needed round, and I think the only reason they went for that, Vince, is because they just had so much money from that 5-round win streak that it was like, you know what, we have the cash to kind of throw these guns away. We can rebuy in the next round. Let's just see if we can make some kind of a miracle happen on this retake. This is simple. Oh, there's the strategy that Hellraisers did. They didn't execute it as beautifully. They have taken way more damage, and that's going to make for some easy kills from X7, but Nex is doing a great job, and it's still turned in the favor of Big, despite the Molotov damage.
Well, Alu, unbeknownst to him, could actually just whip out his 5-7 and still have a very good chance here. All 3 players in the pistol range. Most HP they have is Antara's on 34. He does have a healthy dosage of nades, no flashbang. But he's slowly but surely peering around from the tunnels. He's going to have to get a move on, though, if he wants to clutch this. Antara's going to be the first point of contact that lands the headshot. Big will end the half. 10-5 in the lead on their terrorist half.
Yeah, that was a very nice start. A little bit of a rough stretch in the middle there, but still a big lead provided by Xantares and Tizian, both with 14 kills. We'll see how their defense stands when we return from the break.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out.
Don't let the romantic music fool you. This is a matchup for elimination. Both teams trying to completely delete the other out of the Counter-Strike Major at IEM Katowice. There are no friends in this server.
No, fierce enemies. Can be friends after this matchup, but as you say, so much on the line. And both these teams still may not make it to the next stage, but an all-important map would mitigate having to go through the minor next time around. And again, we've already spoke about Big on home soil. The damage is already being inflicted though. Tizian down to 36 health, and Ents need a good start here on this half. They desperately need the pistol, and the kills are going the way of Big. It's headshots delivered by Nex and Tabson. Nex is going to hold the line a little bit longer. He's biding enough time for the rest of his team to make a move around from mid. The next 7 now to 1-on-4, the P250. Tabson claims 3. And Big claim an 11th round.
Great use of utility there by Big, and Nex obviously is picking up right where he left off when he stepped down from this team to be the 6th man. Obviously gets 1 initial kill, knows the flashbang is going to come in from a teammate, just hides behind the big box and waits for it to pop, goes for another follow-up peek. And then all the cavalry arrives, 11-5. That's both pistol rounds for Big. And remember, in the first half, it was an 8-0 run for the German side. So if you're Ents, you simply just can't afford to have a slow start in this half.
And they know it. And that's why I think they're going to dip out on trying to get any buy implemented, plus no bomb plant. 3 SMGs at the disposal of Big. The AUG going to be used at range, and Thompson chunking through players alongside Santares. Some casualties coming in. The MP9 on Taylor made for this range, and it's actually going to be 2 kills. Just Glocks for Ents. This isn't too bad already. There won't be a 3rd to add to the mix. Ents need to come out swinging in his first rifle.
Oh, that wouldn't have mattered. They had plenty of time. That was a nice little shoot of the rifle over to your teammate with the SMG, but I think there was still like an extra 1.5 seconds, so we would have got it anyways. But still, some nice fancy stuff coming out of Big. 12-5. Don't have the ops out yet for the CT side, nor the offensive side. Ents is going to be just fine. 5 AKs for them, plenty of utility as well, but they've got a long way to come back into this game. 5-12. 2 players going to defend this B bomb site. Tizian and Nex. That is a wild stack that I feel is more than likely to give your opponents 2 kills.
Yeah, that is a bit of a worry. They have pulled back now using the AUG long range. Can jump up, tap, go back down again.
If someone told me to take that fight against an AUG, I would just laugh at him. I would just say, hell no, absolutely not. Here's Santeros coming out. He's dropped, but he's brought X7 down very, very low. That's going to soften him up for these catwalk players, but they have to be careful. They can get caught in limbo. That's a great nade. Somehow X7 survives it. 1 HP. There's the flashbang through it. Gabi's going to be in perfect position to stop this. His teammate goes down. Double kill for Gabi. A 2-on-1, and Alu cannot make any mistakes.
Well, the good news for Alu is there's no HE, so he's not going to get stopped on his retreat from the explosive. Still has a Molotov. No smokes in hand for Big. There is a way where this is possible, but the AUG at range is going to be a nightmare, and he's playing the long con. He's going all the way around towards short. He's assuming that Big are going to cover off all the angles.
This could work. He's got a Molotov. He's got the time for this, Vince.
Going to tap the bomb as well. Alu making a move up. Can he be silenced before being able to throw the Molotov? Yes. And that's a great call by Tizian or Godby, whoever it was. That rotation could come into effect.
I really liked that attempt, though, from Alu. You have to appreciate it. 15 HP, you're not going to win too many long-range duels, especially against the AUG. You can see the power of it, though, with Tizian. Just so confident. If he was able to get that first kill, his plan would be to throw the Molotov on it, and then even if there's time to defuse when the Molotov goes down, he can just peek on that last player. There wouldn't have been time to fake it too much. A nice attempt, but those don't get you anywhere when you're down 5-12, and now it's 5-13.
Yeah, nice try, stop mattering. At this point, it has to be rounds. There's no substitute for it any longer. Sergey chunked down to 75. Heavy presence in the long doors for Ents, and they're going to look to burst out. Godby with a flashbang of his own. He's been smoked off from the rest of his team, but he doesn't need any help for the time being. He's doing just fine alone. Now Tabson comes in. The cavalry arrives, and it stompedes all over. Ents, they can do nothing to deal with Big right now. They are just leaps and bounds ahead on Dust 2.
Yeah, that is some really good faith in your teammates from Gabi, because he's not even playing gun out after that first kill that he gets. He's just dumping all of his utility at the top of that ramp, allowing his teammates Santerre's rotating over. I mean, he's just making sure that they're going to have these easy kills as possible to mop that up. And Ents gets caught in a very awkward scenario. 14-5 now. Still no AWPs. Excuse me. Oh, no, still no AWPs. That's a scout. Nice job from X7, provide an opening. A little bit of life for Ents in this round.
Big with such a vast lead. Next decides to go a bit too aggressively through mid. Thompson will bounce back with a frag of his own with the AWP. Ariel needs to win this trade, and he has. Now Ents can really try and make a move to claim a 6th round, pushing up on the A side of the map. Xantares is here, but he's a bit out of position.
I don't know if he's heard those footsteps out towards long. He's got the aim to turn this round on its head, and look at this, there's not any utility. He's gonna get straight heads-up fights. If he wins these first 2, that's a big one. He gets the second, X7 goes down as well. Xantares, now you see why they picked him up. That's a great sequence, and he has recovered in this round. I don't think he'll expect that third player to be so far back, but he is looking in this direction, and he's got that as well.
Wow. Conga lining their way to death, pushing their way forward, but Xantares take nothing away from him. That is phenomenal.
Oh, it's just the worst feeling if you're Ents, if you're just creeping up to that long cross and you're like, oh, we don't have any smokes. No flashes either, and that is just easy.
Well, 10 map points. Ents very close on the precipice, looking down to potential loss. Thompson hasn't seen anything just yet. That smoke isn't going to deter his vision from spotting up mid. Grenade damage inflicted, Xantares feeling it. Confidence oozing through him, coursing through his veins, goes aggressively on catwalk, but thinks better of that decision. It was over-aggression that nearly cost Big the previous round. They don't want to make that mistake twice.
Well, he's got another opening kill for Ents. It's quickly evened back out. Look at this aggression on catwalk. That AUG doing work, and so is the ult from Thompson. He's been phenomenal. He was great in the first half, attacking with it, and Gabi. He had a rough start to this game, but oh, I thought he was going to have that aerial. The adjustment is able to find that. Nex and Tizian versus Alu and Aerial.
Aerial tank down low. Alu needs to stay alive, and Nex. Surgical precision to the head. Leaves Aerial in a 1-on-2. Been one of the standout players for Ents, one of the few saving graces. But he could get picked off from the backside. Tizian, just behind the box, springs up, and that's the first map done. Big, convincing, comfortable, never looked in doubt, 16-5 victors.
Yeah, they blank him in the second half. 6-0 on their CT side when they switch over. A couple sketchy moments, but overall, solid play from Big. Xantares, 23-13. Thompson, 21-11. Those guys were incredible. And Ents never really had anything to talk about in that map. I can't think of, much like Hellraisers. Give me a positive, Vince. They have a positive?
Aerial, I guess.
Oh yeah, he was solid on catwalk, wasn't he?
But even then, I think he was just... I think he had a light shone on him because of how poor everyone else was. Like, he got a couple kills here and there. It wasn't necessarily enough to make you think, well, on train, he's going to carry them forward. Massive negative is that Alu had no impact. And now we're moving to train, another AWPing-centric map. So.
Yeah, you got to hope that maybe Dust 2 just isn't Ents' map. They can shake that one off in the break, and we'll move on to train. We're all going to take a break ourselves, and then we'll come back. We'll get that second map started for you, so stay tuned.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice, Poland, the Counter-Strike Major. We're here with Big taking on ENCE, and that first one just looked like complete domination from Big. I think it was, what, 16-5 victory for the German side. Now we move on to Train, ENCE's pick, and you gotta hope there's a reason they picked this map. They feel comfortable on it, confident on it, but this is still gonna be dangerous.
Absolutely will be, yeah. This isn't a map that Big are terrible on. They're still very strong. And again, we go back to what we saw in the previous map of Dust 2. No real glimmers of hope, honestly, from what I saw there.
It wasn't like someone went nuts on ENCE and just Big was just like, there just wasn't enough from ENCE. It was no one was really imposing their will upon Big. I mean, they got whatever they wanted. Whenever they wanted it, they got it.
I mean, statistically, their best player was X7. He had 93.5 ADR, which isn't bad, but a lot of those kills were low-impact frags, like exit kills, trying to save and stopping Big from charging him down and saving weapons. So, I mean, even then, you can't necessarily look at it and say, well, X7 was this really sick player that did loads of stuff for Big. I mean, ENCE, pardon me, because realistically, the storyline really does follow the score. It was that one-sided.
Yes, it was dominant. It's dominance in every single way. We're going to move on to Train, and in case you are not familiar with this map, we have another video to introduce it to you.
Train seems simple at a glance. 5 players are tasked with defending 5 narrow choke points spread out across the map. T-Connector, Pop Dog, Ivy, upper and lower ramp are essential for keeping control. However, the impending attack of terrorists spewing out of a few key positions on the outer yard makes things a little bit more complicated. 4 players are needed to mitigate the early aggression and garner more forward formations for defense. Pressure is placed on the sole defender of the inner bomb site, who can hold from afar and be in the dark to what is approaching, or get up close and act as the early warning system for any inside executes. Everything but the kitchen sink gets thrown at the inner site, and if utility is used correctly, the rotation to retake can be completely locked out. Knowing when to rotate becomes the difference between being forced to save or giving yourself a fighting chance to still reclaim the round.
And that is Train for you, and obviously we'll be walking you through some of the complexities of what we're seeing as we go. You just have to, I feel like, despite this being ENCE's pick, this is a very strategy-heavy map, and that is where Gabi thrives. We saw in that game, I think it was Tommy was tweeting out, Lurpus was tweeting out, about 13 rounds in, he still had 0 kills with like 4 ADR, and they were up, or no, it was like 9 rounds in, I think. Yep. They were up 9-0 or 8-0, whatever it was, and he only had, 4 ADR. Like, they don't, like, he's just such a massive brain that it can just unleash the rest of the fraggers, and he doesn't even need to have any kind of individual production, even though he's more than capable of it.
Oh, he definitely is, but he wants to put his star players in the correct positions, like Xantares. We saw in the limited chances Xantares got, he was absolutely unreal. That 3-player spray down, gets the 4th kill at the end, was really sick stuff on long. And yeah, the only player that was below Alu, and again, we go back to this, on the 39.9 ADR for that Dust 2 performance, was Gabi. But he just wasn't required. The rest of his team were doing all the heavy lifting.
It's pretty wild. Even if you, I mean, Xantares is a player who loves getting in fights, who wants to go find a battle. We saw it on Dust 2 a number of times, here on Train as well. When you think of the fights that you're going to get into on this map, those mid-range duels, with the trains, being able to utilize cover and everything like that, those are going to be fights that Xantares is going to be happy to take. Same with Tabson with that AWP. He was brilliant. So you're going to have, everyone from ENCE is going to have to step up. And remember, this is for elimination. Big is now up 1-0. ENCE is, face-to-face with the fact that they could be going out of this major very early on. Well, they were probably expecting and probably believing they could make it to the next stage. They might be going out 0-3, and then you have to go all the way through the minor system. And that's the nightmare scenario.
It certainly is. I mean, they breezed through it last time, but there's going to be a heavy blow to confidence as well and belief. Coming through into this, many people would have had ENCE getting through to the playoff stage, but anything has been, well, nothing's really further than the truth at this stage. I mean, they are right now eyeing up the possibility they're 1 map away from being sent home.
Nothing is easy for them. We'll just, the meme is about to get deleted out of this event.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that this has been anything but easy for Ents at the moment. Quite the opposite. Whereas Big, they have been large and in charge, and it's been pretty straightforward. And I don't expect Train to be any different. I've got to say, coming into this, I have very low expectations for the Finnish players picking this one up.
I'm kind of scared because I've sometimes fallen into the trap of where like the first map is such a blowout that you're just like, oh my god, this team is just incredible. This other team isn't playing well. I mean, especially if you're the players on Ents, you just have to trust in the fact of what you've prepared and what you've looked into before today began. There's a reason why you picked this map. There's a reason why you feel comfortable on it. You probably did some research last night about, you know, exactly what you want to run against this team and how they like to play it. So you just have to trust in all of that. And we'll see what happens. Big at Ents. Big starting on the CT side, which is the other really unfortunate situation for the Finnish team. Can get out to a very rough start, as we saw yesterday from Cloud9 on this map. Didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, it had to be brought up at some stage. And the thing with Ents, though, having a look at some positives, they played this map 11 times over the last 3 months. 91% win rate.
Ooh, that's a spicy little statistic. Here we go. Next, close to ladder room, he's going to hear a lot of information. 3 players stacked from Big. Tizian gets drilled in the face. Not ideal. And at the moment, we'll see how this happens. Alu and X7 still hanging far back with the bomb. That's over towards T mid, though. I have a feeling this is going to end up outside.
Yeah, it's looking likely with the bomb in control from X7 just out there. This looks like it's going to be more of a fake.
Nex is going to have a big job. You imagine these inner players, some of them, at least one of them, will rotate down ladder. Sergey and Alexei going to commit here. Great flashbang, great counter, both quick kills. Huge deficit for Ents now.
Oh, Nex had the right idea. Could hear the footsteps coming down the ladder, and it's up to Aerial. He's already put 2 players to rest. Has to go better. Alu, hot pursuit of God B, can hear his footsteps around the corner as well. There's still, with all this action ensuing, 45 seconds for the Finns to make something a reality on their T side, but God B's going to put an end to that. Aerial's going to try and erode away their tracks of the A side. At range, the USP on both teams is going to be pretty damn strong, but it's going to be Aerial that actually lands. Oh, shot, there's God B. Leading from example. He may not have had the most kills in the last one, but he's already picked up 2 in this.
You saw him take a massive breath as well once he got that final kill, jumping over to the trains, could have given up his position. Aerial has been the only player delivering for Ents in these 2 maps so far. Obviously still very early on in this second map, but he was the only one you could really talk about on Dust 2. He's the one that got them started with some great catwalk holds in that first half. Here he gets 4 kills in the pistol round, the only one to find any frags. You can just see, Big is one of the teams, well, you know, we obviously always point towards actually hold the thought, fast pace towards outside, utility being used deep into this train yard. X7 gonna lead the way, Aerial down low, got beat, dinked, finished off. There is a player who's pushed Ivy for Big, but they have to get back. They have to hold on this bomb site. These are awkward fights to get into. Xantares is the only one delivering, but he's caught in a reload. A chance here for Ents to respond, and even Tizian coming through like a madman through the smoke. He falls after 1 kill, and Tapson could be an easy cleanup on Alu. This has been a non-stop brawl outside ever since it began, and he's working the train. Alu dealing some damage. There's an opportunity on the ground. Tapson is going to make it easy work. But Jesus, that just never stopped.
No, it was ruthless aggression met by a resilient bunch of players from Big trying to hold the line. And although Tapson was the last player standing, Ents also force-bought into that round, so do they want to force behind this? Can they sense the weakness? Yes, they can. They're going to go in for this, Moses. This is such a key moment already early on in the map.
I like this, and actually Big have not caught on to what Ents might want to do here. They're going to get a nasty surprise. Good nade in. Gabi trying to get in towards the ladder room. Wondering if Alexei heard that last footstep that he made, and he definitely knows now. Gabi, oh, he spotted the rifle. Nex has dropped Aerial. That was one of the AKs, and somehow Gabi wins that. Taps it under pressure now. He's caught out in the open by a nade, but no one from Ents is connecting any of these shots. You like the aggressive call to buy up the AK-47s, but this has been a disaster. This is going to put them really on their back foot. Gabi finds the final kill.
I loved the idea, but disliked the execution there, Moses. It was just so raggedy. It was just so strange and disjointed again. They got players peeking one by one on likes of Ivy. No counteractive play, no avenging kills.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously the aggression from God B was probably a little bit of a surprise. But certainly that could have looked prettier from the Ent side of things. 3-0 for Big, looking for a hot start in their CT side. And now they saw the AKs, they saw the Scout. They handled that with ease. Keep the SMGs, build up some more bonus money. We'll see what happens. I was going to say, we can go over this while there was, since we can finally now kind of take a breath. Maybe, perhaps.
Nope.
Santero's going to get a nice little headshot there. Still no danger. He doesn't spot that player scoped in. The field of vision seems to be handled, so I'll just get on with it. We talk about this with Astralis and Liquid, which is, I mean, kind of obvious because they're like the number one and number two team in the world. Big is probably right up there with them in terms of how effective they are with utility usage. And the reason, I mean, it's kind of awkward now, but going back to the pistol round, that setup they had towards Inner, you could see when the eventual commitment down the lower ramp happened, the two players kind of peeked out, got their attention, kept them fighting and looking at the angles, and then a flashbang came in from the third player that was stacked up there. So, I mean, that was a beautiful setup if you think all the way back to 4 rounds ago. But I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it in this half from Big. They're great with their nades.
And as you touched on, Train, one of the most tactical maps in the current pool. So this is where God B can really get his teeth into the CT and the T side. And that comes around. The question is, how many rounds will Ents have? And Sergey flash into peak as if to prove a point.
I know, shout out to Big, thank you for that.
And that's going to yield the opening pick. It's a rifle taken away from Ents.
It's frustrating to play against teams that are so good with flashbangs and nades like that. Because you do, as a player, know you can compete and you can fight on a skill level, but just getting completely neutralized by a flashbang makes you hate everything about Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it does feel like when playing against Big, it's kind of a claustrophobic feeling. You're just being choked out slowly off these grenades.
And when they have those SMGs, like flashbang through a smoke, you can be so aggressive, you can show up on the other side of that smoke very, very quickly. Another one. Another flashbang. It's beautiful work and the information on top of it. And Ents is on the back foot.
Yeah, they are reeling. They are being stunned at the moment. Next, they're trying to spray through with the AUG, does one and nearly gets the kill onto Alexi B. Tags him down to 81 health. Alu has made inroads through Ivy's side, and his teammate partner in crime, Alexi B, has been found, and the bomb has been dropped. You can see that Big realized that Alu is here. There's going to be more of the same. It's an identical start to Dust 2, a 5-0 lead for Big.
Tizian doesn't even pick up that AWP on Alu, so, I mean, part of it, maybe they don't want a double-up setup, but also another save round is a possibility for Ents here. They are completely stumped. I mean, the opening 2 kills of this is phenomenal flashbang work.
Yeah, $200 investment, but can yield so much in return if used correctly. And, well, God B's already got more kills on this map than he did the entirety of Dust 2. So there you have it. Definitely capable of fragging out when he's required. 7-1. Top killer on either side. 3 players really yet to get off the mark for Ents. They're on 1 kill apiece, Alexi, Sergey, and X7.
What's wild about it is it almost feels that previous round where like Big was being the offensive team with those SMGs, and even the flashbang peak towards Ivy as well. They used so much of their utility with like 45 seconds left. Big was out of nades because they used it all to be aggressive. Ents actually had the advantage in utility down the stretch of that round, but they just lost too much before it.
Nade lands plumb on Alu, playing aggressively. 2 grenades into a next AUG. We'll seal the deal. And off to another sticky start are the Finns. Tizian, all by his lonesome. That grenade just punctures 3 of them.
Oh dear, oh dear.
They just can't catch a break right now, Ents. Everywhere they go, they are being smacked down. Tizian MP9 opens up with authority with 2. Sergey burns to a crisp.
I don't think Big has played around without an SMG quite yet.
If that had have landed.
Oh my god, what an ass. Oh, that would have been... I wish it would have... Oh, I would have died. Alexi, the last one left.
Skillful self-censorship there as well, Moses. Alexi B with the headshot to Zantares. Does have an AUG. Maybe there's a way forward to get some more kills. In terms of the round, it's over. The bomb has been dropped on B. It is too far out in the open, but Alexi B does have a smoke. And they're going to have a buy in the next round, so it's important that he does die before the time runs out, so we can at least get that round loss bonus. A team led by God B is not going to make any overextensions here. And Tizian finds another one. 3 kills in the round for him with the MP9.
Wait, pick up the AUG. Drop it to a teammate.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, isn't it?
He did it with the AWP earlier as well. He's just like, listen, this is my magic MP9. I am not letting it go.
Sometimes I do this because I'm a scumbag at matchmaking. If I have a stat track weapon, I'm like, nah, I want the stat track kills. Get wrecked.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
All right. All right. A little bit of insight into Vince's world.
Yep.
The madness.
Terrible teammate, of course.
Tizian, we'll see how good that MP9 actually is. You can see him run halfway up the ramp, chuck a flash, and hear footsteps, and then just back away. So he's going to burn an early smoke. He doesn't even want to look for the information. He knows they're going to head there. Timing on this nade, not great, but the idea is sound.
Yeah, and that's something that will be respected by ENCE in future rounds. They know that Big are going to throw that grenade in, may be susceptible to getting chunked later on. Just keep people on their tiptoes.
I'm really intrigued to see how ENCE is going to get their first round. As you said, a God B team not likely to make any kind of crazy mistake in a 5-on-5, just going for a wild peek in towards the choke point. Only 2 flashbangs for them left. 2 Molotovs as well. One of them on Tizian at the inner bomb site. This is a pretty nasty setup, because even if ENCE attacks inner, they're going to have some fast flanks. They'll have a double up on the flank as well. This is all a fake. Again, it might just be send Sergey and see what he can create for you. Hope it pulls some rotations.
Similar idea to the pistol round. This time with weapons behind it. Sergey's made inroads. Down ramp already. Tizian does take a tag through the coils. Now going to have a quick peek with the MP9. This is where an upgraded gun probably would have yielded some better results. 15 seconds. Got beat. Goes to town with another one. Bomb's been dropped, but Alu's going to be able to reclaim it. The downside is there's 3 players and not much time, and he has to get out of there. And he is going to be saving, and Big will move to a 7-0 lead on their CT side.
This is nasty. Big is winning everything, not just the fights themselves, but in terms of positioning, and ENCE haven't even gotten close to a bomb site.
It's a really good point. No plants yet.
God B was in that position the whole time, just waiting. Even finds Alexi as he comes down. Alu even tagged him through the wall during that sequence. And for ENCE, you can't really do anything but try again. We haven't even yet seen any kind of a set piece out of them. No smoke walls outside. That was a little bit of a set piece towards inner, but just one player committing to it.
Tizian's going to get forced to use that Molotov, courtesy of a couple of tags. And as he is the only player on B currently, it could draw a player across from A.
This is going to be a hit from ENCE, though. They found a perfect timing. No one's rotated back, so finally Big is going to be tested. Finally, we're at least going to get a plan.
Tizian nearly holds on to the 1 kill. This is where the retake should be in effect for Big. They don't have a huge amount of grenades to play with, a couple of smokes and a HE. And ENCE are going to take the opportunity to push. Try and take the fight too Big before they can get in position to strike.
And if you're Big, you want to maintain a little bit of presence here, just so they don't go on the hunt too early, but you're just saving. You're trying to take these guns away. That would be so detrimental to the economy, depending on how many they can get at the end. There they know where Alexi B is, but Tabson just walks right into it with the AWP, maybe a little bit overconfident. And it doesn't work out for Big. A lot of the weapons taken away from them. There's still one more chance. Aerial. Oh, nice work with the sound. Fakes the jump up. Baits next into the peak. That's a first round finally for ENCE, but there's still so much money on the CT side.
Yeah, the only player really struggling right now is Antares, down at 4.7k, but of course he can still afford no problems. Tabson had well over 10,000, could drop for Antares. Looks like that is the case. But at least ENCE have been able to force Big to replenish these guns. It is costly. it will catch up with them eventually. And we did see a similar half on Dust 2. They were massive deficit, bounced back with 5 rounds in a row. Made the half interesting. Maybe we're going to have a repeat performance.
What's scary is it just looks like, oh, that's a great double nade. One comes through the window, it's Tapson with the kill. I thought that was the HU for a second, and I was going to freak out. Tizian does fall towards that inner bomb site. Finally, they get an entrance in, and they just wait for that peek from Xantares. He's lucky to have his life still. Smoke down, he's going to make it through with no damage. Bomb being planted, though. Alu missing an opportunity to thin the herd before this retake begins, but we have a 4-on-4.
Certainly do. This time there are a couple of Molotovs. There's more grenades at Big's disposal. This could put them in. They've just tossed both mollies out. Going to draw out Sergey into the open. And Xantares is able to filter out a couple more terrorists. Ariel and Alu up against Gobby and Nex. Time has been ticking away, though. And is there feasibly enough? There's no kits in play for Big. I think they're going to have to pull the plug.
That final smoke went towards upper instead of onto the bomb where there were flames. So yeah, there was no chance of them winning that. They're going to have to back away. Another nice round from Ents. This time, they're able to finally... Ooh, looking for the AWP as Ariel. That would be important to find, and he does grab it. This time they're able to pick off Tizian, who's been an annoyance at that inner bomb site, and they get in before the rotation comes. Much like last round, although the previous round that Ents had won, they forced Tizian away and just continued that hit and again beat the rotations.
I wonder if with the Orc coming into prominence a bit more, Moses, you're going to see more of these one-player positions on B, because the Orc can come through connector and the backside towards CT and have so much influence. Because what we're noticing is that Tizian now, the last couple of rounds, has been caught on B. And that has by and large been how Ents have been getting their rounds. I wonder if that'll continue to be the case.
I think Big's going to have plenty of confidence in Tizian playing that inner bomb to be able to get away more often than not. The previous round, remember, the first round that Ents won, Tizian actually called it out. I don't know if he called for them to stay outside or what, but there was plenty of opportunity for the rotation to come in. They just chose not to. Either way, here we are, 7-2, still a lead for Big, but that money has dwindled very, very quickly. No one with eyes on Ivy at the moment. There's a pop flash. Last time they used it for a peek, you could see Ariel feeling uncomfortable. Oh, I don't like this from Ents. They're going to try and split around the back wall towards Old Bomb. That's a good opening kill, but still, it's such a long route to run. There's a player in CT spawn, and oh, Nex misses his chance. Alu's found that. You can see the danger, how many different angles they've had to fight from, but they've won all of them, thankfully. Tizian somehow gets away pushing upper to flank outside, but the bomb is being planted in her. Sergey must have heard a footstep. He's on the hunt.
Tizian may not be long for this world. Gonna get caught in the backside. Sergey finds him. It's one of those kind of rounds from Ents where they get the success, they only lose one player, but if one of those duels had gone differently, the round could have just fell to pieces.
I've seen so many teams, that was a super popular strategy in some of the old versions of Counter-Strike on Train, and I've seen so many teams try and make it work, and just more often than not it falls flat, because look at all the different angles that you have to worry about. Even when the smokes are up, some of those are still deadly. Yeah, like you said, it works this round just because they straight up won all those fights, but if you don't get those instant headshots, you just tend to bleed too many players, and by the time you get to CT spawn, that second prong of the attack isn't as effective as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, a big part of that was Nex whiffing, but here comes Antares, and Sergey will punish the aggression. Understand why they've gone for it. It's just pistols across the board.
They wanted to crunch up ladder, I believe, as well with Gobby there. They wanted to get 1 or 2 kills from that flashbang, have Gobby fly up behind Ents, who's trying to push back aggression. Somehow that was working out for just a hot minute.
Felt like 50 Molotovs were tossed in connector there, get a double barbecue.
Going for that extra crispy recipe.
Now Tizian with a Desert Eagle, going to see if he can claim some kills, maybe salvage a weapon would be a nice bonus out of the round, but yeah, Ents have done it again. They start to bounce back, 7-0 to 7-4. Big not quite looking as confident as they were before. Not going to happen for Tizian, but a full buy on the horizon.
You're exactly right, what looked like such a dominant half, where we were even wondering how Ents was going to be able to win some rounds. Now 4 in a row have slipped away. And we've got a half on our hands. Big, as you mentioned, going to buy here as the losing bonus builds up, and as that round was pretty much just a half investment so that they could afford it this round. Tapson can have an AWP. And they're going to talk it through in a timeout. No one's bought anything. Now it's coming in right at the end of the timeout.
Tizian could go for a second AWP if Big won it, but they've already had a couple of opportunities to, and they passed on it last time.
Well, he was holding on to that StatTrak MP9, remember?
Also had the opportunity for an AUG, but decides to go for the M4. God being next will be utilizing the flavor of the month. Well, I guess the AUG's been around for, well, at this level of power for a little while longer, but here's the aggression, Zantares. And again, last time it was Sergey, this time X7. It's just going to backfire. Outside control now being established. After a timeout, it's fell to pieces once again.
Tapson needs a kill here, but the Molotov going to hold him back, and he goes for the peek. Alu just holding that angle. Nex is going to fall as well. And Big, they seem to have discovered a recipe, and it's almost like they're just playing so aggressive that it's not giving Big the time to do any of those flashbang setups. You know, the peaks that we kept seeing in the early stages of this half. They're not slowing down and kind of spending time in choke points. They're getting out and taking fights.
Yeah, some of that may be to the credit of Events. They've definitely sped things up. But you're not really giving yourself the chance to go for flashes if Zantares is pushing up ramp.
That was out of a timeout as well, so that was like a designed play. I wonder if it was something where it was just like, you know, they ask Zantares just straight up, like, what do you want to do this round? And he's like, I would like to rush box halls. And now they would like to rush mid. And now Ents is rushing in her. And there goes Tizian, the only defender.
Not much he could really do. Didn't have any grenades. Typically, as the lone defender on B, you want to have a smoke and a Molotov. Stall out for as long as possible. But Ents going to be taking a 6th round in a row. Zantares lands himself for 1D around the corner. I think that was on connector side, and a second. He's going to make this a costly one for Ents. I mean, they're all pretty much swimming in the money at this stage. Does the world of good to their confidence, though, Big. If one of their stars is teeing off. And it's not going to save the round for them. Thompson, the next player to fall. So respect to Ents for bouncing back. This looked like the map was getting into dangerously murky waters, but they have cleared it up nicely.
I mean, even if you stretch this back to Dust 2, I mean, that was like a 23-5 run that Big was rolling with there across the 2 maps. But yeah, Ents have responded just fine and have recovered. And I mean, even since once they took the money away, they've really exploited some of these fast-paced rounds as well. You know, getting out of that mid-choke point, getting out into the outer train yard with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. No Molotovs, no smokes, no double nades to put into a choke point for Big, and Ents has really exploited that fact.
Now knowing that this half, a Fulcrum Point going to call a second timeout.
It's yeah, I guess so. Alu put tech in the chat, so I figured that meant tech pause, but we have the graphic for a tactical pause, which is why I think you are confused, sir.
Yes, I got baited.
You did get baited.
Did you bait?
Not confused, you got you got fooled, juked.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if a timeout came now, just trying to establish an 8-7 lead, but we'll just scrap all of that. Apparently someone has some technical issues. Hopefully that's going to get fixed momentarily. Do see a headset off. Never a great sign.
No, that's the first of the warning signs.
When players stand up, you know it's all over.
Yes. It'll be cool to watch what Ents do these last 2 rounds of the half, because they have so much money now. Sergey has 13,000, Ariel's at 8,000, Alu's at 10,000. Like, there's so much cash that they have that they can do whatever they want and not have to worry about having a weekend buy in that last round. So they've really played themselves right in this. And this is a mirror image of the first half of Dust 2, where it was a long stretch of dominance for Big and then a long stretch of dominance for Ents.
The main difference here, though, is that first off, this is obviously Ence's choice of map, but additionally, their difficulties and woes on Dust 2 were on the CT side. Now they're going to be moving through onto the easier of the halves, with at least 6 rounds, potentially more, on their choice of map. So this is definitely looking like a much brighter future for Ence on Train.
You'd say everything's kind of coming together to give us a third map in this series.
Definitely feels that way. And the third map, if we need it, would be Overpass. Always a tantalizing prospect. Personally, my favorite map in the current pool. Where did you come down on that one? What's your favorite map to Gust?
I don't know. I've honestly never really thought about it. I'll take Inferno if it's a third map.
Yeah, okay. Overtimes pretty much go hand in hand.
Inferno third map is so god tier.
Yeah, Inferno kind of has a bit of it all. The reason I love Overpass so much is the aggression that both sides can throw in.
You want to hear something wild, Vince?
Go on.
Because while we're over here having fun with Big and Ence, Astralis Renegades is going on. They're currently in overtime. Renegades is leading in that overtime, 18-16. How do you feel about that one?
On the first map?
On the first map, Mirage.
Wasn't it 12-3 at
It was indeed 12-3.
What? Okay. Am I being debated again, Moses?
No, I'm dead serious.
Wow.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
That is really impressive, because Astralis have looked rock solid. Yeah, we only see them in 2 maps, but the 2 maps we've seen.
The Og giveth and the Og taketh away.
Apparently so. Wow. I'm actually a bit stunned at that.
Yeah, well, next up is Nuke.
Yeah,
so
that's
if you're Renegades, you're like, please close this out. If someone had asked you, like, before this major began, Renegade, or if someone told you Renegades is going to be the team that breaks Astralis' nuke streak, would you have just laughed at him?
I'd have told him to put the pipe down.
Yeah, they would have been in an alternate reality. That'll be interesting.
In terms of our match here, I'm not entirely sure what the technical issue is. So it's hard to give you an ETA.
Yeah, no one's chatting. I believe the round is going to be restored as soon as one of the players gets back into the server, which should be happening soon. I think maybe they just did a quick little bit of a restart. Headphones aren't back on yet, though, so we got some time. He's connecting right now, being told.
Yeah, it's been a strange little map, though, this one. Really. If you'd gone for a break or gone AFK for a few moments, at big 7-0, you thought, okay, well, this is probably done.
It was weird too, because we're sitting here and it's like, yeah, Ence has just won 2 rounds in a row. Still doesn't really feel like they're going to get back into this. 3 rounds in a row, still not really going to get back into this. Even 4 rounds, I didn't quite believe it, and then I'm like, oh god, Big has not been able to get back on the board.
Because it just seems like all of the strengths that Big had going on in the first 7 rounds have been completely torn to pieces, some of which seemingly from Big themselves. Like these set plays, these set pop flashes not really coming into prominence anymore. We've seen some aggressive plays right into the hands of Ence. So maybe just slow things down. Easier said than done, of course.
Way easier said than done. Definitely. But I like the idea. Here we go.
Oh, it's happening. Oh god, no. Put them back in.
Do it now.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Let's go. It's back in the server. The bot has been removed. Gonna get a round restart for the cash monies. God B's gonna clap his hands.
Clap someone's face if they don't win this game after a 7-0 lead.
All right. He's aggressive. Here we go.
He's a big lad as well. I wouldn't want to get hit by him.
He's so nice, though.
Yeah,
There's no way he would ever do that. He's so nice.
He's a nice dude, for sure. We're seeing some purchases. It's looking good. Tizian, please buy something.
Man with a mustache.
Mr. Tabson.
Freeze time's coming to an end, so we are back into things. 6-7 if you're just tuning in. It was 7 in a row for Big. It's been 6-0 for Ence. This is the best buy Big has had in quite some time, though.
Yep, that's definitely fair. They don't have an AWP, though. But then again, Tabson just as good with the rifles as he is with an AWP. He can kind of do it all. And Ence decide Best course of action right after a lengthy pause is to put two players aggressively to box holes. They're not going to execute off it just yet, though. They're going to back away. Hot Dog, Godby did spot Alu jump across. But ENCE have flirted with quite a few angles of the map. They haven't committed to anything fully yet.
This is one of the slower rounds we've seen recently.
Molotov going to force aerial back from a main. Oh, that's a strange molly. Just kind of got stuck in the wall.
Here's a cool play, though. Big going for some aggression out towards Ivy in the mid-round. Godby going to lead the way. You don't want to throw a flashbang in this scenario because you don't want to give up what kind of a play you're running. He's got a lot of information, and he can stay relatively safe there. If ENCE do commit outside, he can come back and surprise. Next needs to back away as this smoke is about to clear because Sergey and Alexei might be able to pounce there. Windows being broken, some spam coming through in response.
Problem with that information, it has a sell-by date. At this stage, someone could still be going Ivy. Enough time has elapsed.
They ran this strategy earlier. They're going back to it. As the bomb and Alu are still in T-mid, you're going to have Sergey and Alexei B fake an inner hit. Sergey will commit. They'll try and fall down the ladder, but this is a perfect defense. There's the first Nex. Needs to build upon that. Tizian doing a great job inside as well. They've committed 2 this time, but Tizian has the idea of what's coming, but he just gives up the angle. It's a 3-on-2. ENCE are making this work as well. Taps in, holding on, and it's just Alexei. He's got to come through the flames. Time is running out. Solo is taps in, but he can't get the bomb in time. There's no chance to recover and plant. And Big are going to get their 8th round. They're going to get their lead into the second half.
Yeah, that's a frustrating climax to the round for ENCE. They seem to do everything so well, and they ran into the blockade that is Tabson. His 2 kills were everything in round 14. But as we touched upon before that pause came into effect, ENCE have so much money, they can come straight back in with the AKs and the AWP. It's good to see that Alu also has bounced back after that poor Dust 2 performance. He's leading the charge with 11 and 9. Plenty of ADR, had plenty of AWP frags. Does get flashed out though, so he's going to have to relocate. That allows Tabson to move in.
He's really daring Tabson to hit that shot, isn't he? Nade comes in. Not a lot of utility on this defensive side. 3 smokes, a Molotov, and a flashbang. Alexei gonna get in front of that smoke. Godby's not ready for it. Didn't see that one coming. That smoke is gonna open up the wraparound, but Alexei had no idea. Second player right in the corner. Doubled up with Godby.
Yeah, from Godby's perspective, getting caught that way, you definitely don't expect a second player to be stacked next, and Sergey going to exchange frags. Still a minute plus to play with, and ENCE are starting to make moves outside. Alu just past the green tray. Tabson peering across the E-box, going to take some damage. Starts to back away.
This is fine, though, and I like this is a smart play from Tabson and Nex. They have Tizian on a huge flank, so Tabson and Nex are just slowly backing away. They want to stay alive. If either one of them gets killed, that's kind of the signal for ENCE to start pushing forward. No one from ENCE is watching behind them. Tizian turning the corner now, looking for Alu, but over towards E-box. Sergey is free, as you'd like. Alu now laying in wait and sandwich. Flashbang. He can at least hold Tizian back, but all while he pays attention in this direction, he can't help his teammate. It's a really tough place for Aerial to be in. He's challenging over towards Old Bomb. He needs this kill, and he's got it now on top of the train, and ENCE looking to close this out with the 7th round. Alu's gonna find the flank, and there it is. ENCE have found the last one. They fought their way back into this half. A 7-1 run to close things out. A little bit of life in the Finnish players yet. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we'll see how this closes up.
An opening in the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Quite the roller coaster ride we've had between Big and Ents. Map 1 was domination from Big. Map 2 started out the same exact way until Ents flipped a switch. They came back from 7-0 down, and they find themselves with a very narrow deficit here in the second half. Switching over to the easier side as well.
Yes, exactly. On their choice of map, where you're expecting they're going to have a pretty good time of it. It's all a bit about comebacks. On the A stream, Renegades came back from 12-3 to actually take the first map. But in the here and now, Ents, can you hold on? Can you take us into a third map? It's that or bust. As far as the Finns are concerned, they're going to have more of a presence on the B side, but Ariel is going to be chipping in for some damage. Alexi B dropped to 1 HP, and Ariel makes a move back and join the rest of his teammates. They do have a kit in the hands of Alexi B, but the bomb is being planted.
It's going to be a huge retake, and there's only one player on the flank, so all four of these players are all going to be coming at the same angle. The player with the kit, 1 health, that can go down so easily, and they have to be careful about where that falls. You'd want him, ideally, to almost lead the charge. Great flashbang gives Antares an opportunity. Can't connect, but there he is finally, going for a follow-up and a second.
That is unreal aim by Centaurus, but Sergey's going to counteract alongside X7. 3-on-2, still stacked against the Finnish team. And it's just gone from bad to worse. X7 going to try and smoke on the site, but Big don't allow it to come to fruition. They pick up the second pistol and take a 2-round lead.
Is that all 4 pistols now won by Big in this game?
Yes.
What a huge advantage across a 2, potentially 3-map series. Ents are not making this easy on themselves. 9-7. Timeout is called by Big. Straight out of that victory. Gabi not taking any chances, making sure everyone's on the same page, make sure they know exactly how to handle this.
I actually like this. They still have 2 more timeouts after this, so it's just to ensure they don't fall into the force by nightmare. Because if they can establish a good lead on the T-half and keep the economy events low, that is one of the best ways for Big to win this map and to win this best of 3.
Yeah, you get that early start on the T side and you continually just have them reset. That is the dream. Here we go. There was investment from Ents on their CT side on Dust 2 with the double scouts. Not doing it here on Train. So this might be easier than God be expecting, calling that timeout.
I do also wonder if the timeout actually made ENCE's decision for them. If they thought, well, maybe we just don't force here. We just stack on a site instead, see if we can catch Big off guard. So far, so good, though, for the Terrorist team. Tizian's been dinked, and these USPs are doing far more damage than Big will be comfortable with.
Next should be able to mop this up, and yeah, responds onto Alu, and he's got 3 kills into the round. But yeah, 2 players do fall. Not bad for ENCE, considering it was just USPs and nothing else. Surely they're going to buy here in this round. Alu, the AWP in his hands, no armor behind it, no utility behind it. He desperately wants that weapon. The AUG's coming out as well. And, you know, okay utility. 2 kits on Sergey and X7, which will be quite nice if they ever have to retake anything. A little bit more time can be bought up in this 3rd round.
Yeah, Godby's a step ahead. He knows how important the AUGs are on train. And in doing so, it's going to be a lack of head armor. So he's going to keep his MAC 10. Grenade not doing anywhere near as much damage as ENCE were hoping for. Just 4 HP to Xantares. Here comes Smoke and Flash from Godby, preceding the charge. Big looking to get up in the face of ENCE, and so far it's going to yield 1 kill. Tamsin has been dealt with. He's one of the main men on the side of Biggs, and X7, while Flashbang sprays with his AUG, and does claim himself a frag. Godby with a hell of an entry, though, with the AK. Has reached a bit of a stalemate in this round. The bomb's still yet to be planted. They're actually going to pull back.
They've left Tizian on the bomb trade. If he can find this kill into Sergey, there it is. What a flick over. He even spots out Alu. No armor, can't get tagged up, but Tizian is holding onto this bomb trade. There is a player flanking behind as well. Next coming in. There's a timing on this. He's been spotted now. He has to take that fight. And Nex is going to back away slowly. Bomb now creeping up to the train. That's a pretty risky fallback from Nex. And oh, Tizian not even paying attention to the possibility of Alu rotating around and Godby. Can the in-game leader pull this off? He knows where both players are. 1 in connector, 1 towards Ivy.
Did he just make a step? Maybe. X7 around the corner is going to get the better of him with a 4K. 14 health separates him from death and potentially ENCE from a round loss. But the head scratch to me was Nex pulled back and had his back turned to Ivy. You've got to assume that that peek may come in.
That's like the longest route you can run. I think this is really where the trouble came for Big, is when they were trying to get out team mid. They were bombing flashbangs so deep, but the CT players from ENCE could just literally just sit there with the AUG and just spam towards the smoke. And even though they were blind, no one from Big could make any kind of progress actually attacking and utilizing those flashbangs properly. So we mentioned that for Big, the dream scenario is to continually reset and keep the money low events. They don't even get the opportunity. Due to the damage done in the previous round, it's Big who runs out of money first, even with that plant. Godby's invested in an AK-47, little bit of armor and small investment on some of the other players, but nothing to be happy about.
They could still erode away the economy somewhat, though, with an AK-47 and some Desert Eagles. So ENCE may still feel the pinch. Only a couple of flashbangs to contend with, though. Maybe setting up Xantares for a quick push outside. Or inside, I should say, towards the B side. A grenade, though, chunks both Godby and Xantares. If they want to push, it's going to have to be right here, right now. Flashbang goes out first, but Alu's going to be able to chip in for the frag. 1 kill for Sergey. Alu's going to relocate, gets himself a second. This round should be laid to rest at this stage. Tabson is too far forward with the bomb to get a plant. Smoke. He's going to cordon off connector. Alu needs to be very careful. He's alone. Tizian lands the headshot. He's going to go for seconds. No, it's not like this. This is a complete collapse. This should have been their round. They were in a 2-on-4. And now the AUG's been picked up from Big, and Tabson uses it against the CTs. A complete collapse, a catastrophe, a disaster. ENCE concede, and Big move to a 3-round lead.
That might be the round that dictates ENCE going out of the tournament. You're exactly right. They blew that round in a massive way. They had everything they could have needed. They even had Tabson trapped, and they let him get away, but it's this follow-up. Tizian with that smoke down. Ariel needs to be waiting for his team. That needs to be a team solution to come through that smoke at the same time so they can at least trade that kill. If anyone's going to go through that smoke, they all need to go. That was a 2-on-4, I believe?
Yeah, it was.
With Tabson trapped with the bomb far towards connector, they let that slip out of their hands. Ents gonna look back on that round and discuss later on.
And not just that, but the round started with an AK and pistols. That was it. Tizian not going to fall for the flash into peak from Ivy. They were hoping a player was more up close. The pistols could be able to shred through the armor. And that range, the AK is always going to win. Now pondering outside of the B, side of the map. Smoke down, going to draw some CTs to fill in the blanks. A rotation. It seems that Big is still going to go for B, so they're going to be walking into this stack. This is a bit of a worrying sign.
What we've seen from them so far in this series, though, is they're gonna treat this no matter what they might assume that Ents has. They're going to use all the Molotovs and nades and utility. There goes Tapson. Not slowing down there. Sergey, though, so if they want to turn back, now is the time. And actually, Gabi continues forward. A little bit dangerous. Bombs on the ground. Big might be handing it right back to Ents, but Next still alive. Alu so low. Needs to bait them into Sergey's crosshairs. There's a good find for Next, and the flank still coming in. It's Tizian who's been waiting all along. Alu hears, or Sergey hears it, excuse me, the USP is out, can't find that frag either. It's so close. He's got almost no HP, and Next somehow stays alive and makes it work. Just barely hanging on as Big.
I don't know how Next survived that. He was dodging bullets all over the place. He was low for the longest time. And Big, collective sigh of relief. They walk onto the stacked site, nearly have the favor returned.
Breathe easy, boys. Breathe easy.
Ents now into a bit of a save. Just CZ, P250, no grenades. This is what we're talking about, keeping that economy down in the dumps. They're going to go aggressive. And Gabi is waiting with a MAC-10. A spray, in effect, just Sergey answers back.
Not just Gabi. Everyone's waiting. Big love that. Nice, quick, easy round. Here it comes for Ents. Perhaps one of the last buy rounds they'll have. They must win this. Down 5. Again, I mean, the story for Ents has been each of their halves just starting so slow. First half of Dust 2 was 0-8. Second half was 0-5. First half of Train was 7-0 for the favor of Big. Now in the second half, it's been 5-1 run for Big. Ents just having to come back in every single half, every single map. And it's so tough to make that work with consistency at this level of play.
Especially against such a veteran in-game leader, can rally the troops. And if there are any communication issues, certainly haven't seen them today. Seems like a well-oiled machine. Molotov on box halls just to make sure no one peeks from the upper side. It's going to be Sergey alone on the site, but he's playing more of a passive angle. He's not going to be able to stop the initial push. Down ramp instead, deploys the smoke, crosses his fingers and hopes for the best. They're going to run into his crosshair. No, they're encircling him. They're enveloping the site, and Big will not miss out on this opportunity. Tizian chips in with 2. And at this stage, Ents have to think about pulling back and saving. X7 going to take the fight to Centaurus, but the hemorrhaging kills across the board, and X7 is going to go in for another one. However, it's one-dimensional. Ents are both in connector, and Big have a triple threat. Aerial actually comes out swinging, though, with an M4A1S kill. This is now doable.
It's not planted for Tapson. He's got to hurry up on this flank, on this wraparound. Gabi's going to be all alone. There's no Molotov. He's going to ensure that they cannot get away no matter what happens, but there's another kill. They actually might win this. How has this happened? How have they made this work? X7 on the bomb. Tapson no gun out. He's going to go for the knife, but they've done it! And pull out a literal miracle. 4 kills for X7. It should have never happened.
Just after I was saying how well-oiled machine they were, how systematic they were, yeah, curse the commentator again, of course.
And then the gears all exploded.
Although, the other side of the coin there is that was a phenomenal retake from X7 at the end, an aerial. Excellent work. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Big still have a buy coming right at them. And you can see the damage it's done. There's only one player survives, so UMP and an MP9. They're still in a spot of bother here, Ents.
This is so wild down the stretch. What a heroic round from X7. Now things slow down across the map.
X7 getting tanked up, having a quick peek across there. Needs to be very careful. At this stage, especially with the lack of weaponry and nades, they cannot afford to lose any players early on. The worst case scenario, they need avenge kills. Anything else will not do. Thompson not going to be touched by that Molotov, but Aerial close range with the UMP. Can get the kill. I think he may have also picked up the AK.
Oh, this is dangerous though. Look at X7, I mean, look at Xantares, excuse me, he's out. So is Tizian pressuring the bomb site. Great peek from X7. He's got fire in this game, but Xantares is lurking. He is going to wreak some havoc eventually. He's just looking for his timing, for his moment. This might be it. Alexi going to fall right back into his crosshairs. Surely now, Xantares strikes. Now in a one-on-one with Sergey.
The young Finn against the Turkish Terminator. 23 seconds. Xantares does just have about enough time to go to the other side of the map on B, and Sergey has no idea.
He's so far away now. Actually, he's got the jump on it. He gets in very, very fast. There is a Molotov for Xantares, so if he gets this planted and gets away, Sergey perhaps won't let him. Now he realizes inside the site. If he sees where the bomb is planted, though, he's going to check this position.
Exactly. It's all about, can Xantares quad him off? This is why he's playing aggressively before Sergey can see it, and Sergey is able to stand up to the task, and he keeps Ents in this game. Again, though, losing 4 players is going to be a rough buy in the next round, but Ents, they're turning it up here.
Counter-terrorists win.
Is this real? Is this actually going to happen? Are Ents going to bounce back from this horrendous deficit, this horrendous performance so far?
I mean, they got given such a lifeline in that retake in the round previous. That is, I'm so astounded they're even in this game. That right there, that should have been the knockout punch for Big. And now, I mean, it's another lifeline. They have the cash flow, they have the money. I mean, they're right on the edge after this buy. Still not out of it just yet. Still a great advantage in this game for Big, but feels like Ents gave this one away earlier, and Big handed it right back to him. Aerial, X7, Alexi, and Alu all playing far back. A line set, a line drawn in the sand. Right at the bomb train. Tapson's going to go through this. They're so blind. Fire everywhere as well. Tapson surely is going to get at least one of these entries up above the window. And Tapson actually just goes down for free despite all of his work.
But Ents have been down and out in rounds similar to this and somehow bounced back. Somehow been resuscitated.
It doesn't happen twice, Vince.
Sergey, though, is going to see if that miracle can be repeated. Alu just begging for a pixel, begging for something to protrude around the corner, but it won't be happening. Bigger in good enough positions, Ents have to turn tail and save. And it's been 2 heroic rounds in a row, but it will not be a third.
It's actually, I mean, super impressive that Big is able to maintain their composure after that round that they gave up in round 22, even to make a one-on-one in round 23, and now eventually just take this, and all these weapons are valuable that Tizian's finding on the stretch. I think quietly, well, maybe not that quietly, he's 22 and 14, Nexus 24 and 14, but Tizian he's impressed me for a player that you normally don't speak about with this team, with guys like, you know, Smooya having been on it, Gob B with his in-game leadership with Xantares and Tabson. You don't normally get to Tizian and kind of settle on that, but he's had some very impactful plays. He's been great on entries as well.
Yeah, he does go under the radar quite a bit when there's so much star-studded lineup around him. This best of 3, he's definitely shone. You can see the impact taking that AWP away from Alu has. A Scout and AUG and pistols. This could be it. This could be the beginning of the end for Ents in the major. They may have to go through all of this all over again next time around. Alu's going to get the free kill on Gob B, but Xantares once again is going to find himself in the thick of it with 2 of his own. Alu's going to take that AK and make it work, and suddenly Ents actually have the player advantage. Make that 2. These guys are Houdini. They keep escaping.
Maybe Big really wants to practice overpass, that third map.
They're like, come on, boys. Please. I don't even, Jason.
I mean, this is it's always the fun part of the major, because this is where, when it is these elimination games, it does get scrappy, because you do make, you know, way more mistakes than you normally would in just a game online or a game, you know, a group stage game. There's just so much more added pressure and added desire to do something impactful. 14-11, still in the favor of Big. A nice win for ENCE in that round, but still the money is going to be on the edge. They need to get that. I mean, that's a pretty solid win. 3 players surviving, a couple upgrades to the AK-47s, but still in a situation where losing in that final round, their buy will be diminished, so they have to be careful here. Not only do they need to win, but they need to be able to win strong enough to have a buy behind it.
Well, the play is in motion. Big will have Mac 10 in the hands of God B. Galil, but it's very solid across the board. A couple of AKs taken out of the previous round for ENCE. In the very capable hands of Aerial and Alu. Big to start the round off, playing aggressively. There is a smoke deployed. This is allowing Alu a lot of real estate, pushing into box halls. It's not typically going to be a smoke that you spam through, but Alu's taking some damage now, down to 50.
Yeah, he backed in the fire when that spam came through, and that is an ice-cold play to make at 14-11. Fortunate he's not punished, but he did get some information. You can see they're pretty confident. And I mean, this is an even more ice-cold play to make from ENCE as a team. Sergey and Alu both rotated outside. Sergey's heading back now, but he's going to be playing it very passively. They believe this is going to be a hit towards the A bomb site, and they want as many bodies there as quickly as possible to defend.
They're willing to potentially lose off that gambit. There's 2 Molotovs. One's just been expended into Pop Dog. Allows Aerial to focus his attention elsewhere, but down comes Nex. That's a good Molotov. It actually forces Aerial out. That crossfire is no longer as strong as it once was.
No flashbang over, and there's the opening fight won by Aerial. Nex coming out next. Aerial's not going to peek back towards it, though, and running out of utility is Big. They need to do something that's going to cause this defense to shift. It might just be there between Nex and Xantares. Another big win, another big follow-up, and we're in a 2-on-2.
22 seconds left, need to still retrieve the bomb. Now Nex has it, 42 health separates him and Death, and potentially Big, and a 15th round. He's being tagged up, but Xantares helps him out. It's all on Sergey. He's already picked off 1 clutch. It'll be 1 better. There's the first and second, and Sergey's gonna get it done again. ENCE are dodging bullets. How are they still alive?
I have no idea. This has been incredible that they've been able to hang on into this, and I think they might have just found themselves an easier route. Still not a clean win, only 1 player surviving. And that's going to make a really tough decision for Big, because they don't have any more cash to get multiple AK-47s. They don't really have any money left to battle with in this, but you want to keep that economic pressure on, because if ENCE is on the verge of reset, you just win 1 round, and then you have the final round, the 30th round on pistols, or the round to get to your 16th. Regardless, ENCE not done fighting yet for their life in this major.
Really gotta credit ENCE for the iron resolve. Sergey tagged but not dropped. And when you consider it's just pistols and no utility, that should be okay for ENCE. They'd lost him. Big may have just swarmed the site, and this could be another interesting round. As it stands, oh no. Oh no, Xantares has found Sergey, finishes him off. And they're not actually going to pile B after this. They're going to be going down to Pop Dog instead, potentially. No, they decide against it. They're going to wait for the counteractive play from ENCE.
I think the only thing they can do is hit this B-bomb site. I mean, they obviously didn't expect Xantares to get that pick. But I don't think you can go back towards the outer yard with no nades. Tabson now has the deagle, so does Nex. But no one is peeking from ENCE. Seems like they've made the decision to play just as safe as possible in this round against pistols, knowing what they're up against, and 4 players survive. The money is bolstered. That's great for ENCE, and we're going to have another buy in this round from Big. 14-13.
And with the previous round going pretty comfortably in the end to the Finns, their economy is able to support a full healthy buy, but 3 of them are pretty damn low on funds. X7, $50. Alexi B, 100. Sergey, 800. Last timeout has been used from Big. They know how important this round is. They're going to have a buy. I don't think they're going to have an AWP unless Antares gets it, but then it would put him onto very low in terms of utility. So I think we're going to have a full AK stack here.
Which I think opens up the playbook in a way, in a sense that you can be much more aggressive if you're Big with more AK-47s, much more fast-paced, much more, you know, assertive as you push down along these trains, trying to get deep into the bomb sites. Also, the nade work, if he goes for the AWP, not able to have, you know, the flashes and the Molotov. Tapson's been pretty quiet this map, relative to what he was like on Dust 2.
Yeah.
He's at 12 and 18. And Alu has an AWP of his own. That's a great kill. Just when I call his name, of course it works out in this fashion. And you know he wants to stay aggressive, but realizing it's just not worth the risk. If they go down to 3 players at Box Hall, if they lose 2 players at Box Halls, there's no way to recover from that.
Exactly. Play the long haul. Play the big picture. He'd love to get the avenge kill straight away, but there was smoke. Couldn't see anything. Godby and Tizian do drop down to Galil's rather than the AK. This affords them more nades. They both have Molotovs now. And 2 of the 3 smokes. Next has the other one. But again, Ents ice cold in this call. They're going to keep 2 players on the B side. Haven't budged an inch.
Yeah, they haven't heard anything outside. X7 and Aerial have heard absolutely nothing. There's been no utility usage, nothing to draw anyone away. And here we go, Vince.
That flashbang is solid. Alexi B is going to have his eyes cleared up just in the nick of time. And he goes in with 2. They're not going to counter. It's a 3rd kill for Alexi B. 2 bullets left and able to reload. Big completely stall on that push. And Ents now will be taking us to 14 each. Unless Tizian can pull off a masterful clutch. But he's going to be walking out into the hands of X7 and Alu, who's making a move around the back, plus Alexi B is rotating, and Ents do get another round. Big just completely stalled in their ramp push there.
This has turned into a game of just minimizing mistakes. And Ents are doing it better at the moment. Obviously, they're helped out a little bit by the CT side. No one coming through quick enough. That 3rd player you can see next just kind of stuck. I think he thought he was coming out, but he was stuck against the wall inside of that smoke. No vision whatsoever. That makes it so easy for Alexi. If Big drop this and go to a 3rd map, it's going to be so crushing. They had everything they could have wanted down the stretch. 1 AK-47 on Xantares. He's going to lead the way on top of the trains, looking for something, anything. Spots 1. This is deathmatch, and he's not going to win it. The AUG standing strong, far back. Aerial now under a lot of pressure. He's going to deliver as well. Tizian gets the dink, and Alu drops a nade on his teammate. Love to see that.
God, Alu smites his teammate. Why not?
Ents is... They've done some kind of witchcraft to be playing for the win in map 2 going into round 30.
Yeah, you just saw Nex's reaction there, looking up to the heavens. You can really tell if Big lose this now, it's going to take some serious rallying of God B to get their minds back in the game. In such a pivotal moment, in such a massive match, you're facing elimination, you're on the brink of taking it 2-0. If you let this slip now...
Yeah, it hurts. I mean, you could see how much you can struggle on a T side of train, and you really have to capitalize on your opportunities. This map and Nuke, you just have to win when you have the chance to, and Big unfortunately let a massive round slip away. There's a chance here. They were so close to swinging out wide, except for the flames that were in the choke point. And if they hadn't, if there weren't any fires there in ladder room, they could have just been demolished. There's the anti-flash. Tizian doesn't even get blind whatsoever anyways. Flashbang was a dud. 2 players waiting at the bottom of ladder room. Nex and Tapson just having presence. Tizian forced up the ladder at 23 HP. That's going to be tough. He'll have to be passive, and as I mentioned earlier, he's been so good on bomb site takes in this map for Big that it's an important piece of the puzzle.
Tizian singed down to 23 health.
Look at Ents, though. We saw them gambling earlier during the comeback. Now that the victory is in reality, they don't want to cheat anyone away from the B bomb site. We saw them at one point rotate both in their defenders out to the A bomb site. Here, they're just saying, we're not moving, we're not budging, we don't know what's going to be a fake or not.
Oh, but Thompson's been given a clear way straight through. Zantares does get taken down with the smoke in A main. It isolates, segregates the terrorists from one another. Oh, they nearly lined up for God B. But the bomb's now been dropped. Here comes next from the shadows. He will strike. 2 kills in the round. Can he double up? Can he go one better? The pop flash not quite working. I would rather call it no scope, close range, and Ents will take us to a 3rd map. I have no idea how it happened, but we're moving to map 3 all the same.
Go back to round 22. That is where you need to look to find the reason why Big has not taken this map. A miraculous retake, a beautiful job by X7. Should have never been allowed whatsoever. A huge mistake from Big. Normally a very strong fundamental team. They overextended on the retake, and from there, Ents just played a much, much better game. When all the pressure got on, they were making mistakes throughout this map. And then all of a sudden, when they had that second chance, that second breath of life, they just minimized mistakes, close it out 16-14. Incredible comeback from Ents, incredible performance. We're going to go to a break and catch our breaths. When we come back, it's that 3rd and final map, Overpass. One of these teams is going home. Come back and find out who with us.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to Katowice, and I'm not going to lie to you, halfway through that train game, I did not expect to be here whatsoever. I did not expect this to go to a third map. It looked like Ents was going to get wiped out of this series, like Big was going to be able to take it, and then mistakes happened, and then the pressure started being applied onto Big, and they just could never close it out. And now here we are, staring Overpass right in the face.
I think pressure is the key word. I feel like Big don't make even half of those mistakes, if not so much was on the line, right?
Yeah.
But on the other side of that, Ents, with their back against the wall, very close to being eliminated, somehow dig deep within themselves and pull out an insane comeback.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive run on Train. But now they have to do a couple things that they haven't done yet in this series on this third map, and it's so critically important. They haven't won a pistol round, and they haven't ever had a good start. They've started every single half out with, what, at least a 7-round deficit? 5-6 round deficit? They can't do that on this third map. You cannot expect to have those comebacks. It obviously never came to fruition on Dust 2. That was a 16-5 loss, a 16-14 win on Train, but they started out the first half 0-7 and made a phenomenal comeback in that. Even the second half of Train was a disaster for them to start. So here on Overpass, you'd like to see what Ents can do if they get out to the strong beginning. You'd like to see what they can do with the lead.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, all pistol rounds going against Ents, and they still won the second map on Train. That's going to be alarm bells ringing for Big. Plus, momentum-wise, the wind has got to be taken completely out the sails of Big. God B's going to have one hell of a speech after that to try and rally these guys. Because you could see on Nex's face in particular, every time the player cam was on him and he died, he just looked completely dejected. Towards the end, it was like he was done. He'd already tapped out mentally.
And he was one of their strong performers as well on that map. It was him and Tizian leading the way. You'll need him to come alive in Overpass as well. I mean, Gabi's been around, and he's played in so many tournaments, and he's played at so many events, and he's been playing for a decade and a half. Like, he's made every speech known to mankind. So I imagine he has something prepared for this kind of a scenario. But certainly frustrating for Big that they're not able to close it out in 2. They definitely should have closed it out in 2.
Absolutely. I don't think there's... Even the staunchest, most loyal Ents fan would have been sat there thinking, Perkele, like, just completely triggered.
What does that mean?
Like, damn it.
Okay. You do know a little bit of Finnish.
A little bit. I know the swear words.
The swear words, yeah, the important ones.
Where you start with every language, of course.
Yeah, I only know English, so there's that. Moving along swiftly, as the American admits to only knowing one language. I'm sure everyone in the world is shocked. Big versus Ents. It all comes down to this third map in this series. Loser of this one, and all of a sudden, I mean, that's the crazy thing, is at this point in the series, in the best of 3, each team has won their map selection. This just turns into a best of 1, and I imagine that's probably an element of what Gabi said. He just says, guys, this isn't a series anymore. This is just one map, so forget about everything. Doesn't matter that they came back, because you can wipe that out of your memory.
Yeah, that is a really good point. It is effectively down to a best of 1. Nothing else matters. Doesn't matter how you got to this point. It only matters what you do from here on out. So for Big, on the T side, if there's any nerves on the Finns, which they didn't really seem like there were towards the end of Train, but if there are, the best way is to do what exactly you've done the previous 2 maps, and that's break their economy down, get it into easy positions with a lack of utility, exploit that to its fullest. Big are getting a lot of the map under control, though. Ents playing very deep passively with a couple of flashbangs and a kit. Trying to use the range of the USP to its maximum threat level. And right now, Big aren't even making a move. They're starting to make tabs and play interference over on the B side, trying to draw out some of this rotation out from A towards B, but it's not really working. Ents are going to buckle down. They've got 3 players here already. Sergey with the USP is able to tee off alongside Alu, who will claim the first kill. It's looking great for Ents right now. The bomb still hasn't been planted. Next is going to find the head of Sergey. That's the only casualty for the Finns. They're going to have to take this up close and personal. All of that utility has now been expended. Flashbang, so solid. Next is going to go down. Taps in close range, going to feel the force of X7, who gets a 3K, and Ents win their first pistol round.
Yeah, finally. It's taken so long. And Maybe a little bit of smiles cracking out there. Is at least mission accomplished. The first mission is accomplished. Nicely done from Ents. A very passive round overall from them, and you can see Alu fighting a retreating battle while his teammates come in so deep, using the range of that USP. Even when Nex gets the kill, there's not a whole lot for him to do. You can't really build upon that because the rest of Ents is there with a flashbang to just bum rush the last two players. No buy from Big in this second round. They're going to wait to get the rifles out in the next.
Yeah, just $900 invested between 3 players of those P250s. That's it. And in come the SMGs. No armor, very vulnerable. How in the actual hell have Big got 2 kills from this? I'm not too sure, but it should be put to rest. He's going to get a 3rd. That's actually painful for Ents, having to replenish those guns, albeit quite a lot of SMGs, but still.
Yeah, it is painful. Listen, the MP5 is not what it used to be. It's not ideal. Sergey having a tough time really handling that weapon, but bonus money could help. But as you said, 3 kills, you can't really recover from that in just 1 round. We'll have to see what they do when they get the rifles in the hands, but a chance for Big to respond early on and actually cause a reset. Alu with an AWP with no utility. Aerial, the M4A1, a rare sighting. And even Alexei, because of the loss of his weapon in the last round, has to go to the UMP. It's 5 rifles. There's a good opening pick, or a good opening trade, I should say, as Gabi does respond as well. And you have to imagine that Ents is going to want to pick up that AWP. With the smoke down in Monster, X7 going to reach forward and snatch it off the ground. Meanwhile, Ariel and Alexei, they've taken control of short sewers. This could be a huge play. If they get the flank on, I don't know if you can send both, but certainly once they see that everything's clear, you're going to want to start speeding things up on the flank.
Yeah, Sergey is just desperate for information at this stage, so he can give that early call and get X7 across, who is moving anyway. Here come the nades. Telegraphing the push. Sergey smoked out. Both sides. After choke on, can't really do anything, and his tag team partner on aim has been found out. X7 is down, Sergey can hear the bomb being planted, switches across the Tapson, nearly lands himself a second. Now an exquisite play with the AUG.
Look at Ariel, he's all the way out towards long. This is so risky. He's actually taking the longest flank possible. Not only that, but he had to run part of the way. They only have the 1 kit on Alexei. He cannot go down here. Ariel is just about to be put into play. The backstop on Tizian would be huge. There he is, a free kill. They're looking for 1 more smoke on the bomb. This might have just worked out perfect. It's just next. He was one of the stars on train. Here's the peak. Ariel's got that as well. It finally comes to fruition, and they can save the AWP as well. But that was a tough fight to get back into the bomb site.
This is the first time that we've seen Ents with a start this solid. Sure, some weapons were lost, but a 3-0 start is fantastic. Excellent work by Ariel, as you say. 4 kills to his name. Alu with 5.
The craziest thing about that flank is if it doesn't work, then the conversation shifts, right? It's like, oh, he took the longest route possible. Oh, he took way too long on the flank. He never sped up. That's riding a fine line for Ariel, but he's got himself 4 kills, and he's got his team up 3-0. Still another investment with that plant. The extra $800 is going to help out, and the fact that they got 3 kills. Still the money low for the Finnish defense.
It is, and Big will definitely be able to sense that. So much firepower when they get up close and personal with it. Bit of a lull in the action as Big decide to just slow things down. See if Ents are going to try and take control over short or Monster again. But it is a kind of one-and-done tactic, ultimately. Maybe further down the line, they'll try and implement it again. Next getting tagged up through the wall. There's a beautiful grenade as well. Chips him down to 6. And with only a smoke and a flash between Big, this is going to be a hard ask to get onto the site now.
Yeah, the early stage of this round has not been kind to Big. Haven't found any of the advantages they were looking for. And as you mentioned, just no utility to really work with. You're going to rely on your stars. Taps and Xanteras with the most HP to find you a pick. And there's a near missed opportunity. Great shot from Alu. Also going to keep Sergey safe at long. He's not going to push forward and go for a flank in bathrooms. And these smokes might actually help Alu. It can actually give him some cover to get away. Sergey's going to stay aggressive. Finds Taps in. The AWP rings out. 1 more time. Alu's got 2, now blind. But it's okay. It was a team flash. He's not in danger, and he's going to fall back in. Big And nothing has worked. This round has lost. Gabi and Nex going to save these weapons, but, I mean, you're not going to get bonus money. So it's not like you can buy up utility behind this and have another decent fight moving forward. I imagine we'll see a timeout from Gabi after this, because you'll be able... The one thing this could allow you to do is if they want to go for a half buy, as this losing bonus has built up, they can have the other 3 players get deagles, light armor, and maybe specific utility for some kind of specific strategy that Gabi wants to run, and that's probably what the timeout is going to be talked about.
That smoke on the short side, though, could not have worked out better for Alu. It gave him Sanctuary, it just gave him this free reign to smack plays with the AWP.
It gave him the comfort to where if he holds that angle, even if he misses a shot and they swing wide, it's not necessarily easy to punish him. There's still that smoke up in their face to maybe give him an extra half second or maybe give him, you know, a missed bullet.
Gave him a safety net.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
Some Kevlar are going to be picked up, but it does seem like they're keeping their options open for the next round. Not fully investing behind it.
You don't put all your eggs in this one basket. But smoke, 2 flashes, P250 deagle, and the Tech 9 making a comeback. Maybe.
It's kind of in a weird place the Tech 9 sees it at the moment.
I feel like we've seen like a couple players recently like try and pick it up and bring it forward and try and make it work. I'm not sold on it.
I've got to say, personally, I much prefer the 5.7 to the CZ on the CT side. But I'm just one of those weird people, I guess.
No, I mean, I'm not very good at the game anymore. But I haven't been able to use the CZ either, so... I feel like I'm the one person in the world who can't use the CZ. Alu jumping for information. Now peering towards bathrooms. Nex and Xanterra's walking up. One of the AKs in the hands of Nex. Maybe a flashbang so we can take this peek. Oh, look at this contact play. They're not aware. Oh, now he is! All alone, Sergey's pushed out towards long. Alexi's got to be so careful. And I'm amazed he didn't get punished. Didn't even realize that Gabi could be at that angle. Sergey's going to call out Bank, but he's given up his position as well.
Good damage to Tabson. It's a hell of a shot from Gabi on the approach, affording them the bomb plant.
Do they not realize Sergey's here?
They must have heard him shooting the AK, surely. Now they definitely do. Next close range from Bank, doesn't expect a double stack. Next 7 could thank his lucky stars, but up close, Next gets him. Is this really happening? Sergey spins around on a swivel. Needs to turret his way in. He's got a smoke. I'm not sure if he realizes this is now. He does. He's going to try and draw out Nex into the open, and Sergey, for such a young man, is so calm.
Calm and clutch. He delivers another one here. We saw it on Train as well down the stretch during that comeback from Ents. Great shot from Gabi to punish Alu. He didn't have a rifle close up, and that is a very unique way of taking that A-bomb site. Alu probably never imagined a world in which they would be walking silently going for a contact play that close to the A site. It's 5-0, but you have to say, Big, they're going to be very pleased with how that round turned out. A plant, they got 4 kills out of it. They take a lot of cash flow away from Ents. Aerial X7, down at $300 left in the bank.
Alu's gone for a swing and a miss. And takes a bit of damage for his troubles, but some nades gonna fire back in and ping Xanterra's on the head, double stack. He's only a bullet away from death now, and Aerial will finish off the rest. That's excellent work by Ents. What a pick. What a player to take down as well. All of that work they did in the previous round could be negated if this goes horribly wrong. The first 2 picks going to go the way comfortably on the CT side. Tizian going to try and make amends as he pushes up. I think Sergey may have just seen the shadow around the corner. He's still peering across into bathroom. Now definitely saw Tizian. The Molotov forces Sergey out into position. Well played by Tizian, but they're still up against it.
What a tough situation for Sergey to know what to do. He had plenty of utility, but he wanted to play gun out in case the aggressive peek came in. Not a whole lot of ways for him to feel comfortable in that fight. 3 on 4 for Big as they close up to this A-bomb site. And you imagine Gabi's going to stay here just backing up to throw his smoke. Here's the op from Alu. That's a very tough shot to hit, looking for the head and looking for it with a very short time frame. And actually, they almost pause in the gap for him, and that smoke. The smokes of Big give him confidence to move up. Alexi's been waiting the whole time for this moment. 2 kills in Gabi. There's no time. He's gonna fall at the end, and it's 6-0 for Ents.
Great crossfire established again. The AUG rings out from the side of Long. Alu, 176 ADR. Anything about Dust 2 now completely put to the back of his mind.
Oh yeah, this is some great shots from him. Good round. I mean, even for Ents overall, like Big, they're going to be looking at this series. If they end up going down and losing this, they're just going to say, man, we had Ents playing nervous, making mistakes, and we let them off the hook.
Yep. No, they absolutely did. Again, this match should already be concluded. If Big had have held on, played as we know they could have, but Ents can take nothing away from them. The resilience shown. Now Big into another tactical timeout.
But it's important to note as well, this is the Ents most of us have been expecting to show up in this Legend stage. The one we've seen here for at least these first 6 rounds of Overpass, the one that we saw down the stretch of Train, a clutch team, a team that's able to really plant their feet and grind back into these games. Been a much better look for them. Alu, another aggressive peek towards Fountain, doesn't spot much. Not a whole lot of information to rely upon. 3 players to defend this B bomb site. Ariel, X7, even Alexi, and I think even Alu's rotating back pretty fast. Even Sergey's playing deep in towards Bank. They want the quick rotate. This hit from Big is going to be real tough to make work. Oh dear.
Flash into Monster in the end, but it's not going to bother Ariel. There are smokes in his eyes, though. He can't really help his teammates out. These entries are on point, but now Ariel with his M4A1S. Going to put it to use, spins around, nearly gets the kill on Next, but very much can be said the opposite side. Next going to finish him off with the Tech 9 finally.
If he had an AUG or an M4A4, 10 more bullets would have been nice. Alu. That graffitis and tears is so low. 7 HP. That nade on Alu. You imagine he's going to try and put it in there. He sees the trajectory of these flashbangs. Not using his nade. There's the AUG, but Nex has the angle. And now that shot doesn't land for Alu. Now Xantares does fall. But everyone's waiting for the follow-up peek from Alu, and Big is finally on the board. A great strategy, and you could see that initial defense. X7 was so confused. Big threw out their smokes, their flashbangs over, and they actually run through their smokes to the left instead of actually attacking the bomb site. Excuse me, it was Ariel looking confused, and obviously a late push through the monster tunnel with that Tech 9.
It is the double tap though as well. Ents now are broke. They have to force, and it's going to be MP9, couple UMPs, a CZ for Alexi B.
But the op's still in Alu's hands.
And he has been having an excellent map so far. They're missing quite a lot of shots, but also landing key ones, and of course, as I say that, is Tabson laid in wait with his AWP. Sergey get a trade. I think they may have seen that get picked up. Yeah, Tizian's still close.
New angle for Sergey. You can tell he wants to stay aggressive as long as possible, or at least aggressive enough to find the kill that evens things out. He's fallen back towards A. He has no teammates here because of this boost that's going on at the bottom of the stairs, and this is, I mean, Tizian at any one point could be in trouble if he goes back down. Sergey still hasn't peeked towards Long. He doesn't have enough teammates here to have eyes on all the different choke points, so it's hard for him to choose where he wants to be. X7 is rotating back. That UMP is not going to be a great tool to defend Long. Talked about minimizing mistakes in the last round. Look at Big. They just hit the pause button. They say, you know what? We have the man advantage. You're the one who's going to have to make a move if you want to try and come back into this round. Here comes utility. It's all on Sergey with this AWP.
Still plenty of utility though on this finish side as well. And Sergey misses out on his chance. Here's the UMP. Oh, and X7 also whiffs his chance. Putting more pressure on Ariel and Alexi B. Really expected that avenging kill to come to fruition. That grenade should finish Xantares off though. Hits him in the back of the head. AK-47 traded out, but Tabson is there with his AWP. Here comes Ariel. I don't think he's going to expect 2 players stacked in the same position. He's a dead man. Next able to get the drop on him, and Big have put 2 rounds together and have broken Ents.
Gabi took a big risk there. He made the same play that Tabson made on Train that caused him to lose that retake. Gabi was flanking all the way around to the B bomb site to wrap around. But if Ariel had been able to find those kills quick enough, there's no way Gabi was going to be able to get involved in the action or stop the defuse. So Big does come out on top. It's 2-6. Alu went down. Sergei couldn't get anything done with the op, and ENCE is going to have to sit around with just pistols. Should be able to bind the next if they don't invest too much here.
If Ariel doesn't pick up too much, he could actually drop an AWP across to Alu. He's on 3.2k. Does mean this would pretty much be a complete bust of a round. That's still been a good start though for ENCE.
The other option for ENCE is to go for 2 half buys. See if you can make something work. Because next round, I don't think they'll do that, but next round they'll be kind of like right on the edge. They'll be sitting like right on 4,500. That's enough for obviously armor and rifles. You're going to be missing some kits, some utility on a couple players. But I think they'll still want to fight for it. Close up to the mid staircase. Listen for your opponent's little booties. Pop, flash, peek, and there's no one here.
Could all try and wrap around connector side, see if they can get behind Big, but this is why Tizian is at the back. He's going to be smoking over. Actually, he's going to be moving with the rest of his team. This could get a bit awkward if they get stuck in Monster and this P250 starts rattling off. It could be frags ahoy, but instead it's going to be X7 claims the first kill. Tabson. Now it's going to be a duck hunt, staring right across to the entirety of ENCE. ENCE have picked up 3 kills with just a P250 though. And that really is not a bad round.
No, you can't complain with that one at all. Not too shabby. Those kills actually help bolster some of the money that they were going to be working with, which is quite nice. Here we go, all got on X7. Yeah, those kills actually kind of really hinder what Big is going to be able to save up behind this buy. 6-3 in the favor of ENCE still. If you're just joining us, this is the third and deciding map between these two teams. The loser of this series is eliminated from IEM Katowice and will have to play through the minor system at the next major, which is hosted by Starladder in Berlin. This almost looks like a little bit of a checkmate play from Big. They've gone for the B rush, and it's mid-presence from ENCE, but that's a nice crossfire. And once again, Ariel from Catwalk, or I guess the equivalent of Catwalk, Sandbags, is doing phenomenal work.
It's such a staggered attack though. Just one by one.
That's so awkward. Yeah. They're so confused why Alexi is there so quickly.
Just run straight through mid. Got B flash, can't do anything. This is looking fantastic now for ENCE. Tizian having to watch all his teammates crash around him.
I feel like Gabi just like stared at that flashbang and didn't even react to it. Like I feel like that flashbang just hung in the air and he was just like, all right, you've got me.
I'm eating that one.
He literally watched it for like 2 seconds without turning.
Tizian still has a chunk of time to play with. Can maybe try and take some guns away, but in doing so, he walks into Alexi B, who stacks up for a 3rd kill in a round. And that brief resurgence from Big has been put to an end. And this is really where the previous round, losing 3 players, catches up with Big.
Yeah. I mean, imagine being flanked at Monster Tunnel at 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the round. You'd be so pissed.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a gamble, isn't it, from ENCE? Because if they actually just hold back and play passive, Alexi B is effectively just a free kill.
With an SMG as well.
Yep.
Alu again gonna peer over the fountain towards that main choke point. Nothing coming early on. And seeing no presence, gets a little bit nervous about underpass and stairs. The door is open, and there's the shot from Alu. He's gonna punish next. He's gonna go back for more. He's got a second on Tars. This is just duck hunt for Alu.
He's afforded that opportunity because Sergei was watching from bathroom, so he knew he couldn't get wrapped. Now that Sergei's pulled back, he has to play more passively. I believe Alexi B is watching long, just to make sure that all of the angles are covered. Indeed, he is. So this is pretty standard stuff on the CT side, especially in an anti-eco. Well, anti-half-buy, I guess I should say. Still a Molotov and flashbang could cause some problems, could be a nuisance from the side of Big. Tizian lands a 1 deke. Blistering pace on that headshot. but the rest is comfortable. Alu with 4.
Yeah, I mean, he had a quiet Dust 2, as you mentioned. Train, we didn't say his name too often. He wasn't bad. This is where you'd expect Alu, the veteran, the leader of this Finnish scene, to step it up, to show him how to get it done when the big matches come around. He's 17-7. Ariel is the next closest at 11-5, but Alu having a solid performance here, and if that continues for the rest of this half for the last 4 rounds, Big could be in some trouble. He hasn't had a whole lot of success with this aggressive play, but he's getting a lot of information. He knows exactly what's coming. No one towards the A bomb site. Great nade. Eating damage. Ariel here once again gets that first kill. No ability to trade for Big, and there's Alexi from behind as well. Molotov gonna force them forward. God B is so low. They're being whittled down, but finally Big has taken this site.
Now he's had enough time to rotate from the aggressive play on mid back onto Heaven. Molly gonna bounce into the smoke, not able to stop Xantares. This grenade may have damage written all over it, lands in the face of Xantares, leaving Nex in a 1-on-2. I think he just turned his back at the worst possible moment, but actually not going to be affected by the flashbang. And Sergey, who's already got 2 or 3 clutches to his name in big, important rounds, is going to have to go one better. He does have plenty of utility and a kit. Molly off 1, tap the bomb. It's not in a great position for Monster either. He's actually going to hold on to this one. Meanwhile, Nex is going to come around the corner. This is going to get defused. And also gets the kill. How is that possible, Nex?
I wonder if Nex was confused by hearing the bomb tap 3 times. Sergey has come up clutch, and I think realizing, I'm not sure if Nex even noticed, he wasn't the one that planted the bomb of where it was. That piece of communication probably came out very, very late in when Nex decided how to play that. Tough to assign blame in a situation like that, but obviously that one hurts in a big way. And if you go all the way back towards Train, this has been Heartbreak City. Big, no one is probably feeling very positive over there, and you're right, Sergey has been so clutch for Ents. Just had another one onto the tally, and the Finns with a commanding lead here on Overpass.
Typically, it's the wiry veterans that have been around for years that are great clutches. The fact that he's this good and so young with so much ahead of him, that is a tantalizing prospect if you are Finnish. To have a player of this capability in your scene. In the meanwhile, Big, maybe playing a bit more aggro with these pistols. Again, look how forward Ents are. Sergey already up in playground. They've got Alu just behind him. This is going to be more pressure, though, on the B side. So far, so good for Big. They've got a 2-for-2 trade. Definitely worthwhile. They can trade across some of these guns, but Nex goes a bit too far out in the open. Wants to find information, and he gathers it, but it's at the cost of his life.
They have to do something. They have to do something to get information or to try and find a kill. Now they know there's 2 players coming from Sandbags. There's one through Monster. Big win for Xantares. Still alive as well. Low HP. God B gives up his position. Wild spray from Sergey. And it's all on Alu. The veteran. You just said it. He must be clutch and he can't. It's God B securing another round. And they have found a weakness at that B bomb site. And Big has gone back to it, and finally it works.
Yeah, that round was just purely off a timing event, stacking 3 players up aggressively in Playground and Balloons. So Ariel and X7 having to effectively play a 2v5. There's just too many bodies coming up against them.
Well, they're playing the wrong spots if you only have 2 players there. I mean, you had both of those players concentrating on Sandbags, so either it's the wrong spots or there's some kind of a miscommunication or mistheory on how they want to play that on defense, but both players focusing on Sandbags, and everyone knows there's a massive amount of bodies that come through Monster. You cannot just ignore that part. It's a critical part, obviously, of the B bomb site. Alu's been so good with the AWP, it almost is a shame that we're seeing him back out of the shotgun. But that's the state of Ents' economy.
Interestingly, Alexi B has one. Elsewhere on the map, the X7 is able to connect, but not frag. Camps in. 2 players have been dropped pretty low, though. Only a flashbang to play with for Ents with over a minute on the clock.
I think Ariel heard some of those footsteps from Xantares as he's falling back. Look at the defense of the B bomb site for Ents. It's completely evacuated. It's a risk because they know that Big has control of the short sewers. or not short series, excuse me, the staircase. Ariel's going to start really flank. Remember, he was the one who took that long flank at long A. Oh no, do not make that footstep. He's about to have a massive backstab. 3 players here, 3 of his teammates to defend.
There should be shooting fish in a barrel, and it's going to be a Sergey also chipping in with a kill. This is such a good hold for Ents. On such a poor buy as well. Big had a chance at 6 rounds, but instead God B is going to be plucked out finally. And Ents pick up a 10-4 lead. What a rotation again by Ariel.
All the criticisms of Ents that we saw in their first 2 best of ones, and even maybe the first 2 maps of this series, timid play, tentative, hesitation, scared to take some fights, it's all disappeared on this 3rd map. It all disappeared at the end of Train, and here they're actually being the aggressors. They're actually dictating how they're playing this map, and they're making the right calls. They're being proactive on this CT side. A couple mistakes coming out here and there, but a 10-4 lead. You'll take that any day of the week on the deciding map of a series at the Major. Sergey gonna fall back as well, toss out a nade, doesn't do a whole lot. It's Big who have the weaker buy now.
It really does seem as these rounds have progressed, Ents have just grown in stature, they've grown in confidence. Adversely, the complete opposite could be said for Big. Become more timid. Going in their shell a little bit more. Those Antares peaks that we saw on Train. I haven't seen them at all on Overpass. 8 and 14 with 66 ADR. You expect better of this guy. He is such a phenomenal player. Just hasn't really been given the opportunity to. There's plenty of nades, though, on the side of Big. 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, more than enough to execute on B. As a result, the 2 players dipping down to pistols. And that looks to be the side of choice. With 4 posturing outside. Meanwhile, Tizian's going to try and play interference in bathroom. X7 bolstering up the smoke in Monster. Stalling more time. When do Big decide to push the button and push in here on the site? It has to come soon.
Alu just burned down to 4 HP. I don't know if he was blind or caught sleeping at his keyboard. Here's that 2-man defense. Ooh, Tizian, that's overkill. This defense couldn't hold the B-bomb site last time. Here we go again. Ariel off angle at the pillars, and Tears is going to go down. It's the M4A1. It's running out of bullets. Alexei just gets there in time, and they've made it work here. Next, 18 HP and a Tech 9, 7 seconds on the clock. Even if they get the kills, you don't have time to get the plant. Ents, a commanding lead, and that is a different look to the Finnish squad that we have not seen yet. 11-4 going into the second half, and Big, their backs against the wall, facing elimination now on Overpass. We'll see if they can avoid it, or if we're going to be waving goodbye to them after the break.
On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. We shared a cigarette, but east first side, the way you looked at me, couldn't say.
5 rounds is all that stands between Big and elimination from this event. This has been a whole new look to ENCE that we didn't see in this series, in this Legend stage, or even in the Challenger stage where they went 3-0. They have looked solid here, and they have responded well to everything Big has thrown at them. But now, they switch to the offensive side of Overpass.
How the tables have turned from Train. We're very much the opposite end of the spectrum we were in. It was looking like ENCE were on their way out. CS can be quite a cruel game at times. Zantara's going to take the opening pick, but not really going to find too much, apart from a little bit of damage. This information needs to be taken with a pinch of salt, because the bomb and a couple players are over towards the B side of the map with Alexi B currently chilling in connector. So if Big over-rotate, this will play into the hands of ENCE.
Well, I think the entire point of Alu and Sergey is not only to just have a presence at A, but they want to clear out close to the bathrooms. They want to make sure that there's no one pushed up there that's going to gain information, that's going to be able to have a fast flank down the stairs. Zantares was there earlier. Presence out towards Long. Pulled him back, but now he's going to have a very fast flank. He is on the hunt, and actually, now Gabi and Tapson can rotate over. Zantares have done so much. ENCE have to hit this right now. It's a very small window of opportunity, and it's closing fast.
Tizian is closing it off by himself. Gonna go down finally, but he's taken 2 players with him. Tapson now gonna step up. Zantares, how has he whiffed that chance? That was the round in the palm of his hand. It may still go the way of Big. The bomb's still yet to be planted, although X7 has it under his control. And a smoke. Alu's been found. X7 is bounced back instantly onto God B. Still thinks there may be a player in heaven. He's just going to go for the full-out plant. This gives ENCE options, regardless of what the outcome of this round is. Maybe X7 can still block it out. Going to smoke to the side, and there is Nex. Both CTs breathing down his neck, and Big will strike for another pistol round.
That's so good from Big to get that information over towards the A-bomb site. Never, I mean, you could tell. I think Big realizes that Zantares just loves finding fights, loves finding opponents to duel up against, because he was just so mobile, always up front. When he was forced back from bathrooms back to the A-bomb site, he didn't sit there on his haunches and just wait. They sent him out long with the flashbang to clear that out, and they got a real big cheat on the rotate. Obviously, Tism 2 opening kills is massive, but able to cheat 4 players there even secured the fact that the plant was just so hard to get down. I was actually surprised that Alu peeked Graffiti before that bomb got planted. It seemed like he had a solid position. If X7 was able to smoke off the site, get the bomb planted, and play the 2-on-3. Regardless, with that plant, 2 AKs being bought, 1 Galil, 1 MAC-10, and a Scout. The only thing they're really lacking is nades. Alexi has all of them. They're just going to look for heads-up fights with these AK-47s.
Very powerful second round buy, considering they conceded the first. 3 assault rifles, no small task ahead of Big. Thompson up on the flower bed. May see him with the AWP here later on this half. The organ hand does a lot of damage to Alu. That is significant. That's going to stop him pushing. So the early trade in favor of Big. But at least ENCE still have all 5 players standing.
Yeah, it's one thing to be happy about. At this point, you might even just pass the Scout over to him, although Sergey doesn't have armor. One fortunate thing as well for ENCE is that there's not a lot of nades on Big in this round. So despite the fact that they're using some, quickly Big is going to run out of that advantage as well. It's just Tizian with the smoke that he just used now. That'll take them to about 20 seconds before that fades. That's over towards the B bomb site. They're not even there. Deep smoke towards A. Zantare's going to get the pop flash, going to come through, and that's a bit crazy. He somehow gets a kill. But now they've swapped out. Rotation is going to start coming in from Tizian and Gabi, but they're going to be on the flank. Now this really needs to speed up for ENCE. They're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, connector play is actually getting into play. How does X7 spun around with that frag? It may not end up mattering. A smattering of big kills riddles ENCE with bullets. And they will move the deficit to 5 rounds, but more importantly than that in their mind, They're now getting a bit of a stranglehold over the economy.
Again, just using Xantares as, like, information gathering. If he wants to be aggressive, send him forward. Don't say no. You at least find out what's happening, and that was kind of the impetus for the two players at the B bomb site to flank up the stairs. Over to the B bomb site we go for Ents. No armor, no rifles. P250s and a couple flashbangs. X7 waiting to throw those. Ooh, this is going to be deadly. Another Molotov. They're going to be held back. Thought that might have been an HE grenade. That would have done massive amounts of damage.
A flash. They're using a lot of grenades, but they're not rotating anybody. Gobby has just seen 4 players pushing. Next going to be in the thick of the action. How many kills can he take with it? There's 3 and a 4th. Beautiful spray control. A clean sweep round for Big.
Starting to grind back into this. 11-4 seems so long ago. Ents has only won 1 pistol round in the 3-map series. 5 going the favor of Big.
It's pretty depressing, isn't it?
Only if you're finished.
Still ahead, of course, in the 3rd map. Goes to show that Ents really, when it comes to rifle rounds, have been pretty prolific.
Yeah, they've been solid, especially, I mean, I don't know how Alexei didn't take any damage from that Molotov. But he'll take it. He's a firewalker.
I was thinking they'd done a deal with the devil to get past train, and I guess that proves it.
Yeah, sold their soul. Oh, nice job from Xantares, but he's alone. He does have his teammate close in the bathrooms. Tapson is smoked off, though. Now he's getting injured. That might prompt Xantares to get aggressive. Actually, X7 and Aerial find kills right at the same time. Aerial watching their back. Can't find that frag. Does know... Oh my god, Xantares. I thought he was going to adjust and find that headshot, but somehow he's still alive. Gobby has fallen at the A site, but this round is so scattered. No one can take advantage of the openings they found until just now. That kill is going to alleviate the pressure.
It may not be the finest Counter-Strike, but it is entertaining. Just fights all over the place, skirmishes erupting across the map, leaving Nex in a 1-on-3. He's been phenomenal, 23 and 12, 110 ADR. This could be too much to ask, and indeed it is. Ents regain a 5-round lead.
He was good on train as well. I think he ended that with kills in the mid-20s. Shout out to Nex coming back to play after decent amount of time away from the team.
I mean, he's more than double anyone else's frags on the team right now. Nearest is Antares on 11.
That hard carry. So, surgery went well, I would assume.
Maybe put something bionic into him. Half cyborg now.
No, that's Zipnix. Oh, Tapson wants to take a bit of a fight in the flames. Not too much damage. Not punished a whole lot. Now he's going to hold this angle. Aerial with another Molotov to force him away. He really wants this fight. Stepping in front of the smoke, misses his chance. That's a lot of utility that Big doesn't really have used just to find that one opportunity. Nothing to show for it.
Yeah, I can credit him taking the initiative to try and get Big ahead in this round, but as you say, that is a smoke that they could certainly use further down the line. Fortunately, they do still have 4 in play, but it's really the lack of kit, the lack of Molotovs that can start to be a bit more of an issue.
The lack of money, Vince, is the real hard part. Big cannot afford to get reset here. If they get reset when Ents puts themselves onto 13, they'll just be so close to the edge for the rest of this half. 3 players to defend A. They have that boost at the half, or at that mid wall there, right there. Xantares and Tapson moving up behind the smoke in bathrooms. Sergey, Alexei, and Aerial. They're going to start getting aggressive in the mid-round. They're going to catch him off guard, but they're stuck now. Can they get away is the question. Xantares must stand his ground. He gets nothing done. Caught in the aggression, and it's Gobby standing at the default plant boxes, trying to hold the line. His teammates are not there yet. They're not even close. He is going to fall, and disaster is about to strike for Big.
No grenades to come back on the site with no kits. There's no nades for Ents either, but they have the player advantage, and they can now establish crossfires. Oh, this is going to be such a rough ask for Big. I think they're just, they're tapping out already. They know there's no chance. They need to hold on to these orgs.
It's the lack of kits. I think even without the nades, if they had had at least one kit, they might have gone for that, because it is such a precarious situation to be in. You know you're being reset. You're still going to be at a massive disadvantage in the next round. But fair play to ENCE. They found a way in. 13-7 now. Where it looked so tough for them on train for so much of the stretch, they looked outclassed on Dust 2. They were a miraculous round away from losing on train as well, and now we're here. A 6-round lead, full control of the economy, and finally looking like the team that people expected them to be.
I really see that on ENCE. They're sharing the wealth of damage too. 4 players on 80 plus ADR. Only Nex is even close. He's on 100. Apart from him, it's been very flat for Big. And he's not necessarily the player you'd think of when you thought of carrying coming into this. That is a worrying sign, and Big discussed already how close they are to already being eliminated. Very little money at their disposal, even with such a poor buy.
And they're taking a big risk with Tapson. He only has a P250, but they want him to have the AWP. They just say the next time we buy, we need you to have the AWP to make this comeback happen, so don't invest in the armor, just use the P250. Sergey has a big job to do, and the young star's gonna go down to Tapson. Just what I said, no armor, nothing at all, and he's picked off. That's incredible. Tough spot to react to. Nex has a kill. Somehow Big fighting back into this round. They've got 3 rifles, they've got an SMG, and they have 4 players to defend this site. ENCE in a lot of trouble again. They have to find a way to dig deep here one more time.
Got Beast Tank 2 grenades already, and now from the barrels he may be able to stall. At the very least, he's going to keep ENCE looking at their right-hand side, and that could allow the rest of the CT stacked on the side to deliver. There's a Molotov to draw him out, and now the kill's starting to go the way of the terrorists. That's 3 in a row.
No.
Big should have had this round wrapped up in a neat bow, and it still will be. Tizian's triple spray keeps the dream alive.
ENCE was so patient looking for the mistake from Big, and it finally happened. They all kind of started peeking on the death of Gabi, their leader. As soon as he falls, all discipline is lost. That's stacked towards sandbags, though. It's all ENCE could do to get back into this round, and it's fair play. They did everything possible. Just all 5 players able to rotate into position, and now Big's been extended the lifeline.
Flashbacks to train.
This is Vince, sorry to cut you. This is such an important round right here in this game. Both teams out of money after this bye.
If Big win this, they're right back into it. If they concede, that could be it. Xantares and Tapson through mid, get the kills. The bomb's been dropped. It's ENCE's turn to sweat this out.
And they don't have the utility to come back into this round. Who's going to be the aggressor? And that's part of the issue. That's going to be a lot of relatively easy fights for Tapson, or relatively comfortable fights, I should say. Maybe not easy. There's a good one for Xantares, just holding the line with the AUG. 3 kills for him in the round, and Alu with the AWP hasn't even been able to get involved in the action, has he? A fast-paced round where Alu, I don't even know if he took a shot.
No, he's still got 10 bullets in the magazine, 30 in reserve. Hasn't fired a single AWP shot off. And Big, oh dear. Big not only looking to take this round, but if they don't lose a single play, it's going to do the world of good to their funds.
Oh yeah, that is everything that Big was praying for. They had fingers crossed, and it has been delivered. Plenty of cash now built up behind the weapons. 9-13 from the perspective of the German side. They'll get to play a relatively easy round, be able to build up that cash a little bit more, but they're still going to be facing a 3-round deficit. More than likely, I should say. Not guaranteed. But I can't imagine ENCE investing a whole lot into this round, if anything.
No.
They just don't have the money. Sitting between 2,000 and 2,500, you invest here with just pistols and armor and utility, and that would be a poor choice.
Yeah, I mean, that gets Big right back into this game. They could draw it up from that point. That would be a horrible decision. Alexi B has enough to maybe get a P250 or a flashbang, but everyone else really needs to hold off a purchase. They may not even go in for that, and that's perfectly fine. Full-on Glocks.
Yeah,
I respect this decision.
This is great. Just fully concede the round. You could even talk things over if you really wanted, but not spending any cash.
We saw in a round previously with Glocks, they got 2 or 3 kills. Have to see if they can do that again. That was off the back of a lot of aggression from Big, though. This time Big playing far, far more passively. I think they've got a good read of the economy situation. I mean, expect God B to be on top of that sort of stuff. And Connector, going to see a bit of confrontation. Tizzy's been chipped down to 90. Yeah, I mean, this is a gimme round. If Big lose more than one player, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, something's gone horribly wrong. They might have to, like, actually shoot themselves to do that. And as we say it, Xanter's on the verge of going down. He does get 2, trying to bait out a shot from the off, and ooh, there finally it is. And actually, there's going to be a chance for 2 players to go down. Vince, you might be eating another boot. Thompson waiting in the bomb site. Oh, okay. Nice! That is cruel and unusual. Alu just wants 1.
Does have an AUG.
So does Nex. Nex has been so phenomenal, which is crazy to see. Remember, Nex is a player, has caught some flack throughout his career, really struggled to have the same impact at major tournaments as he did in smaller ones and in online leagues early on when he was in Mouse Sports with GOB. And then coming into this big team, his addition for that exact reason was questioned, but he's delivered, you know, especially in this most recent. He was great at ESL1 Cologne last year. He has been one of the prime factors of this team having success during his tenure.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, if Big come back to win this best of 3, a lot of the plaudits have to go for Nex. And speak of the man, he's delivered again. This time it's a Molotov kill. Sergey burns to a crisp.
It's crazy seeing Ents, after just saving that round, being so aggressive that they're losing a player in the first 20, 30 seconds. Not even really getting a chance to execute any kind of strategy. Great pick from Alexi. I don't even see how that happened. Alexi is in the short. I think Xanter's had to have jumped. The follow-up boost got B. He's lucky to get away. You're not going to fool Alexi like that. Nade damage is pretty well done. 3 defenders still here at this B bomb site. And Ents is going to back away up the staircase, but the nades is what's making me question this. They don't really have a lot to work with. They're trying to throw a fake. They're snaking over towards A, and they've pulled the entire defense to this bomb site. Got B just now rotating back. Ents don't realize how free that bomb site is, or they'd be moving faster. Actually, fair play. Alexi's moving as fast as he possibly can. Got B has arrived, though. A second teammate coming. This is going to be a fight for Ents.
And there's no grenades on either team. There's going to be a straight-up raw brawl on A side. Got B, peeks for the AUG, but he's going to be the first to fall in this encounter. Next snaking in the side, is able to get 1. Doesn't stop the bomb from being planted, though. But he's up close and personal. Aerial perforates his skull. And with that death, it could be the end of this round for Big. Thompson, last man standing, last man knocked down. Ents, 14-10.
What a great call to readjust that hit after they got the equalizing kill from Alexi, and they pressure it so much with nades. I'm not sure how they realized that bomb site was free. But the call to go towards A was so massive. There's the opening pick, but that run from Alexi up long all the way into the site was like caution to the wind, supremely confident no one was going to be there.
A huge roll of the dice, and it has delivered. A 4-round lead. Big. Not only are they on the brink... Oh, this boost is pretty sick.
Here comes the train.
Oh no, it actually wrecked Alu as well. He could have had that frag.
One more. Come on, give us one more jump. Give him a chance.
I mean, considering that he did die in the previous round by jumping up from Alexi, I think it was.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Using some nades. Oh, what? How did Tizian die? Oh, the follow-up pick. It finally works. They were so patient with that. How did the Molotov get that kill?
Was it 100-0?
Yeah, well, he just never moved out of it. I don't know. Maybe he threw a smoke on it and it didn't plume until late. We'll have to see that from his perspective. But couldn't have come at a worse time. A 5-on-3 at 14-10. Big is out of money. They cannot afford to lose this. Somehow these three players must pull them back into this round. They at least have the read. All three players for Big are here. Make that 2.
What a round by Ents. Gonna call that the Swami stack. And now Big gonna find themselves even more in trouble. Alexi B finalizes round 25. It will read 15 to Ents, 10 to Big. 5 match points, 5 elimination points.
Oh, it's been such a brawl, and Ents 5 chances to move on. Oh, you hate to see that round. It was just so dominant from Ents. Someone's gonna have to find the demo.
Yeah, I need to know how Tizian died there. If that was 100-0 and he got wrecked off like a smoke bugging or
There's
something.
no way. He couldn't have been blind for long enough to not realize he was burning or something along those lines. Either way, I mean, fair play. The boost was a nice shot.
Oh, look at the weaponry as well. Big playing for their tournament lives with an MP9 and pistols.
Round 22, Vince. Round 22 on train.
I'll be haunting their dreams.
It's gonna haunt my dreams.
This should have been done. Big should be moving to the next stage, but here we are. Maybe they can still battle back.
Look how cautious Ents is being as well, knowing they have Big on the ropes. Just not wanting to get caught off guard by anything. Just over a minute left in the round, and Sergey's at the back of Underpass. Alu is at the back of Party. Alexi is at the rock over towards Long, very far back. Ariel is basically in T-spawn, and X7 is as far back from the B-bomb site as you can. And shout out to the Observer, knowing exactly who I was going to go to next.
The telepathic link. Here we go. It's going to be moving X7 in. Entry frag. Only loses 20 of his health, and Sergey goes in on Xantares. And somewhere, Natu has a huge smile on his face.
A huge grin and probably a drink as well, and he deserves it. This team, from nothing to something. They have had quite a ride last year, impressed so many people. They struggled in the early stage of this Legend stage. They struggled in the early stages of this series. And now they're looking good, 16-10, but that map, that Ents that we saw on Overpass is the Ents you need to see game in, game out if they want a chance of moving on to the top 8, moving on to the champion stage. What a performance. Alu stepped it up huge in this third map, but so did Alexi and Ariel. 23 kills on Alexi, 22 on Ariel and Alu. And unfortunately for Big, this ends their run. And unfortunately for Big, they're gonna have to battle through that European minor to make it to Berlin, their hometown.
Which is absolutely stacked. That's what I mean by double whammy.
Mouse Sports is going to be in there.
Yeah.
Fnatic.
North. Well, I mean, North are in pretty dire shape, but, you know, maybe they can sort things out. After every major, we always have roster mania, so maybe the North lineup's going to be sick.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and also there's, what, like 5-6 months to really get your act together, I guess? So, I mean, that's kind of cool. Either way, a very impressive performance from Ents. This was a great series between these two teams. Train is going to haunt Big for a long time. It felt like they really had that one. This is the way the cookie crumbles. We're going to wave goodbye to Big. We're going to congratulate Ents, and then we're going to take a break, and we're going to get that next series going for you guys. So stay tuned.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back to the B Stream. It's a pleasure to be here. No nonsense. Jason's lowered my chair. Maybe it was Vince. I feel really short and inferior next to you.
I think Vince lowered himself for Jason.
Yeah, you know what? You could have done the same for me, but you chose not to.
That's true. I'll come down to your level. How about that? For once. I'll come down.
There, nice.
Looks much better now.
No nonsense on the B Stream. As you can tell, we don't need all those other guys in production. We just keep the good times and the good games rolling. This one determines which of these two North American teams are going to survive. It's NRG, who came with a top 8 ranking. They were rated, I think, 5th by their peers coming into this. They're sitting at 0-2, going against Complexity, who was rated 16th.
They absolutely were. You would think, on paper, NRG, hands down, going to blow them out of the water. But what we noticed on Complexity yesterday, yes, they don't have diverse strategies. They don't have much tactical depth. But they do have firepower. It was evident against Astralis. They were getting the opening picks time and time again. Just couldn't close out those rounds. NRG haven't looked their usual best here. Here are the two rosters for you, as you can see. And they haven't looked their best, I would say. You haven't seen the big performances you would expect. They've had some amazing results over the last year. And we thought coming into this stage of the tournament, after going 3-0 in the Challenger segment, they would be absolutely dominating here. But so far in the 0-2 bracket, should be able to beat Complexity quite easily, but I'm just hoping that Cole will give them a decent game and turn up at least. A nice send-off.
Both teams are led by apologies. Two Canadians that are very sorry. Daps and Stanislaw.
That's a good point. That's not bad at all. Both quite gifted in that department as well. Daps especially. He seems to be an absolute master at finding unearthed talent, perhaps.
Yeah, he definitely has played with a number of players that have come through North America and developed into something of notoriety. He, as far back as 2015, was kind of in and out of relevance, if you want to call it that. He's led teams like Liquid. He's been on the Denial roster that became Liquid before he left and then came back to them. And now this project with NRG, he's been here for quite some time. He and Ocean is another player in North America I've referenced a few times. He's developed a lot of talent under him. He didn't quite play Tier 1. He didn't quite have that level with him, but he helped younger players get into positions where they could succeed.
I remember him when we first started casting back in the day.
SapphireKelowna.com.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Go to that website,
It's the veto coming through. It is a best of 3. We kick things off on Nuke, picked by NRG, and then Cash, North American Classic, and finishing things off with a best of 3 Classic, it's Inferno. So I think that's about right, what we'd expect. Cash, quite a puggy sort of map. Complexity can feel at home on that one. NRG, although they've had difficult results in that map in this tournament, they are actually one of their favorites, right? They actually play that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've already had one team depart. That was big. A team that was a legend that lost their legendary status also have to go to the minor by virtue of not winning a single series, either a best of 1 or a best of 3.
Yes.
In this stage, Complexity could find themselves in the exact same narrative because they too were legends.
Remember as well, the minors these days, as the level of competition rises every single year, or every single tournament, I should say, it gets more and more difficult. Mouse Sports didn't make it through the minor this time. Just as a prime example, that's a top 5 team not making it through.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. The fact that Mouse Sports isn't at this event is already shocking enough, but the fact that they didn't get through the minor is just remarkable. It obviously led to some very big changes. The franchise player, and I say that not so much in that he's the star anymore, but to say that he's been on Mouse Sports the longest, he's probably played as many maps with them as some of the Virtus Pro guys did with Virtus Pro, if I looked at the statistics. Chris J is departed, and so too is the coach. Stick goes out again. They're going to be making a lot of changes moving forward as a result of that. Big, I don't know if they can survive another minor.
I guess, do you think Mouse Sports will wait until this major finishes, and then they'll see who's available?
Well, I think it could be that. It could be see who's available. That, or there's just, for the sake of PR, and if they want to market it and hype it up, announcing it in the middle of a major that you're not attending is kind of just going to make it slide under the radar.
That's a very good point. I guess they might have replacements already in line and just going to wait until the major's concluded, then make their PR announcement. It makes a lot more sense. But it looks like Complexity will be starting on the CT side, of course. It's NRG's pick. I hate to say this. We normally really say that there's a good chance of great CS here. Complexity, yes, they got firepower, but I'm not sure they can handle the tactical play of NRG. And we'll see. Nothing actually looked pretty decent. If you're not aware, Jordan Nothing Gilbert actually representing Complexity here once again. His old jersey's back on, but he is certainly a mercenary. He's not back to full-time as a pro player.
Shazam brings a lot of skill as well. That's one to note. Have we seen the veto yet?
We have.
Okay.
Nuke.
We were discussing.
Cash.
I was going to say, so Nuke coming in. I knew we were on Nuke because I'm in the server. I just didn't want to spoil it for anyone. I'm the guy that doesn't want to tell you Santa's not real.
If that was a hypothetical situation.
Yeah, exactly. If he were indeed fake.
Yes.
Yeah, the fact that we're back on Nuke, Complexity played Astralis on this map. It looked like it was going okay at the start, and then it kind of fell apart quite quickly. But talking to Stanislav, I said, no, we play that map. We actually thought it was closer than the score indicated. They just weren't winning out a few of the 5-on-3 rounds, which was a bigger issue for me. Truthfully, I thought Astralis had more map control than Complexity was even aware of at times, but we'll see. We'll see if that's true or not. If they can translate some rounds against Energy, maybe they're right. Maybe they had something in it that we didn't see.
Well, you have to remember, Astralis still to this day, actually, undefeated on the map.
To this day, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a very different team they're playing against now. NRG are going to have mistakes. They're not going to be as picture perfect as Astralis. This could be just the fact it's a North American derby going on as well. It's a lot more on the line. It's a 0-2 best of 3. Whoever loses this will indeed be going back to the minor, which is a daunting situation for them. So we'll see how this one pans out. Complexity definitely have the skill to beat down a team like NRG, but whether it will happen, I'm not so sure. I'd have to take a miraculous performance from them. Haven't seen much of them yet to suggest they could do it, but you never know. And like we said, the skill's there. Maybe it's not the teamwork just yet. But NRG not looking their best here in this tournament whatsoever. After going 3-0, Matt, in the Challenger stage, we thought, okay, they're a lock-in for top 8. They're making it. Now they find themselves without winning a map and presumably win this one. If they don't, something has gone horribly wrong this week for the team. It should be a 2-0 NRG. Considering I was in the map pool now, I would say that's confirmed, but it all depends. Are the stars going to turn up? Are we going to see Cirque? Are we going to see Ethan and Breezy? That's your top 3 players there. Just them alone can win them series, and a bit of backup from Daps and Fugly as well. It certainly should be a great spectacle to watch, I'm assuming. But remember, Complexity almost had no sniper yesterday. They had Shazam coming up, and then it was Ricky we were having the question mark around as to why he wasn't open at all.
So we didn't see, I'm still not, we didn't see enough from them to indicate to me exactly who was going to be the second opper. They didn't have the economy to run it enough. And the one that round that you're referencing was on Mirage. And it was actually when Ricky didn't quite have the spawn, in my opinion. Stan did. So he went to mid, he made the jump, good movement mechanics. Maybe he wants it for that reason. Got to catwalk, tried to play inside of the smoke. Pretty standard stuff. I'm not convinced that he's necessarily the full-time secondary opera. I think today might be a better sample size, best of 3. If we don't see Ricky on it now, then yeah, I'm going to be very confused.
It was just more the fact that Ricky just didn't look the same player on a rifle, right? He didn't have the same impact. He wasn't actually a talking point apart from he was relatively average. Either way, we are going to get into Nuke. It's the first map of our final series of the day here. Like we said, Complexity starting the CT side. We'll check out the buys now. NRG with 1 utility player. It's going to be Dapped with the smoke and the flashbang. And it's the same story for Complexity with Nothing in the defuse kit and the smoke. Seen a lot of those antics over the course of this major so far, and we'll see who comes out on top here. It is going to be a fast ramp probe at least. No one fully committing. They're just going to hold towards the radio room. 1 smoke available. That's circuit position, and we've restarted.
Yeah, I was going to say I heard a vote come through, so obviously we got some small issues that needs to be fixed.
They were running towards ramp with such conviction, and all of a sudden it came to a halt. So I assume that's why. Makes sense.
Wow. We'll see what it is. I don't have information, but it's fine. I'd rather have this happen now, Henry, than once we're deep inside of the affair.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Just don't have an affair and you'll be fine.
Well, that's good advice, actually. Well, looks like we are ready to go underway again. Maybe they didn't think our casting was appropriate enough. I'll try and change things up as we start the pistol round once again. Everyone's saying ready on my screen. Hopefully we'll be underway momentarily. This is the loser game. Best of 3, first map. You've arrived just in time. NRG, same setup. Same story for nothing. So no tomfoolery here. It's all fine. They were rushing ramp before. Looks like they've got a similar approach in mind. Do they commit to it? Looks like they absolutely will, getting straight in there.
Let's get it on. Ricky, he's going to wait it out at Turnpike. They're all going to go directly toward him. Oh my goodness, he's backed away. Fugly hits the shot, but Def finds one in return. He's going to back out as well. They're scared. They don't want to take these fights. Trying to stay alive, force them into crossfires instead. So far, trades fairly even, but still it's better to the good of NRG by 1 as Shazam works back out from Secret. Cirque had the read. Didn't have the aim necessarily right away, but still gets away with it and leaves us with Stanislaw. Stanis Baratheon Law.
He's got his work cut out for him, that's for sure.
Stanis certainly did have his work cut out for him. Bomb planted, Stan gets 1. Gonna give him a chance to turn this around. Knows they're both inside of the site. No kit for him. He's got to be quick. Smoke down does make things awkward because Daps very cleverly thinks that he can get away with it. Or at least that's what he wants Stannis to think because he's worked all the way back inside of the site to catch him off. He needs a trade potential. Why is Breezy not on that?
He's got 1 bullet in his USB, by the way.
One in the chamber. Not going to happen. Time's too far gone because of that as well. Breezy's just going to play this to time. He's low enough, but the time is 2.
Okay, well, that's the round confirmed for NRG. Standards wants to kill at this point, get the $300. He'd be happy with that. Gets it. I'm not sure he can escape the blast radius. He might be able to, actually. Looks like it's going to be okay. Just a little bit of damage there. So he gets 3 kills. That's $900 for anyone who's not aware. So if they were planning a force by this second round, which I don't think they will on Nuke, he's going to be able to maybe get a FAMAS. He's already got armor. We'll see what they decide. He goes with the scout straight away, so they are going to buy this. You don't see this too often, actually, on a Nuke CT side. All the teams opt for the force buy in the third and at least have a bit more firepower. Now they're up against AKs here. They do need an opening pick of Stan. Well, actually, Shazam now with the scout can provide that outside. Might funnel them towards those CZs.
Shazam certainly hoping to find something ground break. Oh my, what a nade. Double nade it appears because Def actually got a kill onto Fugly with it, implying that 2 landed, unless there was no assist, so maybe he just actually rocked him with the gun. We didn't quite catch it. Ethan gets inside of the site. He's got bomb to be planted yet again. The force buy has yielded some fruit with those nades, impressively so. And Breezy's going to back toward Hut to try and play the angle. That leaves Ethan underneath. Man advantage firmly to Complexity. And so too with the HP. Could be the round. Dropping in. Ricky's traded to Ethan's aim well off the mark. And they'll pull it back. Complexity's going to clutch this one to at least go 1-1.
There we go. They needed a bit of luck.
See those nades.
They did a lot of damage, didn't they? Well, it is going to be Complexity with the force buy in the second. As I mentioned, not a lot of teams do that because it's difficult to make it work. But there it is. Shazam finds 1 kill, Def with 2. And they will actually get the bomb down on the T side. So I assume we'll get a force buy in response from them. That could be Deagle Armor. You want to try and shut down the CTs before they're financially secure. As we'll have a look at the overall buy for Complexity now. How the tides have turned. You can see there's AKs available, AUGs, and they'll have a nice array of utility as well. And the force buy does indeed come through. 1 Galil, 1 AK-47, and a scout as well. Fugly with the strong outside spawn is happy to challenge Shazam outside, who has now got the AUG. We'll see how he fares. He's going to swallow a couple of grenades, though, and be down to 50 points of health. Shazam, aggressive at T-Red.
He's very aggressive at T-Red with the AUG. Does it get him anything? Certainly will. Here's one that's also easy to step out and catch him off with a headshot still. Alive with 88. Dead now, but got a second. Breezy went down. Daps, Fugly, and Ethan. The only ones left over on the NRG side. Incendiary, a little bit too deep. Fugly's already forward of it. I think it also is too close to the fence. Daps. He's taking damage toward the lobby. Boost for the scout to look CT. We're gonna get a simple moment where he fires through the hut and gets a kill. For the main entrance, I should say.
It could happen. The simple scout kill is one of the most ridiculous I've ever seen, but I don't think that'll be happening just yet. 40 seconds remain. Def patrolling lower. Stannis the main entrance here, making sure that no one can get near the bomb sites. 30 seconds remain. They still have their smokes available. But that one garage right now, I don't see a world where they can really do much with it because now they need to decide. They hold onto the weapons here or try and cause some damage. Ethan Oh, narrowly misses out on spotting Stan towards the entrance there, and he will be punished for it. Bomb goes down, that is a round for Complexity, as now it's just a matter of how many players will survive into round number 4. Well, Stanislaw certainly won't. It's going to get to Dapsy to cause a little bit more damage. Nothing going to happen there. They get a couple of kills there, but overall, that 4 spy was not successful for NRG. No plants, only a couple of kills, and they're full eco next, so you can't really say anything worked out for them at all. Nice work from Shazam to get 2 before he went down. Technical issue called by Complexity, and Shazam actually gets dinked in the process, but like we said, managed to get 2 before Fugly found him. And there's the skill we're talking about. Complexity certainly have enough of it.
Two-1 for them on the back of an eco. NRG is certainly going to have the pressure applied playing on Nuke first if Complexity are so inclined as to continue bringing it out or leaving it in the pool. They'll be happy that it's here. High seed, obviously, is NRG. And they start T-side.
Yes, indeed. That map pick. And they go on the least favored side.
The fact that it's their map pick, though, and they start at least favorite side against a team who's been playing this in boot camps and seemingly is comfortable doing so because they left it in the best of 1 against Astralis.
True.
Is this a misplay by NRG? To the fact that they start Nuke, start hard side, and then have to go to Cash next?
You might be onto something there. It might have been a wiser idea to play them on something more traditional. And the fact, yes, you're right, the fact it's going to be a T start as well makes things a little bit more complicated. There's Warden behind them, looking for their first win of the tournament. A map would be nice at least. But so far, so good. Losing the pistol 2 rounds in a row. You got them on full eco here. So it's going to be 3-1 almost guaranteed as we get ready to jump back into the action.
Jordan's got that sick flow, bro. So much flow.
A lot of it. There's Cirque. You need to see him step up today, especially on Cash. Always a pleasure to cast his amazing work at the AWP. And we up against Shazam, though, who didn't look bad, actually, yesterday. Some impressive shots on Mirage, especially. So it looks like we are back into it. We apologize for the delay. Round 4 coming in. Like we said, nothing too exciting coming up. It's just Glocks and 1 flashbang, maybe a vent dive coming in here. An upper rush. Something very basic like that. Swarming outside off the main roof. Try and get through. Ethan's getting ready for it.
Trying to get the headshot. Jumping target on the other side. Another nade. That is absolutely slaughtered NRG. I gotta see nade damage stats already. They're probably quite resounding at this point. No further chance to catch the jumping headshot because they'll rotate back over towards the squeaky door. Flash through, it opens, Stan's not covered off by that, throws the incendiary deep, hoping that they'll run through it because that's the only place that they would have got to in the time that it bloomed, but they get down the vent instead. He chases with success. He gets 2, and the assist on Ethan. Good round from Stanislaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Follows him down the vent, takes down everyone in his path, didn't let go of W. I like his style. It is going to be 3-1. Complexity after losing the pistol. Look very comfortable right now, but that's about to change. The AKs are coming out, and it's going to be Cirque also on a rifle. Didn't have the cash to bring out the AWP just yet, but it is T-side nuke, I guess. Not required here, but certainly something he'll be looking for. And Stan will stay on his UMP. Very viable weapon on nuke, just got to play correctly. Top of the hut works very well with it. A squeaky door trying to deny the vent dives.
Daps already around, no smoke down. Straight contact play for Daps, only gets 1 death, able to counter him off. Daps trying to do everything that he can. But a risky move to go dry towards Secret, and it doesn't yield them anything for it. Now they have to hold up with bomb in the hands of Ethan. Breezy will go over top of the main entrance, but Stan's still holding. Ricky's able to rotate quite quickly if he needs to as well. No one inside of the ramp room, just to note.
So 2 smokes here. Going to deploy one of those towards the garage and off towards the main entrance. Ethan So deadly in these sort of spots. We'll see if he can start finding some headshots here. Stan certainly can. Another star of NRG. That's going to be Breeze. Actually bringing things back to the 3-on-3. They have less than a minute now. Breezy's still making his way towards heaven. Looking if there's any CT presence to be found.
Bottom of the ladder. How does he find a way up? Typically, you might go AC at this point.
He's got the incendiary. If you wanted to keep players towards upper, throw that in, make it uncomfortable as his teammates go down lower.
He's got ramp, though. He's already wrapped. So they've completely opened up the lower site. They'll get a rotation event. That doesn't go inside of the site directly anymore, as we talk about. So they've got a plan no matter what. Def's going to try and follow them back through control room, and doors open. He'll find Fugly, who just happened to be ready and looking that direction. Nothing dropped at the door as well from decontamination. And this should be an energy round. Ricky does have a chance to surprise... Wow. Okay.
That surprise
Never
element
mind,
gone.
Ricky!
He tried. Well, I guess it is a common angle. Wanted to get the jump on any player that could be there, but you're right. As soon as he fires that bullet, they know exactly where he is. He might as well save at this point. It wasn't like he was going to win the round anyway. Even if he found a player there to defuse the bomb and get 2 kills and lower bomb side a nuke, it is a very tall order. Ricky now looking to save the AUG. It's confirms he's nowhere near the bomb. And Ricky will get nothing for this clever position, looking for anyone rotating out of the bomb site. Might be getting an AK. We saw some CTs actually leaving AKs on the floor yesterday, but it's nice to see someone pick one up. Here's Dabs. Great shot. I thought he was on with the second as well. 52 damage towards Def there. The UMP maybe not strong enough there for Stan, so they'll still get a full buy out of this one, especially with the saved AK. And we might see the orb in the hands of Shazam. Cirque went down, but no one can drop him the AWP just yet. They need to try and avoid the reset here. Going into round number 6. That's on 3,800, can certainly buy, but would prefer a drop as they work out their situation. I think Ricky's just left the server, so another technical issue here. Steam log on.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Go on.
I had 6 bottles of water in the last 2.5 hours.
Do you want to go to the toilet?
If these technical timeouts come... Well, no, I've got 6 empty bottles here, so...
Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah.
If we run out of bottles, I'll call someone.
All right. Phone it in. Wireless casting headsets, that's what we need. Then I can just go to the washroom.
You run around.
Yeah.
Onto the stage. Well, Ricky had the Steam log-on issue, so I assume that will be fixed relatively quickly for Ricky. There's Stan the man as we wait for Complexity to rejoin the server. So NRG looking to tie things up after winning the pistol. It's Complexity that came back and won the force by in the second round. It's nothing with 4 kills right now. Stanislaw with 8, Def with 5. As the boys aren't allowed to talk in these technical timeouts, have to sit back and wait.
Yeah, and they'll do exactly that. It's early in the game. Hopefully we can get them back in here relatively soon. They're hanging out. Hand warmers are back in effect. Have we seen the new... Did you see it last week?
What's that?
The new hand warming solution?
I did, but I don't think we've seen it yet here.
I don't want to talk about it then.
Exactly. Move on.
No one's... It's that groundbreaking. For now, it's back to ski packets for your Alpine Sundays.
Well, there's Ethan, one of the shining stars of NRG. Player that went under the radar for a while in terms of his individual skill. He's been playing a long time. It's not like it's his rookie year or anything like that.
Played with CLG for a bit.
He did indeed. And we never really took notice then, but in the last year or so, over the course of 2018, him and Fugly, another CLG member, have actually looked excellent in terms of their individual skill. They've really come into their own. Like we said, they Cirque, Ethan, Breezy, those are the big names you want up there. Fugly and Daps, just to plug the holes where required. I saw the phones come out, so Ricky's just trying to log back into Steam right now. British player Def, been in the organisation for around 2 years now.
It's a good point, actually. It's been a long time that he's been in the organization.
I'm surprised, considering how his other teammate, Surreal, left quite quickly. I thought he'd be next, but they seem to be happy with what he brings to the team and seems to be a staple member now.
I'm watching a little hilarious exchange. At some point, one of the Complexity players snuck into the T-spawn and put his Complexity spray over top of all the NRG ones.
Oh, really?
And they've had to wait for the timer to reuse theirs to cover it, so they've all just been waiting, spamming to try and cover it back up.
Yeah, there's like 100 sprays at spawn right now that's covering everything up. Taking out the trash. Yeah. There it is.
No more Complexity. You're not allowed to see it. They finally did it. It was exactly there.
Yeah, you have to wait a minute between each spray. So between them, they could get it done.
Well, they have covered it, so everything's fine. Now they just need to cover their tracks and make sure they win out some more rounds to the T side, and they should look lovely. Again, Complexity did not pick this map choice, but they did leave it in the best of one against Astralis, so chances are they've got something up their sleeves. Big changes for Complexity as well. You mentioned Death being from the UK. You've also got an influence from Down Under. 3 Commonwealth players between Stanislav from Canada and then Def and Ricky, the one we haven't mentioned, who's from Australia.
That's a good point. Ricky, if you missed our broadcast yesterday, used to be a bit of a household name with the sniper. Very, very good. He's been playing for a long time. Made his debut at the Cologne 2015 major as a sniper. And for Team Immunity, counterpart to Vox Seminole, perhaps, now Renegades. They were actually a nice little team, but the way it always went down was Renegades/Vox Seminole would steal one of their players, they rebuild, they come back to a fighting level, Renegades, well, we need a new player again, let's take one of yours. And
yeah, you can have him.
Yeah, it was just getting very frustrating for them. It looks like Renegades, after the success they've shown, this could be the most promising lineup they've ever had. Took a map off Astralis earlier, and went on to Nuke, and you can imagine how that went down. Inferno was playing out as we joined this show, so I assume Astralis closed it because it was like, what, 11-2 when we left the room. I'll check it out now. What was the final score there? So Astralis did win that. It was 16-2 on Inferno. So
16-2.
The hopes and dreams of the Renegades
came
crashing down.
That's a pretty catastrophic and surprising result. I mean, it was 12-3, I should say, at the end of the first half on Mirage. That took overtimes to settle, and it was Renegades that actually beat Astralis, to everyone's surprise. Now, what that means, there's another significant factor involved there. It means that so far, to this day, no one has ever won a major without losing at least one map. Astralis have already lost one in this, so it's up to Liquid or Na'Vi to keep that dream alive.
That's the next game on the Ace stream, I believe, isn't it?
Absolutely. It should be starting momentarily as well.
Who have you got in that one?
Liquid.
Hands down?
It's a tough one to call with the way that Na'Vi are playing lately.
Well, apparently their comments about the major being not that important to them were false.
Oh, okay. They were trolling now.
They were trolling. Apparently Zeus likes to make jokes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What I've read.
Great. He's 200 IQ, trolling the community via HLTV.
Apparently so.
Maybe he's just a memester on the forums like most people on that website.
Well, Ricky has rejoined. There's nothing but a memester himself.
He is.
Got his own dance and everything.
He does. He's in a commercial. I want to be in a commercial someday. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with Liquid.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I watched a lot of their games recently, and they look very, very good. Still a bit more time, I think, required to get them up to elite level, but in terms of the way it looks synergized right now and it's all coming together, when they're hitting shots as a 5-man unit, they've got 5 stars on that team. It's pretty remarkable to watch. Definitely in the conversation for the grand final, at least. They could cause a lot of...
What's your dream grand final for this event?
Ooh... In terms of like what, who I'd like to see play, though, what I think would be the best final in general.
Best final, maybe viewerships included in that. What do you got?
Well, I guess you need a bit of a Cinderella story, right? So we've had that before. I'm just trying to think back to, you look back at Krakow, the major there. that had the final of Immortals versus Gambit, right? And it wasn't like, it didn't have the same feeling because we didn't have the superstars on there. It was a weird final, right? No disrespect to those guys. We weren't like the big orgs, the massive names, the personalities. I feel like you need at least one of those teams and then a challenger almost.
You need a protagonist.
Yeah. So I guess we'll put in Astralis by default because they're obviously #1, above and beyond everyone right now. I would, do you know what, like Astralis Liquid would be
That's my dream. That would be hella fun.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Bit of a North American twist on that, just to throw that in there.
Yeah, okay, all right, cool. Just throw us under the bus with that steez. I think Liquid Astralis for sure. I think a combination, I mean, Astralis MIBR for the sake of Brazilians trying to take back their throne.
That would be fun as well.
If they can get there. Obviously, they haven't been super convincing.
I was tempted to say FaZe, but I guess after losing to Avangard today, I want to see how they progress through the tournament. I didn't get to watch that game either.
Apparently, no one was using the AUG. They still refused to use the AUG.
On the CT side, they didn't use the AUG. That's
Nico's called it a noob gun publicly, and that's the way they are. Lost to Avangard, by the way. I think Avangard's got a shot at top 4. I'm going to say it now if they can keep their momentum going.
I said I wouldn't be surprised to get the playoffs, but I don't think when it gets to the big stage moments, like in the arena, I don't think they'll play at the same level.
Well, my dream final is definitely Astralis Liquid.
That would be really good. Yeah. Right now, in terms of he's the player that disconnected. He's got a... Okay.
He's tilting off the face of the earth, Henry.
Oh, that's not bad.
Wow. He's tilting because he's not opping.
I'd love him to AWP. I welcome it. It's one of the longest timeouts we've had. We've been pretty good with technical issues so far. The headsets are back on.
And the fact that he's no rookie. Ricky's trolling maybe suggests that they're ready to go, or he is at least.
But he's on the server. He's got his money back. He's an AK in hand, which suggests everything's working. But the hands in the air and the relaxed stance he's using right now suggests Ethan isn't quite ready to go. So we just need to use one more backup file, then we're good to go, I believe. I'm just following the chat on the server right now. Vote passed, the match is resuming.
Solid.
I never thought we'd see the day. We're back. Nothing has purchased the AWP. I assume he throws that to Shazam. And they've called it a tactical timeout now, so they can actually talk.
Yes, because they would have been sitting there for a while.
It's been like 5 minutes, so wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yep, I'm all right with it. I'm okay with that. So, 3-2 complexity. And the complexities sit with an AWP. Complexities of the round being that, depending on what standbys, they'll have some residual cash, but not a ton. They should have almost around that hand, depending on how it plays out. If they want to save one, maybe. Ricky's got 5K. He's already bought. Stan's going to bring out the M4. Everyone else is pretty invested, to be fair. But NRG, on the flip side of that, coming off the wins, going back to the AKs, aren't exactly well off either.
Well, here we go. We talked about pretty much everything we could in that timeout. Let's see what NRG have been discussing. AK-47s are out. They've got the full buy. They're sending all 5 players in towards the lobby right now. Nades are out towards Squeaky Door. They're going to try and sneak a player down the vents. Not just yet. CT's holding the upper bomb site here. And they'll fall back towards outside, maybe to deploy their smoke. So you can see Daps has got himself towards T-Red, but he needs a bit of backup to cross further. He normally does play that position alone. It's quite known that Daps will, like a lot of in-game leagues, you see Glaive do it for Astralis. Daps does it for NRG, gets down there alone, and it allows you to kind of see what's going on down there. You can get the information you require, and you can make the call based off what you see and find down towards lower. Ethan, however, will be challenging CT spawn. He's smoked out the window, so at least gets a call that there's a player there, and they can maybe focus on him now.
Avoids the flash if they want to try and re-peek toward blue. He's going to be fully ready for that, so they have to be very careful about how they go about business. Fugly, he's still clearing out ramp as well. That'll pinch toward the lower site. In fact, I suspected they might do this. Turnpike, because even if they get the kill onto Ricky, if it forces him out, they've already got Ethan in position to capitalize. They've pretty much pinched off too, and they're not even looking. Fugly gets them both walking in his direction, and NRG with a 2-man advantage in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is not looking good unless nothing can find multiple frags here. They might not stand a chance. He's fluffed his lines with the smoke as well. That actually might help them out a little bit. As now he holds on to the bomb site floor. It's not going well for him. As the smoke, had it connected, might have been able to buy some time, but to be fair, the round was pretty much over already. It's not like you can expect him to get 3 kills in that sort of position. Stanislaw, though, might be able to recover this. We'll see what can be done. Makes his way towards main entrance. Very quietly so, but Cirque aware of it.
Yeah, he wanted to try and sneak in, and he had his teammate, Def, trying to work out toward main entrance. If he could have found one, his teammate might have been able to work in with him. Now, he's just going to try and save the AUG. Again, residual cash. They bought in a little more than I thought they were going to, so Ricky's the only one that had any. They won't be able to force buy with only 1 gun being saved. They'll have to make a rather strategic decision. This will be, if I'm not mistaken, the 3rd in a row for NRG? No, it'll be 2nd because they won pistol and then it was eco back the other way. So it'll be 2nd in a row. So they won't be getting that much at all. And NRG stay alive with 4, having won the round.
So, with Ricky's 6k here, remember he survived before and saved the weapon. Does he want to maybe enable Shazam to get an AWP outside and they force her on his AUG? I would say probably not. You're on the CT side right now. You really do need your finances to be strong. You need incendiaries, most importantly. Stop those upper rushes. That's what the aim of the game is. You do need to throw those Molotovs, the incendiaries, towards the hut and the squeaky door position. Round 7 now. Will just be Def with the saved rifle. It's going to be Ricky, like we said, more cash, gets Deagle armor. No grenades here. That's the incendiary I was discussing. As he send 2 players on the hut roof here. That's nothing and Stanislaw. Flashes in towards Squeaky, allowing Def to rotate towards the bomb site floor. He has to push Ricky away, right? He's going to maybe get towards the hut. See what can be done towards lobby. He knows he needs to find one here.
Def backs out. Incendiary already down. Fugly. Those flames do dissolve. He tries to get position inside a hut with a pre-fire, but no one there. And Def takes position instead, but Fugly was ready for that. Like a moth to a flame. Def walks in and gets his head removed. 3-3 with a 5-on-4 in favor of NRG and not much left over for guns. Nothing. He's got the AUG. Ricky has a Deagle, but that's not going to work out.
They're just waiting for the mistakes to come through now, aren't they? Just holding the positions, already got the advantage. We used to call it the 30-second rule when we were playing, was you get an initial kill, and if you know they're on eco as well, you wait 30 seconds, and our logic was someone's going to make a mistake in that point and get impatient. So, 5-on-2. Shazam tagged, and he's trying to bait in, stand in the vents there, but I don't think this is going to work out for him. He might be able to get 1 kill here. Ethan, I suspect on the other side, he certainly does now. Sends in a barrage of bullets towards the vents, and it's going to be a kill for every member of NRG. The team ace. You always love to see that. Everyone contributing. And now the money's finally back in favor for Complexity here. 4-3 is the overall scoreline for NRG on the T side of Nuke. This is their pick. We saw Complexity play Nuke already, but that was against Astralis. It's really difficult to gauge any sort of information there. It's not the matchup you'd really dream of. Number 1 seed versus number 16. Of course, not going to beat them on the undefeated map. So we'll see how close this one gets. There's now Shazam with the AWP, but they have got that lack of utility. No kits, only 1 incendiary. And now, it's the outside play again from Daps. Stanislaw looking to challenge this time.
Daps. Oh no. Oh, he's done for. He looked away. He wanted to check behind the crack, and Stanislaw gets the kill to fall off of it. Ethan wants to get a response, but he won't even be able to do that. Flashed and smoked off. He'll go back for the bomb instead and join his teammates who are approaching a position. Oh, I think Ricky spotted. They're approaching ramp. I was going to say a position where there hasn't been a lot of occupation from Complexity. Did they see him? Maybe they didn't. I could have swore they had vision toward him. Ricky might be able to surprise them completely here at this point. And he will. 1 down already. Bomb spotted. It's Ethan. He's going to smoke back out toward the ramp, potentially try and get himself out of it, but they're going to be above that. It's not really going to do much for him, to be completely honest with you. Does buy some time for Shazam to spot 1, but even still, it's Cirque and Breezy. Have to go back for the bomb, though. It's not like they're out of this just yet. Flashing Breezy in, they want the kill. Shazam makes his way in toward the lockers, and Breezy, pre-firing the angle, gives away that he was going that direction, so has to fall off of it.
Now, trust me, Breezy and Cirque are capable of winning these rounds. We saw some disastrous affairs against Astralis yesterday, but nice positioning from nothing. Well, find them the victory, surely. Cirque will just be looking for any picks he can find. He hits Shazam there. Would have been great if he found it. It's a sign of frustration there as he makes his way towards lower. Gonna try what he can, he might as well just get it over with. And there it is, Def to deliver the killing blow. As 4 players survive on the complexity side. Not the fastest, almost exciting rounds here, I will say, but slow and steady for both teams as Ricky holds at the very back of ramp from there. Like you said, well, they might have spotted him there. The fact he gets 1 kill suggests they definitely didn't. And nothing. Locks him in the ramp room for anyone retreating towards lobby there. Def making sure he gets it done from the window. 5 AKs this time. Yet to see Cirque AWP on the T side. Unless they got to something very quickly. We'll make our way outside once more. It's going to be Daps. Same Molotov, same procedure this time. Not as defensive.
Outside, indeed. Daps has a bit of a gap in the first smoke he thinks maybe he can take advantage of. Remember, he went down in that position last time. That's why we find ourselves in this situation. At 4-4. Cirque. First skylight. That obviously goes on top of the hut. Second skylight on the left. That goes on top of the rafters. They line up. They get the kill still. Fugly, I thought, would spray into both of them at that point in time, but nothing gets one away. And he'll work back with the gap between silos to nade towards Squeaky. Instead, though, it's Ricky and Def to find the kills required. Cirque, you said it, not on an AWP. He's going to play on the AK. He's going to go back for the bomb. They've given him the lobby to work with, but they'll just hold the map at this point in time.
Yep, not really much he can do with this one. He'll have to hold the lobby. Again, looking to cause financial chaos, but if he even gets the first kill, I'll be impressed. It's an awkward angle to check. Finds Ricky. That's not a bad shot at all. As he now still has time to go back towards lower. Could maybe smoke towards Decon and see if it's even possible to plant. Right now he's seeing if he can catch a rotating complexity player. As you can see, the 0-2 match here. First map at his best of 3. Loser not only goes home, but goes back to the minors for the next major, which is a daunting situation for them.
Yeah, it's like a full relegation. It also means, by the way, going back to the minor, obviously means not necessarily being in the major, but it takes away the guarantee of sticker income.
Yes. You would think complexity would make it through, but right now their core 5 isn't really established. Nothing is not a full-time member. We still don't know who the replacement will be, so still a massive question mark. If that does happen, they can still win this map. They're having some good rounds now. 5-4 up.
Yep. I'm not ruling them out of this yet. I mean, NRG has not looked as convincing as I expected them to be in this stage of the event. I mean, winners in Shanghai last year, by the way. NRG, and they've been on the rise. They had a good week last week, got rated 5th by everyone. Well, not everyone, but collectively, the average was 5th of the teams in this stage, which probably is a bit high. I was a little bit surprised, but at the same time,
they got a lot of attention.
And that's exactly it, right? So the recent bias kind of comes into effect. I think it's a little bit high, but at the same time, they've been impressive and they've got such talent. Breezy and Cirque are both exceptional.
Ethan is as well. They've got fantastic talent here, but you just don't see it every game. Sometimes they can look a little bit off, but complexity seem like they're turning it on. Shazam with the AWP will be challenged outside by 3 players making their way toward... Oh, they've got a double orb set up, just to note, on ramp. Okay, you don't see this very often on Nuke at all. I guess it can work, but you need to make sure you're denying that plant and getting opening kills. And maybe if one of your AWPers dies, you just let it slide away, because you don't really want to be in this situation for a lower retake with 2 AWPs.
There's Cirque. There's the AWP we talked about.
So just to go back to our comments about Ricky, that's Stanislaw again on the... Or Def, I should say.
Def.
So it's not even Ricky there.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's positional again for the ramp, but we've seen Ricky rotate over there. I'm going to start to say at this point in time, they just aren't giving him the secondary op.
Maybe he doesn't want it.
It could be that. It could be that they're calling for it based on their position and not based on a setup they've ran. In other words, they aren't putting Ricky on it out of something they've practiced. It's just simply Def, in this case, saying, I want it for ramp.
Yeah.
And that's that.
Well, losing that initial pick, nothing, takes matters into his own hands here and actually accesses the lobby. The thing is, that's great and everything. They're about to bust in through the main entrance and you haven't got much of a retake path there because you're now going for a choke point. You actually become the offense now. They have the bomb site. So this round looks like it is actually done completely. Definitely the AWP there. You can see what I mean? That like Nuke is very difficult to access the bomb site. If you have an AWPer who's trying to get up a ladder, like how is he ever going to do anything with it? as they try and exit here. It's not the best round, and that's why we don't see many top teams use that double sniper setup. Like you said, though, it could have just been one of those moments, and it's like, there's another AWP there. Let's give it a go. I guess it's an experiment, one they probably won't try again. As soon as you lose that first pick, the upper pincer comes in, you always can't even access the bomb site. It will save an AK and an M4, however, but the money isn't really there. It's going to be 5-5. That might sound like a close game, but this is a extremely CT-sided map, especially since the addition of the AUG seemed to have only made the CT stronger. And at this point, nothing. Ricky holding it towards the T-spawn area. Won't be hunted down, but all 5 players from RG survive. The problem is now, Matt, with 2 rifles surviving, you'd actually be quite tempted to force this, and that could be the unraveling of complexity. If you force this now, you're not going to have everything you need, and they might not recover for the rest of the half. So they're not going to do that. I think I saw some HEs there.
Yeah, probably a better... Yeah, they've gone for 2. Probably a better call. Stanislaw and Def have those brought up. 5-5. Cirque again on the AWP. He'll try and exploit outside, perhaps again. Ramp was somewhere they put attention to earlier on. We'll see if that continues or not. Here comes the nades, knowing exactly what I previously said, that outside's been a problem for them. And the nade damage has been pretty damn good, I will say, from Complexity. Second time we're going to see this from Daps. Straight, utility-less, dry peek outside. I don't know that I like it. He wants to try and get there with surprise, but someone's usually always watching that position, and nothing's even sneaking in behind. This could foil all plans. Him on the AK. Oh, no, it can't. Not with Daps looking directly at him.
Daps plays his position every round. You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to beat him there. As nothing. Try to peek from the secret area. Down he goes, off of his head. And it's up to Def now, who will be holding towards the squeaky door. Cirque might be ideal for him, actually. This could fall apart, you know, if Def can actually swing in. We'll see. Cirque misses 1 shot. They've got a chance of taking him down.
Door open. Cirque just holding. Def's locked in. Bomb waits outside of lobby, so it's not even part of the round at this point. I'll have to consider it soon. Ethan up above. Ricky's aware of that fact. Has the M4, but he's backed up, and Breezy was waiting in the to find him. So Stan and Def together towards Squeaky with the pistol in hand. That sticks out too far, gives Ethan the angle, and they know and have found Stan. So forget the bomb plant altogether. 6-5 in favor of NRG, and you mentioned it. They saved for a reason, so they'll bring back up a purchase for the Complexity side.
Absolutely will. Shazam had a lot of cash there. He buys up the AWP. I think he tried to FAMAS as well. And we'll see as Ricky will be using that, and another quiet game from him. 5 frags. We've got 4 on Shazam, and that's an enemy you really want to be posting big numbers, especially if he's holding outside on Nuke. Like we've seen, Daps hasn't really had a problem facing the AWP. Maybe that's why Shazam was moving it around, and he goes towards ramp this time. He could just smoke and go down towards lower. Cirque opens a squeaky door here. There's nothing. Just to try and see if he can work out who's on the other side of the door. Playing defensively for now. There's only 1 player outside for Complexity. That's Def right now. Shazam comes and joins in with the AWP. Gets in that tight little CT angle. See him adjusting the headset there. Feels like he's got a few seconds. No one's going to cross without a smoke. But he checks in now, playing off Def's information as the smokes start to deploy. You can see them communicating that. They might want to drop some HEs in that position. They've actually only got 1 flash left. This is a massive issue. You've got 1 minute on the clock, CT side with nothing but a flashbang. To be a difficult retake if that bomb goes down, let me tell you.
Nothing inside of the vents. He'll slither his way toward the decontamination stairs with Ricky already at control. They'll have that perfect... No, they won't. Thought they might, but nothing decides without ramp that he needs to watch the enter to the site instead. And that actually gives up a bit because they've put a Molotov toward control stairs, which means that Ricky can't get the vision, which means they go directly to decontamination. At least it was communicated, so nothing gets 1, but only 1. Stan swings in behind to trade it back. They still have a chance in this. Bomb being planted. Stan just waiting as well toward decontamination. Cirque inside of the site, AWP. Oh, he's going to shut the door. I thought he was going to go through it. I thought he was just going to go straight in for the peek. That would have been pretty spectacular. Ooh. Does get the shot on Shazam. Oh my, it's Fugly that actually hit it. I thought Cirque got that on the AWP. And it's all down to Def in a 1-on-3.
Excellent stuff there. That's the razzle-dazzle from Cirque. Showed us what he's made of there. If he had hit that shot through that little crevice, that would have been unbelievable. But it wasn't quite him that connected.
We got
for the reaction, we will say
they call it casturbated when we say watch this and they miss something because of it. We just got observer baited there.
Yeah.
Because we just thought that was him hitting it because we went there as soon as it landed.
Let's just pretend you did. For the highlight reel, can we just edit up the name to the top right and just say, wow, what
Someone
a play.
will Photoshop that in or After Effects or whatever.
Well, you could see how difficult that was. I talked about the importance of utility on the CT side of Nuke. You can see how detrimental it is if you have nothing. Nothing, well, it's very unfortunate for me, his name is Nothing, was down on the bomb site and waiting for the T's to arrive from round, but then he got pincered from about 3 different angles. He was lucky to get 1 kill there. If he had like a smoke or an incendiary to buy himself some time, might have been a different story. Ricky got the Zeus once again, but this is the full eco. Not really much to write home about here. They're 7-5 down, likely to be 8, and it's a 5 versus 4.
So Ethan waits outside of the main entrance. He'll watch downward onto the smoke. As Daps will go all the way around. The long way this time. Bit of utility to get him in position. Doesn't want to contest towards secret. There is this pistol waiting for him, but Stan from one Canuck to another. Takes down Daps.
Ooh, Ethan. Jumped a little bit with that one.
He did. He was very startled. Ooh, he can't get the gun, though. Stan thought he could. Ricky's back to the Zeus.
I know. He managed to get a couple of kills on Nuke with the Zeus, so maybe it's a specialist on this map with that weapon.
He tried it on Mirage against Cold Zero as well, when they played MIBR. Bomb goes down, and Cirque the one to do so. Will have the hop inside of the site yet again. He'll Molotov off toward the doorway this time, so Ricky has no access for a moment longer. And he's got an angle lined up perfectly on the AWP, so that if he arrives, he would fire into it, but it's a tough little shot. As Cirque shows twice, he can't find it. Ricky desperate to bait out more from him to allow his teammates to work in for the front side of the site instead. Shazam does have an AK. Keep that in mind now, because it could be a problem for them, but they may just want to hold on to it because they don't have much else. It's lost already. Oh, goodness me. Stan's making it very costly if nothing else, and Bomb's going to blow up. I think Breezy's far enough away, so he'll look for the AWP. Bomb did move it. He spotted it bouncing off the wall. Energy on 8 to 5.
NRG look way too comfortable now. Complexity won the second round for Spy. With the Scout CZ combo, they got themselves a nice foundation here to build upon. But once the real gun rounds begin, NRG have the AWP, they have all the utility, they've got you down to break point where you haven't got all your grenades and everything like that. That's when they shine. You can see them actually just looking at their running defaults, finding a pick. Cool, where to go, no problem at all. Will they mix things up with a bit of a rush here perhaps? They're going to nade towards main entrance at the very least. Double nade there. Stanislaw lucky to only take a little bit of damage there. He'll hold on strong though. A lot of teams trying to sneak down the vents these days. Haven't seen too much of that from NRG. One of the classic playstyle. Smokes outside, sometimes send 1, sometimes send 4.
So smoke way back from spawn. People throwing these from further and further away, it seems. They used to be thrown from the fence. Now they're thrown further back. They land faster if you're leaving spawn, but they take a little longer to get there. Daps is already in position. And he's not going dry this time.
He just loves getting towards secret, undetected.
You know what? I think these... So you mentioned vents, and I know that Alex was asking about how JKS was so quick at getting inside of the vents. Some players go that route, but it's so easy to counter with a bit of utility. Daps is taking more of the glaive approach. Yeah. He's trying to get out there, get inside the stairs, work outside, then he can control the map and cut off the rotations.
It's weird, like, I'll explain when we have a bit more time why in-game leaders do that specifically, why they're always alone on those sort of roles. We'll get into that after this round concludes. This could be a close one. Complexity actually have a 4-on-3 lead right now. Shazam hasn't really shown us much so far. 4-9, and he's just been outclassed by Daps, who...
Oh, dear. Daps called. He realized his mistake. He's given that up, and in fact, Def and Stan kept the crossfire. They thought they were open upstairs. They thought they were going to walk in there easily. Daps just ran toward them.
He really did. Well, Complexity win the round, but there's still plenty of cash here. NRG will have absolutely everything for the final round. They've actually already done enough. The fact they've won the half on the T side suggests this will be a very difficult affair for Complexity to get back into. Def will save the AK. A couple of orcs here. No sniper, however, for Shazam. And after getting railed by Daps in the previous round, I guess maybe stick on the rifle, just aim for that one kill, not feeling it today. It happens, even to the best players. What's going on here? Technical issue again?
Maybe so. It looks like everyone's going back to spawn, so the restart vote has been called, and we'll take a look into the issues. Hopefully maybe just get going straight away again.
We'll have to see. Fugly's game is broken. So I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure that's a technical term, but it's broken. That's all we have.
Is that a technical term? it's just not working.
Any more information than that. But they've all just said, yep, no problem. So that could be 5 minutes, could be 10 hours, but I'm going to assume it's a couple of minutes if he has to quit the game. But that will be match paused, and I guess we can use this time to explain why the in-game leaders potentially go outside by themselves. For example, why we see Glaive, obviously Daps doing it. It's because they want as little input lag as possible. If they send one of the star players down there, for example, he's not going to play it as methodically as Daps. He's not going to be using the grenades in the same way. And if he does get information, he'll be more focused on the kill. Yes, he'll be to pass the intel on, but then he's got to get back to Daps. He's got to digest it, then pass it on again. If the in-game leader's down there and he spots there's 2 players down here, he gets a quick kill, he can instantaneously give the instructions to his teammates. Now, that's your cue to go. I know I've completed my objective, and he'll be confident that it's been done because it's him doing it instead of relying on someone else's words. So that's why you see the in-game leaders take that role on more often than not. But either way, Stan, once again, having a little hug in the smoke there. Fugly on the other side, and they have no idea he's in this position. He could get a huge spray down here, licking his lip at the prospect of it. There's the first, and will he find anything more? He gets 2, that should be enough. Could have been more, but it was a very difficult situation being. You got a grey screen there, just sound cues going on.
Yeah, and chaotic as well, because there was some noise from all the utility being thrown outside as well beyond him. Did do well to get 2. You're right, it was a perfect position to be in. Everyone going by him. Watch nothing. He's down inside of the smoke and needs to be very clever about his positioning at this point in time. Flash over, Breezy still on the entrance above nothing. But that support. Shots in, nothing steps out, but he's caught off by the 2 players still at the secret entrance. Shazam pulls one back, all on Breezy. And Ricky on the AUG will make it 8-7, but it's 8 rounds on the T side for NRG.
It absolutely is. We split it right down the middle, but the fact of the matter is, on the T side, you should not be winning the half. Complexity have got their work cut out for them, and they're going to get back into this first map. Will they be able to do it? Well, you'll have to come back after this break.
On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
All things looking even. A-Stream's got the advancement matches. It's Liquid versus Na'Vi. I'll tell you it's close. That's all you need to know. This one's close as well. 8-7 at the end of the half. NRG starting out on the T side. Their map choice. If Nuke, they'll now swap things over and try and put Complexity down one map early. This one's not for advancement. This one is to pack your bags and head home.
Everyone's trying to avoid relegation at this point and being sent out of the tournament. If Complexity want to make it to the round of 8, they now need to win this best of 3 and 2 more. They have no lives remaining. It's not looking likely they're going to do it, but they will fight valiantly to the very end.
And, well, the same to be said for NRG. The difference is they're the high seed.
Exactly.
In just about all circumstances and situations. The ratings kind of levels themselves out. The seedings kind of level themselves out when we hit the next couple of rounds, because that's when we start to see sort of the top teams that were upset earlier are underperforming. They'll have fallen so far down the charts, kind of like NRG has to go 0-2. Teams like FaZe, MIBR, they'll start to stabilize. So things are going to get very interesting in the next few days. But this one, yeah, absolutely. Complexity's got their backs against it right now.
Yeah. If you want to keep up with the major action from tomorrow, we have 3 best of 3s a day, and all of them have something quite magnificent on the line. So make sure you come and check that out. But stay tuned. This one's just warming up. We're about to begin the second half here on Nuke between Complexity and NRG. The score is 8-7 in favor of the CTs. NRG, that is. And they are the heavy favorites in this matchup. And the fact they've got 8 rounds on their T side suggests they should be able to close out. I say should with bated breath. We'll see as the headsets start to come back on. We had a few technical issues before in the first half, so maybe just making sure that doesn't happen again. I can see one player still missing from the server, so perhaps we have a little bit more fill at this point, Matthew.
It's possible. This one seems to be a bit of a pest, this game. We've not had too many issues, so to speak. I see a nice blue mouse down there held on to by Shazam.
There's some pink ones as well. Def's got it.
Pink ones. Obviously, yeah. HyperX kind of lead the way right now in mice, in my opinion, but I just want to note the MX518 is back.
It is back. Yeah. I used that in 2005. Until my first ever tournament, I was using that mouse. Everyone's talking about it.
I was using a ball mouse.
Yeah. A ball mouse, a controller.
Yes.
Joystick.
No, you know what? No joke. I played with a guy who played Medal of Honor, and IBM and Toshiba, early Toshiba laptops had that little...
the nipple on it?
Yeah, nipple. I don't know what you call that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that mouse. I used to think that mouse was way better than his touchpad for laptops. I used to use that thing religiously. But he played Medal of Honor with that, with his middle finger, and used the lean keys on either side of it with his ring finger and his index. And he was actually reasonable. It was surprising.
That is surprising. You should try out with the steering wheel and pedals, see how you go.
I should, yeah, absolutely. I don't know that it'll be that remarkable, but I can give it a go. Got the shifter, I've got everything, I've got all the stuff that we need. So, I don't know. I mean, the way I see it, I can't do much worse, right? So
sure. Might as well give it a go.
Probably still outfrag Bardolph, so that's fine.
Well, he uses some of the finest gaming gear around, so...
Does he really?
He has many keyboards, many fine keyboards.
He does. You know what? That guy gave me... I'm not a fan of like the whole fidget spinner, dabbing, yeeting, Yeezys.
What has that got to do with
high
fidget
school?
Spinners?
Because fidget spinners and like all those like little trendy millennial toys that 90% of you have in chat.
Now, haven't they?
Well, this is what I was going to say. He gave me at the last major, and he gave you one too, a keycap that's a fidget spinner.
An orange one.
It's a little tiny fidget spinner. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me.
It doesn't fit on my keyboard, unfortunately for me.
Man, give it to me. I'll take 2.
You can have it.
I'm dead so much anyway. I just sit there and flick it while I watch my teammates clutch. It's like, sorry, guys. Yeah, cool. They're like, what's that noise in the back of your mic? Don't worry about it. It's not a fan. It's
multiple fidget spinners on the keyboard. You can get a whole keyboard of them. Of fidget spinners. Play with nothing but fidget spinners on the keyboard.
The problem is if you put 2 of them side by side, I feel like it would be like a cog. They would like hit each other on the way by.
It'd be too much.
That'd be
too
cool.
powerful.
You could spin one and the whole keyboard would just spin. That'd be pretty sick.
That would be a lot of fun. Fidget spinners or not, we are just waiting to get back into the action here. It's the first game we've had any issues like this. We normally have to fill at least once per tournament, so I guess this is our quota being filled in more ways than one. And we'll see whether this is going to be an NRG success. Complexity coming back. It is cash for the second map. So that's where things get very interesting. I always say that's NA home turf cash.
What are you doing after the major?
I have 5 days off, and then I fly off to America for a month.
America?
Yeah. What are you doing?
America. I don't know. Might go to Mexico.
Might do.
Might do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might go to the Sebring 12-hour.
That'd be lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kind of events slow down after they don't. For me, at least
they don't.
I can at least say I'm not going to be at certain events. That's fine.
You can say you're not going to be where, sorry?
There'll be certain events in the next month or so.
Yeah, no, I've had to say no to some as well because otherwise I'd be on the road till mid-June and I would probably like fracture my skull or do some maybe I don't know, some sort of kamikaze trick with an Uber. I don't know. Probably lose my mind is what I'm saying.
Well, hopefully after this major, it's like I feel like I always get my full Counter-Strike after these events, especially now with this format. It's like a 3-week endeavor, right? So I think like most of the teams will have maybe 10 days off or so after this event if they get deep in the tournament. Maybe not if you crash out early. But I feel like I don't want to be at another massive CS event a week after or anything like that. So definitely going to take some time off.
Yeah, and that's not a bad shout, not a bad idea. It's a long slog for us. I will say a lot of the people saying, oh, you know, these first 2 days they're so long, we're rotating in. Listen, Alex used to cast, he likes to do it. Trace is having some fun.
Yeah. They're doing.
It's all gone well. Everyone's getting a crack at it. But to say that, oh, you feel bad for the other casters, dude, I would rather be sitting here casting this game than sitting in the hotel twiddling my thumbs.
It's true. With Counter-Strike going on, you're almost having like a time machine as well.
Give me those long days.
The hours just fade away. Like we did 9 hours yesterday, I think, and it didn't feel like it. If you've got good games to cast, it's really enjoyable to be part. It's a great job to have. It's just to travel, I guess, is the only thing that's the most exhausting.
Yeah, that's certainly a factor. But it's something we all welcome. And this half will welcome some more Counter-Strike. We're going to get into it. Freeze time's begun. I can let us know. So 8 to 7, that's where we sat. And from where we're sat, I can tell you that everyone's bought armor with the exception of Death on the T side. He's gone for a smoke and a nade. And on the CT side, Fugly has gone for a smoke and a kit. So they have one to try and defuse with. Fast play, Ricky already to the hut. Tap's trying to back off, swing the angle and get a shot while he fades off of it, but he can't do so. And that's going to limit his options because even though they'll rotate toward heaven, they've already got the bomb down and they have the headshot control from down below. Very difficult proposition to get back inside of the site.
It absolutely is. CT's now with Fugly. Yes, he's alive still and has the kit, but one player will take him down. They've boosted one player up, haven't they?
But they boosted a player up, but the smoke that they intended to throw to block heaven actually fell down the ladder hole. So they wanted, just like nothing did in the first half, to block off that position, and the smoke just completely fell down below. Death would have spotted that. He couldn't even go up the ladder because of it. They're already on the defuse. It's going to cost them dearly, and Ethan takes out Death. The round goes to NRG just barely as Daps gets the defuse.
How have they lost that round?
That smoke, I think, bounced literally an inch too far.
Did it bounce off back into the bomb site or down the hole?
Off the wall.
Sure.
Beside the hole, down the hole.
That's so unfortunate. That is going to change the landscape of the round completely because now the CTs have full access from heaven, and not only that, they know Def's going to be up the ladder as well.
I want to see a replay of it because I know that they had a single smoke and an HE. Might have been the HE that was thrown by... We have bought Ernie. It would have been Def. I think Def...
Oh, we've got another technical issue, man.
We do. We have someone out. Okay. Ernie's showing up on my... I don't even know Ernie. Do you know Ernie?
I don't know who Ernie is, no.
Well, either way. It may have been the HE, but I think it was the smoke. Either way, I went down the hole, which is ridiculous.
Well, it's Stanislaw who's called the tech issue.
Well, naturally. It's one of their players that's dropped out.
Yes, makes the most sense. Ethan Cirque buying up with the Orgs.
It's Ricky, just to note.
Oh, he's having multiple issues today.
He is.
He keeps dropping out. Might have to get a PC swap going on. That would probably be the next port of call after 3 attempts.
Well, we'll see. Either way, NRG takes the momentum by getting the pistol in their favor. Anything... Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. Okay.
Go on.
So it has been a few issues. I was just kind of waiting. I had them in my ear, letting me know what was going on. It's a full SSD crash. We've had a failure of a hard drive.
So that's all his config and everything?
Yes, he's going to have to reconfigure. I do wish, it's a lot to bring this, especially at an event like Katowice, where you've got so many computers in operation. We've got 6 at our hotel. There's player rooms for every single team at the hotels here. You've got 4 other games going on. You've got an expo as well. There's so much in action, but if you had a backup hard drive for all players, this would be a simple fix, but they have to reconfigure this. So we are, I think, going to have to inevitably take some time for him to do that.
I think you might be right.
Either way, they'll talk it over. All right, so that is confirmed. They are going to take a break. We are going to take a break because they have to fully dig into this and try and fix the situation. So they'll have to reconfigure for Ricky. It's 9-7 for NRG. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll resume the second half of Nuke.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
Think you can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think you can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back. Yes, my game fuel is that of the tears of North American fans. I don't know why I said that. It's just two North American teams. It seemed like something that was appropriate, Henry. I'm also North American, so my own tears fuel me. It's Energy 9-7. They won the pistol. We had a technical timeout. It seems like things are ready to get underway yet again.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had to replace Ricky's SSD. I think there was a corruption, and we had to kind of restart his entire unit there, get all the configs, video settings done. Takes about 10 minutes in total to sort all that out, but it looks like we're underway. It is 9-7 in favor of NRG on the CT side of Nuke. Welcome back to the action. We still potentially have a couple of maps here as well. It's going to be definitely Cash next, which is the pick of complexity. Don't see Cash that often these days. Haven't really seen it at all this major. I think 3 times total out of what must be 50, 60 maps.
When you think about it. Yeah, that's actually getting to be pretty shocking.
So Dust2 and Cash right down there at the bottom. We've seen Train Nuke a few times. But just the pistols here. We are going to have Stan with that armor. Remember the pistol, you might not remember, it's quite a long time ago now. He got 3 kills, so he managed to get at least a bit of cash. We'll see if it's enough.
Cirque just holding the angle from CT, red CT. See if he catches, ooh, spotted one. I was gonna say catching one wrapping around, but instead he just gets standing up on top of the entrance. Great shot, Shazam.
They can't recover the rifle, however. Yes, great shot, but does anything come from it? I'm not so sure. Daps confirming things. Takes down Def. Remember, they have no Kevlar here, no grenades. Just back into the game after a long tech pause. Difficult to imagine a world where they do much more than that 1 kill, but might as well run the timer down, make things uncomfortable, bait out utility. Breezy just backing up Daps now, making sure that gun can't be recovered. He finds the next kill. Ricky does sneak up towards Heaven here. He might be able to get a 1D. There it is. Quite the one tap, but a kill's a kill.
Kill's a kill, yep. Doesn't have to be stylish, just has to be effective. Inside of the locker room, though, Daps down below is aware that he's up there. Shazam's going to think it's wide open and clear. He'll get one back at least on the AUG, and Ethan does the same to find Ricky. It's Energy with number 10.
Absolutely so. Double digits for them on their pick. They're on the CT side now. I dare say they closed this out. They got such a great flying start here. AK's coming out, though. This is going to be the 3rd round. So AK's across the board. Decent utility as well, but a full rifle set up from NRG. So they have equal firepower here. No AWP on their side. Ethan, 14 kills to his name so far. Best spawn on the CT side. Presumably will throw his incendiary towards the squeaky door position. His teammate behind him throws it in towards the hut. That's the routine. Whoever has the best spawn, they're up the ladder. Get that incendiary in as fast as possible towards Squeaky to make sure no one can bust through. Cirque actually gets in the vent, so without the AWP, he's trying to maybe make his way towards Secret and hold that area as Daps will be in CT spawn. It's a much faster approach here. No smoke down. Okay, they went for flashbangs instead. I guess they know they're not up against an AWP, so it works.
We saw Daps try and do that a few times, but yeah, it's complexity getting 2 players in there with AKs.
And now you have 2 smokes. When you actually do go lower, you can actually use those.
It's a good point. Yeah, you save some smokes, but also I wasn't aware that 2 players got in there. They got across that easily. Cirque with damage. Nade, Def had to fall off of it, so that actually separates him from his teammate. Def, aware that he could have gone on the vents, goes hunting. Shazam turns back and cuts him off. Now those 2 smokes in the post plant starting to become a real possibility as Fugly's downstairs once more, came in through ramp, through control, and shutting the doors. He's surrounded completely at this point.
Well, this is a great advantage for complexity to have. Shazam and Def are low. Def might be gifted a free kill here. Can't quite convert it. Fortunate timing there for Fugly. Now he will go down. Complexity gonna plant. And I dare say that the CTs might not even go for this one. We'll have a look as to their positioning, and it looks like that's absolutely confirmed. They will be holding up. There's Breezy towards the aircon unit. Stanislaw peeking around, gonna spot him. Easy kill. And now this is actually worrying for NRG. They're going to have to go down to an eco after this. If they save 2 rifles, they might be convinced to force up next round. There's Daps on the forklift and CT spawn. They have got an incendiary HE. Oh, God, I thought they were going to team glitch up there for some reason. It just saw it
yeah, he kind of had it the way we snapped over to it as they were rushing toward it. So complexity with 2 players getting down there are going to win out the round. And yeah, you're right. There's not a lot of money left over for NRG. This will be 10-8. Complexity getting in just in time before the money started to spiral out of control in this half, and that means they potentially can get something rolling on their T side.
Now, if you're NRG, are you tempted to force into this round? They are juggling weapons around at this stage, and they are going to force. Daps gets the MP9 out, Deagle for Ethan. Cirque might not want to invest considering he's the AWP, doesn't want to limit himself going forward. He actually opts for the Scout and does go all in. 3 Orcs, MP9 Scout, actually not too bad. You break it down like that with 3 rifles there, and the potential of Cirque in terms of his fantastic aim with the scoped weapons, he might be able to do enough. We shall see. No AWP on the T side. I guess that does bode well for him. Stanislaw on towards the silo. Molotov at Secret. They're going to cross quickly once more. This time with smokes. Maybe make their way towards Garage, but it looks like they're full focus towards Secret. Breezy can't really get much information from the heaven position.
Stan just waiting on that entrance AC. The Augs want to prevail in this situation. They've done damage onto nothing. Cirque's forced back away. Having done so, and they'll get onto the ramp. Rotation's already in effect, though. Our radar today does not showcase the lower position, so we're not actually using the updated radar currently. Fugly, though, he is down there. Definitely. Absolutely. Finds a kill on Ricky as well. They lost Breezy, but door opening up. Daps MP9 is going to deny the plant. They never checked decontamination. They got a little bit ahead of themselves, I have to say, on Complexity's side, because didn't clear all the angles. Trying to plant the bomb, it nearly cost them out, but the round might fall back their way because it's just Ethan left in a 1-on-3, although he is at the ramp, and with 28 seconds, if he's quite crafty, he could deny the bomb. Spots 1 on Def. I think he was spotted in turn because they're going to look out directly his way, and Shazam, with an AUG on the T side, gets the kill.
Battle of the Orcs, and it will be Shazam to pick up the kill there. It goes 10-9. Complexity pull one back. That was the force spy from NRG. Suggests this will be full eco now. Complexity have a chance to tie things up. A great attempt here from Daps, but Shazam too strong with this AUG. It's absolutely everything. Standing the lurk as well. Fantastic work overall. Nice shot from Shazam to close it out. So, they know they're up against the eco here after playing against MP9 and Pistol and the 3 Orcs. They'll know the money has been drained. They don't have to do anything too fast. You do not want to rush these situations. Outside is absolutely fine, though. Make your way out there. You know the most they've probably got is a Deagle. So challenging with an AK should be absolutely fine. Stan just holds this position. Looking for anyone getting information here. There is a flashbang. They are going to peek for main entrance here. Flash is actually pretty successful. Do they get any kills? They've got the first at least, but it looks like we'll find 3 in return on the Complexity side. 4 versus 2.
Fugly still trying to spot range with a USP. Not really much he can hope for, nor can Daps. Ricky's low enough. Maybe they can get 1 more kill. That's optimistic at best, considering the AKs. And the positioning. Stan trying to sneak around. Daps not spotted. He did look that direction. Does twice, thankfully. And again, he'll find Daps to make it 10-10. 20 rounds done. And it's dead even.
It absolutely is. CT side still favors NRG. Complexity got the work cut out for them. They can keep breaking the money down and limiting Cirque's AWP potential. They might be onto something here. You never know. Ricky with that decent spawn. Trying to see what he can make of it. Heading towards the lobby here. He's going to need out the door. Flash in as well. As he try and make his way down the vents. The second flash goes through, but he's taking heavy damage. We talked about the CT spawns and getting the incendiary towards that position. They've jumped across though. Nice and sneaky here. But Cirque well aware of it. But Stan should be able to trade this out. He's managed to get on the aircon unit. And I don't think Cirque will have any idea, but does he offer himself? Oh, that's the question. Stan waiting to see if he can cause absolute chaos here, and he is undetected for sure. He's going to clear out the entire side before he makes his move, but he only gets 1. Are you kidding? Okay, they managed to trade it out to 3 versus 3, but I thought Stan was going to get 2 there for sure. Cirque will have to wait as he rotates.
Has to get out of there as well. Molotov thrown his direction. Daps couldn't get any vision through main entrance to at least counter off the fact that he's moving. He does see Shazam, but Shazam through the door with the op. Able to get Daps down. Fugly and Cirque may just have to bite their lip.
Great
bite
work.
The bullets.
Indeed. Well, that's Complexity. Nice movement towards outside. Looking a lot more agile on the T side there. Nice little strategy deployed. You can see Stanislaw, 23 kills, absolute nuisance there. Gets all the way towards top of heaven. Had 2 kills on a plate, but nailed the first. Great shot from Ethan in reply, but still gave up his position and ultimately the round. So Stan did his job by just getting up there and making sure the CTs were uncomfortable. There's going to be 2 guns taken over, though. Cirque and Fugly will save their rifles, an M4 and an AUG. They're starting to slow down now, though. Lost bonus getting there. That's going to be their 4th round against them. As they head into run number 22. Probably can't justify a force here. Going to take maybe some PT-50s to go with the saved rifles. I think that's about as exciting as we'll get. Ethan's got a CZ armor. Breezy and Daps don't really bring much. Oh, Breezy last second CZ there, so Daps will save his money. They need to get Cirque on that AWP, I think, just to kind of throw that into the mix.
Stan, the man, going out toward the ramp. Daps trying to get the off angle. Stays in the open right in front of him and gets mowed down for it by Stan. Nothing to lower first. He'll have the AK. Complexity looking to get round 12. We did say they're comfortable on Nuke. NRG might put themselves in a very awkward spot in the major by going down 1 map in this best of 3, already 0-2. Remember, this is an elimination match. They chose this map. Little did they know Complexity were going to be so versed on it. Again, they're going to have to back out and save, trying to get the AWP. Cirque does, but Ricky's on the chase. Cirque needs to hit this shot perfectly on the corner. Just barely does.
Well, there it is. Cirque with the AWP now. If you could save that, that's great, but Def is trying to lock them in. And they're aware of that prospect. They're actually going to sit towards lower for now. What are they up to here? They're actually going for this? They were. They were going to try and steal it away at the last second.
Very surprised by that. They've got money left over, so I guess you could justify it, but well, nothing's going to go down as well. They're going to loot. At least they get guns out for that, because nothing drops as well. They don't get the AWP. He dies to bomb, and it's kind of getting grim for NRG. Again, their map choice. We go to Cash next.
And I can't say I'm sure they have, but I can't recall many astonishing games from NRG on Cash, just by memory. I've been casting a lot of their matches. They might be caught off guard there. They need to make sure Nuke is going in their favor, especially the CT side. This would be so detrimental to the morale of the team as well. A map that was so strong for them, seemingly falling apart at this stage. Haven't managed to win a single map in this stage of the tournament just yet. This is another 0-2 game. All the pressure starting to mount. All for Cirque. Didn't save it in the previous round, had to buy it himself. So, nice idea. I appreciate what they tried to do there. Like you said, they could buy anyway. Felt like the T's might just be exiting, and you could sneak a plant in, or a defuse, I should say. As the smokes go out, it will be Def there, just throwing the incendiary on Molotov towards Secret, just to push any CD back. So there's no information gathered there. Hopefully send him packing. But there's Cirque outside this time, finds Stanislaw. And that's going to shove them towards upper, I would imagine, or potentially ramp him.
Cirque up above gets the AWP back toward the hut, just trying to use that silo for a bit of coverage while he would spot them walking through, but it looks as though it'll be the squeaky door and perhaps the drop. Ricky in, Cirque ready, sees him, takes him down. Breezy takes a substantial amount of damage, but got Shazam in the meantime, nothing. Great entrance, finds the exact angle in which he was standing. The problem being that comes a little bit late. Molotov's also going to miss. They'll get a bomb plant out of this, which will continue to inject some cash monies into their wallets, but they've got to do a lot more. Def has. He's gone aggressive. Pushes out to catch Ethan off of the rotation. Daps is still behind, but he's missed shots. Def's going to get another. It's a 2-on-2, and Cirque's still on the AWP. Complexity win this. They find 13. Money gone again for NRG, and they might actually get away with Nuke as a result of it. Def staring and finding Fugly. He's got one down already. It's Def that's going to win it. Nothing with only 1 kill. 3 for Def in the 4-on-2.
Wow. Complexity really won this victory on the T side. They're really pulling out all the stops at this stage, and that's Def. Somehow, Daps missed a shot in his back. He manages to 180 him, take him down. This was the moment, and once he gets this kill, he realized they might have a chance. He's able to take away enough attention there for nothing to get the frag, and then Cirque gets one more, but that was about it. 13-10, another eco. This is slipping away from NRG. This is not the team we're used to seeing, as they have to go with CZs and a Deagle. They've got a few smokes, but Shazam with the AWP. Plenty of cash. We boosted up. And towards lobby will do some damage to Ricky's feet. Always a danger of these rounds slipping away. CZs in the right situation can be very tricky to deal with. One on top of the hut, one by Squeaky, one in the hut itself. It's going to be breezy there. We've got one smoke left. Very patient round from Complexity. Waiting for anyone probing towards the ramp room outside. Any intel at this point they'll take. See Def there. You do not want to be alone in any of these scenarios. You don't want to be investigating this position. Daps though.
Oh my,
somehow gets away with it, 26 HP.
He does indeed. They try and follow it up with a flash. Shazam won't even re-peek the angle. Nothing. Oh my, nearly got caught on the ladder. Breezy got Ricky first. If he had snapped over and nothing got awkwardly hung out, quite literally on that ladder, could have had yet another kill. Don't think he would have got away with the rifle because Stan would have acted quickly because he would have had to, but it would have been an incredible situation. And now would have been down to 1 if that was the case because nothing gets removed by Fugly this time by on a deagle shot. And he falls away. No guns yet picked up. That's the saving grace for Complexity in this round. But Shazam, even with the kill on Ethan, he goes down to 12 HP. CZs absolutely can rip him up.
Great job so far from NRG. They should have enough to get another kill with the time now. That shot, I don't think you even have to take that, but he will be baited out. Daps looking to deny the plant here. It's low HP Shazam. One of those bullets connects. It's all done, but at this stage, Cirque might be out of the round. The Molotov's being a little bit awkward at this stage, but the shots aren't. It's going to be Stanislaw that recovers it. It was essentially a 4 versus 2 there. They managed to pull it all the way back. Once the bomb was down, it looked like Cirque was completely out of it. Smoke on the bomb side to shroud the vision and enable Shazam to get that bomb down. Even with the low HP, he managed it. Great shots from Fugly. Shazam closed range with the AWP, and then that kill is where it all started to go wrong. Stan must be well up there now. He is currently on, let me check, 29 frags, 17 deaths.
Actually sick.
On Nuke, yeah, you don't really see huge numbers like that. This
for the in-game leader, Ricky, by the way, is only on 9. He did have a lot of issues. We had to swap out an SSD for him, but he's been like that most of the event.
Yeah, he has, unfortunately. A player that was sensational with the AWP, now on the rifle. We just haven't had a chance to really talk about any of his highlights or anything. There hasn't really been any.
I think NRG might have done themselves in with this.
I think you might be right. If Cash comes in next and Complexity are fired up.
Yeah, they picked Nuke. And yeah, this would be completely unexpected. NRG to go down 0-3, not at all something I would have expected. Ricky. Squeaky. Ethan on the other side of it has the AUG. They've got guns again, but this is it for NRG. This is the game. Ride or die. Well, I know the ops outside. I think he may on the jump have spotted Stan.
Yeah, I think so. Waiting for that opportunity now. Not going to get it. Repositioning. More defensive line. Stan knows he can't be seen on the edge of this silo, as he'll fall back and join his teammates. One more round to give the map points here. Nothing deploying the smokes outside with Stan. They might not necessarily take the smokes. They can just deploy them to force a rotation. That's really the aim of the game on Nuke. That's what you're trying to do every single round, is get the CTs guessing, take away intel and vision. But they are going to use the smokes to get towards secret, but looks things. They use the smokes closer towards main entrance to make sure no one can sneak past, and also gives you the option to do this. You can actually go towards the garage here. It's a scary one, but once you're in, it's a very interesting position to actually hold on to.
Oh, Dabs, what's he looking at? He's got other players upstairs. All he needs to do is keep his focus toward the doorway. Cirque has kept his composure. He finds 2 back on the AWP. Ricky, though, gets out Squeaky. Breezy's ready. He'll cough a nade, but go back out, peek again, find Stan. And it's bombed down with Shazam doing what he can against 4. NRG, 9 seconds in the round have done enough to at least survive. Because this would have been guns gone, money as well, and map point for Complexity. Now, can they turn it around? That's the question. Tons of money for Complexity to work with, though.
Absolutely. It's going to be a while before they're broken. 11K on Stanislaw. Problem is, Def and Ricky will bring around 3,000. Shazam has enough for an AWP if he wants it. Don't necessarily need it on T-side of Inferno. Another pause here. So that's been one of the longer maps of the tournament so far. I'll give you a Stream A update as well. It's currently their first map still. They're on Mirage, Na'Vi 14, Liquid 14 as well. That round just came through. And that's a convincing one. They just reset the money for Na'Vi on the other stream. So it's all kicking off right now. Complexity of NRG in the ropes, and Liquid might be able to close out their first map as well. Stewie and Twist both with 20 kills there. Have we got everyone on the server?
We do not. I have.
Ricky's gone again.
Bot Oliver. Yes, Ricky's gone again.
Oh no.
So
it's not gonna help things.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it sounded weird to me. SSD died. Like that's pretty rare. Sure, it can happen. Don't get me wrong. Defects and whatnot. Pretty rare at SSD fails.
Yeah.
Maybe it was something else all along. But they'll figure it out this time by, and you know what, take the time to do it. This is major life on the line. Potential return to the minor if you don't win this series. Well, guarantee if you don't win this series, but potential with the series still on the line, I should say. And 2 rounds to winning Nuke, which was not your map choice. So yeah, get things right.
Either way, even if NRG go on to win this series 2-0, this is alarm bells ringing for me. This is...
Oh, I'm not convinced by them in this stage. Last week I was. Last week I thought, yeah, this is it. They look great. Not this time.
Yeah, absolutely not. A team that have actually broken. They've got to, I think, top 5 in Europe at the tail end of last year. You'd expect them to be devouring the bottom seed. But right now, it's anything but a struggle. We'll see. There's Def. Been posting decent numbers so far. Great in some of the key moments to actually get Complexity to this stage. Ricky has rejoined, I can confirm that, so his SSD is still alive and kicking.
They don't really kick, they don't spin, they don't really move.
They don't.
They're solid
state. That's famously what they are.
They're stoic.
They are. They don't make a noise, they don't make a sound.
I'm gonna call, I've got a business idea. I'm gonna call them stoic storage drives, SSDs.
And what are you going to do with that?
Well, they're solid states, but it's just stoic storage. That's going to be my new company. I'm going to launch it right now. I'm going to do it in conjunction with HyperX.
This is the launch party.
Yes, IEM Katowice, they agreed. They said, forget Shroud and all those other, we're going to make the next commercial about you and Henry G.
Okay, we're selling hard drives.
We're selling hard.
It's not the sexiest product, is it?
I mean, I've seen your hard drives. It's not bad.
Well, enough of that nonsense. We're going to get back into the game now. Luckily, you are all saved. It looks like, we've got to restore still. It's always a little bit annoying when I jump into something like that. And
I love when you build up the hype. My favorite is when you build up a big audience. Let's get into it. Oh, just kidding. We got to pause.
Oh, that's always the worst. And you've got like 10,000 people out there all screaming, going along with you. Then you go, oh, no, cancel. The pistol won't begin here. And I have to do it all over again. Either way, we won't have to do this anymore as we are back into the action. It's going to be Complexity 14, NRG 11, but they've got the full buy now after having a pretty successful round previous. There's still plenty of cash there for Complexity, but it's starting to be drained at this point. They had to drop a couple of weapons. So yes, good money on 2 of the players, but let's just balance the books. Outside smokes again. Different positions this time, so is it going to be a variation or more the same? I assume they all know the same smokes and they confirm from any spot. It's a little bit closer, in fact. So, more traditional as we see the same Molotov towards the secret area. No CT presence there, but plenty of terrorist forces as they creep towards that position with the AWP. Nothing holding the rear. And we'll have Stan holding the main entrance for them.
Already down and inside of secret. NRG still backs against the wall, no money left over. Daps becomes the cork in the bottle. He's gonna not let it be busted open just yet. Takes down nothing, smartly will rotate off it. So it's already found Stan, but Ricky beats him to the other door on control side. And Fugly now knows that they want to rush through that smoke to get the fast plant. Bouncing off the roof to make the jump quicker. Fugly knows he's in there, but can't get the kill. Bomb goes down. He's tagged to 12 HP. Only a one-man advantage, though, and that 12 can be a problem because he can play the stairwell, he can dig his heels in, and 4 players coming from ramp together? One misstep, one overlook in this, and they don't trade correctly, Def could actually mow them down. They're all lined up for him. Shazam's got one. Def's going to follow it. Doesn't only get one in the end. If he had found a second, there was a chance, but Shazam's transferred. He's gone back up toward the control room stairs. They're on the defuse, and they're well aware of it. Breezy's baited it out through the legs. 5-hole shot. Somehow it got through, and Breezy gets back around. They get on it,
nice
but
try,
do
boys.
they have the kit? Oh, man. Oh, they just get it. No, they don't. No, they don't. The detonation bar. Oh, my God.
Matt,
that graphic threw
good?
me both ways. That's how close it was.
That's got to be it. 0.3 seconds, I think it said before, and I couldn't quite catch it. I got the stat in the middle. It was 0.3 seconds, I think.
It went to the noise that almost, when it hits that last held tone, it's done. That was insane.
They had you going all over the place. He didn't know where up was down.
That was more emotional than my first relationship in middle school. That was all over the place.
I didn't think there was a chance that DV's came in. You're right, when you hear that noise, that is the final sound. It says it's all over, and the guy normally goes, oh, crap.
That would have been the game for complexity. That's how close this was. Now we've got something very different on the cards because there's no money for complexity.
That didn't make any sense. Well, there we go.
I think you cop this one on the chin if you're complexity.
I was about to say, you mentioned they kind of step out of line once here, 4 players around. They actually flashed each other. They bounced the flash off each other. Then it all started falling apart, but somehow they win the round. When there's a will, there's a way. And right now, it's complexity with the PD50s, CZs, and I don't think you get much better opportunities to get map point than that. I'm not sure anyone knows what already happened there. I'm surprised he even went for it. I was just like, well, you might as well give it a go.
You thought it was done.
I did. I said, nice try. I was like, I guess you might as well go for it. There's no chance now, but it actually worked out.
And the crazy thing is, usually when it's that close, oh, Cirque's got this started. It should be straightforward for Energy now with guns. It's going to bring this to a 1-round game. Complexity saved for, well, semi-bot for a reason. It's going to be a 2-round bonus. They've got enough money. They're going to buy next one no matter what. Bomb plant might have eaten that a little bit, but they'll be okay. The interesting thing is when it's that close, normally one player heads for the hills to at least save a gun. They both stood there.
Yeah.
They were like, no.
We got this.
I'm going down with you, buddy. It's fine.
Well, it is going to be 14-13, and Complexity, for straight, they couldn't close it out. They lose 16-14 now. It's going to be gutting for them. They've been plagued with tech issues with Ricky. I think every time he drops out the server as well, he's losing a frag, because he had 10 before and he hasn't TK'd anyone. So he's getting wrecked all over.
He is. Absolutely. But Stan's the one that's been carrying. Let's see what he comes up with this time. Cirque's going to rotate down through the vent. He wanted to go for the door pick. Can't go for the hut window anymore. That used to be very prevalent for the oppers. You could stay inside a main entrance, look through hut windows, see lobby, and then swing quickly to watch outside. Now you kind of have to make a decision. You can watch Squeaky, but you got to be in a little deeper, and he wants to rotate around towards Secret downstairs with the op. Def's heading in that direction.
Def currently at Secret. Very common angle with Cirque to hold. You want to be flashing this before you peek it. It's certainly not walking around the corner. Upper execution likely, yeah. You can see Molotov towards the hut roof. Actually didn't really land where it was supposed to. Ricky has made it down though. Still a 5-on-5, but not for long. Breezy, Cirque usually very good in these situations. Ricky actually looking to roll back the years. He's picked up the AWP, nailed a shot, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Ethan will have to do everything here. And Ricky starts to look like he could be dangerous here. 2 kills to his name, but Ethan's got all the utility required. He'll head towards Decon right now. Can't deny this plant. Waiting for his opportunity. The flames hold him at bay. He takes a tick of damage there. It's going to be a sound cue, but more than that, a bullet to the head will take him out of the equation. And that is actually going to be a bit of a reset. There is money to buy. Cirque's got 7,100. He's got 22 frags, just to know as well. Breezy, 26. But Complexity got map points. Still difficult to close this out. They lose this round, they'll be reset themselves. And it's potentially going overtime. We will see. NRG really not looking their usual selves. They've got an MP9 here. A FAMAS for Ethan. He wants to play.
These are familiar foes to one another as well. Let's not forget. I mentioned that Daps had a tenure in Liquid in-game leading. Don't forget Stanislaw. He had a tenure in Cloud9 for a brief bit of time. They've both been all around the North American scene. They know each other well. Cirque, he makes it work this time. All himself. Opens the door and Shazam goes down. Nothing has to wait it out. Ricky's there too, but they're going to push out in the lobby as well. They're taking matters into their own hands, Energy. You said it, there was just enough money left. Ethan's next in line because they got through the doorway, and it's Stan and Death. Complexity won't be closing it out on that point, at least the first try, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely not. And this is a perfect chance for the CTs to keep everyone alive, recover some AKs if they can take all 5 down. Dap's in a real prime position right now, but Death probably has him considering. I thought he had an AK. I actually think a little pretty even battle in that respect, but still he'll find the frag. But Death can communicate that he's done plenty of damage there. Shouldn't be too difficult to handle at this point. They know Stan is coming from T-spawn as well. Death will actually get the drop on Circuit. I can't work out. He's just behind the door. Okay, well, there it is. It's closed. Sometimes the X-ray a little bit misleading. I'll have that door shut. Stannis locked out by smoke. Death will do well to take down Ethan at this point. Fast shot. And that's NRG taking the game to the terrorist. They don't see many Orbers jump down in front of Squeaky like that, ready to challenge and open the door themselves. That's pretty cool.
That was, yeah, very cool. Because we saw last time he tried to play the main entrance and they didn't go that way. Stan continuing impressive form and accuracy. He'll find his 33rd kill, but we are heading in to round 30 at a 15-14 game. That obviously is implied. But Energy trying to force this into overtime, and there's not a lot of money now for Complexity. They're going to call their last... Well, I take it back. They've got 1 left. 3rd of 4 timeouts. They're going to call it now. I lost track because a few of those were technical, obviously, along the way.
There's been a lot of pauses going on here, yes, so a little bit difficult to keep track of. But there's Stan giving it his all, but it wasn't quite enough. They'll take this time out. I can confirm we have got $2,000 on average per player. Is Ricky still on the server? He is. That's good news. They got up the buy of Tech 9 CZs. If they can close on this round, I'll be thoroughly impressed. Not a single rifle or SMG. Everyone with pistols here opting for some grenades overall. If NRG can get to overtime here, they'll start on the CT side, maybe find the 3-0 there, then close things out. We'll see. For now, though, got to fend off the PD-50s, CZs, and the Tech 9. 3 of these players have our helmets. It shows you how desperate things are.
The ladder, quick Molotov. Brazy jumps down. He'll hold the site, looking away, waiting for flashbangs to come through the hut. Ricky has to wait a little longer with the door. Currently engulfed. Not the only match that went 30 rounds right now, let's just say that. Without spoiling too much. Remember, our A-Stream advancement match in place. 3 North American teams all in action right now as well.
That's true. Liquid currently playing Na'Vi. A lot of great games going on right now. For this one, looks likely to be heading to overtime. Will Ricky and Kerry be able to do anything about this? Firing off some shots. Keeping up the fact they got PT-50s. That'll be a sigh of relief for the CTs. It's much friendlier sound than the AK. Daps might be encouraged to stay at ramp a little bit longer than usual, just knowing that they've got lesser weaponry. 45 seconds now. And they will commit. So he's not going to stay too long. Just throws the incendiary towards them. That's quite a cool way to throw it. Just off the skybox up the ramp room and bounce it back down. But here we go. Fugly, first 2 kills. Very confident so far. If he gets a 3rd, that should be it. We're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Stylish, you got 4 in total. Yeah, we are going to overtime. NRG just doing enough to pull this back again, though. This is their map choice. Complexity still sitting in the hot seat right now. It'll be a heartbreaking loss if they can't convert this, but let's see what they got in cash. Remember, that's next. Overtime in the majors. It's MR3. It's, I almost said 16K. It's 10K, excuse me. It's not 16K.
It's 10K MR3, meaning the CT economy is very important. You lose the first round on the CT side when you've got an AWP up. You actually might not be able to buy in the 3rd round if things go really wrong for you. So you need to make sure you're not necessarily buying helmets, and you might not have a kit on every single player, things like that. So Cirque definitely doesn't have the helmet. He doesn't have a kit. He does get all the utility, however. So he'll try and save as much cash as he can, just knowing that his investments are a lot more significant than his comrades. As they go for an upper rush here, changing the base, through the flames they go, and Ethan's not ready for it.
Well, I'm surprised he tunnels on that. Why is he watching where the flames are instead of where the entrance point is? He should have been looking square at the hut. They're in, and they're in fast. Molotovs go down upstairs. Def's below at headshot box. He can watch that. Smoke's in position, so they won't push through just yet. They want to wait for the bomb to be confirmed as planted.
Yeah, it's weird the bomb hasn't gone down yet. They're going to have to try and get that.
Boost up again.
Oh, yeah, right.
Double nade. They used good utility in the first half.
What can be done here, though? Stan's position. Difficult to flush out. You can see they weren't expecting it, but he still can't find the frags here. That's more like it. He gets 2. Circle shut him down, but the AWP in that position really isn't ideal. He's actually towards main entrance. Ethan at the top. And we'll see Cirque go down.
This is a good start to the overtime for Complexity, back with guns in their hand. And what an explosive change of pace that is, too. That worked out spectacularly. I still can't answer the question as to where Ethan was.
So, the mentality, I can see him there, because he's thrown in Incendiary at the hut. He's just got that mentality with some players put the smoke down and think, well, that's a force field right now. He's thinking, well, I've thrown a perfect Incendiary inside that hut. No one's going to come through at this point. I can be ready to dodge flashes. He just didn't expect that change of pace, and that's fantastic from Complexity. What a call. You've been playing a very slow, methodical game of CS so far. It's the first round of overtime. That's when the strap book really goes out the window because they've seen everything you've got on offer. They rush up through the flames as well, and Ethan just didn't expect it. They boost Stan up there, and it's just a really nice round. Ideally, would have got the bomb down a bit quicker, but like you said, I want to confirm everything was safe before they risked removing a player from the combat. So, NRG do have the AWP again, but money's starting to run out. If they lose this round, they could be in a lot of trouble. Overtime in the first round of the best of 3.
Oh, shot through. Breezy takes down Def. He's not really done the best of drops toward the site, but with 83, he'll stay on the floor. Can watch the doorway as well. Outside, see it through the X-ray. Ethan's pushing all the way to the corner. He's gone underneath the silo, so he's going to hold and try and make it work to the best of his ability. It was S-Tag 2 weeks ago in London that made Outside look like an easy game, but he had a lot of support doing it. Ethan pretty much plays it alone at this point in time. He can sort of rely on Daps for some information. But I think actually he's going to, yeah, he's underneath. So our radar's throwing me off because we've had that split radar for so long. I have to get used to the fact that he is actually downstairs, so he's rotating back around.
1-0 Complexity. Can they make it 2? Maybe not. Looks like Breezy's done enough damage here. Nothing down to just 2 points of health. Make it 0. Ethan rotating in. Shazam might be caught in this position, is clear, but it doesn't matter. Ethan is still going to burn to a crisp whatever happens. Shazam actually has a chance of winning this. What a shot that is. 3 kills in the round up against Fugly now. 30 seconds remain. It would have been so glorious if he had just been a little bit more nimble and assertive at that point and knifed out and got to lobby, for example, just to kind of reset himself.
It would have been more than that. It would have been 2 rounds in a row in the 10K overtime.
But they still got 4 kills there, so Money's definitely not going to be out of control with the CTs, but it is unfortunate. Shazam with the fantastic shots of that second one towards ladder as well was particularly lovely to watch. This one coming in here. Just sees the head, removes Daps. That's not the most exciting finish. So, MP9 for Daps. Orgs are out, but you can see that signal. Oh my god, the wallbang. That's wild. Cirque did so much damage through the hut there. Like 6 or 7 bullets connected. Well, they know his tendencies.
Yeah, well, he's gone for that door peek twice. One of them worked. He opened the door himself, right? So they know the angle. I just had this feeling he was going to shoot there. Def. Flash out, he'll go. Nothing behind him. Cirque gonna look back to the lockers now. It's a little bit late. They're already too far forward, but Ethan's doing good work. Breezy was lost. Ethan trades it. I still think this comes on to Cirque. If they lose this, they have rotated at least in behind him to trade off this. They're gonna go above him. Fugly. Oh, timing is everything. He's just barely gonna get up there.
That's so significant.
And around the corner, too.
Yeah.
Oh, Ethan's going to be able to spot him, even if he goes down on Hut. The fact that he's on rafters.
Oh, my God.
That might cost them, because he actually loses the angle. Def knows he's there. He's called it. Fugly's looking back to see if they're going to enter, and they've given themselves up. They don't even get a kill for it. Now they've got problems. Op still below them. It won't have an angle. What an entry from Def, but they didn't know Fugly was there. He follows it for 2. Looks down. He still has the angle. Stan didn't respond to it. I would have thought he would have reacted sooner. Shazam will. He's got the deagle out. Oh, he's got the Deagle out and ready. Daps goes down. Shazam to try and clutch 2 rounds in a row. This time, bomb planted. No, it's not. Cirque's there instead.
It's happened again. It's Shazam who pulls out all the stops right until the final frag there, trying to get the bomb down, and Cirque removes him. Really exciting CS. This was actually a little bit of a flat game, but in overtime, it's delivering.
It's exciting. It's explosive. We've got everything. Wow. Last second defuses to get us here, and then 2 huge rounds from Shazam.
Yeah, Shazam, unfortunately, he couldn't win either of those. Gets caught in the open in both occasions after hitting, what, 3 or 4 amazing shots, and then it all goes wrong. A sign of things to come, though. Remember, this is a best of 3. Cash next. Certainly an AWP-centric affair, but that's going to be 2-1 NRG. We'll swap things over. They have the lead for now, but on the T side, who knows? Are they going to change the pace at all on their T side? We saw the upper rush from Complexity to kick things off on their T side campaign. Made towards main entrance for now, at least. Cost you 3 HGs to throw those, but reasonable damage done, but some received as well. All things will calm down for a few seconds now. Smoke's being deployed towards upper.
Taps around the outside. Shazam, up close this time on the CT side. Goes for more. Cirque's ready for it. He'll win the op exchange straight up. Heads duel. Even with that, Shazam might have had problems too on top of the main entrance. No real way to retreat at that point in time.
Yeah, very committed. Hoping he could just find Daps or something like that. But it's going to be Def now looking for the multi-frags. I dare say he might be able to get it. There it is. Great work. He has had some great moments so far in this series. We'll see it go down to the 4 versus 2 here. Cirque. AWP 68 HP. Def wants a bit more out of this, and he might just get it. Overcommits, but still a reasonable advantage. Ricky, every time he sees the AWP on the ground, he does pick it up. It's good to see. So strong with this weapon. We just haven't seen it this tournament. Now a full-time rifler, it seems. 30 seconds. And what's the play here? Do they even attempt this in the 3-on-2? They'll have to move a little bit quicker than what they are now.
Cirque gonna swamp it over. Give Breezy the AWP on that 15 HP so they can go for the 1-hit potential.
I don't think they have. Oh, it's gonna be such a mess.
Down he goes already. 3 seconds, can't even plant. It's already done. It's already done. Complexity tie it back up 17-17.
They absolutely do. Well, it was Death that challenged outside of the M4A4. You could see how impressive his aim was there. The second kill was fantastic. Complexity managed to starve Cirque of any cash, but he saved his AK. This means he went on the sniper going into the next round. Complexity 1 round away once more from map points. They posted it first. But NRG shutting down their economy led us here. Smoke outside, dabs a flash. Trying to beat the grenades there, takes barely any damage, looking for any CTs crossing over. Stan will be heading towards the silo. Will it connect? Not quite. Even right at the back there.
Smokes go down. Molotov again deployed toward the stairs. They're going to try and cross it. Shazam, he nearly got the shot toward the front side of the red. Very tough one to hit. He knows they're crossing, tries to spam again, won't get any such circumstantial shots inside. So Daps gets down there, down below. Stanislaw already holding the stairs. You could see him just glancing over to his teammates' monitors, getting information as best he can before they arrive in his position. Uh-oh. That flash was intended to go around the corner, not back at them.
Well, it cost him a dink, but Ethan's got 1 HP. Somehow they have the man advantage now. Death drops down to Shadow. He'll have to be the ultimate defender at this point because he doesn't have a lot to work with. He has got the incendiary when they finally commit, and Ricky's there with the AWP now as well. Double AWP set up again on Nuke. Again, if that bomb gets planted, you really don't want to see this setup come through because it's almost impossible to retake. Missing the shots, and Breezy will find another kill for NRG here. Orbs now surely have to save because there's almost no chance. Even with that frag, how do you even get close to the bomb site?
Look what happens when you get Ricky back on an op. He hits the shots and he follows it up onto Breezy. You're right though, this is very difficult with 2 ops to get inside of the site. It's still 3 alive. Don't be misled. Ethan He's bleeding out, but he's still there.
He
for
took
now.
99 damage from the initial exchange. It was Stan that dinked him at the very start when they went down towards lower. I don't know how he didn't kill him. It was a dink and I think a body shot through the edge of the steps, so it wasn't quite enough, and it's the difference maker. Ethan gets a kill with it, but... Well, he doesn't actually. It's the 1 HP I can see, not the kill, but either way, he survives. And he'll live to tell the tale. Ricky with 2 kills on the AWP. Fortunately for him, doesn't impact the round in overtime. It's map point for NRG this time. First time they've had it.
Well, we'll see if they can make good on it to survive the nuke scare. Again, their map choice. And surely they had to be aware that Complexity played this against Astralis. The thought process for them must have been that they weren't convinced by their performance against them and thought, it's no problem, we'll beat them on it.
Yeah.
It says 2 things. One, maybe Complexity is a little better on it than we thought. That's how good Astralis is, because we know they're now unbeaten, still unbeaten on that map. And it also says there's issues with energy.
I think it's a mixture of both. Complexity has certainly impressed me with some of their plays, and the individual skill and their communication has been very good at times as well. I've been enjoying Shazam's AWPing, Def's aim, and we'll see if they can take us a double OT. They're on the CT side, but again, they've got that double AWP setup. It is Ricky, though. We know he's deadly with the AWP, and for some reason, I couldn't really guess at this point as to whether he doesn't want to use it anymore. The team has said you'd have to be a rifler, but it's an odd one. I know we've talked about it a lot, but it is significant. If he manages to get in 3 kills here with the AWP and close it out, well, at least a double overtime, he'll be feeling pretty good as he holds ramp.
Shazam. Quick little pop flash backing off. Def's still in the garage, though. So double overtime. We're map 1 done. That's what we're playing for. Flash through to the big garage. That allows them to wrap around, but it only sends them directly to meet their fate of Shazam on an early op kill this time, but Cirque trades it back. Second time that's happened as well. It is traded out by Nothing. Last time Nothing was a stand-in, it was for Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports, who, by the way, didn't make it through the minor. Shocking stuff. But they made the final when he was playing for them in Belo Horizonte.
Well, for now, it might be enough here. Nothing in his 1 kill. Joining with Shazam. Leaves him in a 4 versus 3. Stan with the backstab.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a huge play. He knows they're all the way down to control room. He got that information, so he takes a few extra steps to get there quickly. Cirque's done. Gone. See you later. And it's a 3-on-2. He wasn't ready for Fugly to repick so quickly, though. Still a chance in this dark spot, but Def's above it. That's going to drop the ball.
They know he's
but
there.
Daps knows he's exactly there. 8 seconds. Has to play it to perfection. He just barely gets it. That's why you give him a double off.
My God, he actually sticks the landing. It comes right down to the milliseconds there. He was stuck in the corner. AWP misses a few shots, but he nails it and takes him to double overtime. It's all reset this time. Complexity style CT side as Shazam, Cirque duke it out. A very back and forth round there. Looked like Daps might have done enough. I'm not sure we'll see the final kill from the POV of Ricky, but I would love to. Here he comes. There was a little quick scope there as well, so had to really land that one as we go into double OT here. So like I said, Complexity get the start on the CT side of Nuke. We'll see if they can find a successful start. No double orb setup anymore. Ricky's back to the rifle, even after saving the day.
Def in the backside. It's Stan already inside. That's incredible that Ricky's able to hit that shot. Daps, you're right, he knew exactly where he was. Fugly saved the situation the first time as well. He peeked out. The second guy above got the trade and denied the first kill. That could have been over sooner than it was.
Well, Def is removed. Outside control starting to be granted towards NRG here. It's Stan, who seems to be so good in these sort of positions. Picks up another kill, 37 to his name. Ricky has an excellent battle there. Finds basically 2 kills with the trade from Nothing there. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Not for long though. Cirque is going to be dropped here. Stan has done it again. 39 kills.
Unbelievable from him. That's so remarkable. You can see what Cloud9 saw in him. It didn't last long when he went over to their team, but they wanted an in-game leader, and he could frag as well. He's doing it now. And to compare that to Daps on the other side, who's up 18, just to note, he's your counterpart. Compatriot for him as well.
Indeed. Looking for the 40 bomb, though. Very different storylines in that regard. We'll see Complexity take an early lead here in the first half of double overtime. Nades in. It will be a slower round here from NRG. More of a default Daps as usual outside. You can see them very equally matched here on New Complexity. It turned out to play. This game has so much weight in it. Not only obviously leaving the tournament and all that sort of stuff, but guaranteeing just avoiding the minors next time around. Even if this is the only game you win, that's enough just to stay away from the minors in NA next season. So there's a lot on the line here. You can see the pressure getting to them. As Ethan will drop down towards main entrance. They've already found the first flag though. And it's traded back. Daps finding Def. His usual fly path towards the secret steps for make it 5 versus 3.
Crazy. Nothing, just absolutely obliterates him. Advantage still, though, to NRG. Stan. Oh, Stan. Oh, Stan! Stan! Stan the man! He finds 2. They line up directly in front of him. Nothing gets the kill to close out the round 3 for him, by the way. But that was remarkable. They just walked into him.
He has played one of the best games from an individual point of view we've seen in a while. This is so good. So good. These plays he's making, that's the only way they can really win the round at that point. That's like a 5-on-2, I think it was. He just flies in from the main entrance, gets himself 41 kills now. My goodness. Breezy's up there as well with 32, but Stan certainly gunning for MVP. He does not deserve to be on the losing team, and they might not be that if they keep this up. We'll see what can be done here. Looking for the 3-0 on the CT side. Complexity. Great job so far. Ricky, though, that's not the play, my friend. Down he goes. Trying to use the gap in the smoke, but they use a contact play towards him, and he has no retreat at that point. And the thing is, on this version of Nuke, you can't really afford to die ramp. But like, it was important on other iterations of it. But now, without the lack of rotation from Ven, it's very, very important to give ramp up. As they fight back now, 3 versus 2. The CT's actually doing a good job. There's Shazam hitting all the shots, and nothing brings it into what looks like a winnable situation now. 2 versus 1. Bomb ticking though. Breezy repositioning. Has to pray the ramp is going to be clear.
Breezy does get 1 back on nothing. Smoke out on top of the bomb. That was intended for the defuse. Stan has a kit. 39 HP only to work with. And he's silently trying to work back underneath. He's going to have to pretty much get straight on this, and he's got to run. He's got to make the noise. It's going to get Breezy the angle. Easily lined up. Catwalk position so strong. They'll split 2-1 in overtime this time. Complexity won that. They would have got away with it. So huge clutch for Breezy to find 4 kills, by the way, and keep energy in this.
36 to his name. You can see the fatigue starting to set in. This has been a long map at CS. Goodness gracious. 9:15 now. We started well over an hour ago. You see Breezy winning out on the 1 versus 1. Stan, nice idea to walk around. Was hoping he could outflank his opponent, but couldn't find him, then have to run. Commit with a knife out on low HP was never going to work. NRG still trailing. Complexity need 2 rounds on their T side now to finish this one off, but Nuke is such a nightmare to close out just because it's so CT biased, and when you have 3 rounds to play with all the money available to you, more often than not, the CTs win. 2-1, it's enough. NRG looking for 3-0 here.
Ricky.
Brave again with the no flash approach.
They've done this so many times. Both teams have, to be fair. And Ricky's going to get there. He was spotted.
He stopped to challenge that as well. I guess he's already fired. He can't be shot that quickly, so I don't hate it, but definitely a risk. The rifle swung out. Either way, he is tagged. Taps to hold the ramp. Ricky will wait quietly down towards the secret steps there. Successfully made it across. Lost 40 HP, but he's fine.
All he wants to do is just have a presence down there to cut off the rotations. To be a problem for NRG so that they can't control the map, they can't swing. And he's starting to get a little more aggressive with his positioning as well. They know he's there, but his presence alone is enough to cause chaos. Breezy wants to try to spot inside of the hut. Nothing's on the other side of that, the opposing side. He's out toward the doorway. That's a fantastic shot from Def because options are endless now that they have the inner sight, but it's not clean yet. They've got to find Ethan. He goes aggressive. Had to take matters into his own hands. He can't sit on top of the hut. They would have just surrounded him completely. But Stan is lurking once more. 42 kills.
He's just a master, isn't he? He knows exactly what's going on here. He's in the perfect position. Even if all his teammates die, he can still win the round. But that's still looking likely. There's a 4 versus 3 in their favor. This is for map point again. They might just have to consider saving the money here because if they lose all 3 of the weapons, they might be hamstrung going forward. It looks like the CTs are just going to hold on. Cirque definitely is. So they're letting Complexity get to map point here. So back and forth. Some great moments, exciting gameplay, some mistakes made, but still that adds to the tension in the room. Like I said, there's so much pressure here. Just, you don't want to be the 0-3 team at this stage of the tournament. There's so much on the line going forward. It has a knock-on effect that will last months.
It's map point Complexity. Months indeed until we reach the midsummer, the heat of the summer months, and we get to the minors that lead to Berlin, as our next major will be. Starladder the hosts. That's been publicly announced now.
Timeout now. This is the final one for Complexity. Warden giving the war cry, as we'll see if he can rally the troops, get them ready to close this one out. They remember they did the upper rush before. They tried that out. Shazam got the orb. I doubt they'll try that again just here, but either way. And 42 kills, and Stanislaw got the best spawn, looking to close this out as efficiently as possible. NRG will need these next 2 rounds now just to take it to overtime. They can no longer win in double overtime. They'd have to take it to triple.
They would have to take it to triple on Nuke. T-side, though, still a challenge. So don't think that it's impossible for any stretch of your imagination. Def as well is burning alive. He goes down to 6. Ricky on nothing. I was about to say was going to drop in main entrance and get past Daps, but that's where Cirque was waiting with an AWP. He caught him on the landing with it. As Stan wants to try to sneak in from the door. Gap in the smoke, can't see anything above it. Watch him, by the way. Unlike other players who look down, he's very straight focused, and his eyes just check the radar without moving at all his head. Stan, that is.
Yeah.
See? More laid back. Look at his eyes. Everyone else is like lean forward. All he gets a little shot of their hair.
That's true. Doesn't move at all. Just the eyes. Well, for now, Cirque defines the opening frag. Remember, NRG can no longer win in this section of overtime. They can only draw.
That's a big kill. Fugly had that lined up. Shazam saved the day. You're absolutely right. This would go to triple overtime. We'd reset things again. Cash is next. I keep saying that. I don't know if we're ever going to get there at this point.
I'm not sure we will either. With the overtimes and the tech delays we had, this might be getting there for one of the longest CS games, but either way, Cirque, he'll be finding the next kill. 4 versus 3, and how do they plan it? They've got 15 seconds remaining. There's the smoke. Christmas present deployed. It's going to be Stan, and Cirque might take a shot at this one, but he actually gets it down. Back and forth we go, and now 3 versus 2. Remember, the bomb down towards lower. Complexity definitely have a chance in this.
Good hold from Cirque. He shot the door and then tried to bait that player in the whole time. Stan's going to follow it up, same angle. Cirque might not be ready for this. He's not. AK.
Oh.
He's got 2. Stan, he's 44 kills, and the bomb planted. He wants to get away. Breezy knows exactly where he's going, but standing on the railing, the off angle, he's going to win it for Complexity. And look how stoic he is.
Yeah.
He leads them both in-game and on the scoreboard, and it's Complexity stealing Nuke. It's 1-0.
That is so sick. Stanislaw absolutely destroys them in the 1 versus 3 there. I was on my feet giving an applause at that one. Unbelievable scenes. Played so well. Out of his mind, and that's going to be a gut punch to NRG at that stage. They now move on to Complexity's pick after a disheartening loss on their pick.
He's a dead serious guy. He just walked away like, yeah.
He didn't even settle. Everyone else out there cheering, screaming, and he's
one more map. No, I went to him yesterday, and I said, because remember, they played Astralis, and I came up with this theory, like, maybe they don't play Nuke, and they're throwing it away against Astralis so that they won't show a map that they do play for anyone else.
All I know is Stan definitely plays Nuke.
Well, that's, yeah, so, well, yeah, yes, he clearly does with 45 kills. He said to me, though, he just laughed and went, pfft.
That was it? That was a reaction?
I was like, what's that mean? He goes, we play Nuke. And just walked away. I was like, all right, dude. Like, cool.
He sounds similar to Nafly in that respect.
He's very serious. Naf's a bit of a joker.
Yeah, he does. True. Well, there you go.
Serious as ever.
We have got Cash coming up next. I can confirm Complexity are 1-0 up and NRG are knocking on death's door 0-3 looking at them. It's going to be a great finish here. That game certainly got exciting. A little bit flat to begin with, but we got there. Cash has got lots of fragging potential. You'll see massive plays, huge clutches coming in. Make sure you come back after this break.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
A look at the main mall, where that sign currently is, unfortunately it hasn't timed itself well, has been displayed with video footage from past IEM events all week long.
Yeah.
We've got a current one going on now, and who would have thought that the 5th rated team by the peers, by the other teams, NRG, sits 0-2 and 0-1 in the series that could knock them out.
It's unbelievable. What a game it turned out to be. It was, I'll be honest, I wasn't that excited coming into this one. I thought NRG would just kind of stomp them. I thought it'd be like one of those games we'll build up. Maybe they can do some damage here. It's got to be Nuke. There's probably been NRG. Maybe they can get cash. They've actually won Nuke now. And NRG do not look their usual self. Stan, however, is playing in some sort of God mode. I don't know what he's got going on, but every shot, every clutch, every look, he was just a nuisance. He gets 40-plus frags to close out the first map. Yes, double overtime, but still astonishing play from him. And NRG really do not want to look down the barrel of a 0-3 here. Remember, they didn't make it to the last major. That was a big talking point. We had Daps on the desk, in fact.
Yep,
where his team didn't even make it through. So this will be another crushing defeat at the major. This time we're going through to the round of 16. They started off great in the challenger stage. They managed to get 3-0 really comfortably as well. They looked like we were like, oh, they're going to be top 8 for sure. They're going to make it. Right now, one map away from being knocked out and going home courtesy of complexity.
And we saw some hints in the last game of the star players getting going. Cirque with the op did have some rounds that he got doubles. Certainly the round where he opened the door himself, took matters into his own hands, got aggressive. Ethan was good. Breezy was thereabout, but I haven't seen anyone really take control and dominate.
True.
Which you might expect from a couple of those players here and there. So, yeah, I mean, Stan just absolutely obliterates them. Nothing held his own. He's doing everything he needs to do. That's why he's such a valuable mercenary. The fact that he's got so much experience that he can come in and still play a very consistent game. He's a safe set of hands. It's fantastic for what they need.
So I'm looking at the stats right now. Times played for Cash from NRG is 4, and they've won it twice. So it doesn't look like the map has played a lot for them. That's in the last 3 months. So I was just kind of checking out where they would stand on that particular front. So I'm sure that's one they've practiced, they're comfortable playing it, but it's not necessarily a specialist map like Overpass or Nuke is for them.
Sure. It's interesting for complexity, though, to play some of these maps, too, because we don't know as much about them where they don't have a core 5 right now, where they're coming into this event as they are with nothing in place. And yeah, I'm curious to see late that game, obviously just to secure overtime, Ricky on the op, dark spot. I'm curious to see if they start to run him on the double op. Cash has so much potential for it.
This is actually the lowest map in terms of times played for NRG. So just the final stat there to set the scene. This is going to be a CT start for them. This is Complexity's pick, and you can see them sending 5 players towards B storage here as they get ready to make their assault in towards the bomb site. There's going to be nothing there. In towards Sunroom, getting ready for the flashbang. We'll see if he's able to assist his teammates. Flush him in towards the checker room. No one there right now. And we'll see Breezy ready and waiting. Very good numbers from him. In the previous map too, there's a smoke towards CT spawn. Here comes the initial damage. It's Breezy to take down Stanislaw. As they make their way towards the site, the retake begins.
Does indeed. Ricky's already got Breezy down. Daps does get one back from Heaven immediately to trade it off. They still haven't planted the bomb on this either, so the fact that they're getting these kills and retaking the site before the bomb's planted means Shazam's got nowhere to go. As soon as they reveal he's still on the platform, they're all going to look his direction. He drops immediately, and Ethan will get the defuse. NRG get the pistol.
They absolutely do. 3 players survive as well. It was a B play from Complexity. 2 smokes purchased in the round. They smoked towards the mouth of the bomb site to kick things off, get themselves towards checker room. Smoke CT spawn, flashed in. They got the bomb down, but in terms of the fragging department, that's where NRG ran away with it. Great stuff from them. And we'll see if they can continue here as we get into round number 2. Will there be a force buy? There is the option to do that on the T-side, get a couple of AKs out. We'll see if that's the way they want to approach this situation. And they get, oh my goodness, they've got Mac 10s. 3 of them, a Tech 9 and a Scout. I'm trying to work out what the best possible play would be this one. Maybe go Yeah, ace side, squeaky door, something like that. It looks like the fast ace split will be coming through. You want to keep it close range, that's for sure. Molotov at the start of the round to stop any CT presence from pushing in towards that position. They'll smoke up towards highway, and they'll commit with these MAC-10s. It's Fugly with the FAMAS. Vision removed. All this utility will suggest they have force brought into it. What a play this is. You can see how stifling it is for the CTs. The bomb's gone down. No damage taken. That was from a teammate, I think. I'm not sure.
Well, either way, Fugly wants to get back around. Cirque gone. Shazam with the scout to do it, and Fugly takes further damage. They're just spraying into the smoke. Nothing with that MAC-10 is being menacing, and because he's done so much damage, he and Def, as noted by the assist, Shazam's able to slide out and put him down with a body shot. Follow that with a fantastic headshot to the truck. He goes out to find Ethan. Are we going to get a scout ace?
We might do. He's on for it. Let me at him, boys.
Just secure the kill. Oh, he took the shot. He even looks over. He's like, come on, man, I had that.
Oh, I love it. What a tactic, though. I wasn't really sold on that one. MAC-10s and a scout in towards the ace side, but you cannot argue the execution. This is a map complexity play. That is a detailed execution there. Smokes all over the place. Shazam railing players with the scout. That shot, that secured things. But then he was on the hunt for the ace. Almost got it as well. Nothing could have let him have it. But I guess at this point, make sure everyone survives. He was just saying, oh, it's either that or he kills me. What do you want?
I did. I'll correct it now. I did. Someone called me up for it. Say Cloud9 for Stan. It was Liquid. How could I remember in so many games? And it's a short period of time that he was there.
Oh,
that's Stan again showing the explosive potential. I want to just mention as well, Shazam obviously doesn't care about the ace. More importantly, they won the round. But he and Nothing, they have a long history as well. Period during the Freakazoid stint.
That's right.
When they were all in Cloud9 together. This time I know it's Cloud9, all right?
All right. I'm glad that's all cleared up.
They've been teammates before.
Everyone was thinking about that, so it's good to clear the air.
You know, I think that's absolutely true.
And we're going to see the 5 versus 4 come through. This is the force buy from the CT side.
And that's also when Daps left Denial, which he was in with... Shazam left Denial, which he was in with Daps. So there's lots of... It's the incestuous NA scene. They've all played together. There's no language barriers like in Europe. It's more common to get mixes of that nature.
Yeah. Well, for now, 50 seconds remain. You can see the A stacked from the CTs here. This could still fall in their favor. No B presence at all. Molotov won't do much. No one's at MBK. They're actually positioned on the bomb side behind the forklift, and Fugly's made himself known. They've done damage towards Ricky as well. This could still fall apart for complexity.
Wow. Fugly. Daps is the one to hit it instead. Breezy's there. They could turn this back. It's Shazam that needs to hold his composure. He's down to 43 HP, but still wants to hunt. He knows he's got the rifle to his advantage. It's still a 3-on-2. And sure, they've got problems because those pistols can tear them apart. Now they've got a real problem. I was going to say crossfires and the automatic rifles from range can still do damage, but the smoke down, they couldn't find the vision. Nothing with 16 does isolate Daps. He's followed it onto Cirque. This is exactly what I was saying. Safe set of hands. This is where experience shines. Fast reaction. Fugly absolutely missed his chance. 16 seconds. They're still going to win it on time, and Nothing actually went down after that. So that's even worse, despite that he missed the first chance to get him.
He still has around $3,300, which is on par with his teammates. He survived the previous round, remember, on their eco victory, or force buy. And it will be 2-1. Do they answer back? Nothing did enough damage to suggest they might, but a little bit disappointing. The execution not as on point this time, taken down by the Deagles, and you see the smoke was there, but Daps, great shot towards Shazam. He didn't catch that range, as Nothing had his chance. That was the moment. He had about 3 seconds left. He managed to get 2 kills, and they are going to buy this one up. You can see AK's coming through, nothing on the Galil. I did say this one is starting to warm up now. NRG. Still not financially stable either. Stanner still firing off towards CT, just showing a bit of presence there. I think he threw a little decoy in there. Indeed he did.
Yeah, you can tell by the timing of it. It's good for a second or two, then it's pretty obvious. Cirque sets in checker. 4 players going to be heading in that direction. No Molotov to the vents from mid. But no one also going that direction as of yet. They want to try and get in behind him late. Daps is still in the box. So the fact that they've... Oh, never mind. Cleared one. He nearly got a run and gun potential because they weren't looking at him. They had the presence of mind and the ambition to clear it. Did so with the Molotov, but couldn't hold to get the kill right away. So him to find one in that situation, Daps, that's very well off. And Ricky through the smoke is going to try and get the bomb down. They're still down a man on the complexity side.
If he gets the bomb down, they'll have a fighting chance. They've still got a smoke. Actually, that's a flashbang. So it's Ricky and Stan. If Ricky can just get one of these, Stan can certainly clean up. Flashbang comes through. Not going to do too much. His CT's one ready for it. And Ricky's standing in the flames there. Not going to be his best work, but he's done enough for Stan. He takes the attention away, and he's done it once again. Oh my God, this guy is the final boss of CSGO today. Unbelievable. Ricky gets caught on the Molotov. It looks like the round's over, but Stan carries them through to victory. 3 versus 1, essentially. Hits all the shots, and he's done it again. How is he this good? 2-2. And it's going to be back-to-back force-buy victories. And it looks like NRG want another bite of the cherry here. They're going to have one for Mass, Deagles, PD50s, who will break first.
Cirque to get boosted. He'll take the FAMAS into the vents. Ethan already playing the cubby as well, so he can pull the aggro away from this. The vent not blown out. Cirque could step wide to spot above the Deagle as well. Remember, Ethan gets a shadow in that position. And in 14. And the only rifle is in the most mobile position for NRG. Crisscross. Typically designed to get toward vents, so we'll see now if this boost is going to pay off with Ethan so far forward. They fluffed the first jump as well, so Stan made a bit of noise. Ethan would have heard that. That's an audible cue. And Cirque spots it, knows it, goes back out, finds Ricky. They did get Ethan. Stan found him from above. He'll clear the vent now, but the crisscross smoke's long gone. It's back over to Ward A because Def's opened up the door to get the information instead. And he won't let spot Breezy, who gets up on top of Catwalk. Fugly, good shot on the Shazam.
Oh my
Breezy's got Stanislaw. Deagles showing their potential once more. 2 AKs to pull it back. Nothing came close last time, but ultimately left with no money, nothing at all. And Fugly's got him down. Def's got Cirque, but that's all they've got so far, and he's on 25 HP. Round's gonna go to NRG. 14 seconds left, nothing he can do.
How does this keep happening then? No bomb plant. And Money is going to be in a very difficult spot. Def might as well hold on to his AK at this stage. 6 HP, might want a knife out of here. They go for a wallbang or anything. He could be taken down. Fugly might be considering it. Not quite. Oh, he is. Oh my God, that was close. Wow, they'll save the AK. They've got around 2K per player apart from that. The action continues here. Another situation where Complexity had the upper hand, falls away from them. This is going to be one spicy game. Stanislaw opening things up towards middle, but Fugly hitting that shot. Remarkable work. Def can only manage one from the squeaky door position. They have taken a timeout now and discussing their options. It looks like they've confirmed a force buy. Stanislaw's got the Deagle armor, taking his money right down to 0. Like we said, Def already had the AK. I think he's throwing that to Shazam, though. What has he got in order for us? So Shazam has got the best spawn for middle. I dare say Shazam will go for the mid pick and try and beat the smoke, or a fast boost, something like that, but there's a reason Def has handed him the AK. Let's keep it on Shazam for now and see whether he does go for that pick. He actually doesn't, so what's the plan? Is he just going to go for the boost? So he will be taken up at least and go for the first pick. Nice idea. You got one rifle to work with, use that best spawn to get him up, but unfortunately unable to land the shot.
Shazam down through the vent, does catch off Daps. Smokes go deep. Cirque's gonna wait to cover the cross because they've not done anything to remove him from the position until now.
Is it happening again?
It might be. It possibly could be.
We're
going to go back and forth again. They are. They're backed out. Beats hard to retake, in fairness, but 3 kits and only the 1 AK-47. They give up that quickly. Single kill.
1 AK. They're up against that. I think they just assumed there's more. But to be fair, you're right. B is very difficult to retake, and they can't continue this madness anymore. You can see, just look down the middle of your screens there. Back and forth action. NRG win the pistol. Complexity answer back with the Desert Eagles. All of a sudden, all hell breaks loose, and NRG do the same. And once more, Complexity save 1 AK. Shazam gets it. He gets the only kill required in this round. They swarm the B site. It's all done. 5 will survive. Stan steals away the MP9, but NRG hold on to the majority of their weapons. It will be 3-3. This is a T-sided map, very early stages, and NRG are looking at the bigger picture. So they'll save the AK, MP9 for mass. They still get money on the CT side, not a lot of it. With the second, or first aid loss bonus, I should say. But can they drop DAP something? I assume we'll get an SMG or just an upgraded pistol. So far, just a USP, and there's the MP9. So, still winnable. And we get back into it, round 7. Ricky getting the pick this time, and he's hit a brilliant shot there towards middle. Get out, Ricky, that's enough. Still committing to this, and luckily the Molotov was there with low HP. I thought he was going down with a trade towards the vent, but his teammates had to back him up, and they've got full mid control now.
Fugly already wrapping back around from Red Crate because he can't stay open from Highway. The mid control given up means they've got to play more safely inside of the site. Def's opened the door. He's trying to spray through it. He's aware of the situation as to where Fugly's relocated to as well. Take a second glance. They're going to try and retake mid. 2 players to Highway. Cirque inside Z connector. And 3 players want to take back map control, but Ricky inside of the cubby, he's not revealing much yet. He will. If he walks up that wall, he's dead man. That many players to face off to him. Fugly gets Shazam. Def, though, came out late. Fugly was not aware of the fact that they were going to try and swing back in from the garage, and the single kill onto Ethan afterwards from Stan means that Cirque is alone on B, and it's going to be gone again. This time, the gun round will actually prevail.
Ooh, there was a chance there for Cirque. That smoke wasn't ideal, but yes, you're right. It will be a complexity round. That is going to remove the cash from NRG, but they'll save an M4 and a FAMAS. They could be tempted to give it another go. Complexity take the lead now. If you are just joining us, this is the 0-2 game. A best of 3. NRG managed to go 3-0 in their challenger stage. It looked like they were dead set for the round of 8 and would be able to run away with these initial games, have no problem. They dropped to Nuke, to NIP 16-14. Then Avangard and Overpass 16-13. These are headline maps for NRG as well, so close games, but still find themselves here. 1 map down to Complexity on their pick, Nuke again, and now Cash, which is their least played map in their pool. Stanislaw dropped 42 kills in the first map, and he doesn't look like he's slowing down. Scary times now for NRG. Just to reiterate, knocked out of this stage of the tournament, 0-3. You have to go for the minor in the North American region. You're not guaranteed a spot at the next major. If you go 1-3, however, you're still avoiding the minors. Good attempt there by Shazam. And bullets connecting. They did not force buy around their current setup. This is still winnable. We've seen how powerful their Deagles are. Def throws the flashbang in. CT's though still willing to challenge. Def needs to be very careful here. They might not be aware that Ethan is tucked in the corner. Well, Stan's gone down. Enjoys a lark, and Def will at least be able to reply. That was the player tucked in the corner there, and Cirque answers back. They need to be more careful in these sort of rounds, and they know they're up against not a lot. It seems like they take a lot of solo duels instead of just choosing one area and going in together. 4 versus 3. Flashbang towards A main. No one to receive, but information gathered. Nothing moving up the highway, but Breezy was certainly going to check here. Not before he gets a kill at Squeaky.
Nothing's got perfectly in behind Breezy, though. And it brings it back to just a 3-on-2. The fact that he's so far deep inside of the enemy lines as well, he can completely cut them off. They know he's going to be toward truck, but they weren't ready for it. Daps gets taken down. Fugly follows. And Cirque back toward A main is going to be spotted by Jordan as well. Won't be able to get the kill onto him, but Shazam gets the information that he needs to take the bomb back over toward B. Plants it rather openly as well with the AWP, but Cirque smartly wants to go toward the vents and try and cut Shazam off.
Oh, that's the nightmare.
That is a nightmare. Yep. Shazam just stares it down. As soon as the metal goes out, easy shot.
So, for new viewers, when that vent's present, you have to shoot it like you just saw. It makes a massive sound cue, and as soon as he shoots that vent, there's another point of access. Shazam knows at least he's coming in that direction. He could have, I guess, faked it out if he came from B storage, but there's no reason to do that at all. And nothing, I have to say, that was a really nice moment from him. It actually looked like he was very much in control of the situation, managed to get 2 very impressive kills. This one here creeps up and then nails the players in towards CT spawn as well. That allowed his teammate Shazam to actually close things out. So they avoid the absolute nightmare, but it cost him a lot of money. 5-3. Orgs out, AWP for Cirque, but no armor. B play looking likely. 4 players in this side of the map, and we'll see Stan with a UMP, I assume, going for backstabs in middle. He actually joins the boys. So, with our limited resources, they are going through. Those SMGs are actually very powerful now. If you notice on the left-hand side of the screen, there are no helmets of the CTs. But there is a DAPS. He's got the organ position. Molotov's coming through, and he's going to have to drop the smoke at the back. And who goes down first? It will be most of the Complexity team. 3 kills coming in for NRG now.
Stan swinging around, Daps low. He's already fired the shot into him, and therefore can now... Ooh, he thought about Molotoving it off. Can try and hold the site. He doesn't have the bomb, so it's all about Shazam's positioning in this. He'll work back over toward B main. Wants to check to make sure there's no one on the flank. I have no information right now as to where the CTs are. And with 50 seconds, the option is there for Shazam to go back around, but that would pretty much mean that he's going to play this in a 1v X situation and rely on Stan to really hold the fort. He's done well, and Energy's been very passive and patient. But the bomb gets in position, and they'll play the retake game. 1 from Heaven, 2 from Tree. 4th to come in through the vents, flash out. Shazam knows he has to get aggressive. That was the shot that might have swung the round. If he'd hit that, they might have had a chance to hold inside of the site. Instead, the Molotov does damage. Fugly, he gets Stan, it's only for 1, and Shazam's missed 2. Close shot. Tell me he's not going to get another crack at it. As Breezy just barely gets to him.
They will. The bomb's down, but what's their overall cash going to be looking like? They'll probably pick up that secondary AWP, I'd imagine. Indeed, they will. So there is enough to buy. Shazam with 8K. They want to answer back as quick as possible. They don't really want to take an eco at this point, considering only 2 players survived there. They actually got a lot more. I think that was worth. Stan doing damage once again. Nice shot from Shazam to even give that a crack, as you said. But there we go, 5-4. They pull it back for the first time off double ops. Not in the hands of, you might expect to be Fugly and Cirque. MP9 still in the hands of Daps though. Ethan's with the FAMAS. And that's why Complexity wanted to buy up into this round. You see, it's actually pretty good with the weaponry. It's Ricky and Shazam though, who do not have any grenades.
Shot in, Ethan tagged to 73. Ricky gets back toward the corner. He knows that there's some aggression on the other side. Doesn't know how exactly to deal with it, other than to be passive and hope that they'll make mistakes of going through. So Shazam and nothing, trying to spot out inside smokes at every point, pretty much. Mid one's gone. Ricky is convinced, rightfully so, that Ethan is inside of the corner. Pretty standard default. Def's over toward the door just about every round as well.
Yeah, just trying to spam the door here, push anyone back that might be facing, and hopefully do a little bit of damage as well. 1 minute here, but he can actually fall back at this point. He's just showing a little bit of presence towards Squeaky. His teammates actually getting ready towards middle. Might have the crisscross smokes here, and indeed they are. On the player to your right-hand side, and it's just the one of them I can see right now. I think they're calling someone over, indeed. So you need 2 people here. They're calling crisscross because they cross in the air like that. And the CTs are playing in front of them. So this could be quite the interesting battle here. Good Molotov, and Def actually does damage towards Ethan, but not as much as you'd think. They reposition now. And the CT still have control of middle.
Nothing got inside of the site without being spotted. I thought Breezy was going to check it. They don't know he's here. They're going to be so distracted in front of the site, nothing knows it. But he hasn't cleared the site behind him. He's made noise. Now he's surrounded. I think he had an option to do a lot more with that, but he was uncertain of how exactly to go about doing so. The good news is, that was all a fake, and it kept them all so occupied that the bomb went down essentially for free. Ooh. Stan, this was the perfect position to be in as a result of that to try and cut off rotations. Daps goes back to find him. And they'll go together. Daps left the A site to help the rotation because he knew he had to.
It was looking so good, but there still is one player that could save the day. Shazam on this peak needs to hit a couple of shots here. First one nailed. Looking for the time to expire, though. He's buying so much of it. They're waiting for him to peak again. It might set them up. This is looking so good. Ricky just needs to hold on for a couple of seconds here. If he gets one kill, that will be enough. Nails it, and that's going to be the round in favor of Complexity. It looked like Stanislau gave it up at that point. Ricky goes down with the bomb, but he's already a hero. As it goes 6-4, the money reset once again for the CTs. And we haven't seen many misses from Stan so far, but it got a little bit awkward there. And you're right, that was such a weird round. So many narratives going on in that one. Remember, that all started with nothing's playing towards B. And you're right, he could have got more out of that, but it was the fake, essentially. He did bring everyone over to that side of the map. Sure, he didn't get a ton of kills, but it enabled him to get the bomb down. And Shazam in position where he could get 2 kills with the AWP. Ricky just needed 1 there to win the round. He got 2 and removed all of the firepower for round number 11 here. 6-4. Complexity on the T side. Those faces say it all. It's not looking too good on the NRG side of the equation. Deagle, Armor, they're forcing this. Oh my God. I don't know what this call is. This is
NRG having a fantastic week last week. Tough time this week. Down a map to Complexity. And they're going to force midway through round 11 of the first half.
Well, they've expended 4K of Ethan's money there, 2,500 of Breezy's. There are a couple of players that would double EK regardless, but still, I'm not sure this was the one. We'll see if they can get it done. They've had lots of force by attempts, and to be fair, they have been relatively successful. We'll see if they can continue that here. They connect with Ricky. He goes down to 30. Can they follow it up, though?
Nothing. Holds off. Stan's going to take the charge. Him throwing the smoke out distracts Ethan's aim just enough that Stan might have had a chance to go around, more so with the flash as well, but Ethan held his nerve. 51 HP for nothing after copping out an A, but he still gets inside of the vent to at least have that position as an option. It's going to be A, though, so he'll work back toward Highway. Ethan and Fugly. Deagle only. We know they've been menacing so far in this half. Chance for more. He's forced off the angle. Headshot position not really there. His crosshair placement the first time looked more promising, but Def and double entry is going to bring it to a 3-on-3 with smoke down top Highway. Bombs planted.
No kits, remember, here, but still viable to go for it. You're fully invested. Not much to save, to be honest. CZ, MAC-10, AK. There's still time to win this one, considering the low HP of Ricky and Def as well. They'll push through, and the flashbang is actually very effective there. Breezy might actually be able to do enough with this. It's Shazam once again to clutch. Can't do it. It's going to be a defuse coming in for NRG. They've made this work. Not the best of Complexity, I have to say. It looked like their positioning was pretty off. Could have used that smoke to their advantage, wait for the CTs to come through, but they were also clustered up in the same position. Made it quite easy for Breezy to close things out, but still, excellent work by him. And Ethan, who managed to open things up there. The Org, they came in with very little and left with a lot. Force by for Complexity now is the battle of who can do the most damage with the pistols, it seems. Deagle, MAC-10s, Tech 9. I'd like to see that second round strategy deployed again. If we can see that, great. All the smokes towards the A side of the map. Get that bomb down, and I'm assuming they're going to run the same thing because it's just almost the same buy, right? They got MAC-10s going through, and they're going to be challenged this time. I don't think they'll have any antics at this point. Flashbangs are so good, and they're getting mown apart as it's going to be nothing just to get one. Don't really have the range to challenge that. So that's why they Molotov did at the start of last round, if you remember. I don't think they did this time. So the first player in that previous strategy, same one they were about to attempt, they Molotov the main entrance to stop that play from being a possibility. Had they have done that, maybe have won the round or at least got close to a plant. They didn't Molotov it. The CTs pushed through with a flash and completely tear them to bits. 6-6 has to be the eco now.
Such tense times. The force buy worked out, you're right, back to the eco, so they've justified that at least. Complexity. 2 flashes only for nothing. Just to get them out in mid, I suppose. That's what Stan wants to do. He's spotted in doing so. He's going to go through the vents. Snap's already watching that on the reverse side. Hasn't committed to it just yet, but Pretty desperate at this point. If they try and fake it over toward B, they'll be fortunate to gain rotations. They need kills to do that. If you've got pistols and no one's going down, no one's really going to be budging. And if they wanted to get the bomb plant down, Fugly never left the fence. NRG find number 7.
They absolutely do. Remember, this is the T-sided affair as well on Cash. Complexity starting to slow down now. Lost too many rounds to the pistols. They do not have enough for a Shazam AWP either. He'll be on the AK, but as a replayer, Dav's getting it done. MP9 seems to be a weapon he's used a lot these days. Fugly towards MBK, not really even challenged towards that position. Easiest frags you'll see this game, probably. Round 14. Complexity up a map. Can afford to give this one up, I suppose. Just to note, it is going to be Inferno to finish if required, and it might be at this stage.
It might be, absolutely. If NRG want to force this out. Do we have an A-Stream update as well?
I was just going to check.
Because that was for position in the in the Legend stage, the top 8 final stage, and that was Liquid versus Na'Vi.
And Liquid took it 2-0.
Wow, so Liquid 2-0 means they've yet to drop a map in this event. Breezy, he's dropped down, Stan and nothing running through. Bomb going to be planted in default. 7-7 could be likely on this. Cirque still has the AWP. Ethan toward the top of heaven. They haven't gone for the second player in that position because there is the boost potential we know about. Are they going to try it? They might. They are. They are going to look to the back of the site. Smoke comes down the last second. It denies the chance of doing so, and Ricky was already in behind the boxes anyway, so it's not like they would have had much on it, but look at this play from Def. He wants guns gone. He wants a full reinvestment out of NRG. They would have just enough to do so. But a lineup easily taken care of, or is it? Ethan turned it around. I'm surprised that didn't go for both.
Well, it looks like a bit of a desperate scramble towards the bomb site here. It's not going to work out for them, but they might as well have gone for him, Matt, because it's last round next anyway. They have more than enough cash to buy. So it's not the end of the world. They still have the AWPs out here. They'll have all the rifles as well. Complexity might be able to steal away a half victory here after all. It's been a very interesting game. You always have to remember, in these kind of North American derbies, and they know each other very well, it always does present a bit of an odd game because they know each other inside out. They try and mix things up and try to go for the big plays, and sometimes it doesn't work out, but either way, we will see Def flashing through towards that mid-area. Didn't fully commit, but now has made his way through. Up towards Highway. This is a nice set piece coming in from Complexity here. Stan might be caught out. The flashes not working in his favor, and Breezy's got the bomb.
Goes down Shazam, trying to push in, but Ethan's gone through. Classic play to play this smoke to get inside A main, and even though they get out behind, he found 2 inside of it. He spotted them running in. Def's got Cirque. Double smoke down towards CT. Don't take advantage of that. This is a bizarre round. It's so quick, and everyone's confident of pushing smokes time and time again. He went to truck and came back through, but he leaves the bomb in front of A main. If they know he's inside of the site, time becomes his enemy if he rotates around. Surely they have to consider this.
Def has been strong today, but he's got his work cut out for him in this particular scenario.
Okay, that's the confirmation right there. The fact that they've repositioned and the body language, Dap's already looking behind them, okay, never mind. I was going to say he no longer has the element of surprise, but they've looked away. They're going to clear the A site. They're at least being systematic in trying to get information. But the further they go, you'd think the more likely they would find an angle that would hold off Def coming back in from A main.
Well, now they've kind of lost track of where he could be. He could even grab the bomb.
I don't know if I agree with the way they played this. I think that just watching the flank was the cleaner way of doing it from Daps. 18 seconds, he's got to go A site. Bomb was already previously spotted. They haven't re-peeked it in a while. He knows absolutely where Daps is, but not Ethan, and he checks to see that he's crossing, so it works out in the end. Questionable for a moment.
It absolutely was, but what a half that turned out to be. The CT sides lead the way 8-7. So many forced by victories for them. It's NRG trying to hold on to tournament life here. This could be the final half for them. We'll find out after this break.
dancing on my own. When you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Another split half. It was the same on map 1. It was 8-7 for Energy then as well. That was on Nuke. Energy was starting out on the CT side. In the lead, you'd think everything was great. Complexity, Stanislaw in particular, pulled that all the way into overtime, double overtime in fact, and won the game to take map 1. They now switch over and take the CT side, being only one round down. They could take this series and put Energy truly out of this major.
Well, it's the CT side now. This pistol will be very important. Complexity sending 3 players, make it 4 if you count the highway player towards A, and they're going to flash in towards the entrance here. Def just shoulder peeking it first to see if anyone's there. There certainly are players, and the flashbang is deployed. Can't find an initial kill. It's a bit scrappy here. Ricky gets it. He gets a few. Make it 3. My goodness. All their headshots coming in favor of Complexity. And Daps left with nothing. He's got the Molotov and the door has been shut in his face. At this point, he's just playing for some frags. He can't really do anything with this.
And at this point, Complexity is going to tie the game, take the momentum on the CT side. Now, again, we talked on this. You mentioned it as well. We've only seen it 3 or 4 times throughout the major. It was the only map that was T-side dominant, and I use the word dominant very lightly, given that it was a margin of some 3%, but it was more T-sided than CT-sided. So that goes in the favor for Energy, but the fact that Complexity are going to win this round and take the momentum is pretty spectacular. And they've certainly shown a good form today. I've been impressed. I really have.
Well, this hasn't been...
At the same time, Energy is just not really there yet.
It hasn't been a usual game, has it? We don't normally see so many forced by victories on either side. There's a lot of mental games going on there. They know teams are feeling the pressure right now. Players aren't hitting as many spectacular shots. They can take advantage of that and get in their face of the CZs. We're seeing some very exciting moments in that regard. It's going to be a victory, though, for Complexity, and it looks like the full eco for an RG here. They're going to buy it in the third. So 9-8 should be happening here. They've got 1 flashbang. Just going to try and get that bomb down if possible. They're going to focus towards middle by the looks of things. Dap's going to flash them out. Is there any CT presence there? We've got Ricky with the AUG. He got 3 kills in the previous round. And he's looking to get a few more here. Nice job to find the first. They've got the information. They're heading towards the vents here. Nothing could be in trouble. Nice incendiary, though, to buy him some time. He's got the smoke down towards Checkers. Can isolate these players now. As he flashes out, Def is going to try and mop up as he gets the last as well. Nice work.
Yeah, well done. Bomb down as well, which means not planted, meaning no extra money for Energy. Carrying into round 3.
They might consider buying up an AUG for Shazam here. Now, Def would have to drop it, but I'd say up against his AKs, that would be a nice little call. So Def gives up the MP9, and does he just buy for himself? Or does he get the AWP out? He goes for the AWP. I love it. So Shazam has got the AWP. Perfect. So now he knows he has a nice advantage. He has a great spawn as well. This is what Cash is all about.
The interesting is Cirque actually had the option to go for Glass Cannon if they thought this was a possibility. He hasn't. He stayed with the 5 AKs. Didn't do well to extinguish it, but that's exactly right. Shazam out, catches the man we mentioned, Cirque, who had the AK instead. You nailed it. He went exactly for that reason, took the advantage and played the aggression. He's got to be careful to get out. They're going to go for the corner boost. If Breezy opens this door and catches them in transition, if it was the fact that it's Shazam, he may just suspect that it's the same player being aggressive, and if it was the rifle instead, then he would confirm there was 100% someone else up there.
So Cash is one of the few maps where CTs have plenty of points of access at the beginning of the round. They can go for picks like that, especially when they know there's no AWP on the other side. He had the best spawn available on the CT forces. He went for the A main pick, pretty standard, but he's there so quickly that he nails it. Cirque didn't expect the AWP on the other side. Nice opening frag, and now it's a 5 versus 4, which is 3 flashbangs remaining and a Molotov on the T side. It really is going to be a tricky situation for them. How do they even get close to a bomb site with no smokes?
Taps to swing around from B main. Dropping in, Ethan makes noise, but that's the cue to go. Vent was already blown out. It's also the cue to try and slow them down. They'll use flames to do so.
So remember, they can't smoke towards CT spawn, heaven. They can't do any of that. They're going to be locked out until, what, the 15-second mark? Ethan snuck through, but the flashbangs are there. He expends almost all of his bullets. He's going to be dropped. It's Stanislaw with the MP9, who continues to find the lead here at depth. He's going to take advantage of the fact they've got no smokes. He can sit in CT spawn, and somehow it's working out. They killed each other. Okay, got a little bit clustered in the kill feed there. But the team kill comes in, and Complexity win the round.
Yeah, they kind of tripped over each other. Daps was trying to get the kill to the corner. Unfortunately, they were aligned, and he took his teammate down. But Complexity have the lead still at 10-8. And there's no money again on the NRG side. No bomb plants to speak of either. So again, you get that early bonus, but they haven't been able to get the bomb on top of it.
You do have maximum loss bonus next round at least, so you can afford some Deagles, some CZs, but not as much investment as I maybe expected. It's Ricky playing middle. Will we see him bring out the orbital on the CT side? That's the question. Shazam's still the main AWP, but would love to see Ricky get stuck in as well. Another great shot from the aforementioned Shazam. Looking for their 11th round now. Smoke towards A main, and he doesn't really have to worry too much right now. Checks highway. Goes for a wall bang as well. The player on the other side now already misses out on the kill. Or at least the tag.
Shot backs on toward the quad. Goes for the Kenny-S shot.
Yeah, why not?
Def's got Breezy. Ethan was well aware of where those shots were coming from, and he put his crosshair perfectly placed to find Shazam. Cirque. He added to it. He got the CZ kill, but the pistol's seemingly going to come up shy. Daps just wants to get a bomb down. It would have been their first bomb plants of the half.
Yeah, he probably should have just gone for that stuck here. It's not like one kill would have made the difference. Just go over that plant, and if they don't rush in on you, get extra $800 per player. But like we said, maximum loss bonus here anyway. If Cirque had an extra 800, he'd actually be quite well off now. He can afford the AWP and not much else after that. So we'll see whether he wants to do that. That's the key. And he's only got 8 kills and 13 deaths right now. Might not be feeling it.
Yeah, that extra 800, no question he goes off here. He can still go up armor. Yeah, he's done that.
So AWP armor, but makes him very vulnerable to the Orgs, the M4s. It's still fine. He just has to play a little bit smarter. Can't be as ruthless as you'd like. Dude, they go for this boost. It's so spammable. I think it's just Ricky there. Is he going for the Pronax play? Gonna jump up or just sit behind the smoke?
I think he is, because he's checked his position. And Ethan, very smart, very clever, sat and waited for that exact thing to happen. Ricky is a bit cheeky like that, isn't he?
Yeah, ideally need a flash just before you jump up to make that really work. Otherwise, it's a very, as soon as you see that smoke, it's just alarm bells. You're just keeping, you can't do anything else, you might as well watch the top of it. Need the flash for it to be successful, really.
So Fugly goes up late. Sandbags Molotov'd off. Close corner Molotov'd off. Smoke Z connector. All the ingredients to try and take middle. In the meantime, Cirque still holding at A main, watching the backside of the smoke. The flash comes through. That'll be a cause for concern with the smoke already down, but it's unlikely with Ricky already dying once in that position. Why would they go twice? Well, I suppose the unorthodox often is what works. Nothing gets Fugly. That's the man in mid, but they're still getting a plant down on top of the site. They can rotate over as a result of this. They know that B is clear. Shazam's got Cirque. They're going to want to. I dare say they may have considered an early save, even though they're in the hot seat right now, if that pick didn't come through.
Well, absolutely. It's going to be an attempt now, at least. Their money's not amazing, but they'll give it a shot. So will Daps. That's wonderful by him. 3 versus 3, as Ethan is ready to defend the retake. Shazam waiting for mistakes here. Time ticking away. They've really got to get their skates on in this stage, and they're finding all the kills. It's actually worked out. They've won the round. I can't believe it. That's Stanislaw doing it again, Matt.
This is time to worry if you're NRG. 12-8. Daps even went so aggressive knowing that they were going to rotate over from B that he probably had them beat coming through mid-garage. He was absolutely right. They just couldn't get it done inside of the site directly. And Shazam to get Cirque was exactly what cued the retake. That's the kill from Daps. I thought that might be enough for them to hold it, but this was brilliant again from Stan. Stan, oh man, he is having a stellar evening.
Yeah, he really is. We'll check out his frag total.
60 total through the 2 maps.
That's true.
15 in this, 45 in the last.
So he's top fragging again. To be fair, everyone's contributing on the complexity side right now. It's 15, 14, 13, 15, 14. So everyone's getting stuck here. It's nice to see Ricky and Nothing join the numbers as well. This is the time they really need to shine. I can't put enough stress on avoiding the 0-3 here at this stage of the competition. If they can somehow make this victory work, whatever happens after, yeah, I will say it now, it's unlikely they make it to the round of 8. But if they can just get 1 win under their belt, that avoids the minors. And this was a difficult situation to begin with. They're not coming in with a full squad. They're playing with Nothing, who is no longer a pro player. He's holding his own, absolutely, but he won the full team, and I'm sure this is the main objective, avoid the minors and see if they can secure that first.
Flashback in from Z Connector. Cirque's got a perfect hold on this. He did, he had, and he spotted jumping. Molotov down to the corner because that denies the chance to boost. Thankfully they already have, but what, Cirque? Why does he jump back off that?
I don't know, but he just cost himself a lot of HP. Def actually misplayed that. I think he shot by accident. I'm not really sure. Could have taken his time. There was a couple of kills there. But either way, he gets some damage inflicted.
Don't know what Cirque was getting at. He was safe up above. Unless he thought Def was going to keep pushing, but in which case, there was still other eyes on him. Either way, Ricky knows that Highway has been lost, mid at least. Smoke down on top of it, tries to spray in to find ETH, and Shazam's gone very passive to hold at Z as well. Shazam, though. Pre-scoped. I could almost imagine him walking straight out and going for the fight. B split. Even Breezy starts to lead off from A main to join them on the site. Secondary smoke from Stan, though, at 34 seconds. That's going to buy them to just under the 20-second mark. So they've pretty much got to wrap around fully to Checker. A single smoke towards CT, and Shazam gets pulled out by it, but Stan still in the corner yet again. It's going to find 2, and then Def comes in to get Fugly. Breezy's locked. He's late. He's trying to lurk back over 17 seconds, and it's a 1-on-4 complexity unbeaten so far on their CT side.
Tournament life on the line. NRG. This is just not looking good for them. It's not the same team we saw in the Challenger stage. 2-0 against Complexity is available to them. We'll see what happens now. Does Breezy survive? He actually does, I can confirm. He'll take his AK at the next round, but that means he gets no extra cash. He can't buy any grenades. And Ethan, great shot upon entry, but as you can see, his teammates stuck behind the smoke and Stan arrives on the scene just in the nick of time to mow them down as they came through smokes and flames. Round 22, 13-8 in favor of Complexity on the CT side of cash. This round, it might do it. If they don't get a plant here, they won't have much into the next round. We'll see what can be done. Cirque stays on the CZ. They got 4 AKs. Fast play from Daps. Ricky loves these aggressive pushes. It's not really working out. That's only a 1-kill trade, and Nothing is under a lot of pressure here. Will he be able to find multiple kills? Gets the 1. And it'll allow his teammates to get in position in time.
1 might be enough. Interesting mid-side smoke. Didn't go far enough, but it gives Stan a chance to actually walk in and not be spotted from B main. Very aggressive round. They try to change the tempo. They know the situation. They know they have the chance to break down Energy again right now. And who would have thought that Complexity could 2-0 Energy? We hinted at it. If they got Nuke, we hinted at it. For these statistics reasons alone, and back already on B, those kills are not enough to secure the site. They're pretty much relying on Fugly at this point. Locked inside a Checker. He can't boost himself back out of there. He's going to have to sell this if they even want to go back over toward A. 2 inside of the B side. If he gets 1 kill, it could open the chance for a Highway A main split 2. Exactly where Def is waiting. Fugly spots 1. They know he's there. Bomb still creeping back over toward A in the meantime. Again, needs a kill. Stan's got him and he knows he's alone. They're already on the move. Daps has to try and lurk through and cut them off. It's the only chance for Energy to get a bomb down. He's got one. Shazam falls. But Ethan, holding up, knows that he's got nowhere else to go but to the site to help out. Def, he knows they're going to be on top of A. He sees the shadow, looks up. Ethan's got the kill. That should be the plan.
Stanislaw, though, he likes these sort of rounds. Maybe not those flashbangs. Daps right next to him. Going to turn away from the HE. And will he detect Daps on the other side? Certainly won't. Finally, NRG get on the board there. It was looking touch and go. Aggressive push from the CTs. Already feeling it now. They got equal trades at least. Ricky managed to get one. So did Nothing. And then Fugly went down and funneled them towards a Def. It looked like he was such a prime position as sitting on the bomb side there. Then as soon as his teammate went down the connector, started to suspect he could get pincered and then got caught, the flashbang taken down. But still, only 2 players survive. Cirque has the AWP once again. If they can win this round, we can have the conversation of a resurgence from NRG. But they lose it, they are reset, and the lost bonus is gone. Shazam, willing to challenge towards the B storage. Smoked out, but that, I was about to say, doesn't stop him. He wanted to go a little bit further there. Ethan has made it out towards middle, however. Nothing in the vents from the CTs. Ethan just holding, confirming they have mid control, waiting for the smokes to go down.
Nothing in the corner with the smoke down behind. You don't dare push through at this point. Chance to break on the reset. Ricky's got one out in middle, thankfully, because Fugly got nothing, but Shazam got the information from that. That's good enough because Ricky already was punching him in. He had to go forward.
Advantage, complexity. And one smoke remains on the T side, but Breezy's still up, doing damage towards Highway. That's the CT behind the ticket booth there. Stan makes his way through. If they win this round, they're 49 up and they've completely reset the NRG squad. The bomb makes his way towards A. Stan, perfectly positioned, as usual. And Shazam's not looking too bad either. They're going to jump into Stanislaw's embrace. 3 versus 1. Daps has got it all to do. AWP in hand. Not sure he'll get a single kill here. And there's the full reset with no plan. They're going to have to force this.
They have to. I mean, no plant, full reset, 14 rounds complexity. If they are going to full force it, Daps is bought in completely. They're around the 3K mark. If they get a second round loss bonus and play for overtime, they don't want to do that. They obviously want to try and keep this alive as best as possible because now they're worse off in the next round. If they lose this, no bomb plant especially, they're done.
You're right there. 1 AK, P250s, Deagles. Maybe an early exit from the round of 16. Daps will smoke towards A. It's going to be a full execution here. Luckily for them, no CT presence on the bomb side. They've got a retake set up here. They might be able to do something with this. He's down to Fugly. He's got the only rifle. Ricky waiting towards the A side. His incendiary might do some damage, but they avoid it. And 5 players on the T side are actually on the bomb side now.
Def to get in quickly because he knew the smokes were down. They wanted to play aggressively on the backside of the stand. It's going to do the same. Plant goes in now. Molotov, it got there. It got there late, just barely too late to not get Breezy. He stays on 4. So the AK forced by. Fugly's got it all to do. Offset position in the corner. Needs to be careful of the flank as well, and he certainly is considering it. But that smoke, he doesn't need to look that direction anymore. He'll wait for information. Boost at quad as well. That should be a given at this point in time. I think they may have just given it up, but they certainly want to get the information as best as possible. He's spotted. AK's gone. This could be the end of the retake. Ethan on the corner. Crossfire potential. They want a double swing, but the AUG sprays through. It's Stanislaw to show up. It's all on Daps. 1 on 3. They're on the defuse. I don't know if they've got time. They got him off and he got the 1 kill. I think he got the 1 kill required. Again, it's close. Again, it's close. Bomb goes off this time. Energy on both sides of the close calls. They'll get their 10th round.
My God, that's going to be gutting for Complexity. That's their money ruined now. That was the moment to close out the game. 4 pistols, 1 AK, and somehow they come out on top. In the retake, they had 0 grenades. I feel like Complexity is a little bit too docile in their retake, just waiting so long for every smoke to go down and getting everyone in position, maybe overthinking the situation, and that's going to cost them the round. They are going to buy it themselves. Tactical timeout, the final one from NRG. They lost all 5 players there. They win the round by explosion, which means you get $3,500 per player now. Now, that is not enough, actually, for a buy here. You're going to have Galils, SMGs. You might not have a single AK. Well, Breezy had enough. He had 3,900, so he does get AK and armor at least, but They are incredibly low at this point, and the CTs know it. They're going to take a bit of a gamble themselves. That was the moment, Matt. That was the end of it. And Complexity couldn't find it.
In a 1-on-3, hit the one shot he needed. That was spectacular. You're right. Complexity have opened the door again for NRG. Just as they did on Nuke, NRG could force this. Well, they could still win it, technically. Still only 14 rounds for Complexity, but they could force this the distance. Stan counter boost. He'll go toward middle.
So, by the way, 8 kills to his name. He has dropped off in this game.
Not characteristic of him at all.
Yeah.
He's normally so consistent.
Well, this is when the pressure's really applied. They needed him to show up here. He's the main star, the AWPer. And it's a very AWP-focused map as well, but I haven't seen much from Shazam's has taken him down time and time again. But can they get this round under their belt? 2 smokes remain, 3 flashbangs. The Molotov. CT's in position to try and bait each other in. Def hiding in the corner. Daps can't really fully check it until he commits towards A main. They're going to boost Cirque up at the glow.
Daps backs off as well. Looks for Def. Get the bomb. And they'll head toward B. This round on that decision alone should be over. 30 seconds. They've already cleared out middle. There's 4 on the A side, and with pistols, very unlikely they're going to be able to rotate and do anything with it.
Yeah, open sight. Looks like NRG will live to fight another day. 15 seconds though. Cirque still boosted. Bomb going down now. He's got to get a lot of this if they can recover it.
Yeah, it fell down. It's inside. Oh, I thought it did. Maybe not. Either way, it's round over. Def's going to get close, see what he can find. Dap's in a good position to cut him off. He'll do exactly that. No gun gained. So double eco. Just trying to garner whatever they can. Call it double eco. They've got a mixed bag at this point. And it's 14-11 with NRG. Maximum pressure.
Absolutely. Well, they do recover that Galil. Shazam takes down another. Does he recover that weapon? I don't think so.
He already had the FAMAS, okay. So I think he'll just keep that for now.
Well, they still have another crack at it here. They can't really invest too much more than what they have. They're only on 2K. I want to take a timeout if they have one. I can't recall how many they've got left. Either way, it's going to be round 26. We went into double overtime on the first map, a Nuke. That was NRG's pick, and there is the timeout called at the last moment. It's actually the first one for Complexity, believe it or not.
It's a bit surprising when you consider the circumstances and the stakes of this game. More so because in the first half, they were playing from behind for a portion of it. Again, it was 8-7.5 in favor of NRG, just as Nuke was. And just as Nuke was, we're now chasing Complexity at the end from the NRG side. They've got the money and the guns to do so. They could certainly make this a possibility. We can't rule out the fact that this could end in favor of them, and I think you said Inferno is our decider.
It is. Tech issue. Love those.
Had a few in the first game.
We did. It was Ricky that was dropping out of the server this time.
It looks like I'm a pet communication, if I were to guess.
Well, all I've got is tech in the chat. Blue screen.
Okay, that's definitely not I'm a pet communication. I just saw him talking to the admin. I thought maybe that's because he couldn't talk to his players, but... Headphones off of Breezy. No panic on that side.
What a chance to gather their thoughts. Complexity were seconds away from closing this one out. That defuse comes in. They'll probably be off the stage by now. As they can't really communicate. All they can do is stroke their keyboard in a strange manner. I guess that's the thing.
Just cleaning off the dust.
Precious keyboard.
It's quite pretty. It's white, backlit.
It's getting to the witching hour now, 10:30 p.m. The last insane schedule, I guess, today. We go back to 3 best-of-3s tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, and for the rest of this stage, we go 3 best-of-3s each day. And then from there on out, we get into the playoffs, quarters, semis, finals.
So remember, if NRG can pull this back, which he definitely still can, this still can go to a third. So,
interesting thing here, though, aside from Ricky, although, okay, hang on. He's showing at 800, so I'm assuming it's probably him again that has the issue.
Yep,
the money's, yeah, okay. So I've just clicked in that the HUD's not displaying his money correctly, so I don't know exactly what he has, but everyone's around 2K. They're going to be going into a 3rd round bonus. They're carrying a few SMGs.
It's unlikely to win this round, right?
Not that they're going to win this round, but you get that $2,400 on top of it. You get a few kills with the SMGs. I'm questioning if they just go to a double op setup immediately on the complexity side.
We'll see. NRG definitely back in this, though. That DAPS, I want to say 1v3, but it's that 1 kill, as you pointed out. He gets with the P250, just buys him that extra second, which was enough.
Barely a second.
Again, I thought it was going to be the same moment. We hit that sound and it gets diffused again.
I saw a few people saying, why this silly diffuse graphic? Why not just put a timer up like everyone else? That's
part of it. Yeah.
That's why.
Because we don't even know. The players don't.
Way more exciting that way.
Yeah, it's great. Like, I can normally take an educated guess, but when it's that close, you really don't know which way it's going to go. 0.3 seconds remaining when that defuse was completed. As we wait for the blue screen issue to be resolved. We will be doing the draw on this stream now, I believe, Matt.
Yes, that's correct. So for those of you joining us from the A stream, that has concluded. They've shut her down, the desk and everyone heading home for a good night's sleep. We will go over the bracket on the B stream, so don't worry. It's not like that's not going to happen live. We'll do that here. Henry and I will take care of it. They'll arrange the games. Means we'll have to converse about a few things before we get there, but we'll let you know exactly who is going to play who from tomorrow onward. The geniuses and the gurus in the back. We say draw, it's not really anymore. It's not drawn from a hat. It's done through an ELO-based system, an algorithm in a spreadsheet.
Well, Ricky's back on the server. He's got a gun in hand, and it looks like it's definitely not that time, but it's close, and we'll get into round 26. Remember, they're not forcing into this one. It's a saved weaponry from the previous round. Ethan will be deploying a variation of the boost smoke here. And they'll go through this area once again. Breezy taken down, nothing with the MP9. Could this be the play that gets them?
That smoke's not landing right. I think it's designed to get them so they get up faster. They try to counter it off, and it's not extinguishing the flame, so it's actually dropped twice inside of it.
Yeah, most teams are bouncing off the right-hand side wall. If Stan can get out of here, they might have done enough. I don't think he will. Ethan will drop him. Had to maybe just stay there as long as he could, but there weren't really any options for him. But still, it's a 4-on-3. CTs came into this with just a mixture of SMGs and basic rifles. They now have an AK-47. Def's still on the Deagle, but that can be enough. Time ticking away. They don't want to give anything away at this point. Maintain his advantage as long as possible. Make the T's do the work. Therefore, hunt for a bit of intel here as he creeps out further and further. Ethan's in front of him. He makes a bit of noise here. They can challenge him together. We've got 3 CTs there, but there's a T towards main as well. Who will get the frags? The CT strike first. Bugly can still be problematic here, and it's Cirque with the backstab.
Cirque with the backstab, and look at the HP. Not only does he get 1, Def can't afford to go through those flames. He's on 23. He's going to try and use the truck to get by, but Cirque spotted it. How close can he get? Cirque trying to play the edge of the smoke. If he goes aggressive, he's fast. He figured that out pretty quickly. He was able to spot that. This could go 14-12. Nothing. The mercenary steps and didn't see Cirque on the side. Bomb's going to be planted. Nothing knows now exactly where the second player is. 64 versus 13. And who will hold their nerve longer as Fugly wants to win it back. He'll get it as well. 14-12.
It was so close. Great effort from Complexity and NRG. Fair play to them as well to bring that round back. They lose the first 2 picks, but they were calm. And maybe they're starting to wake up on cash here. But the money's still not that stable on the CT side. Def's going to have to go with the MP9 after buying a Deagle previously. He actually gives it to nothing. So that's quite selfless of Jordan. Saying, yeah, just throw me the MP9. Use the rifle. Def's killing it right now. He's the aim stars out. I wasn't sure that player was the right one. It's a very common spam just to shoot down the side of the red box there when the smoke's down. I can see what he's trying to do. But ultimately led to his death. That's overall, if nothing had won that could have been a shirt-off moment for him. one of the classics.
Yeah, imagine another one of those. Just stand up. It's not in front of an audience, so it might be a little weirder.
I think just in the context of it all, I think it might have been one of those moments. Who knows? But we didn't get it.
Daps to the sunroom. He'll hold a MAC-10 to try and see who pushes through at this point in time, but they've got complexity right where they want them. The issue is exactly as stated, that they were going to get that third round loss bonus. With or without the SMG kills, they don't get toward the double op setup. In fact, don't even pull out one in this situation. So it's 2 AUGs, a single M4 for Stan. Stan forced off at B by a Molotov. Is going to go back inside of the site as well. He's solo in this position for now, and I say for now because if they win mid, and if Shazam's continue to be pushed back, he could rotate back over and try and support his teammate. He may want to. They're going to play retake on B.
I think so. No one's in the side at all. This could be a round over already. They'll smoke spawn. Stan will have to find kills through the smoke. He starts to spray, but it's difficult to track the players crossing over, especially the M4. You might as well at this stage because you've got no kits, no kills, and barely any utility. I think they just have to give this one up. Bomb planted, nothing at the MP9. I think they just have to fall back. They'll wait until Ricky at least goes for the flank towards T-spawn. This is pretty much their only access point. If he gets a kill in the back, I think they should be saving him out.
They're going to try it. If they don't win this, we're looking at 14-14. Ethan's got nothing already. That's the MP9. They sent him first for a reason. They do get 2 back, but Breezy still holds it, and there's no kits. You said it. There's no time. They can't do anything with this. Shazam's gone. And they're going to have nothing to work with on the complexity side of the next round. It's 14-13. Ricky at least holds the cards in the back door, and Stan wants to punish the exits, but even that's not going to be enough. This game just got cranked wide open.
I don't know why they go for that retake. You haven't got a kit. You haven't got the utility. They've got 5 players on the B side. The bomb was halfway gone. That just didn't make any sense. That's just the pressure getting to them, I think. Someone made a bad call there. Could have just stayed calm. Hold on to all 5 guns, have full utility next rounds, and play off that.
And you could see the wheels turning. Nothing got close on that MP9, and he was looking to his left. Are we going?
It was Ricky who was like, who said, I'm going towards T-spawn, and then he got one. All of a sudden, all hell breaks loose, and I just don't think that was even worth a little gamble. There was almost no chance there. Just didn't have anything to really justify it. They were smoked out. All the T's had to do was watch towards heaven as they spilled out towards the bomb site. Right now, top fraggers. Stan, of course, 23 to his name. Ethan, 22 on the other team. Cirque starting to post some numbers now. Finally made it to double digits. But NRG, I dare say they can do this now. Complexity are going to have to let it tie up either way. They've got a saved AUG of Ricky. And that's about it. Deagles and PT-50s otherwise, no armor.
Back for the AK goes Ethan. Let's not leave that behind. Bomb was in spawn as well. Dap's already spraying through the mid-garages. There's a smoke down. He tried to use that to his advantage. Complexity with a single AUG in the hands of Ricky. He was the only one that survived the last round. Maximum loss bonus does come into effect. That's their one saving grace.
Indeed.
Stack up on A again. Last time they had pistols, this is what they did as well. We saw that. We saw them go over toward B. That was when Def was pushed all the way up inside of A main, just hoping someone was going to walk into his CZ-75.
So, if you are just joining us, this is breaking point now. NRG looked like they were out of this. 1 map down. Complexity almost got the 15th round, but they're back.
Quick check with Cubby. Molotov to do so. No one in mid. Up close, nothing from far away. Just wants to confirm if they're there or not so they can play in accordance to that with the pistols on A. Can't really afford to take the duel even if he spots one. He's already moved off of it as well. He doesn't want to get caught out. 35 seconds. He knows they're going to be encroaching onto his site. And he's back over toward B. Ricky down. AUG gone. The only rifle.
Indeed. That's...
But hang on. He's still going to clear the site. Bombs over at A. 24 seconds. If they're going to rotate back, they need to go now.
I think they have to commit, but it's still a 5-on-3. They should be okay.
If they drop the bomb, though, if these pistols get kills, they might have caused themselves a big problem. 14 seconds, they'll win it on kills.
Oh, they kind of had to commit at that point, you're right. But it is going to be 14-14. All about Given to Shazam. They've gone for the double orb setup, but it's Def and Shazam. Not Ricky, not Stanislaw. We'll go for the double orb setup, the first time on the CT side. Round 29. Didn't think we'd make it this far. Looked like Complexity had it. So many insane moments in this map so far, and in the first. What's the play? They go for the initial orb pick. Someone going to make a hero play on the CT side. Or do they hold, stay passive? Well, that answers it. Is that Ricky getting beneath the boost spot?
Yep.
Okay.
He's there with
he
the
always
AUG.
seems to be alone, trying to get something going. I respect it.
He's pesky. And you said it as well. He was the one on the flank on the retake call. He might have maybe suggested it.
Maybe. That was a weird one for me. Good smoke. We'll buy him a little bit of time there towards middle, but still very early on in the round. Who will get map point first? If it's Complexity, that's also series point. NRG looking to take us to a third map.
And they have gone to the double op now that they can afford it. That doesn't surprise me to see. But again, it's not Ricky, it's Def. Ricky stays aggressive. Shazam holding a tight angle over toward A. Inside of the door is Breezy. He's tanked on 55 already. Smoke execution. Shazam sees the Molotov. He can't get in behind Quad. He's got to watch above as well. Hears it, but doesn't respond in time. Def will. Stand spray. It's absorbed. It's eaten up by the forklift, and Fugly catches off the rotations. NRG might just do this. They might pull it all the way back, and it looks like map point is likely. Def only managing one on the AWP, and it's on nothing. And is it nothing to lose, or is it all to save? It's still going to be the maximum loss bonus, but that's only 3,400, and they're in triple digits. He's going to back out. He wants to keep the AUG.
Well, he'll have to at this point. That is maximum loss bonus. That doesn't do too much for you on the CT side. And there we have it. NRG finally looking like their old selves. And Stan, one of the few mistakes he's made in this series, a full spray commitment, no real damage done. And it's Shazam caught out by the boost again. It seems like they're just getting the execution, jump on the site and take everyone down. There was a reply from Def, but not enough. Round 30. Will we see overtime again? I doubt it. Looks like Inferno to me. We shall see what's brought out. It's not that bad for Complexity. It's better than I thought with the saved AUG. I guess nothing could drop one. So they have at least 2 M4s, an AUG, a FAMAS, an MP9. No AWP. And Fugly is actually AWPing now. So did he have the best spawn? I think this is just a case of being round number 30. He might have an AK next to him. He's going to hold B at the start. If he doesn't get in the action, throw away the AWP and take his AK with him, but I'll have to confirm that myself.
Ricky, and nonetheless...
Yeah, he's got an AK in spawn next to him.
You've got the PC. I don't have that access. He's going to go back for it now.
So Serg doesn't want to AWP at all, it seems. I guess I respect it. Some people can't admit it, but when you're really not feeling it, you're not hitting your shots, you might as well be on rifles and try and trade off people. The AWP's not working for him. It actually would be very good to use right now because they haven't got an AWP on the CT side and they are kind of isolated in this A main entrance. Def with the MP9, he won't get more than one there.
Getting at that, nearly does. Sort of 1 HP. Oh, lucky to be alive. He'll smoke it off.
Not the best smoke though.
No, it extinguishes far right. There's going to be a gap on that.
Oh, this is looking too good for an RG. They've got them locked in.
Yeah, Ricky does get one. That brings Shazam back out. Tags again. The damage is there. Damage is there. They can capitalize. But they're losing too many men in the process. Def on 33, locked back into a main. Ricky, there's no smokes down, but he can't spot toward the bomb. Cirque's going to plant it with 1 HP. And it's Energy that might be putting us onto a third map. Ricky back around the corner. Did see the foot. That would have been enough to kill him, but couldn't react fast enough. Def's going to go the long way. Push the door. Holds for now. Ricky needs to go. Nothing. This is it. I mean, they can't hold. Nothing to lose. He's going to easily get the shot on Cirque, but that calls the peak from Quad on to Breezy. They've got it down to hit just him remaining. 3 HP. And Def's got time for the defuse. If he can get him, he's going to hold, but he's got to get on it.
He's done it.
He's got the kit. He absolutely does. That's absolutely done. 15-15. Complexity go to overtime. I had to wait for a second because we've had so many close ones, but we are going the distance. For 2 rounds and 2 maps in a row, we are finding overtime.
Oh my goodness. Well, it all came down to a clumsy finish there, but Complexity just about get it done in the nick of time. You can see the pressure really getting to them now, knocking on the door of 11 p.m. at this stage. There's so much on the line. Fatigue will set in, and Breezy couldn't get it done. Def was so patient there with the MP9. Gets the AK. He had 30 HP himself, but gets the all-important shot and picks up the kit. Didn't panic too much. It was right next to him. Recovered that. Got the defuse, and we're doing it all over again. We had double overtime on Nuke. Now we have overtime on Cash. It's going to be 10K. They're going with a double AWP setup again, Shazam and Def. As we go into it, no messing around. Right back into the action.
And how heartbreaking is this series? If NRG go down and lose this map and go out 0-2 and go back to the minors, there will be 2 overtimes away from advancing in the same time. Likewise, even if we get to Inferno, Complexity will have the same thought that they could have closed it out right now. Massive drama. Shazam back into quad. Molotov will get there. Does he go forward or back away? He's actually just going to smoke himself off. They'll put a second one to the fence, so he can't go too far out, but just enough to get Cirque bomb dropped temporarily, and Shazam steps up for more. Dabs falls to Ricky. Look at that, round 3 from quad. And overtime is explosive. Def gets the second off kill as well.
They were struggling so much financially towards the end of that second half. Finally, the cash comes in. They're so happy to be at overtime, and Shazam can actually get some freedom. Now he's got armor, he's got some grenades, he can be a little bit more creative. This time getting in towards quad. It was the fast approach. Remember, NRG tried this before in the overtime. They just went for an upper rush in their T side of Nuke. Got straight in there just to change the pace up. But tried it again here. Didn't work out for them. Cirque on the AWP again. So maybe feeling it. He'll go for the boost towards a white van. We see a lot of teams do that these days. It kind of went out of fashion for a while, but we'll see if it yields any sort of frag here. Nothing to be seen right now, but you can hold this position for a good 20 seconds or so. Nothing. We'll be looking to get out of here. Drops the smoke and a flash. Dabs will shoot in vain through the smoke at this point. Nothing's done a great job. Just get that initial kill and get the hell out. That's the moment he feels like that was successful now. If you get out unscathed especially, really nice little maneuver.
Boost up for Ethan. Flash will go deep. That's going to go past the white box, but he has the confidence to peek. Not sure he spotted the shoulder or not of Ricky. And Ricky might actually get bold and re-peek this. Probably the better decision not to. Poor Breezy's been locked back inside as Shazam holds toward Highway. His AWP so impressive in the last round to give the first advantage in overtime to Complexity, and he's still looking for more information this time as well. Not as much utility, not as much execution-based, but they are going to split the A site. It's going to be by virtue of Highway. Nice timing from Ethan. That was so fortunate to turn around and find Depths, and Stan's gone as well. Shazam has to do it all again himself. He spots just enough through the smoke, but he can't reset this time to find Breezy.
It's down to Ricky and nothing. Incendiary down, but not going to deny the plant, and it's up to Ricky to push through. It's doing some damage here. Nothing. Might as well go for this. Deploys the incendiary towards a forklift, but down he goes. Great stuff there. I thought Shazam had a chance, but it's a 4K from Breezy, managing to bring it back to 16-16. Now on the T side, we'll have another double AWP set up to close things out as we get into the final round of this half of overtime. Nothing opened things up, but it's all Ethan. You're right, Def. Wanted to get a bit of intel there, and the T's were ready for it. Breezy comes out and absolutely obliterates everyone on the A side. They can do nothing about it. There's the final shot coming through. Cirque, Fugly make their way towards the middle area here. It's going to be Def to try and open things up. His AWPing, I'd say he's such a great rifle up. I feel like this is back to that whole question, why Ricky doesn't be the secondary AWP. Def is so fantastic with the M4s. He's getting loads of kills, barely having any impact with the AWP.
And Ricky's been struggling without it. Yeah, I think his best rounds of when he's had it.
Got to, like, surely, why am I the only one that he must see it? There must be a reason for it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
It might be a personal call with Ricky. He said, hey, I'm fine not playing it, and Def has the confidence. I don't know, because the best rounds I saw on Nuke from Ricky.
Yeah, when he picked it up.
Yep.
When he, like, kind of slyly, he's like,
saved
oh, guys, I found this.
When he killed Daps.
Yeah. And Def is an amazing rifle.
Go back to that. He doesn't kill that Daps in that round. It's 1-0 NRG, and they're looking at closing out the series now the other way around.
Yep. Well, here's Daps. Either way, we'll get back into the action here, and it's going to be Nothing, who's doing a great job here in the latter stages of this series. He's doing great work, but so is Breezy. He won't get the kill just yet. Oh, this is sick. Ricky, he's gone past you.
But that's fine. because going past him means he's also got the jump on it. He's caught him out at quad. He'll drop off the angle. Ethan's got behind them. They're jumping back, and Ethan gets both. NRG massively in control of the A site now in a 3-on-3. And Shazam knows the situation. He's locked out. Def's got Fugly. So the second op still working. But is that enough? Ethan top ticket?
Oh, this is such a good spot. If he can make it work, it's all down to the timings here, and he will. Def goes down to him once again, but Shazam alive and kicking with the AWP towards A main. Who will get the 2-1 here? It's the final round. They have to go for it. Incendiary in. Won't touch Cirque, but the bullets from Shazam surely will. There it is! They both connect at the same time. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of Complexity. They have the edge again on a T-sided map. They will go 2-1 here. Can they find this 2-0 scoreline overall in the maps? I would say probably yes, but you never know. There's been some absolutely crazy rounds here today. 2 maps. We've been going for about 3.5 hours now, or something like that. And at this stage, that's where Def, as soon as we call him out, hits a great shot, of course. But obviously, it was us just dissecting the situation as a whole. It doesn't mean to say you can't hit any old shots, you know.
That is one of the things you struggle with being an analyst. You say one thing and it instantly gets proven wrong. But yeah, overall, I still think there's more success to be found with Ricky. I mean, he's certainly capable of similar shots. Nonetheless, that's neither here nor there, because we've got to focus on what's right in front of us. It's Complexity again in the lead after the first half of overtime. They swap over. They start on the T side. It was 8-7 split in regulation. Both teams winning more on the T side, so maybe they can close it out this time. Daps. Ooh. Aggressive. Got off the headshot angle, actually elevated himself to get the shot on the AUG. Breezy. Aggressive to get back to the vents. He actually passed all 4 of them and no one responded, but they will now. Ricky's got him down. Ethan doesn't want to make the same mistake. He'll stay up inside of the metal casket.
I think Daps dinked his teammate in the process, and now he's been dropped. They don't have to commit here. Complexity don't need to panic. They're going to find more headshots, so that's what we want to see from Def. AK-47 in hand as they make their way towards the B bomb site now. They've got a 4-on-2 advantage. This will find series points again. Complexity bombed out. Here comes Fugly barreling out of the heaven area. And it's going to be Cirque. He's got no chance, Matt. They've done it. They've got themselves a buffer now. They've won the first round. They've got 2 chances of closing this one out.
Cirque's just going to back away. He knows that's the case. He wants to keep the AWP. He'll be able to buy one again. It's overtime. They'll get the money for it, but it's going to be grim. 16-18 in favor of Complexity. You called it. This will be series point. And I've got to give respect to both teams. It's not like we can say, okay, team number 16, Complexity, beats team number 5, NRG. Sure, NRG had an unfortunate matchup against Avangar, who I think were criminally underrated.
Sure.
Which also goes against them, remember, because technically they're supposed to get higher opponents. Find themselves in the O2 game. Haven't had the best success, to be completely honest. It's not like we're seeing Cirque in his normal form. But it's not like they're completely out to lunch on this. Complexity has done a very good job of finding themselves these wins.
Nothing's come online. He's actually looking like he's on par with these guys now. He's had some great shots, some nice little plays as well. Got some confidence to go for an opening pick on the CT side. It's worked out for him. And here we go then. Shazam, AWP, AK's out. Double orb set up on the CT side. We didn't see much of this from NRG in the regulations. It's going to be Fugly and Cirque. And will this be the moment when they close it out? Guardian boost towards the yellow barrels here. Perfectly executed, but no player there to be found. They did spot Cirque though on the corner. He needs to be careful here. He's got himself in a really tight spot. They definitely spotted that. He's in towards Checkers, the AWP. Nails the first shot, but can he get anything more? You better believe he can. It's Cirque with 2. There's still a fight in the round. It's going to be Complexity running through the flames here. A low HP CT player on the bomb site. That's going to be Dabs. Can he surely stay alive here? I'm not even sure. This stage is going to be 1 minute 10 on the clock and nothing's going down.
But he's done enough to bait Ethan back in. Just by pulling everyone toward him, he's done enough to get Ethan back toward the generator. He finds one on the entry, and it's all on Shazam and Stan. Stan completely removed. Bombs inside of the site, so it's all or nothing for Shazam. They've got a buy in hand. It's not about money at this point. Bounce nade. That's going to soften them up even further, and he gets toward an AK-47. This isn't done. 50 seconds. If he's very careful about this, and if they're careless about giving him shots, it could end. Fugly's positioned himself on Heaven strictly so that he can run in for a trade, and he's not in an open angle for Shazam to take advantage of. This is Dap's dead, no question. Knows Ethan's on the site. He looks back. He's read it so well. Fugly's gone to the op as well. He can't find the shot. Shazam, he likewise can't get the headshot in return, but he will get the bomb down.
He Molotov'd himself out of Heaven.
I think he panicked.
He
expected both of his teammates to stay alive. He switched to the op to hit a wondrous shot, and Shazam beat him to the punch, but Fugly, shoulder peaks.
Oh my God.
Gives himself up. Shazam can pull this all back.
Oh,
he's done it. He's done it for Complexity. It's 2-0, both in overtime, and NRG are going home. Complexity survived to tomorrow.
It wasn't the prettiest game of CS map, but it had some absolutely epic moments. My God, I was out of my chair at that point. Amazing scenes. You said Shazam could possibly do it. He pulls it off in the 1 versus 3, AK in hand. He gets close enough to the site, and they let it all go. The self-Molotov as well. That's going to haunt Fugly there.
He couldn't repeak it. I mean, the low HP, that was a difficult one to work with, but Fugly went up there strictly to peek for trade. It surprised me he went to the op. Just get out, get the spray, and get him down at that point, but nonetheless, hard to criticize it when a play like that comes out from Shazam. He dissected that perfectly. What a clutch. 4 kills in the round, 1 on 3 to win it.
I'm speechless. That was a really entertaining series. That went 2 maps, both overtime, double overtime in the first. Complexity beat them down on Nuke. They go onto Cash as well. It looks like it's locked in, it's done. All of a sudden, the Resurgence comes through. We go to overtime. It feels like they're going to break. They're going to go to the 3rd map. Nothing starts fragging. Ricky starts fragging. All of a sudden, we get to overtime, and that was a really entertaining finish. Shazam, well done. That was a really excellent play.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. We are the only stream still going. The A stream's done. We are absolutely going to take a look at the bracket coming up for tomorrow. I say bracket, the rounds, the next Swiss stage.
Yes.
And everyone and who they'll play. Remember, we've got all best of 3s.
Right then.
And here it is. The graphic on the right indicates who is where in terms of wins and losses. Astralis and Team Liquid are both into the playoffs. Astralis carries the #1 seed, but Liquid remains unbeaten on any map. Big and Energy are gone. Matchups on the left, Henry.
My goodness. Well, Renegades versus Team Vitality. In the upper area, we got Na'Vi versus Avangard. Now, that's a great battle there. That's one we saw in London. Avangard can actually have a shout versus them. I like that one. MIBR, NIP. These are great matches on paper right now. Then down in Elimination 2, we've got ENCE versus G2. FaZe versus Complexity. Obviously, this is where the seedings come into play, and FaZe being the highest seeding, Complexity just getting through there. It's going to be Cloud9, Hellraisers to close it all out. What jumps off the page for you there, Matt? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, the fact of the matter is Renegades had Astralis a little bit on the run earlier to try and go in the 3-0 bracket. Them playing Vitality, one of those teams is going through. I don't know that I would have expected either of them to be a clear-cut contender for top 8. Now that's a fantastic chance. I do agree, Na'Vi Avangard is going to be a great game.
That's my one to watch.
Yeah, I think so as well. James, there's rumors. Does he go to Na'Vi if things don't go well? If he beats them in the major, what happens then? Does he even want to? Kickert's explosive. You really need Simple and Electronic in that game to make a case for it. MIBR NIP, that's fairly even. I think that's
like that a lot as well.
ENCE G2, that's even, but I think for all the wrong reasons. It's really about who turns up in that game.
Yeah, ENCE have looked so hot and cold here. They just about scraped by Big earlier. G2 up and down as well. That just with that storyline alone, I guess that is well matched in that sense. They both seem so streaky at this point. FaZe Complexity, well, I know Complexity does a great performance there, but FaZe surely take it.
Look, I'm going to say, I'm going to say this though. If they don't, there's no argument against it. There's no countering off that, oh, it's the AUG. FaZe don't use it and they lose some more, they deserve to lose. So keep that in mind. That is a game that they absolutely should and have to win.
Cloud9 Hellraisers as well. Hellraisers actually look pretty decent today, so oh no, they played against NIP, didn't they? They actually lost. They actually got battered on. So
good try.
I did try. It's pretty late now. It's been a long 12 hours.
And I want to just point out, and our condolences to Flusha. Obviously got some very, very unfortunate news this morning, and credit to him for sticking around and playing with Cloud9. They don't have a coach that can stand in. Zelsis is already in that position. I give him full credit. I don't know if I'd be strong enough to still play. And in a match like that, that's going to be super hard. Hopefully it goes very well for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a horrible thing to go through, and hopefully we won't have to see it again. But there we are. It will be the end of the day, I think, Matthew. Do you have anything you want to say?
Long day. It was fun. That last game was explosive.
It really was. Exciting finish, absolutely. I really enjoyed everything. And towards the last few rounds, we had so many crazy moments, the big clutches, the 1v3s, all the way through. Great stuff.
Great stuff. We'll see you tomorrow, day 2. Day 3? Day 2. Day 2 done.
Whatever
We're into day 3. I don't know what time it is right now. Day 3 starts tomorrow in terms of going to sleep and waking up. It might already be tomorrow. We're going to get things going all best of 3s from here into the final of the IEM Intel Extreme Masters Supreme Major in Katowice. We'll see you then.
When you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes make it difficult to get my baby. And it makes me get ooh. We were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And what I felt did to make it stop. 'Cause baby, you make me feel something.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.